Chapter 1620 Submission. Ryu met the gaze of the crystal dragon, feeling something stirring inside of him. It was submission. He could feel his fire dragon bloodline withering away as though it wouldn't be satisfied until he bowed. He scraped. Ryu ignored it, looking at this crystal dragon for a long while. Their gaze only met for a brief moment as the creature was simply too fast, but for Ryu, it might as well have been an eternity. Not because he was trembling in fear, but rather because his eyes seemed to want to burn the image of this beautiful creature into his mind. It truly was the most beautiful beast he had ever seen. It was only after it had flashed into the mountain range that Ryu turned his attention to his bloodline and shook his head. In the past, he would have probably gotten angry, but he didn't really see the point right now. Seeing what Selhira had to go through, he understood that humans with beast bloodlines were actually better off, at least in part. There were still a lot of shackles that Ryu had to deal with, but rather than his bloodlines, because the only path for him to take, they were just supplemental. Compared to Selhira, he was actually in a far better state. Plus, he didn't care how agitated his bloodlines were. They were under his control and nothing else could dictate their actions. If he had wanted to, he could have triggered an activation of his bloodmancy, and any effect similar to what had just happened would have been fully under his control. He didn't because it would have been a waste of his effort. Ryu suddenly looked over to find that Selhira had tears streaming down her cheeks. In line with her race, they sparkled like little droplets of gems. "There's no need to cry," Ryu said lightly. "Just take it as revisiting home after a long while, a reprieve from your hardship. The rest of it will fall into place with time." Ryu wasn't actually all that worried about Selhira's path. He only ever casually used his Tao to help enhance those around him when it suited his plans, but given that he would take Selhira as his wife in time, it wasn't too big of a deal for him to put some real effort into helping her improve. "Icemine, go into my Golden Moon world for now. There's an unconscious woman in there. See if Eska knows anything about how we might be able to help her." Ryu hadn't asked his father because he knew Titus was the furthest thing from a mental realm expert. In fact, mental realm cultivation had been banned during his reign, so he was making up for more lost ground on that front than even Ryu was. Eska, however, had trillions of years of experience in dealing with souls. Even if she didn't have the strength to change things right now, she would more than likely know exactly what was wrong and exactly what steps he would have to take to fix it. Completely shameless. You have 3 women with you now, you're going to visit your in-laws, and yet you somehow managed to sneak in another one. Ryu shook his head and smiled. "Be gentle with her and don't do anything stupid. She will probably be carrying my child soon." These words caught the attention of all of them. Ryu could even feel that Eska was at attention through Icemine. So, he gave them an explanation of what was going on. "Oh, so you didn't fuck her?" Icemine spoke, sounding genuinely surprised. Ryu was speechless. What was that supposed to mean? Did he look like a man that bedded anything with 2 legs? "Yes." Icemine nodded, reading Ryu's thoughts. Ryu shook his head, not bothering to argue. He had lost count of how many supreme beauties he had killed. Selhira wiped her tears and laughed, pulling on Ryu's arm and resting her cheek on his shoulder. "Husband deserves all the women in the world." Icemine gagged. "Oh God. I think I'm gonna throw up. I'm going now. No need to torture me on the way out." Little Silk descended, and soon it was just Ryu and Selhira standing at the entrance of the Crystal Mountain. There was a huge archway before them, and the air was filled with a delicate scent that was just a few strokes away from intoxication. The smell almost assaulted the mind, forcing you to rid yourself of anxiety and rage. It almost begged you to give yourself over to tranquility. Selhira's feet seemed rooted in place and her body started shaking. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to take another step. "If you don't want to enter, we don't have to. I can easily think of another way," Ryu said lightly. If he had known that Selhira would have such a fierce reaction, he wouldn't have accepted her offer. He didn't want her to think that this was his only path. With or without this, he would have found a way. Wasn't it just going to the 9th heaven? Who could stop him from achieving his goals? Selhira didn't expect herself to have such a fierce reaction, but even the smell was making her feel disgusted. This gentle and coaxing environment was like the worst sort of nightmare to her. It was like the murderer of her parents was trying to whisper sweet nothings to her. It made her skin crawl with a grotesque stickiness that filled with waves of nausea. "Okay, let's go." Ryu turned around and pulled Selhira away. She couldn't even respond properly, but clearly she didn't want to enter. Rather than waiting for her to give the answer she obviously didn't want to, he would make the decision to leave for her. Selhira pulled back against Ryu's hand, but the hesitation was clearly painted all over her face. Ryu could even see the regret taking root for the fact she had stopped him at all. It was then that another shadow was cast from the skies above. Chapter 16:21 Good Eyesight. The dragon landed. Its 4 limbs shook the earth, and when it lowered its head, the wind seemed to still. One would have expected the breath of a dragon to smell of sulfur, blood, and burnt flesh, and yet it was just as sweet as the air of this crystal mountain. The maw of the crystal dragon opened and a low, grumbling roar echoed. His gaze moved from Ryu to Selhira, then back again before focusing on Selhira entirely. Selhira lowered her head, but at the very least, her trembling seemed to stop. The dragon probably didn't expect it, but Ryu wasn't as ignorant to their language as one would expect. Of course, Ryu was a bit unfortunate in this regard as well, because his comprehension of dragon tongue wasn't refined enough to understand this vastly different dialect, at least not entirely. Sacrum was one matter, but the true martial world was clearly cut from a different cloth. That said, he had his own methods. His irises dilated and spun with twin 8-trigram diagrams. The stilled wind picked back up slightly, and suddenly the crystal dragon looked back toward him. Ryu, however, was focused on translating. "Selhira, you've returned, and who is this?" Ryu felt that he got the gist of it. He connected with something inside of him and seemed to stir up some lingering deep inside him. He opened his mouth, but then he shook his head. If he tried to speak now, he would just end up ripping his throat apart and spitting up blood. The dragons were very particular about their language, and their methods of speaking put extreme amounts of stress on the body. Let alone his throat, he might very well shred his internal organs apart as well. He sighed and then activated his fire dragon bloodline, but time he focused the manifestation of his scales on the inside of his body, coating his throat and inner organs. This usually happened anyway, but this time he activated it alone without the external changes. Then he opened his mouth and roared. Dragon tongue coming from Ryu was nowhere near as gentle as the low growl of the crystal dragon. It was aggressive, loud, and abrasive. It was the tone of a fire dragon, and it presented itself as such. The slit pupils of the crystal dragon narrowed as the skies rumbled and shook. "My name is Ryu Tatsuya, Selhira's husband." The crystal dragon looked him up and down, a motion that was hardly registered considering the size of its eyes were taller than even Ryu's body. Selhira looked over at Ryu, not really expecting him to be able to speak in dragon tongue. She sighed a breath of relief when he didn't suddenly implode. Then she felt a bit guilty for thinking so lowly of him. She was his woman, she should have 100% confidence in him. "You are human." "Yes. But you speak as a fire dragon would." "I speak as I would." "Spoken like a fire dragon." The crystal dragon chuckled. Ryu didn't respond, but he didn't find the interaction interesting. The tone of the dragon he was now quite certain was gentle and soothing, but his choice of words were layered and clever in a way only someone of deep wisdom. "Not a fire dragon," Selhira growled out, her brows furrowing with unhappiness. The crystal dragon's gaze softened and chortled out in agreement, but this only seemed to make Selhira more uncomfortable. Ryu watched the interaction silently. He wasn't used to dealing with situations like this. Suddenly, he realized that he was very good at being aggressive, but when it came to the soft approach, he was woefully unprepared. Selhira wasn't some cast-off, nor was she being humiliated by her family. They didn't even seem enraged that she had gotten married behind her back. It would have been so easy if this crystal dragon came out with rage and fury, ready to burn Ryu to a crisp and snatch Selhira away. But that wasn't the situation here. Ryu sighed and pinched his eyebrows. He didn't find himself being annoyed by the situation anymore, but rather himself. Did he really only have one gear? Felt pathetic. "Spoken like a fire dragon. May I know who you are?" Ryu asked. The crystal dragon seemed a bit surprised this time, but then smiled. I am Lysander, Selhyra's father. My wife is in seclusion for now, otherwise, she would have never missed this chance to see our little girl after so long. Does that answer your question? Lysander's gaze seemed to have a meaningful hint of something else. Ryu understood the implication. He was wondering whether Ryu was asking about his name or asking about his status. Ryu, though, wasn't thinking so deeply. He was just trying to steer the conversation away from this current rut. Lysander's amusement seemed to deepen. At the same time, he relaxed, almost as though he had seen through Ryu entirely. The dragon opened his mouth to speak again, but then taking a glance at his daughter, he realized that he'd get scolded again if he said what he wanted to say. So he chuckled instead. You are better than I would have hoped. My daughter has good eyesight. Ryu didn't even know how to respond to this. The dragon seemed to get too much of a kick out of his discomfort. Come. I believe this mountain, while being a hellish trap for my daughter, will actually do you quite good. And you, Selhyra, you may gain more from this than you know as well. It will depend on yourself. Lysander leapt into the air, and the two were taken with him by some mysterious energy. Selhyra was taken aback. Her reflex was to disregard her father's words. But this was the first time he had said such a thing. But that was the thing with crystal dragons, even when you were being manipulated. You would never know. For all she knew, he had waited all this time for this moment in specific. Erdiel's note. Wow, a non-brain-damaged father-in-law. Rare Awespec writing. Chapter 1622 Good. Ryu allowed the dragon to carry him forward. Though, quite frankly, he didn't really like the feeling. He could see an amused glint in Lysander's eyes, as though he was aware of this as well. Ryu was slowly beginning to understand why it was that Selhyra was annoyed with her family. That said, he seemed to treat Selhyra herself extremely well. But that seemed to grate on Selhyra's nerves all the more. The trio flashed and appeared deep within the crystal mountain. All around, dragons continued to fly, most of them crystal dragons. But Ryu spotted a few who weren't, a number much larger than what he would have expected. The method of reproduction was a bit odd as far as Ryu knew. Having a child by 2 crystal dragons increased the chances of birthing one, but it wasn't guaranteed. It was odd since humans who were born with dragon blood were guaranteed to have an offspring that had this bloodline. However, it wasn't the case here. He had already seen a wind dragon, a lightning dragon, he had even seen a spectral dragon. Dragons were all arrogant, even if it manifested in different ways. He was certain that regardless of how the crystal dragons acted, they too, deep down, were also cut from this cloth. And these bloodlines were the perfect example of how. When 2 dragon bloodlines were formed in the same body, only one could come out dominant. There would be no mixing or fusion of the two, and this was the ultimate result. Sometimes, a long line of crystal dragons might randomly form a wind dragon because the suppressed wind dragon genes had a sudden flare-up. Or, it could be the opposite in that the crystal dragon genes were much too weak. In the end, this was their result. Selhyra suddenly frowned. I don't want to go there. It hardly seemed like a coincidence to Ryu. But the moment Selhyra began to speak, Lysander suddenly vanished and appeared deep, within what was likely the very place Selhyra didn't want to be. Ryu looked up and found himself in a world of crystal. He frowned when he looked down, realizing his golden moon world ring was no longer on his finger. In fact, Lysander disappeared and Selhyra seemed to be shaking with fury. Looking at this scene, Ryu had a few guesses. He didn't believe that a dragon he believed to at least be a Tao sovereign, if not a Tao god, would take a fancy to what was ultimately a 6th heaven-level treasure. He obviously took it because he sensed Ryu had people inside of it. Unfortunately, these crystal dragons were simply too hard to read. Ryu couldn't even get a grasp on their exact cultivation level even with third perspective, let alone what their intentions are. He grabbed a hold of Selhyra's hand, just trying to manage her shaking a bit. It was only after a long while that Selhyra was finally able to regain some of her bearings. Even so, from time to time, her pupils would quake. What is this place? Ryu asked after she had controlled it to a manageable level. This is our holy ground. Ryu thought of May after she said this. Was it similar to the samsara wheel? Then why was he here? Was he supposed to be the stabilizing factor that didn't allow Selhira to go wild? If she was on her own, who knew how much worse her reaction would have been? Clearly, this was a place where crystal dragons came to accept their inheritance, but Selhira wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. We're supposed to come here to reach tranquility. It's a journey by foot up the mountain. The only way out under normal circumstances is to make it to the top. The difficulty is dependent on several factors, but age plays the heaviest role. She seemed to be dragging her feet with her explanations, as though every word was like another hot coal she was raking her tongue over. But this explanation was enough for Ryu. Looking up, he saw that the mountain ahead of them was nothing but a long path ahead. However, the path was incredibly subtle, almost as though it was encouraging you to take whatever path you chose. What was even more odd than this was the fact that such a trial, it should definitely be taken on your own, so why had Ryu come with Selhira? Was it even possible? Would they move as though they were alone? But then what was the point of bringing him in here as well? Hey! Ryu let go of Selhira's hand, wrapping the arm around her shoulders. Selhira leaned into him, feeling his warmth and slowing her breathing. Come on! Ryu lifted Selhira up, hoisting her onto his back. The girl was heavy as he would assume her dragon form was. But after tossing her around for a few rounds in bed, Ryu had long since known this. He was used to his own body being as light as a feather, mostly due to the northern heavenly winds that he had, not to mention his former bone structure. However, that didn't mean that that was all his body was capable of taking. Selhira was taken aback. Her first reaction was to say that she wasn't a little girl, but thinking about her actions, she wasn't all that different from that reality either, now was she. Being a little willful, she rested her chin on Ryu's shoulder, feeling more at peace. Let's go, Ryu said with a smile. He began trudging up the mountain, but he didn't forget about Selhira. In fact, he began to ask her questions. How was your childhood, Selhira? She was a bit surprised. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Shouldn't a man know about his wife? Ryu asked with a smile. Selhira smiled beside herself, tightening her grip around Ryu. Well, my childhood was very good, actually. Chapter 16:23 forward. Selhira spoke about her parents. It turned out that her mother actually wasn't a crystal dragon, but was rather a fire dragon. An odd union, to be sure. Usually, it was fire dragon men taking hold of crystal dragon women. This was probably the most common union across the entire dragon clan. Selhira didn't see her mom often. She was quite a proud and arrogant woman, as one might expect. Even so, she was quite gentle around Selhira and coddled her as much as her husband did. So as one might expect, Selhira's childhood wasn't filled with much hardship at all. How did your parents meet then? Ryu asked, a bit confused. The banishing of crystal dragons shouldn't have been a recent matter. Selhira smiled, pressing her cheek against Ryu's. My father went to get her. Ryu could hear the smile in her voice, and he understood the implication. It seems the old man wasn't so gentle after all. He could probably imagine the pushback. However, they clearly didn't quite have a happily ever after. The old man was here while his wife was probably still on the ninth heaven. Though it seemed she came to visit from time to time, because Selhira was a crystal dragon, she couldn't be by her mother's side for extended periods of time. It was also clear by the way that Selhira spoke about them, that she didn't hate her parents. She actually loved them quite deeply. She probably hated the fact she was born a crystal dragon and not a fire dragon. What about you, husband? How was your childhood? Ryu smiled. Good. He talked about his parents, his grandparents. He had quite a unique experience as a man born to such a high-level clan. He had practically the full support of 4 separate clans, and even now, he was considered their successor. Selhira didn't even know her grandparents. Well, that was because most of them were dead, and the 2 that weren't had too many grandchildren and children to care for. Then Ryu shook his head. Primus is technically my great-grandfather. In practice, he's nothing of the sort. Selhira's pupils flickered. She had never really made the distinction. Whether she liked her grandparents or not, they were still her grandparents. But Ryu seemed to draw a hard line, dividing what it meant to be family and what it meant to be a sperm donor. Then how do you want to raise your child? Selhira suddenly asked. I don't want you to get angry, husband. But you are very similar to your Primus, don't you think? Ryu paused, not answering immediately. Was he similar to Primus? He didn't really think so. They might seem similar on the surface, but they diverted in a way that was more important than anything else, and that was family. He could never imagine leaving his family to rot because of some Dao heart built on a bed of fragile glass. He couldn't stand the idea at all. And it wasn't like Primus was just ignoring an extended family, and it wasn't like he had 1,000 kids to worry about either. He had just one son, just one grandson, just one great-grandson, and lifting a finger to help any one of them seemed to be too much work for the old man. I will cherish my family, Ryu said firmly. Was that not what he was doing right now? He didn't want to waste time coddling his women, learning every little detail about them or balancing their emotions. It sounded cruel to even say, but it wasn't that he didn't care about them. It was rather that he felt that his purpose, his drives and goals were actually a higher priority in his mind than this. He cherished his women. He would give them anything they asked for, allow them to do as they pleased, but the extra step beyond felt like a waste of time. It was that extra step, though, that he was trying to take more often, because he believed that they deserved it. And that was a step he was certain Primus would never take. The duo fell into silence as Ryu continued to walk. It was hard to tell how far they had gone, and there didn't seem to be an end to the path coming anytime soon. Then do you want a lot of children, husband? Selhira asked. Ryu raised an eyebrow. He never really thought about it. But he would have to give his wives at least one child each, right? He couldn't leave them barren. So by definition, it seemed that he was already locked into such a path. He smiled bitterly. It seemed that his father was more right than he knew. Honestly, he didn't think that far. He put a lot of thought into his cultivation, but these were things that never crossed his mind because, once again, they weren't his top priority. I guess I will have to. Then how will you cherish them all? Ryu sighed, thinking about how much effort his parents put into just him alone. How his mother cooked his meals even well into his hundreds. How his father trained him and taught him the value of running a clan from infancy to now. Could he really put the equivalent amount of effort into all of his children? Was it even fair to try and do so? Not sure, Ryu finally responded. Selhira giggled. Maybe you can use your incarnations. Ryu had heard that word a lot recently. It seemed to be an ability of Dao lords to split themselves into perfect clones. Though he knew Selhira was joking, it felt kind of gross to think about having to split his attention like that for his children. Well, it seems I just have to lie in the bed I made now. Ryu suddenly made it to the top of a mountain range, overlooking what seemed to be an endless rise and fall of many more. He didn't know what this old man wanted out of them, but it seemed he wasn't done yet. He took another step forward. Chapter 16, 24 Wonder. Lysander watched the scene of his daughter and son-in-law with a cocked eyebrow. At the moment, he was a bit speechless because, where was the trial? Ryu was just walking as though it was a leisurely stroll and hadn't seemed to have been assaulted by anything yet, which was entirely atypical of this holy ground. While they were standing in place, it still made sense for there to be no movement, but after walking up the first mountain range, that was impossible. His plan had already gone awry after Ryu chose to carry Selhira, but he had hoped that Ryu would at least suffer for this choice, and then things could go back to square one. But it didn't happen like that at all. Ryu was strolling through their holy ground as though it wasn't a holy ground at all. Who gave this brat such a strong Dao heart? His daughter seemed blissfully unaware of what was going on. She should have been just as shocked, but she was so lost in her fantasy world of learning about her husband that she didn't seem to care at all. It was like in Ryu's presence. She had completely shut off her brain, letting him handle everything. Lysander sighed. Raising a daughter is really a thankless job. His daughter's temperament was excellent, and that wasn't just his bias as a father speaking. She was strong, meticulous. She was certain in her own path and willing to divert from the teachings of even a powerhouse like him and her mother if it meant dancing to the beat of her own tune. And yet, the daughter he knew had become a blubbering fool he could practically see hearts in the eyes of. Seeing this scene, he had hints of worry in his eyes. It wasn't because of his daughter's actions, per se. After a small interaction with Ryu, he quite liked this son-in-law of his. Ryu was quite arrogant, but he also seemed willing to embarrass himself a little bit if it meant appeasing his women. That much was clear from their conversation, especially when he tried and failed to make small talk. A man like that, though his talent seemed to be a bit lacking, was worthy of his daughter. That much he was happy about. The trouble was that Selhira seemed to have fallen head over heels much too quickly, and it wasn't her fault. Lysander sighed. He knew that this was a consequence of the path she had chosen. When Selhira met Ryu, she had found herself at a crossroads. Down one path was the act of following her bestial instincts and giving herself to the man that could make her submit. Down the other path was firmly suppressing those instincts and taking another large step down the path of being human. Unfortunately, she either didn't have the necessary Tao heart, or she was too immature to realize how important the choice was in her path. Lysander actually believed that it was the latter. Considering his daughter's determination, if she knew that falling for Ryu would hinder her path, she would have never done it. She would have rather cut off this budding love than fall into its abyss. And that was part of the problem. It was hard to have the wisdom of a crystal dragon if the wisdom you wanted was exactly what you were running from. Her path had not conflicted in ways she was probably too immature to even notice now. This sort of matter could only end badly, and figuratively speaking, one of them would have to die. Either his daughter would die, letting her dreams fade away into the ether, never to be relived again, or his son-in-law would die, losing the wife he clearly cared for. Maybe my old age has made me muddled, Lysander thought. Maybe there's a third path that I have just yet to see. I don't know, Selhira responded. I've never really thought about having children either. It would be very hard. Ryu knew that Selhira didn't mean in a physical sense, though that would probably be accurate as well. She probably didn't want her children to face the same fate she did, chained by their bloodline and their talents. Well, we have time. I'm sure that I can help you with your path, Ryu said with a smile. Can you? She sounded both hopeful and a bit helpless. She wanted to believe, but how could someone help another's comprehension? Things simply didn't work like that. But then again, her husband did have a founding Tao. That was something even her father didn't have. Maybe he could? She honestly wasn't sure. Ryu mumbled. I've been thinking about a lot of things recently. While I was speaking with my master, I was sent across existence and I saw many things that I could have never imagined. Like, there was a world of mere mortals capable of harnessing the powers of stars to travel across the cosmos. It was maybe the most impressive thing that I've ever seen. Mortals! Selhira's brows jumped, feeling extremely surprised. She found it hard to believe, but she didn't think that Ryu would lie to her, nor would he make such a foolish decision. I was surprised as well, but I double and triple checked. Even a child of this world who hadn't cultivated even a day yet could kill them with a slap, and yet they accomplished so many fantastical things. What was most impressive about them, though, was that they were perfectly capable of passing on their knowledge from person to person. Their advancements weren't made in a single generation like most are forced to hear. In fact, even for clans and sects of the true martial world who want to maintain their power, it's necessary for them to give up a great deal, sacrificing potential for sustainability. But these mortals continuously improved from generation to generation simply by passing down their knowledge, something we immortals are completely unable to do to the same effectiveness. It made me wonder if there was a way. Chapter 1625 Passed Down. Selhira blinked, taken aback by Ryu's contemplative demeanor. It was a side of him she hadn't seen before, at least not outside of their domain sessions. She had some thoughts of her own on the matter, but her father practically wilted when he saw his daughter choose to hold her tongue. Ryu chuckled. You know, I can feel you biting your tongue. I thought it would just be once or twice. But what happened to the woman that wanted to kill me? Selhira panicked. When did I? Ryu's grin widened. You never did? You could have fooled me. Your style of playing domain is so aggressive. Seemingly realizing what Ryu meant, Selhira blushed. Her style of playing domain was very aggressive. It was the first time Ryu had seen a side of Selhira that wasn't gentle, and it was that glimpse that made him grasp her personality fully. He rarely knew the details of his women's lives. Well, except for Ailsa, Elena, and Yana. Elena and Yana because he had spent a ridiculous amount of time with them, and Ailsa because she was his life partner. However, knowing details was one matter, but grasping their character was another. There wasn't a single one of his women that he didn't understand intimately in that way.
I'm sorry,
Selhira said softly. Ryu laughed almost a little too hard. Do you know what type of woman I like most? Ryu said. Eska, Selhira said. Ryu, who was ready for a quippy reply, was suddenly rendered speechless. In the end, he smiled bitterly. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who understood the character of the other intimately. Well, yes, he coughed. But the reasons are important. Aloof and arrogant women are the ones who stimulate me the most. You don't have to temper yourself or dumb yourself down in my presence. A man who wants such a thing is a weak man. Selhira's lips parted, but she closed them a moment after, not daring to trust her voice at the moment. She crunched down on Ryu's back, pressing her cheeks against his traps, as though in an attempt to hide herself. Ryu smiled and didn't press Selhira for an answer as he continued to walk. After a while and some sniffles, he finally heard a familiar gentle and serene voice, not one steeped and dripping in hesitation and self-loathing, but rather the Selhira he had always known existed. You say that we don't have a way of passing down our knowledge, but don't we do that every day? Techniques, especially Dao charm techniques, are a window into one's state of mind. But even if that's not what you mean, aren't bloodlines the perfect example of passing down knowledge? You don't even have to actively teach a person and they will casually come to understand. Ryu nodded. All of these things are true, but there are some subtle differences that really form the dividing line I'm talking about. For one, there's the problem of accumulation of knowledge. In those mortal worlds, the understandings of one person are stacked upon another, making it easier for future generations to learn them. Something that only a genius among geniuses might have comprehended 100 years ago would, in the present, be taught to school children. That's where we are lacking considerably. Something that only a Tao god can understand in this world can never be ubiquitous to the point that a fragmented sky god could understand it, and certainly not an awakening realm expert, no matter how much of a genius they are. The second issue is, especially in the example of bloodlines, they don't increase in knowledge, nor do they stack. In fact, over time, bloodlines become weaker, not stronger. The only way to rejuvenate a bloodline would be to essentially have a genius born as great as the founder, one who would be capable of reestablishing the bloodline. But that would ultimately be a fit of recreation, not learning from one's ancestors. That, of course, doesn't really apply to beasts, at least not to the same extent. But think about just how much the beast race has to give up in terms of freedom in order to maintain that strength. The best example of passing down knowledge is what you mentioned, Dao charm techniques, that is, but they are notoriously difficult to learn. If you don't have the talent, you'll have to wait until you broaden your horizons by improving your realm, but if you improve your realm and surpass the standard of the Dao charm technique, it would already be too late to go back and shore up your foundation on that front. So once again, it's a path limited to only the greatest of geniuses. Selhira fell into her thoughts before responding. Is the gap really so large? On this front, yes. But I don't know if it's because their methods of passing down knowledge are so much better. It's rather that their path is unique. It's more conducive to being passed down. Technically speaking, in their worlds, someone could leave a child a blueprint that, should said child take it seriously enough, it would be possible to craft the strongest weapons of their races. However, for us, cultivation is mostly an individual journey designed to combat against the heavens. By its nature, it should be hard to pass down and share knowledge. Or so I thought. Is it not like that? Selhira asked. Well, the heavens have a vested interest in making sure its races are as powerful as possible. In my home world, they even picked out a supreme race to rule over all others. The heavens want people to progress. It wants us to become stronger. Many of the limitations we face today are artificially crafted by powerful clans who stand atop everyone else. And you have a way to fix this? I've been thinking about the four arts a lot. I wonder about the legend of mortals transcending to godhood in a single bound by reaching their extremes. And I wonder if there's a hidden secret within them. One that might help with this exact issue. Chapter 16:26 Play for me. The four arts? Husband. Are you familiar with arts other than domain? Selhira asked with a bit of expectation in her voice. Ryu chuckled. It might be too much to say familiar. I mostly use them as a means to an end. I have a small understanding of them. Can you play something for me? Music. Selhira continued with even more excitement. Oh? Do you like music a lot? Selhira blushed slightly. While she was transitioning to her human body, she spent a lot of effort trying to become more ladylike so that she wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb. Part of that came in the form of her gentle demeanor, and part of that came in even more superficial ways like learning some etiquette and more feminine hobbies. Much of those things she hated. Her gentleness reminded her a lot of her crystal dragon lineage. And, honestly, of the things she had tried, even compared to domain, it was what she was best at. However, when it came to music, she liked it very much. It was just a shame that she didn't have much talent for it. It never really clicked with her. Music was very much a human creation. She couldn't get a hang of it as a beast. While she could mimic, actually grasping the tone and feel of a piece was beyond her. Ryu listened to Selhira's explanation and smiled. I can. What would you like to hear? I can play the flute, the lyre, the guqin. What are you best at? Selhira asked. Ryu smiled. What was he best at? There was really no distinction. He could be considered an expert in them all. With his former ice jade crystal body, his dexterity and fluidity of mind was on a completely different level, and with his heavenly pupils, whether it was his memory or sharpness, they had always been on another level compared to mortals. Actually, his ice jade crystal body had played a much larger part. That was because it allowed him to be ambidextrous, easily using both of his hands just as easily, and independently of one another as well. Often, as a musician, hand independence was the biggest mountain to climb. It was something that even martial artists would struggle with. This was why you couldn't just find dual wielders everywhere, despite the fact dual wielders had an obvious advantage against single weapon wielders. How about this, Ryu said. What instrument do you like the most? Selhira pouted a bit in thought. I don't really know. But the flute. I've never heard the flute before. I'm a bit curious. Flute it is, Ryu smiled. Ryu was about to bring out an old flute when he suddenly paused. Who's? Selhira's voice trailed off as she sensed Ryu's focus. Suddenly, using one hand to hold up Selhira's thigh, he used the other to raise a finger toward the air before tapping down. A gentle gust of wind formed. There was no sound and it confused Selhira for a moment, until Ryu tapped again. The wind, this time, carried a gentle green color. It reminded one of steep tea, a beautiful pale jade. Whether it was by coincidence or a trick of the mind, Selhira even seemed to be able to smell this tea. And then came the sweet sound of a flute. It was subtle and low, but it made Selhira's bones tremble. Soon, the notes began to layer atop of one another, sweet scents and gentle sounds pulling at her heartstrings. It felt that she had long since picked up the teacup, taking a deep sip that warmed her throat and filled her veins with vitality. Ryu's fingers continued to tap at the air. His gaze was a bit unfocused and his mind was completely enamored. He saw a beauty to music right now that he hadn't in the past, but it had little to do with the music itself. His northern heavenly wind was the king of winds. It was designed to help one meld into your surroundings, increasing your oneness with the air until the point you were as light as a gust and completely unaffected by even the wildest of storms. But how did it work? It had to be a form of resonance. And weren't sound waves another form of resonance? When you played the flute, you pressed down pads or covered up holes, changing the frequency at which the instrument resonated to and thus changing the sound of the note. So, if he listened to his northern heavenly wind, Didn't that mean that he could play the tune that resonated the most with the world he stood in? Couldn't he play the music of the heavens themselves? The crystal mountains in the surroundings began to tremble slightly, glowing. Ryu was lost in his thoughts and Selhira was completely enamored by the music, tears streaking down her face in torrents. How could it sound so beautiful? Why could she feel it to the depths of her soul? She felt like her Tao heart was glowing, her cultivation stirring and reacting. She could sense her path clearer now than she ever could before, as though Ryu was transferring the effects of the crystal mountain directly into her ears. He stripped away the trial, stripped away the challenge. He found the root of the trial itself, sinking down to its very purpose. The music seemed to be capable of ignoring all the protective layers around the greatest benefits of this mountain range, finding the core and giving it freely to the world, as though it wanted everyone to see this beauty. At some unknown point, Ryu's fingers stopped moving, but the music didn't. With every breath he took, with every exhale he pushed out, his body resonated with the world and the music continued. The fragrance was intoxicating, and the feeling seemed to echo in bones. Ryu felt that, if he were to throw out a punch at this moment, he could raise the world to the ground. Chapter 16:27 Tremble. Ryu stopped moving his feet. His eyes were closed and the last echoes of the gentle music came to a slow stop. The feeling was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. He didn't expect that his northern heavenly wind would have such an ability. No, it wasn't quite the ability of the northern heavenly wind, it was his innovation that had allowed it. And without his comprehension ability, northern heavenly wind or not, it would be a pipe dream to find the resonance of the world around her. It also had to be remembered that the northern heavenly wind he was referring to was barely an omniscient grade treasure right now. Although he had gained a wind treasure for his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, it was much like the others in that Ryu couldn't use it. Northern heavenly wind was a gentle treasure just like origin flames. So if it had been alone, it wouldn't have been a problem. This was also the case if it had been southern heavenly wind, the breath of life. But the eastern and western winds were too tyrannical, while the wind that Ryu had taken was a fusion of all four. And yet, he was still able to accomplish this. Ryu felt that this new ability was perfect for his close combat style. It wouldn't overlap with his child of order constitution, but would instead fuse and enhance it. Both of them could resonate with the world, but one was based purely on moving the energies of the world, while the other focused on actually understanding them. Child of Order didn't help Ryu to comprehend anything. Instead, its activation simply seemed to force the chi in the surroundings to follow his command. This musical resonance, though, wasn't a one-size-fits-all like the Child of Order constitution. In fact, Ryu felt that it actually had more potential than the Child of Order constitution did. That wasn't because of the ability itself, but rather how perfectly it fused with his abilities. This resonance with the world was the perfect foundation for his Tao. He had already managed to form a Tao vessel, and this covered many of his weaknesses, amplifying his Tao usage to a great degree, but he still lacked Tao techniques. In that case, I believe that the four arts, they just might be the foundation I need to create the strongest Tao techniques to ever exist. The main problem with Ryu's Tao as of now was that it could really do anything. It could amplify a lot of his abilities and allow him to weaken those around him, but when it came to actually impacting the world, it was too limited. But this might change all of that. He had felt that the calligraphy methods of the unbalanced art sect were too weak. He could change that. Not only could he change it, but he could capitalize on his knowledge of the other four arts and make them even better. What he was wondering was if it would be possible to do the same with domain, but he tossed the thought away. There was no absolute need to try and force a round peg into a square hole. Who cared if he couldn't find a use for domain? If he found a method to use it, he would. If he didn't, it wasn't like he had to make use of it no matter what. The ideas he had now were already enough for a lifetime. In fact, he suddenly really wanted to complete his northern heavenly wind to see just how far he could push it. He didn't even realize how long he had just been standing there, staring out into space. His enlightenment came in fierce waves. If I layer this with a state of meditation, how much more powerful would it become? States of meditation were designed not just to strengthen the mind, but it was a form of resonance with the world as well. There was a reason why the penultimate state of meditation was called one with world. The greatest state of meditation there was called breath of quintessence, and he had a strong feeling that they were related as well. And unlike others, thanks to focus, Ryu could easily slip into and out of states of meditation at will. The number 1 ranked heavenly pupils, or at least the former number 1 ranked, had gained their title for a reason. Then Ryu had another thought. How do I apply this to my dividing chaos Tao? Resonating with the world was only one aspect of his abilities. How could he do the reverse? He had multiple potential answers, but only 2 that stood out. The first was a musical theory answer. Reversing a score, maybe changing its key, transcribing a major piece into a minor one. All sorts of things could work. But then there was a cultivation answer. Was there a deeper comprehension to understand? Maybe. Ryu's eyes flashed like a blazing strike of lightning. Wasn't he walking around with the chaos plane in his dantian? Anywhere he could sense the real plane, he could sense the chaos plane. In that case, wasn't it just a simple matter of sensing the resonance of the chaos plane in this location and reacting to it? Writing a separate score of music just for it? As Ryu was slowly weaving together new Tao techniques, Selhira was entirely lost in her own world as well. She didn't even seem to realize that Ryu had stopped moving and was instead focusing on something entirely different. The small protruding tail suddenly lashed out from the small of her back, becoming long, thick, and powerful. It slapped against the ground and caused the mountains to tremble wildly. Her foundations seemed to be solidifying more and more, a pair of wings exploding from her delicate shoulder blades. Despite her slender form, each one was 10 meters in length and could wipe out a city with a single flap. Her weight became heavier and heavier as her eyes slit into an array of pale violet, pink, and sky blues. Chapter 1628. Who did this? Selhira's changes came fast and quick, her tail beating against the ground with a fervor. Her delicate pink lips parted a roar that rent the sky's echoes. Her power improved by leaps and bounds despite the fact her cultivation didn't budge even a single inch. It was truly as though she was a flower blooming in the depths of spring, a gorgeous rose budding for the world to see. It was a long while before Ryu snapped out of his state of enlightenment. Truthfully, he could have kept going, and only he would dare to snap out of it on purpose. But he had felt diminishing returns from his thoughts and felt that in order for him to make another huge leap, it would probably take about a decade or so of seclusion. He was unwilling to hold himself up for that long. He had never been in seclusion for that long before, at least not truly, but aside from that, he had things to do. He couldn't waste so much time. Plus, he could slip into a state of enlightenment whenever he wanted, and more importantly than that, he knew that improving would only really be a matter of gaining a complete northern heavenly wind. That would cut down a time of a decade to just barely a few hours, if that. He turned his attention toward Selhira and found that this woman of his had undergone a great number of changes. A twin pair of smooth, white horns curved on her forehead like a crown, nestling with her long white hair. Her wings were more oppressive than his own, and she had a tail he had never been able to form. Her scales were beautiful. Encased in reflective crystal, they emitted the same delicate pink, violet, and blue colors of the surrounding world. She was still on Ryu's back and very clearly still had her human form, and yet she seemed to have become more of a dragon than ever. She had fallen into a deep sleep, her wings and tail drooping to the ground as she lazily snored on Ryu's back. From time to time her nose would wrinkle and her lips would spread out into a smile before she went back to sleep once again. It was quite adorable, if Ryu did say so himself. Checking Selhira's state, he realized that she had actually managed to resolve much of her path. What should have been her suppressed bloodline talents had returned in their full glory, and not only had her weight increased significantly, but her strength was on an entirely different level. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His body was extremely powerful. Despite being in the fragment sky god realm, its strength was easily at the equivalent of the false sky god realm. At the very least, that was easily so in the seventh heaven. But he felt that Selhira's natural state easily output just as much power if not more. It seems that this is the weight of talent. What was most important to consider was the fact that in order to resolve her two paths, Selhira had definitely given up something. This meant that, objectively speaking, her bodily strength would have been even more powerful if she was just following the pure path of the dragon, and even more so if she entered her beast form. This wasn't unacceptable. Beasts had always been known to have far more strength than human experts of the same level. They were exceptional creatures and carried a general advantage that humanoids found trouble bridging. It seems that this path has quite a bit of potential after all. This should also be a new way of guiding others toward a breakthrough. At least for now, Selhira shouldn't have any problems with her path. She should progress smoothly until at least the omniscient sky god realm. Her cultivation speed should also go back to normal. She'll definitely break through in a short time. Selhira stirred awake after a long while, groggily waking up and realizing she had drooled a bit. She blushed with shame and embarrassment, rushing to wipe it away. "Awake!" Ryu chuckled. Selhira's blush deepened, the crimson spreading down her collarbone. Her tail waved about nervously and her wings flexed. Only then did she notice that she had actually changed so much. She hurriedly retracted her wings, but she blinked when she noticed that it wasn't changing. She couldn't just retract her wings now. They were like a permanent part of her body. Unless she used a special technique like the one she had used to become human the first time, they wouldn't go away. She felt a hint of reluctance. She missed her wings. She didn't really want to get rid of them. But could she walk around as a human with these huge things on her back? And what about her tail? Her dress was already in shambles because of its appearance. Would she have to cut a hole in all her dresses? She frowned. That annoying Jojo was always going around in those bulky armors. But one of the few things she liked about being human were the nice dresses. She didn't want to have to compromise her nice dresses. But she also didn't want to give up her wings and tail again. It felt foreign to not have them by her side all the time. The last few years had been dark without them. Ryu smiled. "We can figure something out, you don't have to get rid of them." "You like them?" Selhira asked softly. Ryu laughed. "Did you think I'd hate them? My woman is a mighty dragon. Shouldn't she show off a bit?" Selhira's heart skipped a beat. She hid her face in Ryu's back again, not wanting him to see her face as she smiled. "I'm sure we can make some unique jewelry for you too. Every woman has necklaces and earrings, but can they adorn wings and a tail?" Selhira laughed, tightening her grip around Ryu. Ryu ignored the fact that he felt like his bones were about to be ground to dust. Mentioning that her grip was too strong now would only reverse the calmness she had just gained. After appeasing Selhira, Ryu took a step and finally walked out of the trial. He found Lysander waiting for them on the outside, looking at Ryu with a gaze that could probably cause the bones of most to melt. It was the gaze of an expert in deep thought, one entirely focused on Ryu and practically boring into his soul. Ryu could feel the pressure quite distinctly, and aside from the Phoenix Sky God, this was the first time someone had been able to pressure him to this extent with a gaze alone. It was clear that Lysander's cultivation was extremely profound. Lysander was quite confused. He had sent the two in there to have a breakthrough. Well, he had done so mostly for his daughter, hoping that with her husband by her side, she'd be able to gain a different sort of enlightenment from the holy ground as compared to the past. But instead of that happening, Ryu practically ignored the holy ground entirely, and in the end it was Ryu's breakthrough alone that helped Selhira where the holy ground couldn't. Of course, it was because Ryu was in the holy ground that he found the perfect environment to resonate with and thus help Selhira. But if the responsibility were to be divided, it was clear that Ryu played over 80% of a role. Selhira suddenly roared, her meaning clear. She wanted her father to stop glaring at her husband. Lysander shook his large head, chuckling. His daughter was entirely on this man's side. What a thankless job indeed. He flicked a large claw and Ryu's ring went back to him. "So why did the two of you come today? I know that my daughter wasn't eager to visit. Help us go to the ninth heaven." Selhira spoke before Ryu could say anything. "Oh, and do you have any soul-healing treasures?" Ryu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't asked Selhira to ask that. He had only mentioned Hope's situation briefly. He didn't know much about crystal dragons, but beasts also didn't have souls in the normal sense. Would the old beast even have such a thing? Show me. The fact Lysander said this instead of asking why surprised Ryu a bit, but by now he understood the character of this old beast somewhat. He clearly liked to act mysterious, who knew how many things show me could mean. It was the perfect response to make it seem like he knew more than he did. After some thought, Ryu took out Hope, holding her in his arms. Lysander's voice came out in a low grumble. Soon his gaze had darkened. The Soul Reaper taboo sect. Who did this? Ryu remained silent. Old Juan's life was his. No one could take his kill. Chapter 1629. I wanna go. Lysander's large eyes narrowed. The Soul Reaper taboo sect is a scourge of the true martial world. They're the dash. Ryu shook his head, wanting to tune most of this out. These sort of appeals to morality were exactly the kind he didn't give a damn about. Back in Sacrum, mental realm masters were apparently the worst scum of the earth. Then there were necromancers for having the audacity to use the dead as their puppets. Had he ever cared back then? No, never. Even with it being his own Tatsuya clan setting the rules, he couldn't be bothered to give a damn. If it wasn't for the fact his understanding of necromancy was too shallow to be used in the true martial world, he would be using it here as well, regardless of the thoughts of all of these people. Sure. Maybe the Soul Reaper taboo sect was horrible. Maybe they committed mass genocide and maybe they ripped families apart or sacrificed babies. In the end, it was a waste of his time to even consider those things. If Lysander thought that he would suddenly become up in arms because of his explanations, she was sorely mistaken. Arguably speaking, what the Nine Powers had done was just as bad. Where was Lysander when the martial gods were massacring his family? Taking a step back from even that, what about the artificial formations and cap they had placed on Daos? Did they know what kind of environment that bred? Did they know how many clans like the Frost clan had fallen for trying to bump up against the current status quo? Did they even care? Who knows, maybe Lysander was just as enraged about these matters as well. To be fair to the dragon, Ryu didn't really know him. However, for Ryu personally, he didn't have the patience for such stuff. Unless everyone was perfectly good, you couldn't even start to have these conversations. And even then, one's definition of perfectly good varied wildly and might not even turn out to be so perfect in the end at all. Lysander had already stopped speaking, seemingly sensing Ryu's indifference on the topic. But true to his nature as a crystal dragon, he didn't seem to be enraged by some things. He had begun speaking on these things because he was personally passionate about them and didn't believe that sects like the Soul Reaper taboo sect or their inheritances should exist. However, this son-in-law of his was quite firm of a Tao heart. His words weren't going to change his mind, and given his reaction, he shouldn't be the one who harmed this woman either. Logically speaking, that didn't make much sense anyway. This is not an easy matter to deal with. One of this woman's incorporeal souls had been snatched away, namely, her primordial Qilin. Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed with a sharp cold light. His fury rolled out in waves, black flames dancing in his eyes as his pupils danced back and forth between slits and knot. The Soul Reaper taboo sect is capable of snatching such souls forcefully, eliminating the need to take virgins and sacrifice them the normal way. However, what's odd here is that the palm that was used here was their Yang Reaper palm and not their Qilin Reaper palm. The Yang Reaper palm is designed to be used on a man, not a woman. It's more vicious because the primordial Yang is not designed to be taken out of the body like the primordial Qilin is. Normally, whether it is the Yang Reaper palm or the Qilin Reaper palm, they use the primordial Yang and Qilin as an anchor. This anchor is formed and intertwined with the other incorporeal souls, ripping pieces of them out of the body along with the primordial spirit. The Yang Reaper palm is significantly more vicious because it digs even deeper in order to succeed in something that's not meant to happen. In comparison, the Qilin Reaper palm is more gentle but more insidious as well because it could take the primordial Qilin out without harming the woman, but chooses to do so anyway, thus harming the soul of the woman regardless. In this situation, there's good and bad news. The somewhat good news is that because this woman's primordial Qilin was taken using the Yang Reaper palm, it was harvested using the incorrect method, and as such, the soul is useless to the Soul Reaper at this time and it came to be used with the same methods. However, this is also a bad thing as well. A primordial Qilin harvested in this method not only harms the woman significantly more, but it also corrupts the primordial Qilin. Assuming that the Soul Reaper hasn't already destroyed this woman's soul, even if you manage to regain it, purifying it and allowing it to return to its original state will be nigh impossible. I am no grand healer nor alchemist, this I can admit, but I cannot think of a method that would make it possible either. Ryu had already regained his calm, a dense indifference covering a smoldering flame. And how would it usually be used if not for the fact it was reaped with the Yang Reaper palm? Lysander looked at Ryu deeply. Now he seemed to care about this. Ryu didn't feel like he was being hypocritical at all. The only thing he cared about were his family and his people. Anyone who touched that bottom line would suffer his wrath. That would never change. The primordial Qilin can be used in many ways if it is harvested properly. Usually, the Soul Reaper taboo sect is more flexible with their methods than normally. The most common way of using such a reaped soul, though, is dual cultivation with the soul. This is an advanced soul cultivation method of the Soul Reapers. Not only would they be able to increase their soul strength, but they would also be able to incorporate the talents of the stolen primordial Qilin into a soul nature, similar to a poor man's perfect black buddy soul. As for why it would only be a poor man's, it's because it usually takes much more than just one primordial Qilin of a certain kind to benefit in this way. This is why the Soul Reaper taboo sect usually wipes out entire clans when they act. Only in this way can they have significant improvement to their souls. Ryu remained silent. If not for the fact Old Wan's original aim was himself, what kind of torture would Hope be experiencing right now? If he hadn't sent his father to get Eska and Selhira, what would have happened to them? Although both of those women had already lost their primordial Qilins, who knew what other methods Old Wan might have? As for discarding Hope's soul, Ryu didn't believe that Old Wan would do so, at least not yet. He would only do so when it benefited him the most, and that would be only after he could use it to deal with Ryu. He understood that man's character very well, and he would make him pay for it. Dearly. Selhira, who was still on Ryu's back, looked toward his side profile. She could feel his anger, but she could also see how well he suddenly controlled it and used it as fuel. A fire dragon wouldn't be able to do that. If it was her mother, she likely would have already begun to rampage, going to wherever she had last seen this person. But in Ryu, it smoldered and burned, simmering with an eerie darkness that could explode at any time. Honestly, if Ryu knew her thoughts, he would feel like she was actually giving him too much credit. He wasn't all that good at controlling his temper at all. However, what he could do was dream day and night of his fist driving through his target's chest. "Please send me to the ninth heaven," Ryu suddenly said. "Please." Lysander was suddenly taken aback. He didn't expect Ryu to be the type to use words like that either. This boy seemed to surprise him more and more every moment. Ryu didn't respond. He wanted to see his wife, and for his women, especially if it was Elena, his first wife in love, he was willing to do things he normally otherwise wouldn't. "It's a bit troublesome," Lysander muttered. "Not for you. I've heard that your master has caused quite a commotion. Your status won't be any less than those geniuses, and they won't casually deal with you either. But Selhira isn't ready to go. Crystal dragons dash." "No. I want to go," Selhira suddenly said. Lysander sighed and shook his head. "Forget it. Forget it. Fine. Fine." The two were suddenly swept up again and Lysander shot into the air. Ryu thought that there might be a formation, but Lysander just shot right into the skies, piercing through an invisible veil high above the clouds and suddenly pulling them into an endless darkness. It seemed that he would see his wife very soon. Chapter 1630 Dragon Emperor. Ryu felt it before he saw it. The first time he went to the ninth heaven, he was buried deep under layers of ocean, so insulated that he couldn't truly feel the ninth heaven, and that was a good thing too. Back then, had he appeared within the majesty of the ninth heaven, he would have been crushed to death. Ryu knew this, but when he really experienced it himself, he realized how large the gap was. The eighth heaven was nothing compared to the ninth heaven. In fact, it felt like the gap between the eighth and ninth was even larger than the gap between the first and eighth. It wasn't a matter of chi quantity, but rather that it felt like this was the first world Ryu had ever stepped into that was truly complete. When Lysander broke through the final layer, the breakthrough Ryu had been trying to suppress rushed through like a wild roar through the skies. He sucked in the chi in the surroundings so greedily and wholly that a vortex formed. The clouds above swirled beneath the spinning suction force, and Ryu was forced to open his mouth wide and roar to the skies. Ryu felt like he was standing on top of the world. He couldn't even quite see the world around him clearly. It was too obstructed by the rolling chi in his ephemeral tapestry, flooding the world with colors. Lysander was speechless. He had noticed that Ryu's cultivation was a bit odd, but there was something about this boy's body that made it very difficult to read what was going on inside him clearly. Now he realized what it was. He had never heard of someone pausing such an important breakthrough before, but seeing what was going on here, he had an inkling as to why this was. Ryu literally couldn't complete a breakthrough on a smaller heaven, at least not without absorbing energy for days on end. Even when he first broke into the sky god realm, he had the help of the shrines. The requirements of the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation were truly excessive, a bottomless, insatiable pit. Ryu's hair fluttered wildly, his silvery eyes glowing so bright they almost looked blue. The feeling was absolutely intoxicating, and then Ryu sensed it. His beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation trembled, and he felt his talents being pulled along. Ryu hardly realized what happened at first, his thoughts filled with the sense of intoxication. But then he began to feel his inheritances and his comprehension of the Tao skyrocketing. Ryu didn't even really understand what was going on. The feeling was so clear and yet so vague at the same time. Even though it was happening within his own body, it was almost like he was observing it happen to someone else. Lysander's gaze flickered, his own confusion deepening. Then, he smiled bitterly and his large head shook from side to side. Down below there was the land of dragons. This was really the only place that he could come with any ease. The ninth heaven was divided into 9 perfect pieces, one to each of the 9 powers. If he suddenly appeared in one of the others, it would lead to more trouble than not. And, unfortunately, even in this case there would still be a lot of issues. The crystal dragons had been banished. Although he had the ability to come to the 9th heaven whenever he wanted, that didn't mean that he should. It would lead to a clash that he wanted to avoid. Almost as though to confirm this, the temperature seemed to skyrocket. No matter how grand Ryu's breakthrough, he was still only entering the false sky god. Although it was far more substantial than it should have been, it wouldn't be enough to alert true experts. At best, they'd think some transcendent sky god was finally becoming an omniscient sky god. However, let alone someone breaking the veil of the 9th heaven, the appearance of a Tao god like himself would never be missed. Roar! Lysander looked up and sighed. To the weak, it looked like nothing more than a streak of red through the skies. However, to him he could see it quite clearly. If the dragon could have been called rugged, it would have been. Dragons usually had gorgeous scales and a majestic temperament, but this dragon was nothing like that. The scales were dark. Though red, they seemed to have somehow been stripped of all their light, replaced instead by an exuding darkness. One side of its head carried a ghastly scar, one that somehow seemed both fresh and healed at the same time. This scar ran through an eye that billowed with a dense black fog, while the other eye was a slit orb of crimson, one that was the only point of light on the creature's entire form. Its belly wasn't ruby like the rest of it. Instead, it was covered in a layered, leathery blackness. Even its wings were filled with scars and holes, its roar causing the entire 9th heaven to tremble, as the clouds above were replaced by rolling plumes of fire beneath its presence. Pyrothos the undefeated. Beneath the sudden appearance of the mighty dragon emperor, the land of dragons fell into silence. They cowered in the burrows and shrunk their bodies. It felt as though the entire land was covered in the shadow of this creature. Lysander sighed. This was a problem. The concentration of fire chi in the region had increased to the point that Ryu would burn himself up if he suddenly started wildly absorbing any and all energy that came across him. Lysander! The guttural roar collapsed mountains, and Lysander had no choice but to reach out a claw and press down. A crystalline energy rippled outward, forming a barrier that blocked much of Pyrothos' voice and repelled some of the fire chi, allowing Ryu to finish his breakthrough. Unfortunately, Pyrothos was incapable of seeing that action as anything less than a challenge. Chapter 1631 Pyrothos. Pyrothos, as expected, was immediately infuriated. His maw opened wide, scars running along his throat lighting up like molten metal as a fireball began to form. Pyrothos, this isn't necessary. I only acted to save the lives of my daughter and son-in-law. They are too weak to handle your aura. Pyrothos didn't answer, the fireball suddenly rolling in his throat like tempered metal before it suddenly erupted akin to an iron ball from a cannon. Boom! The world seemed to collapse. The laws bent and twisted, however, under some mysterious power, rather than breaking into the void like an attack of such power should have. It somehow forcefully stabilized the world around it, forcing it to withstand its power. Lysander unleashed a roar, sending Ryu and Selhira far from himself as he sparkled with a crystalline light. Boom! 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 Lysander slid through the skies, tall mountains of crystal forming, as he blocked the fireball that rolled through the skies far more like molten metal than a bundle of flames. Pyrothos! Lysander spoke with exasperation. The Dragon Emperor suddenly burst through the mountains, appearing before Lysander with such speed that the latter couldn't react. A claw appeared around Lysander's throat, the Dragon Emperor's claw glowing with dark runes. All the land for tens of thousands of kilometers collapsed as Lysander was slammed into the ground. Pyrothos stood above the crystal dragon arrogantly, drawing blood as he pressed the latter's head into the ground. The Dragon Emperor snarled, sulfur and plumes of black smoke emitting from the sides of his maw. His one foggy black eye and one crimson pupil flickered with malice as he bent down, pressing into Lysander harder. Lysander seemed to have given up, until he heard a familiar roar that made his expression change. Roar! Another beam of red light shot through the skies. A slimmer fire dragon suddenly appeared, reflecting like a polished gem in the skies. Its two crimson irises erupted with flames when it saw the scene before it.
Viridia, no!
Lysander suddenly roared. How dare you humiliate my husband? The beam of red suddenly accelerated, a tail whipping down from the skies and ripping into one of Pyrothos' wings. No, rather, it hooked into one of the many rips, but it seemed entirely incapable of making the hole any larger than it was. A shocking realization considering the speed and ferocity of the sudden assault. Pyrothos stumbled to the side. Viridia had chosen a method to best dislodge the Dragon Emperor from her husband without allowing the former to harm him any further, but it unfortunately wasn't the method that attacked with the greatest strength. The Dragon Emperor recovered quickly and his rage, which had been slowly settling down, flared up again in huge rolling waves. He rose to his full height, his long neck stretching into the skies and his four limbs anchoring into the ground with such fierceness that the shattered, quaking ground suddenly solidified. However, this only lasted for a small moment before the cracks erupted with pillars of magma. A heart-harrowing laughter rumbled through the skies. Viridia flapped her wings, her gaze blazing, quite literally. Flames erupted all across her body, dancing upon her ruby scales and reflecting like fire on glass. It seems that I have been too lenient. Pyrothos! Lysander rose to his feet, his gaze filled with sternness. I've already said that I only came to escort my daughter and son-in-law. I will be returning now. Viridia was shaken somewhat when she heard the words, son-in-law. Pyrothos, however, didn't seem to have heard anything. Bang! The enormous Pyrothos somehow vanished in a blink, appearing before Viridia in an instant. Viridia! Lysander's eyes bulged and he shot forward in an attempt to stop what was happening. His mind rolled with methods of diffusing the situation, but by the time he tossed away several ideas, it had already happened. Pyrothos ripped 5 claws into Viridia's chest, pressing her down to the ground and biting down. A mournful roar echoed through the skies as Pyrothos bit into one of Viridia's gorgeous wings, ripping to the side. A sickening tearing sound echoed along with an equally sickening crush. Skin and bone were shorn as Viridia's entire wing was ripped away. Blood flowed in rivers. Stop! Pyrothos didn't seem to have heard anything. His claw raised into the skies, one pressing down into Viridia's chest, and the other glowing with an eerie black light. Lysander landed heavily by the 2 dragons, his eyes struggling. Please, this is enough. Pyrothos' claw ripped into Viridia's face, taking both of her eyes and shredding apart her beautiful, reflective scales. As though he wasn't satisfied with this alone, the claw that had been in Viridia's chest was pulled out and suddenly ripped her jaw open, crushing the bones in her lower maw as his second claw ripped into her mouth. This foul tongue, I'll be taking it as well. Viridia's tongue was torn out and much of her throat was burnt through. Even if she wanted to make a sound, it would be nigh impossible. Lysander's eyes bulged, his crystalline eyes reddening. His entire body flexed and the world trembled before it suddenly became eerily still, almost as though it had been forcefully stabilized. Pyrothos snorted, billowing ash of black coming from his nostrils and spilling over Viridia's half-dead form. He pushed off her body and launched himself into the skies, not even looking back at Lysander, who remained unmoving from start to finish. In the distance, Ryu watched this scene in silence. He had been sent so far away by Lysander that if not for their sheer size and his heavenly pupils, seeing across such a distance would have been impossible. His gaze didn't carry coldness, nor did it carry indifference. And, as he stood there, holding on to Selhira so that she wouldn't rush off, he seemed to understand something. It was all so insignificant, so small, and yet the consequences had somehow become so drastic. He burned the image of the Dragon Emperor into his mind. Chapter 1632. Leave her? Ryu stood in absolute silence, his heart calm. He didn't know the dragoness well, and he didn't know her husband all that well either, but as far as he was concerned, the crime of making his woman cry was enough to sign his death warrant. He took a deep breath, not immediately exhaling. He had learned a long while ago that his Tao would progress faster the stronger the world he was on. All the time he had spent on lower heavens had actually slowed him down quite significantly. However, in this world, it was as though his comprehension was unleashed to the fullest extent. Standing there, holding onto Selhira tightly so that she wouldn't run off, he drew blades across his thoughts, visualizing a future he would stand on the tallest mountain. His Tao heart trembled and shone. Selhira's cries and roars filled his ears, and they seemed to form their own sort of music. Not in a sick enjoyment sort of way, but rather in a sobering, rage-inducing sort of way. This world was filled with things that could fill him with fury. So many things that could piss him off to an extreme. So many things he might be willing to discard his life for just in exchange for a small percentage chance of getting immediate revenge. And then his mind suddenly landed on Lysander. He could feel that the gap between Lysander and the Dragon Emperor wasn't so far apart. In fact, if Lysander was willing to go all out, it would be a battle that raged on for years before a winner was decided. This was more so a guess on Ryu's part than it was based on actual analysis, and it was mostly useless because he knew that Lysander never would. Lysander hadn't acted because his mind was weighed down by logic, by weighting the odds. And it was likely that Pyrothos even knew that. In a sick sort of way, Pyrothos was far more flexible than even Lysander. Considering Pyrothos' temper, he probably would have wanted to kill Viridia, but he didn't because he knew that would cross the bottom line of Lysander's calculations. Ryu found it also pathetic. A crystal dragon who couldn't protect his wife. A fire dragon who didn't decisively kill and settled for petty revenge. What was the point of being a Tao god if you couldn't do as you pleased? Bang! Mother! Selhira's wails phased back into Ryu's senses. Ryu slowly opened his eyes and saw Lysander land. The injured Viridia was draped over his back, a weak smile on her face. Even in this situation, she seemed to be happy. It was unfortunate she could only look at her daughter with her spiritual sense and not with her own eyes. Lysander's own gaze seemed to be a bit dim. His daughter still loved him, but the reason for the fissure in their relationship to begin with was because of his nature. And this matter would only make it worse. Selhira leapt from Ryu's arms to her mother, dodging her father's attempt to say anything. Viridia nuzzled against Selhira, a gentle smile on her face. She opened her mouth to speak, but the spike of pain reminded her that she couldn't. Instead, a voice as gentle as air echoed in Ryu's ears. In that moment, Ryu understood where Selhira got her enticing voice from. You are my daughter's husband? I can sense more than one primordial een in you. Viridia almost immediately interrogated Ryu. She was gentle to Selhira, But even though her face was soothing, it was booming in his ears like thunder. Yes, Ryu nodded simply. His mind still wasn't quite on this situation. But when he analyzed Viridia's words, his eyes narrowed. How could she tell he had more than one primordial Qilin? His gaze focused and he looked at the beautiful dragon. He realized that, even if he couldn't see her eyes after they had been gouged out, that was purely a guess on Viridia's part. A rumbling roar came from Viridia. After she had confirmed her thoughts, her temper was flaring up again. Who was this little human boy to treat her daughter as just one more of his harem? It's okay, Viridia. You're too injured. Don't stress yourself. Lysander spoke lightly. After hearing this, Viridia actually seemed to calm down and Ryu understood something else. It was said that crystal dragons were the ones who guided the fire dragons and helped them to rise up. The tempers of the fire dragons would have destroyed them soon enough, but it was the crystal dragons that helped them channel it toward the right matters. Pyrothos seemed to shrug off Lysander's guidance. But Viridia wasn't the same. She was easily soothed by her husband's words. If she still had her eyes, she might have still been glaring. But at least now she seemed to have calmed down. Mother, husband is a good man. Don't be mad. Viridia snorted and went back to nuzzling her daughter. What do you plan to do? Ryu asked, speaking to Lysander. Lysander's surprise was painted all over his face. Shouldn't he be asking Ryu that question? Then, he suddenly realized what Ryu was referring to inside. The large dragon shook his head. There is nothing that can be done. There are some things in this world you simply must accept as they are. Change is slow and will take time. Ryu clasped his hands behind his back, looking off into the distance. Change is slow. Huh? Well, when you were weak it certainly was. This time, Ryu chose to hold his tongue, not for the sake of Lysander or Viridia, but rather because of Selhira. Plus, he seemed to realize that his words in this situation would do nothing. Are you going to leave her like this? Ryu asked. His meaning was clear. Was he going to let his wife suffer so that he wouldn't enrage Pyrothos again? Or not? Chapter 1633 planned. Lysander's gaze trembled. If Pyrothos heavily injured Viridia, and she came back soon afterward relatively healed, then he might very well take it as another insult. Setting aside whether he even could heal his wife, should he? Ryu had obviously come to understand this, which was why he asked first. Standing there, looking at Lysander, it didn't seem like there was a gap between their stations at all. It even felt like he wasn't the son-in-law in this situation at all, but rather the father-in-law. Husband, please heal my mother, Selhira said between sobs. Ryu didn't respond, his gaze still on Lysander. Selhira had no idea whether he could heal her mother or not, but she seemed to want to believe in him, having lost faith in her father. Lysander sighed. It must be done with propriety in mind. Meaning you want her to keep these scars. Ryu summarized what would have likely been a long diatribe. Lysander didn't respond. Even now, saying yes left a bad taste. But Ryu was clearly correct. Even if they healed Viridia, if they didn't at least leave the scars, it would only cause more problems in the future. If Viridia was heavily injured now, if she suddenly reappeared like she was just fine, the next clash might end with her death. At that point, the dragon race would be finished, because there was no way he would stand down after his wife died. I see, Ryu said lightly. At that moment, a single drop of embryonic chi appeared on Ryu's finger, and he flicked it out. It soared through the air and past Lysander's head. The speed was extraordinarily slow in the eyes of a Tao god. No amount of trickery or suddenness could get it past Lysander if he wanted to stop it. And considering those truths, Lysander also had more than enough time to understand just what that drop was and what it meant. The slit pupils of the crystal dragon shrunk and his large body quaked. But in the end, a rumbling sigh shook the earth. If Ryu was an example of someone whose path was too taboo for embryonic chi to work as it should, a beast like Viridia was the exact opposite. She was so in tune with the heavens that the moment a single drop of embryonic chi fell onto her, it was like heaven's gates had opened wide. Her injuries healed so quickly that it almost looked as though they had been pulled out of her body. A new wing tore out from her shoulder blade. A new pair of eyes popped into being, and the scar across her face sealed up in an instant. Selhira was shocked and then pleasantly surprised. Her tears seemed to dry up and she looked at her mother with an overflowing happiness. She wrapped her arms and wings around her snout, practically clinging to her mother like a koala bear. A gentle smile spread across Ryu's lips. As far as he was concerned, Selhira's tears were more than enough for him to take action. Embryonic Qi. Lysander's voice rumbled. He seemed to say it as a way of making sure that he wasn't dreaming. Ryu had, indeed, become too used to taking embryonic Qi casually, but it was the root of creation. It was capable of healing even the highest levels of sky gods in an instant with just a single drop. It could completely reform one's talent and perfect it. So long as it was perfectly in line with the heavens, that is, a few drops of this embryonic Qi could probably make a middling fire dragon into an emperor given enough time. Ryu was complaining about his beyond perfect extreme not actually doing anything, but it had already done a great deal. He could only blame himself for practicing taboo techniques. Well, that and having so many bloodlines within his body that even his embryonic Qi couldn't resolve it with a few drops. Could be said that if Ryu still had his beast companions by his side, they would all be little monsters. There was also a reason little Silk was growing so fast. Aside from his mother's help, that is, the little girl was already on the verge of becoming a Tao Lord and had long since reached the standard of the ninth heaven. The only shame was that because she was evolving so often, little Silk spent 90% of the time stuck in a cocoon. Ryu shook his head. It was his fault for choosing a butterfly as his main companion. The funniest part was that he didn't really choose her. It just happened because she dared to attack him on a whim back then. Maybe I should think about taking beast taming more seriously again. I don't really want to replace Little Gem, Little Rock and Nemesis, but... Ryu shook his head again. They were across existence, likely dancing back and forth across the same line of life and death that Ailsa was. If he let sentiment dictate his action, then he would actually end up harming them more. Maybe, Ryu thought, things weren't so simple. He could trust little Silk after she had been by his side for so long. But if he suddenly made a random beast so powerful, how long would it take before they turned on him? It wasn't like he could suppress them with his soul after they grew so strong. This was the main reason he had never thought about doing this seriously. But who knew? Innovation, huh? Maybe. It's an interesting thought. I know you might not want to listen to me, Ryu, but if I may, I believe you should spend more time understanding what each sky god realm actually means. Right now, this is your greatest weakness. All right, Ryu said casually. In truth, he already planned to do this. Chapter 1634 Mother. Ryu found a place of seclusion not far away. By this point, Lysander had already left and only Viridia was left behind. The dragoness didn't have any intentions of leaving anytime soon, because there truly wasn't much else she could do. Tao gods didn't have all the time in the world to just lounge around and do as they pleased, or more accurately, human Tao gods didn't. Many human Tao gods, or humanoids in general, spent a lot of their time in secluded cultivation. Beasts, however, didn't go into closed-door cultivation. If there was anything analogous, it would be the long slumbers and hibernations they tended to go into from time to time. Then there were those who spent long periods of time in battle to hone themselves. Pyrothos was among those who had spent much of his time embroiled in battle. Though beasts didn't form das in the same way the humans did, and they also didn't have the same 6 pillars, they did still have Tao bones and beast crystals. It was just that they functioned differently. Whereas a human's Tao would be based on often esoteric comprehension, a beast's Tao bone was almost always forged through battle and was almost always just a raw increase in either one of their talents or their general physical prowess. Pyrothos' title, the Undefeated, was forged because his Tao bone was on a completely different level. If it were to be translated into human terms, he would definitely be the equivalent of a founding Tao. The battle scars that covered his body were almost all a product of his youth, and often against those with cultivations far above his own. He never bothered to hide them, nor did he put any effort into healing them because in his opinion, scars were a dragon's pride. When he appeared, he exuded fear in those around him and he suppressed the very world. And when his Tao bone activated, he could burn down worlds. It could be said that Ryu's assessment that Lysander could battle Pyrothos for years on end was incorrect, one of the very few false assumptions Ryu had ever made in his life. Simply put, if Pyrothos wanted to kill, there was likely no one in the whole of the true martial world that could stop him. It could be said that Ryu had just laid eyes on one of the three strongest existences on the whole of the ninth heaven, a monster incarnate. What he had done to Viridia could be considered mercy, and that was precisely why Viridia could not return. Their saving grace was that Pyrothos had better things to do than to watch out for someone he had already taught a lesson. And since Lysander had already returned, there was likewise no need for him to return to this place either. These matters, though, weren't really enough to sway Ryu. They were just a reminder that his fist was still too small. Ultimately, it was something as simple as a breakthrough that had triggered such a thing. A mere breakthrough from the fragmented sky god realm to the false sky god realm. To Pyrothos, such a thing was inconsequential, and yet it was still enough for him to do what he had done. So casual, so uncaring, so vicious, all for a petty slight that was hardly a slight at all. These thoughts seemed to calm Ryu into the embrace of the universe. He sunk into a meditative state far more quickly than any time before, but it wasn't just due to his current state of mind. It was rather due to the environment of the ninth heaven itself. He sunk his mind deeper until he sensed the karmic strings his master had left behind. Little girl, I leave you for just a few years and you go off and get a husband? Did you get your father to properly vet him? Why didn't you introduce him first? I don't even know his last name. Viridia's barrage of questions and glares descended onto her daughter. The narrowed eyes of a fire dragon were truly menacing, but all Selhira could see was her adorable mother. She smiled widely, sitting on one of her mother's claws as the dragoness curled up around the mountain Ryu had chosen to enter. Look at you, giggling like a love-struck fool. I've wasted my time raising you. Aren't you the same with father? Viridia snorted. How can these two things be compared? Do you know how much hardship your father went through for my hand? How many tests did you put him through? Can't be that many since I saw you last just 10 years ago. How can you get to know a person in such a short time? Selhira blushed. Let alone 10 years. She had only known Ryu for barely 5, and he had vanished into thin air for 90% of that time. And also, how can a human please you? Won't he be too small? Mother! Selhira wasn't shocked by her mother's crassness. That was a given. But even so, wasn't talking about her husband's endowment a bit too much? Look at you already defending him so vehemently. If you've already done the assessment and feel that it's worth it, Mother won't try to change your mind. But I will tell you that while a dragoness can be happy with mediocrity for a decade, maybe even a century, our lives are long. If he can't please you, it will begin to wear on you after a millennia. 2, 10. Selhira didn't even know how to respond. How was this not trying to change her mind? Mother, I'm a human now. The proportions are different. Ah, right. Viridia said as though she had forgotten this. Even so, you don't need to worry, Selhira said quickly. If it's the ratio of body to endowment, husband does very well for himself. Very well. Also, you may not know this, Mother, but human lovemaking is very special. They can do things that feel even better than just being big. Viridia snorted with laughter and Selhira laughed along with her. Ryu was oblivious to the crass mother-daughter conversation. Chapter 1635 Control. Ryu sat in meditation. In Sacrum, the fragmented realm referred to a failure, a fractured comprehension, and an inferior breakthrough. However, the meanings of this realm were entirely different in the true martial world. Well, entirely different was a bit of an exaggeration. In a lot of ways, there was quite some overlap. The main distinguishing factor lay in the fact that there was an obvious path of progression from one step to the next when one was referring to the sky god realms. Ryu realized that those around him were correct. He understood so much about the mortal realms and immortal realms. From the awakening realm to the world sea realm, he had studied so much about them that it made him practically sick, especially since he could never practice them himself. Even when he came to the true martial world, the overlap was so perfect that he never had to learn more about them. In fact, because the people of Sacrum often spent so much longer in these realms, taking millions and billions of years to progress. In many ways, their comprehension of the realms between Awakening and World C was even beyond the people here. Ryu's mistake was in translating the hubris he had gained from realizing his superior knowledge on this front, and then applying it to the Sky God realm. In fact, for much of Ryu's life he just assumed the Sky God realm was just like the World C realm, a monolithic realm with only a single stage you either reached or didn't. But if he couldn't understand these realms intimately now, how could he bring out their full strength? From the fragmented realm to the omniscient realm, one was referring to a level of control over the world around them. The difference between the World C realm and the Sky God realm was the existence of a godhood, and this godhood was designed to impose its will on the world using your inheritances and Tao as a conduit. A fragmented Sky God would only be able to exhibit a fragmented level of control. This so-called fragmented control referred to more subtle hints of control, such as amplifying a single attack or a single skill. Once one formed a false level of control, you could make your body a temple, one that was difficult to influence. Many domains would become useless against you. You could shift your inner organs and displace them to your liking. You could even change the configuration of your own meridians. The reason this was called false control was because the name was translated from the meaning of false idol. It was a control you could have over yourself, but not the world. It couldn't be bestowed upon others, nor could it grant amazing things. As such, you couldn't be a real god. You could only be a false idol. The idea of shifting the circulation patterns of your own meridians was quite insane to Ryu, especially since his master magnum opus had been designed to do this with one blood vessels. Technically speaking, if anything in the body could be changed upon reaching the false Sky God realm, then obviously this could be done as well. But as expected, things were more complicated than just that. Ryu ignored the deep dive for now and continued. Upon reaching true control, you could finally press your will onto the world itself. It was usually at this stage that experts would form Tao vessels, because it was at this stage that Tao vessels could finally begin to exhibit their greatest strength. At the level of perfect control, one's influence on the world would be refined to an extreme. The flexibility and ease of application would transcend limits and ease into the next level. Transcended control. At this level, one could not only influence the world, but you could also break its laws. This is why only those of the transcended Sky God realm could attack Ryu while he was in the void, even if they weren't experts in space and time. Their level of control allowed them to do so. Upon reaching omniscient control, it wouldn't just be a matter of amplifying power, but the world would return its feedback, allowing one's senses to transcend normal limitations. Whether it was one's speed of thought, one's spiritual sense, or even one's sixth sense for danger and detecting things, it would reach an entirely new realm. It was even said that against weaker opponents, omniscient sky gods could even peer a little into the future, not because they could control time, but because those with inferior omniscience could simply not hide their intentions against such an expert. These were the levels of control, each one stacked atop one another. At this point, Ryu realized that he had indeed been far too neglectful. He didn't even fully grasp false control. In fact, he never really used it outside of a passive effort. Most of the control he exerted came from his child of order constitution, and it only became more so after he formed his new combat style. At the same time, Ryu understood what that mysterious feeling coming from his spiritual foundation had been. His beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation had been strengthening the control he exhibited. No, felt deeper than that, larger, more substantial. Almost like rather than strengthening it directly, it was giving him the capacity to potentially do so. It was a weird feeling, one difficult to fully grasp until it suddenly clicked. False control was the state where one could take full control of their body, even shifting and displacing organs if they so chose. What if this new feeling was related to that? What exactly was his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation trying to tell him? Ryu fell into his thoughts, and then he remembered something else. Those streams of karma he received from the complete heavenly path. Weren't they still there? They had faded, but could they hide from his eyes? Chapter 1636 Whole, Idle, Transcendent, and Omnipresent. I see. Ryu had never paid attention to these details in the past. It was clear that, at least sometimes, he should listen to those with greater experience than himself. It was times like these that he missed having Elsa by his side. she would have corrected his path a long time ago. Ryu shook his head and forced himself to remain focused. The problem he was facing right now was a bit complex. According to what he was learning here, the main reason he wasn't gaining as much from his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation as he thought he should was because rather than being in his dantian like it should be, it was instead in his realm heart. Due to this, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was technically a world away. And as a result, because he wasn't paying much attention, it was likewise easy for him to miss what it was trying to do for him, on top of the fact many of its uses had been mutated. Originally, in the fragmented control realm, one would have small sparks of control. They could be limitedly applied to techniques and in single bursts. When the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation erupted, these small sparks of control truly bloomed and brought it to perfect extreme before taking a step beyond. Logically, this seemed to mean that he would gain access to false control a step early, but this would be incorrect. Instead, the beyond perfect extreme of fragmented control was instead something called whole control. Whole control was capable of taking the single targets of fragmented control and elevating them to a new level, taking a fragmented technique and raising it to the standards of a false technique. Essentially, when fragmented technique was under the influence of fragmented control, it would reach its full potential. Under whole control, it would transcend that potential. A step beyond that, the beyond perfect extreme of false control was idle control. He could control himself so freely that he could increase to the size of the battling dragons from earlier if he so chose. His ability to body realm cultivate would be on an entirely different level, and if he really put some effort in, at least in terms of raw power, it seemed that he could leave even the 9-pillar flame sect methods in the dust. Of course, that was just in terms of raw power. In terms of profundity, Ryu's idle control would be far behind that of the 9-pillar flame sect. At least if he was using idle control alone. It was quite clear to Ryu that if he put as much effort into this, the profundity of a taboo sect wouldn't mean much to him either. What could compare to the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils in terms of comprehension? Although it would surely take time. Would he ever need the taboo sects anymore? It was just a shame that he had no easy way to reverse the progress he had already made with the 9-pillar flame sect's inheritance. And at least for now, it probably wasn't in his best interest to do so either. For now, it was still more powerful than whatever he could do with idle control. The beyond perfect extreme of true control was where matters really became a bit extreme. The main issue was that true, perfect and transcendent were all in a line. Rather than gaining new abilities, they were rather akin to extensions of one another, somewhat. Due to that, the beyond perfect extreme of true control was actually transcendent control, moving to perfect and then going beyond, allowing one to break the mold of the world and shatter its laws. The beyond perfect extreme of perfect control was likewise transcendent control, or, rather, perfect transcendent control. Rather than having to rely on force to break the laws of the world, it would be far more controlled under Ryu's control. Ryu couldn't help but remember the attacks of Pyrothos and Lysander. Their strength was more than enough to shatter the void and destroy reality, and yet their attacks seemed to forcefully stabilize the face and force the world to bear their might. Comprehending what perfect transcendent control could mean, Ryu had a feeling that it was analogous to this. Not just breaking the laws but taking a step beyond and forcing them to stabilize. In a lot of ways, perfect transcendent control was akin to concentrating one's attack and not allowing the force to disperse through other means. Whenever transcendence attacked and the world collapsed, they were losing a lot of their own strength and less of it actually ended up impacting their actual target. This allowed a person to control 100% of their strength all the time. Then there came the beyond perfect extreme of the transcendent control of the transcended sky god realm was a step beyond perfect transcendent control. If transcendent control broke law and perfect transcendent control strengthened them, then omnipotent control, the beyond perfect extreme of transcendent control, acted like the true control equivalent of fragmented control. Chapter 1637 Cracked. The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was stuck in Ryu's realm heart instead of his dantian, and as such, his control had to come from his realm heart as an extension. The trouble with this was that if the vessel was too weak, then the control would also be weak. But in this regard, Ryu's problem was actually the exact opposite. Rather than being weaker, it was actually much stronger. A realm heart was the embryo of a world. The only limiting factor to his control was the strength of his realm heart. Ryu had swallowed more than enough godhoods that his realm heart was already at a false grade standard. The trouble was, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation had caused a great change. The realm heart was an incarnation of order in a lot of ways. It was the truest kernel of order, the starting phase of a world. But his spiritual foundation had turned it into the incarnation of chaos. Due to that, Ryu's control was a bit... Well, Ryu's eyes opened and he pressed out a finger. He exerted false control over his body and it quickly became chaotic idle control. When he tapped at the air, there was no energy, no sudden commotion, and yet in that moment, it felt like his body had just fallen through reality. It was as though his child of chaos constitution had suddenly gained an exaggerated buff. Just making changes to his body broke the laws of the world in a way that only transcendent control should be capable of. A glow was coming from Ryu's chest and a domain was rippling around him. The very domain of his realm heart itself. Bang! Ryu's body suddenly grew until he stood 10 kilometers tall. The mountain range he had been in collapsed like it was made of rotten wood, while Selhira and her mother were taken aback by the sudden change. This was the 9th heaven, not the 1st. You couldn't just casually fall through space or shatter the ground. Just because Pyrothos had done it, didn't mean that Ryu should be able to. He was a Tao god beast, while Ryu was just a false sky god. So this is the power of real talent, Ryu thought to himself, standing high in the skies, overlooking the world in a way he had never been able to before. He clenched his fists before he began to feel weak. His body shrunk down and he exhaled a breath. It was simply impossible to sustain that kind of size for more than a few seconds. When Ryu looked into his beyond perfect spiritual foundation, he grimaced a bit. His vast ocean had actually dried up. He had only been that large for a few split seconds, and yet his nigh endless god chi had already run out. The treasures he had gathered began to glow, and only then was there a steady increase to the level of chi again. But by Ryu's calculations, it might actually take months for it to recover. That's unexpected. He didn't expect for just a small change to cost him so much. He redirected the chaos chi in his meridians to his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation and the speed increased. Suddenly, something that should have taken months should now just take a few days. Is this why they were so scared of the pairing? Just how powerful was I just now? Ryu was shocked because replaying the memories, he felt that he should at least be able to severely harm a perfect sky god if not outright slaughter them in a single blow in that form. And that was after extrapolating to the standards of the 9th heaven based on guesses he made with Selhira as a model. And that was if he went all out, but what if he chose a smaller range instead? What if, instead of growing so tall, he used 10%? Or maybe 5%? His god chi wouldn't just immediately dry up and he might be able to fight a more sustained battle against real powerhouses. Ryu shook his head. He had yet to lay his foundation down perfectly. He had just casually tested out chaotic idle control, but he had really understood it. And before he understood that, shouldn't he pay attention to chaotic whole control first? Ryu began to take his time, doing a deep dive into both chaotic whole and chaotic idle control, trying to understand their limits. He also realized that through his White Phoenix spiritual foundation, he should have access to the more normal fragmented and false control as well. He tested a few things, trying to see if he could grasp whole and idle control as well to balance out their chaotic counterparts. Days later, Ryu shook his head and stood up from within the rubble. He smoothed out his hair, lost in thought. He felt that his path was beginning to feel a bit muddied. There were so many factors and entangled variables that parsing through them all was difficult. Ultimately, this was mostly because he didn't have the cultivation method designed for his chaotic silk meridians. The karmic strings the complete heavenly path had left behind for him were a great help, but they didn't actually have cultivation methods. It was akin to having a summary of what he ought to do, but not exactly how to do it. It was even more difficult to follow when there were so many other variables in his body. For example, the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation seemed to be an anomaly. No, more accurately, the White Phoenix spiritual foundation was. His karmic strings gave him information about how his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation would act if it was in his dantian, because those strings of karma couldn't see through the white phoenix spiritual foundation at all. To them, it might as well not exist at all. So Ryu was stuck extrapolating on his own, trying to understand things that were beyond him. The fact he was also dealing with taboo powers didn't make things any easier at all. Ryu looked down toward Viridia. Mother-in-law, if I want to steal a cultivation method for the chaotic silk meridians, where should I go? Viridia's maw opened slightly, but no sound came out. Was this son-in-law of hers a little bit cracked in the head? Chapter 1638 Primus. Viridia looked at Ryu, speechless. For one, this boy had just admitted to having the chaotic silk meridians, and that was its own can of worms. Although she was a beast and they didn't have the same talent system or structures, how could she not know the value of this pair of meridians? Even Selhira was surprised because Ryu had never told her exactly what his talents were. She could vaguely feel them, but she didn't know the exact specifics. In fact, whether it was Viridia, Lysander, or Selhira, they all thought that Ryu's embryonic chi was a product of a lucky encounter and not something he could quite literally produce with his body. Other than his space-time soul nature and his Tao, much of everything else about Ryu was a mystery to her. And even then, she still thought that Ryu only had a space soul nature and she wasn't aware of the time portions at all. Suddenly, Selhira smiled. It seemed that Ryu wasn't trying to hide such things from her. They just didn't come up in conversation, so there was no need to care so much about it all. Boy, do you have any idea what you're saying right now? Of course I do, Ryu nodded. But I just got a master to back me. If I don't take advantage, won't I be wasting her goodwill? Viridia's gaze sharpened as she suddenly realized something. Her son-in-law's name was Ryu. Could his last name be? You're the Tatsuya. Yes, that's my name, Ryu nodded. You're a fire dragon. I'm a human. You're a fire dragon, Viridia repeated. If the Dragon Emperor knew your name, he probably wouldn't have let you go so easily. Ryu frowned. Why's that? Because of who your great-grandfather is. Ryu's expression became placid. He had heard that he had a weird lineage, but he didn't really understand how that could be possible. He had learned earlier that his lineage was a bit odd, but Primus was from Sacrum. If he wasn't from Sacrum, it was impossible that he would be able to live for the trillions of years he had, at least not without becoming a Tao god first. It didn't make any sense. But since this was the second person who was telling him this, it would be foolish of him to ignore it. Can you explain this matter to me? I'm not aware of these matters. Viridia blinked, then looked Ryu up and down. Primus was born in the true martial world. He left because he fell in love with a woman of a smaller world and he shed away his foundation, weakening it considerably so that he could match their lifespans. His wife died and he chose to return many years later. Ryu frowned. This was the first he had heard of such a thing, but wasn't this fire dragon mother-in-law of his a bit too straightforward? He understood getting right to the point, but shedding away all the details like that made it feel like the entire story had no context at all. Can you explain more than that? Ryu asked, his lip twitching. He wasn't used to asking people questions, let alone fishing for them. Viridia frowned. I don't like speaking in his human dash. Mother. Husband understand dragon tongue. Just speak in it. Are you sure? Dragon tongue spoken by me could kill him. Husband will be fine. Viridia hesitated, then began to speak again. Primus isn't a human, he's a real dragon. In fact, he was once meant to become our dragon emperor. Unlike Pyrothos, who was obsessed with battle, though Primus has always been obsessed with experimentation, of breaking the shackles of our bloodlines and improving them further. He was more of a craftsman than a dragon, and his approach was incredibly odd for a fire dragon to have. Just by virtue of his existence, he shouldn't have had an interest in such things, but he forged his Tao down a novel path. His studies took him across existence and he visited many worlds. This left many of the elders feeling extraordinarily unhappy because in order to do this, he was always restraining his cultivation and limiting its strength so that he wouldn't be rejected by these worlds. Unfortunately, even with all of this, there was still no one in Primus generation capable of defeating him, even when he was multiple cultivation levels below him. His innovation in combat and in the methods of applying our bloodline talents were akin to something never before seen. In fact, it could be said that it was because of Primus' existence that the elders felt the crystal dragons were no longer necessary. There was no need for the crystal dragons to potentially be a thorn or hidden pitfall at their side if Primus could do their job even better than them while also being of their lineage. During one of his expeditions, though, Primus met and fell in love with a woman. It was said that she was immortal, and after meeting Primus, she managed to become a Tao god through the great art of painting. It turned out that Primus was the inspiration she needed to take that step, and she was blessed by the heavens with a never-before-seen physique. Primus used this as his own inspiration, breaking free of the shackles of beasthood completely, and became a human with a dragon bloodline rather than a pure dragon. However, rather than taking advantage of this new path, one that was undoubtedly astoundingly powerful, he chose to use his new flexibility to do away with much of his foundation, living out his days with his new wife. Dragons do not have surnames. However, Primus created one of his own, which is why Tatsuya literally translates to dragon. I guess in this facet, he wasn't very creative. Unfortunately, Primus' efforts were mostly useless. After a short time relative to what he thought he would get after such a sacrifice, his wife died.
Chapter 1639 Dare.
I'm not really sure what happened. Most of the details I've just given you might be incorrect or off. I only know the general gist of the story. Primus didn't return immediately after the death of his wife, and I'm not even sure where he is now. But I have heard some information about how he has returned to the true martial world. However, while he's returned, he hasn't come back to the clan. So it's hard to tell what his intentions are or if he even has any intentions at all. The main point is that your lineage is a bit special as a result of this. At least part of you is the product of an unknown physique and a dragon who broke free of its shackles. I'm not sure what that means. But at least under normal circumstances, the Fire Dragon clan will not harm you. They might detain you, maybe even as a method of trying to get Primus to return, but harming you is unlikely. That said, your bloodline also isn't very good and I can't see anything special about it. If you were born in the Fire Dragon clan, your standing wouldn't be very high at all. You're also several generations removed from Primus as well, 3 if I'm correct. So whatever specialty he might have passed on has long since diluted. If you were his son, it might be a different situation. But at least for now. Viridia's voice trailed off as she realized that Ryu was wholly uninterested in these things. The matter of how good his bloodline was or wasn't would be dictated by him, not what he was born with and certainly not by Primus. If there was anyone he had some interest in and sympathy for, it was his great-grandmother. She probably didn't know she was marrying a psychotic bastard who would sit on his hands while their only son was murdered. Primus sure sounded like great husband material. As for Primus' background, he only gave a damn as far as it affected him. Knowing and understanding the Fire Dragon stance was important to him. And you're sure that your Dragon Emperor has no animosity toward Primus? Viridia's gaze flickered.
No.
Like I said, the generation of the current Dragon Emperor and Primus are misaligned. Primus is actually much older and the two never truly clashed head-on. Even if there might be a clash in the future, it wouldn't be as a result of animosity. That is simply the way of the dragons. I'm sure any challenge will be accepted with open claws. I see, Ryu replied lightly. That was a small boon, he guessed. But that wouldn't really stop the Phoenixes or the Lightning Qilin from being enraged. And as for my original question? Ryu asked. Boy! Viridia let out an exasperated sigh, feeling a headache coming on. Do you even know what the 9 powers of the 9th heaven are?
No.
Viridia shook her head and Selhira giggled. There are the dragons, the Qilins, the Phoenixes, the Griffins, the Rocks, and then there are 4 human powers, the Martial Gods, the Beast Mimicry Sect, the Arcane Mancer Sect, and finally, the Devouring Heaven Sect. The human powers likely all have at least one method capable of cultivating the chaotic silk meridians, but it would be nigh impossible for you to get it. The martial gods won't allow anyone without their bloodline into their inner circles. They populate themselves too well and they have too many bloodlines, they do not take in outsiders. And those they do certainly won't be able to earn a look at such a valuable technique. The Arcane Mancer sect is one that dabbles in many mysteries of the mind. They are the strongest mental realm masters on the ninth heaven, and they have extremely high requirements for soul strength and talent. The problem is that they're also the most sinister of the sects as well. If you enter without a backer, you'll be devoured by one faction or another, whether it's their soul eaters, their necromancers, or even their illusionists. Even the most docile members of their sect are extraordinarily dangerous, and you would likely die before you even understood what happened to you. The Devouring Heaven sect is the smallest of all of these groups, and they only accept those with the devouring talents, that being the perfect Black Buddy soul, the Devouring Heaven Meridians, the Devouring Heaven bone structure, and those of the like. The trouble with them is that they take in all their disciples as babies and children, raising them up from infancy. The other sects you might be able to join as you are now if you jump through some hoops, but even then, it's impossible. They are even more selective than the martial gods. Then there's the Beast Mimicry sect. They're dangerous for other reasons, especially to you. Even if you have the talent to be a beast master, just the fact you have beast blood in you will make you incompatible. Their techniques will be able to work against you, and if you attempt to use them, they will clash against your own nature. Even if by some miracle you manage to make it in, just by virtue of those last points, not only would you be in danger of losing your mind to the control of another interested in having such a specimen under their control, but you never be able to rise up their ranks high enough to exchange for such a technique because your talent for their techniques would be far too poor. Even if you took a step back and tried for one of the beast clans instead, as there's no guarantee that they wouldn't have such a human cultivation method, you would be sliced up the moment you entered their borders. If they sensed your bloodlines, they would chase you down to the ends of the heavens. And that's the main problem you're facing. Even the Beast Mimicry sect doesn't dare to tame one of the 5 beast powers, so they wouldn't even dare to take you in to begin with. Chapter 1640 Unlucky. Viridia was far more patient in explaining these things than she would have been to almost anyone other than her own daughter. However, the more Ryu's reaction remained indifferent, the more annoyed she found herself getting. She could tell that this was just Ryu's default state. It was really starting to piss her off. A fire dragon would have at least reacted with disdain, since when one would have been so calm. Even the crystal dragons weren't this annoying. Maybe she had mentioned those names too casually, or maybe Ryu simply had no way of understanding from their names alone. You don't need to try and explain it again, I get it. But I also never said anything about joining any of them. I don't do well with sex. Viridia thought back and realized that Ryu had used the word steal. She had just directly ignored it because that was even more ridiculous than what she was willing to accept. Even a fire dragon wouldn't be so crazy. None of this made any sense to her. In fact, she had thought that maybe she had mistranslated Ryu's meaning and just filled in the blanks herself. But Viridia shook her head. What are you thinking? Even those hidden guilds don't dare to steal from these powers. Don't think that your master's deterrence is that great. She might be a Tao god, and her husband might be one as well, and that's enough for people to not go out of their way to bully you, but if you're messing with their faith, they will attack to kill regardless of who you are. Ultimately, the backing of 2 people is not enough to offset the prowess of an entire sect. Even if you returned to the Fire Dragon clan under your great-grandfather's umbrella and were acknowledged as one of us, it still wouldn't be advisable to make an enemy out of one of these sects. Ryu's indifference broke out into a smile. Selhira, do you want to come with me? Or do you want to spend some more time with your mother? Selhira was about to answer when Ryu suddenly shook his head. Actually, that's okay. Just stay here. Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything stupid. He could tell from his soul's fluctuations that she wanted to stay with her mother for a bit longer and actually wanted Ryu to stay with her. But Ryu felt that he had already wasted enough time. He hadn't forgotten the true reason he came to the 9th heaven, and that was to see Elena. The rest of it could wait. Well, now that he had learned that all the human clans had the technique he needed, couldn't he just get his wife to steal it for him? Would it even count as stealing, then? Whoosh! Little Silk appeared in a swirling icy wind. Viridia snarled, dispersing the cold in a wave of heated breath that made Little Silk shiver. Ryu sighed. Having a beast for a mother-in-law would really take some getting used to. Anyone else who did that, he would have already snapped at. Little Silk was his companion after all. But he let it slide. Again. He stepped onto Little Silk's back and waved goodbye to the mother-daughter pair. However, just as he was about to go, he remembered something. "Mother-in-law, can you point out the direction of the martial gods to me?" Viridia was, once again, at a loss for words. As Ryu streaked across the skies, he exuded a special aura. Around his neck, there was a thick dragon claw, one that was much too large to be used in a necklace. But Ryu didn't really have the luxury to complain about it. The protective talisman of his master was still fresh and new. Those that were exceptionally powerful at the omniscient sky god realm and above could sense the faith gathered on him and make the conclusion that he wasn't one to offend, but those below weren't so smart. In addition, that was just taking into account humans who were more adept at this sort of thing. When it came to beasts who took up the majority of the ninth heaven, they weren't so particular and careful about such things. In this sort of region, if Ryu didn't have deterrence that was more physical and real, he would die 100 times over before he even understood what was happening. And that was why this Talon existed. It was the physical deterrence he needed, and it was why no one dared to bother Selhira while they were on the 8th heaven. Every time Little Silk flapped her wings, they would cross hundreds of kilometers. Space seemed to freeze, then crack, opening up a lane for them to cross in the blink of an eye. As Ryu watched this in silence, sitting cross-legged on her back, he realized Little Silk's comprehension was reaching an extreme. He thought about how, at a certain level, all cultivators had some control over space and time. It wasn't the first time he had thought of this. In fact, the first time he did, he had had a huge breakthrough in how he used his spacetime soul nature. However, seeing it manifest in physical form before him now, he felt a smile creeping onto his face. It was like a confirmation of everything he had deduced earlier, and he felt much more confidence in himself. This world was so large and vast. Even for him, it sometimes became overwhelming. There were too many things to learn, too many potential pitfalls that might ruin his foundation and his future, and none of that even mentioned the people who were always trying to kill him. Ryu got lost in Little Silk's movements. There was something about the shattering of space and the reformation of it. He thought about how long it had been since he had used Ice Chi in battle. He chuckled to himself. It had indeed been a while. His Ice Phoenix bloodline was his greatest defensive asset, but ever since Immortal Sakura became too weak for him to use, and he hadn't dedicated any time to improving it, it had ended up like this. Well, do I even need to? Eska would have already improved it for me. Eska, Ryu called out. Yes, Lord Husband? Your Immortal Sakura visualization. Can you transfer it to me again? Yes, of course. There seemed to be a hint of happiness in her voice. A stream of information entered Ryu's mind as he was lost in thought. The shimmering image of a gorgeous crystalline Immortal Sakura appeared to his back without much conscious thought. As they flew through the skies, Ryu pulled out a paintbrush and began to absent-mindedly slide it through the air. Runes danced, and the construct of the Immortal Sakura seemed to become more solid before fading away as though Ryu had erased it to try all over again. Ryu lost himself in this feeling for months, not quite noticing the time tick by until his gaze sharpened and as a city in the distance sharpened. As he entered the territory of the martial gods, he could finally feel it clearly. Elena's soul. A smile crept onto his face. He could always vaguely feel her, but the feeling wasn't the same as it had been on Sacrum. On Sacrum, he knew exactly where she was at all times. Well, he had after he awakened her primordial Een from a slumber during his second life. However, in the true martial world, other than knowing that she was alive and likely that she was on the 9th heaven, he knew nothing else. A palm flipped over and a familiar jade appeared. He twirled it between his fingers, remembering the crazy girl that had filled it up with images that would make the devil blush. He laughed. The jade disappeared and he leapt off of Little Silk's back, swinging down from the skies with a soaring momentum. He landed with a heavy boom that was much duller than he would have otherwise expected nonetheless. But he didn't care much. He knew where Elena was, he just needed a teleportation channel to that location, and this city was going to be his ticket. The appearance of a young man high in the skies wasn't eye-catching. There were many soaring through the skies like this, relying on various treasures. However, there was only one riding on the back of a beast, and an omniscient god beast at that. Ryu's entrance was so eye-catching that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that almost every soul in the city that could be looking toward him now was doing so. Ryu's laughter boomed. Ninth heaven. Ryu Tatsuya, am here. The skies flashed and rumbled, the foundations of the city shaking and quaking. In the heart of the city, a large-bellied, sloppily dressed city lord wiped the sweat from his brows. I just want peace, just peace. I went out of my way to take over this fringe city on the outskirts of martial god territory. Why am I so unlucky? Chapter 16, 41, 2 streams. City Lord Horus dabbed away at his forehead, trying to cobble together a procession to welcome Ryu. But Ryu himself seemed oblivious to all of this. He made a direct beeline to the teleportation platform before he realized that he was a little bit too eager. He could feel Elena now, but that didn't mean he could just hop into a teleportation platform and make it right to her. That wasn't because he was worried about what was on the other side. Quite frankly, he couldn't be bothered to give a damn right now. It had been a while since he was able to flaunt his younger master status, but it was a role he was confident in sliding right back into. Soon, the ninth heaven would be filled with as many Mistress Holy Wings as he could find. But no. The main problem he was facing was that he had no idea how to translate his sensory information about where Elena was to the teleportation itself. He could point in a general direction, but he had no idea how that direction related to the teleportation destinations themselves. In the worst case, he'd have to randomly pick locations until he got close enough. He could just wait here as he was pretty sure that Elena could feel him by now too. But that would defeat the purpose. He had come to visit his wife. If he had to wait for her to come to him because he was lost, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Plus, the purpose was to make her happy. How could he make her do all the legwork? Ryu's brow furrowed. Would he have to just continue traveling with Little Silk's help? But it had taken him months to get here, almost an entire half-year. If he kept traveling that way, it would probably be years before he made it. He was lucky enough in that he had been on the edge of dragon territory to begin with, and relatively close to the martial god territory. But if he had to make it toward a region he assumed had to be the core of martial god territory, a map would fix this. But can I even get one? Getting a map in the lower heavens was already impossible, let alone on the ninth heaven. He would probably die just for asking for one if not for his master. As Ryu was lost in thought, a man billowing with fat rolls trotted over, dotting his forehead with a damp handkerchief. Young Master Ryu, apologies, I am late. My humble city welcomes you. Ryu looked over and raised an eyebrow. He had somewhat expected this, but it really had been a long time since he didn't need to be annoyed by the disdain of others. This city Lord Horus was clearly a Tao Lord, but he was actually bowing and scraping. However, this just painted the true picture of this world. Even on the eighth heaven, a Tao Lord was a great being. And here they were a bowing city lord? At the same time, though, the sheer power of the martial gods was on full display. Even in a fringe city they had such powerhouses. Seeing this scene, though, Ryu seemed to realize that this might be simpler than he thought. Do you have a map of the cities connected to this teleportation station? This. Horus froze, his sweat falling even faster. This was a treasonous question. This boy was really trying to get him killed. He should have known. If Horus realized that Ryu hadn't actually expected him to appear at all, he'd probably be kicking himself even worse. Ryu's frown returned and he shook his head. He had known that this was likely going to be the outcome regardless, but it was still disappointing. But then he chose to compromise. Send me to the furthest city you can in that direction, Ryu pointed. Yes, Horus nodded. He couldn't help but come off as more eager than he probably should have. He even went as far as to set up and activate the formation himself, not exhaling until Ryu was gone. He wiped his forehead again, finally relaxing. Just as he was about to bark out some orders and re-establish some prestige, an aura descended that made him want to faint. What god did he anger to deserve this? He couldn't even relax for a single moment. High in the skies, a young man descended on a silver flying disc. He touched down with a boom and the streets fissured and cracked. With a thought, Horus plopped down to his knees, not even willing to look up. Ultimately, Ryu's name was fresh and new, but there were many more deeply ingrained fears than a young man with the backing of two Tao gods. There was a particularly strong surge of faith here moments ago. Who descended? The young man asked coldly. Horus quickly explained to the best of his abilities. He gave enough details that the young man would be unlikely to ask any more questions, but not enough that it would be seen as a sign of betrayal if Ryu were to ever learn of it. Plus, it wasn't like Ryu had hidden his actions. Ryu? I've heard a lot about this name in recent days. His master sure is arrogant, the young man sneered. Send me to the same city. Yes, yes. Horus released a string of curses in his heart. He had put all that effort into not offending either party, only for this to happen. If Ryu wanted to take offense, he was finished. He could only hope that this young man didn't say anything about how he ended up in the city. If he was lucky, maybe they would just start fighting immediately, or whatever rage Ryu had would be aimed toward the young man. That Ryu was only a false sky god, but this young man was already a perfect sky god and seemed to be a few years younger than Ryu on top of that. He really didn't understand why a Tao god had taken such a disciple. Horus furiously shook his head. Such thoughts were how people ended up dead. He dabbed at his forehead, sending the young man off with a smile. The instant the young man disappeared, Horus threw off his top layer of robes despite the fact he was in the middle of the populated streets. He tossed his city lord badge to his second in command and roared into the skies. Fuck this. If anyone asks for me, tell them that I've gone out into the wilds to die. Horus brought out a flying treasure and shot into the skies, not caring about anything else. He was a Tao lord, even those two arrogant brats weren't guaranteed to reach his level. Was he really consigned to a life of bowing and scraping for them? On the ninth heaven there were two streams of cultivators. The first stream were the normal cultivators, ones like Horus. The second stream, however, to reach Sky God by 18, True God by 21, Perfect God by 24, Transcendent God by 30 and Omniscient God by 40. Those were the benchmarks denoting who were the true geniuses and who were not. Obviously, Ryu had long since fallen off of this chart, while the young man was far ahead of these benchmarks. However, what was important to Horus weren't the benchmarks themselves, but rather the fact that there were no such time limits for the Tao Lord realm and beyond. Could be said that the moment one stepped into this realm, nothing else mattered. There were even many geniuses who managed to maintain this pace to the omniscient sky god realm, and yet never took the next step. It was true. The more talented you were, the more difficult taking that step was. It was the paradox that had haunted many a genius. He had wanted a life of leisure, but life wasn't kind to him. He wanted nothing to do with this any longer. Ryu didn't know what happened after he left, nor did he care. In fact, the first thing he did was sense for Elena, and when he realized he still had a ways to go, he commandeered another teleportation array, pointed in the direction he wanted, then vanished again. He realized quickly as he did this for a third and then fourth time that the cities weren't all interconnected. Instead, it seemed that the periphery cities were only connected to some higher-level cities, but none too far above it. This was likely a protection. You wouldn't want a person being able to send an army to the core of your territory after conquering just one city. But even so, it left Ryu curious. He was told before that the martial gods were extraordinarily cautious given their strength. And now there was this. What were they so wary of, exactly? Chapter 1642 Mildew. A familiar young man stepped out from a teleportation portal and a swath of elites swarmed him, bowing in subservience. However, the young man didn't seem to notice them. He frowned, realizing that his target was once again not here. What the hell was going on? Was this man making him chase him around everywhere? Although the young man didn't curse, his scowl caused the chi in the air to ripple and the surrounding guards to bow even lower, fearing that they had offended him in some way or form. In the fringe cities, maybe only the city lords would understand who this man was. But they could see it all quite clearly here as guards of a city nearer to the core of martial god territory. His hair was a blazing shade of red and his eyes burned like two golden embers. He wore robes emblazoned with the same colors. He was unnaturally tall and the air seemed to crackle and pop around his body. This was clearly a young master of the Flame Swallower branch of the martial gods. While they weren't on the same level as the Divine Chain, Divine Wing, and Divine Hegemony bloodlines, they were firmly considered a low-tier branch within the martial gods, and their standing was far above that of these guards. The structure of the martial gods was quite complex because they had several bloodlines and branches within them. Aside from the hegemonic tier, which were considered to be the ruling class of the martial gods and included the three divines, there was still the high tier, the middle tier, the low tier, and beneath them, there were what was commonly known as the dregs. There was quite some movement between the tiers, and there were dozens of bloodlines. However, it was well known to never offend someone of the low tiers or above because they could easily have parents or relatives of much higher tiers. The martial gods were unique in that they worked a lot like the dragon race did. Any bloodline could bloom at any point regardless of who the parents were. Though it was more likely to have one of your parents' bloodlines, it wasn't impossible to end up with another. In fact, it was common enough that such a rule was in place. That said, even if this young man's parents were also of low-tier branches, that wasn't for these people to complain about because they were part of the dregs. The dregs tier were made up of a random assortment of martial god bloodlines that had long since been phased out. They weren't necessarily weak or powerful, but through the process of evolution, their inferiority had been decided. And much like with evolution, it wasn't always the weakest that lost out. It was easy for unfortunate circumstances to lead to the fall of an otherwise powerful bloodline. Even with all of this said, the dregs were still the dregs for two very important reasons. They had no political power, and more importantly than that, the techniques and cultivation methods they often needed to bring out their full strength had long since been lost. "Where did he go?" the young man snarled. The head guard hesitated. It was against the rules to tell one of another's destination. Who would use their services if they did so? The fringe cities might not care much about these rules, but how could they not? The closer you were to the core, the more open options there were, and if even the likes of this young man could dictate where and when they gave out classified information, then who would choose to come to their city? The air popped with more embers as though fire chi was being pulled through the gaps in space. I asked a question. Ryu still wasn't aware that there was a person hounding after him, but quite frankly, he wouldn't really care one way or another. He finally landed in a city that made him feel the full weight of the world he was in. Well, technically, this was the third time. He had landed in this city before, but he ended up overshooting Elena. He tried again and overshot her again. So now he knew for certain that she was somewhere between these three cities, and that would mean venturing out into the wilderness. Ryu smiled when he thought this. Elena wasn't exactly a hard worker. She never truly took cultivation seriously. Although she had easily become a genius by sacrum standards, it wasn't because she shed blood and sweat. In fact, the first time they met, Ryu had a particular distaste of Elena because of this. She could do what he had always dreamed of doing, but she never grasped the opportunity. It made him somewhat resentful of her. Elena, though, never really took it personally. In fact, she would crack jokes about it and poke fun at him. Not in the same abrasive way that a certain ignoramus did, but in her own quirky way. "Oh look, Mr. Grumpy is here again." Elena's pink diamond eyelashes fluttered, sticking her chest out and leaning forward as she looked up. It was almost like she wanted to see up his nose, and Ryu really didn't know how to deal with this woman. "Saintess, if you could dash. Call me Elena, Grumps. This is an important gathering of clans and sects. We have many things to get through, so if you could dash." "Hee, I don't know why you pretend to not like me. If it was someone else, you would have already said something outrageous by now. Come on. Tell me I'm from a horse clan or something. Really try to get me riled up." Ryu gave Elena a pointed glance. "Is that really what you want?" he asked coldly.
Elena blinked.
"Did I not say so? All right, you're an absolute annoyance. You act coldly toward others and cozy up to me for what, exactly? Do you think I can't see through your schemes? If you want to be a honey trap, at least be as beautiful as my death guard first. Then maybe you'll actually have some chance at success. Either that, or do what your clan does best and drug me. Maybe you'll get your way then." There came a shudder from a nearby ripple in space as Nuri almost slipped and fell. However, she quickly covered up her actions, trying to remain as covert as possible. Ryu pretended not to notice anything, But Elena giggled, turning her head over. Really? I'm not as beautiful as her. Ryu's gaze became frighteningly cold, almost as though he was daring Elena to take it a step further. Elena laughed beneath Ryu's cold glare. You know, you're kind of handsome when you glare like that. It makes me shudder in all those unknown places. Well, maybe they're not unknown to you. I'm sure you and your dash. Watch your mouth, woman. Don't impugn the reputation of Nuri, or it won't just be my words that are venomous. Rather than being enraged, Elena's eyes lit up. So you're a virgin? This is great. Ryu's expression darkened. Elena leaned forward, about to kiss Ryu before he could react. But that was when a shadowy figure appeared before her, blocking her lips with a fair palm. Hey, you two are no fun.
Elena pouted.
Such a prudish couple, but I can't even get a little kiss. There was a push of space and Elena hopped back, smiling as she watched Nuri vanish again. Hee. I'll get you one day, Grumps. Save those handsome lips for me. Ryu shook his head as the memory resurfaced. But the moment one came, it felt like they came in an avalanche. Hey, Grumps. I heard you revived another spirit herb from extinction. It was the mildew diamond petals, right? Tell me the truth, you did it for me, right? Right? Ryu was speechless. What was this woman talking about? What the hell could it possibly have to do with you? Hee. Aren't the mildew diamond petals a beautiful pink color? Sparkles like my hair and eyes, right? Don't tell me you didn't think of me even once. Ryu sneered. Did you also know that it's a fungus that grows anywhere damp and moist? It's particularly clingy and irrationally difficult to get rid of. It only went extinct because people got fed up and took up arms to wipe it out. The double meaning was clear, and the underlying threat was even clearer. But Elena just clapped her hands. So you really did think of me? Ryu didn't even know what to say. And it was then, in a sudden flash, that Elena stole his lips. Nuri had gotten so used to Elena's antics that she wasn't even on guard against her anymore. Unless there was killing intent, she almost never reacted anymore. Hee. Elena skipped back, dodging out of the way of an infuriated wave of spatial chi. I'm only so clingy because I have to be. A man as stingy as you would never pursue me. The fact you've noticed makes me happy. Chapter 1643 I believe. Ryu was stunned. However, that only lasted a moment before he was truly enraged. It felt like this woman was toying with him simply because she could. His body was too weak, his reaction speed far too slow to even think about dodging her. She was already in the Tao pedestal realm, and even Nuri had to be on top of her game to stop her from doing as she pleased, let alone him. But that truly made him furious. On the one hand, he was relying on his adoptive sister to protect him, and on the other there was this woman who seemed to be able to steal and take from him as she pleased. That was his first kiss. It wasn't something he gave a damn about before. He wasn't some love-struck fool who felt the need to protect something like that. But there was something particularly rage-inducing about the fact it had just been taken from him without a word. As Elena giggled and vanished into the distance, dodging out of the way of Nuri's assault, the cold aura that pervaded the surroundings only grew deeper and deeper. Suddenly, Ryu hacked up a mouthful of blood, his vision going black. Ryu? Nuri realized that something was wrong immediately and rushed to catch him. The last thing he saw before everything went dark was her worried expression. Ryu shook his head. That memory wasn't a good one at all. Back then, he had truly been infuriated. He was so angry, in fact, that his fire dragon bloodline had activated. Unfortunately, ever since he failed this awakening, his body had become continuously frilier and he couldn't withstand something like that. It had to be remembered that Ryu had spent much of the time before his 7th birthday training with his father. He had broken records of the Armament Guild and truly flourished. In his age group, he had been undefeatable, and he had even battered and beaten several Awakening Realm children even before his awakening. In fact, if Ryu recalled correctly, he had even defeated a Pulse Opening Realm child when he was just 6 years old, and that was without even a drop of cultivation to speak of outside of normal physical training. He was no different from a mortal. However, after his awakening failed, things went in reverse for him. His bloodlines continued to grow stronger, but he didn't have the body to support them. In addition, because he didn't have cultivation to perfect his body, there was a normal accumulation of wear and tear that cultivators didn't have to deal with. Ultimately, that was a breaking point and he ended up losing consciousness for a long time. Luckily, his parents and grandparents were who they were, so finding spiritual herbs that were both strong enough to tide him over, while also gentle enough that he would combust upon consuming them while difficult hadn't been impossible. He didn't remember much about that time because he weaved in and out of consciousness. However, when he finally did regain his faculties in their entirety, he was surprised to find an unexpected scene. Ryu opened his eyes slowly. For the first time in a long while, he didn't have a splitting headache and could actually see straight. But rather than seeing someone he wanted to see, there was actually the woman he hated the most. He was about to unleash an enraged tirade when Elena's eyes lit up like blooming stars. For some reason, he forgot what he was going to say for a moment and he blamed it on the fact his head was still far too foggy. "You're awake. Thank goodness." Elena grabbed his hand and he was still feeling a bit too tender to pull it away. He could only look at the woman and give her a glare with a clear meaning. Even so, just like usual, the woman giggled. Her pink eyes glistening with unshed tears she quickly wiped away. "What are you doing here?" Ryu asked with a frown. "No. How are you even here? This is the Tatsuya clan. Where is Nuri?" Elena smiled. "Granny Qilin let me in." "Bullshit." Ryu almost barked out. As if that would happen, he knew how much his grandmother abhorred the Holy Wing clan. It was Elena's grandmother who drugged and raped his grandpa Qilin. The only reason there wasn't all-out war between the Ice Phoenix clan and the Holy Wing clan was because that bitch had his grandfather's child. Nothing more, nothing else. Although Elena's mother wasn't that child and thus mostly unrelated to this, his grandma Qilin would happily burn in hell if it meant the Holy Wing clan was wiped off the face of existence. It's the truth. We have a very good relationship." Ryu frowned, not understanding. Last time he was awake, although his grandmother didn't exactly target Elena, she wasn't fond of her either. Not that it mattered to him since he was annoyed by this woman as well. "Don't worry your handsome little head over it, Grumps. Does my future husband need to worry about the affairs of women? You just lie there and look pretty." Ryu felt a spark of rage light up inside him again. He had been trying to remain calm because he was smart. He already knew what must have triggered all of this in the first place, and he didn't want to stumble into another problem. Elena's words were the most insulting he had ever heard in his life. He was Ryu Tatsuya, a man destined to stand at the top of the world. Even if he couldn't cultivate, he would be better at everything else until the world acknowledged his right to wield real strength. "Insult me again, and I swear I will wipe your Holy Wing clan off of the map." Ryu's silver irises practically flashed with blue beneath their coldness. And yet Elena just smiled. "I believe you could do it." Chapter 1644 Responsibility. Ryu didn't know what he expected to hear, but it certainly wasn't that. "Why do you look so surprised?" Elena giggled. "Wait. Stay like that. It's the first time I've seen that expression on your face. It's almost as handsome as that cold, stern look." No, go back." Elena seemed to be having the time of her life trying to get Ryu to change his facial expressions on her whim, and it was ironically because he was trying to keep in control that they kept changing in the first place. "Are you finished?" "Not yet," Elena grinned, poking at Ryu's cheek. "All right, that's enough." Ryu spoke as he slowly pushed himself up. "Hey, easy. Your body isn't dash. My body is fine." "No, it isn't," Ryu sneered. "That's none of your business. Didn't you just say your body was fine? Now you're not denying that it isn't anymore." "I do believe you. Leave me alone, woman." Ryu pulled back his rage. He used the sudden surprise the woman gave him as a chance to try and extricate himself from this situation. He felt that if he didn't rein this under control, next time he might truly end up dying. By then, what would the point of all of this have been? To live a mortal and die a mortal? Absolutely not. Before he could stand, though, Elena's palm pressed down on his chest and he felt that rage about to come bubbling forth again. But before he could speak, she did first. "I really do believe you. You are very impressive, and I don't mean that in a condescending way. I've never seen anyone else piss off my annoying grandmother more than you have." Ryu frowned. Was this woman trying to compliment his sharp tongue? He was having a really hard time not snapping right now. Elena giggled. Of course, you're also capable of doing things no one else has been able to do. How many lost shrines have you found already? How many spiritual herbs have you revived? I also heard that you improved your parents' spiritual foundation, or at the very least, you're close. Ryu tried to sit up at that again, but Elena pressed him down. His mind was in turmoil. He could care less about the compliments, but there was something fishy going on here. The matter of the spiritual foundations was top secret information. That was something that his grandparents had only recently found out about. How could she know about it? That was ridiculous. The only people that knew were the people he trusted the most in this world. None of them would betray him, that was certain. The only explanation seemed to be that it was his fault. This woman had extracted the memories from his soul, and he hadn't been able to resist because, again, he was too weak. Elena smiled, seemingly understanding Ryu's thoughts. Didn't I tell you? Granny Qilin and I are very close. She's my future granny-in-law, how could we not be? Ryu's brows furrowed. Either way, you're a great man. You don't need to press so hard to be perfect all the time. How about you learn a thing or two from me and be lazy from time to time? Ryu shook his head. That woman was really too much. That had started a stretch of time where he was forced to be lazy, whatever that meant. He wasn't allowed to go into the library. He wasn't allowed to continue his research, and he was forced to listen to Elena's incessant nagging every day. As for his family, they were nowhere to be found, as though they had all tacitly decided to avoid him. To this day, Ryu still had no idea how Elena managed to convince them to allow that to happen. Though some of them were probably paying attention from the shadows. It wasn't like he could tell the difference even with his eyes back then. Finally, though, after his condition stabilized, Elena went away and disappeared for quite a while. She never really told Ryu why she had vanished back then, but Ryu had a feeling that she had just given up. Even for someone who had lived for almost 1,000,000 years like her, at least that was the case back then, there was only so much patience she could have. She had already done more than her fair share, and Ryu seemed to have no intention of meeting her halfway. For someone as prideful as Ryu, just one rejection was enough for him to never bother again. He had no idea how Elena had done it. Then that fateful day came. Ryu sat under the moonlight, looking out toward the open double doors that led to his terrace. The Tatsuya clan was quite hot year-round, so even in the depths of the night, he didn't feel particularly cold. His mind flickered to that woman before he shook his head. Why was he thinking about her again? Women. He had had their fair share throw themselves at him, but he never took any of them seriously. His pride didn't allow it. Sometimes he thought about finding a mortal woman to marry one day. It wasn't like he wanted to be alone. But he felt that that would be like giving up, like resigning himself to the fact that he would never be able to cultivate in his life. His head suddenly snapped back as his third perspective sensed something. But when he saw the scene before him, he was baffled. Beneath the moonlight, her exposed skin was nothing short of perfection. It glittered like a silvery, polished metal, her pink diamond hair and eyes twinkling with their own light. Her curves, the healthy, elastic drop of her breast, the faint sheen of red that seemed to point to an embarrassment he had never seen her wear before. It was all accentuated by the fact she struck such a valiant pose, her arms akimbo and her legs spread to reveal another patch of sparkling pink. You're the first man to see my everything. Now you have no choice but to take responsibility. Come, put a child in me. Ryu was speechless. Chapter 1645 Situation. Ryu sat there, frozen. It wasn't the first time he had seen a woman naked, but it was certainly the first time he had seen one not only so beautiful, but also one that he was so intimately familiar with. He had been noticing it more and more in these recent weeks. But she was truly a beauty. It was easy to overlook because he had always felt so annoyed by her, and her quirky personality made him focus far more on that than how she really looked. But at the moment, he truly felt that the only two who could compare to her on the shrine plane were his mother and Nuri. However, those two were women he never looked at in this way. He loved them, but only as far as one would love a mother and his sister. Elena, however, it was like a dam had broken in his heart, and to his embarrassment, Something below stood at attention before he could control it. Ryu frowned as he felt the changes within him, not liking it in the slightest. He remembered the days when he could control his blood freely, but now he couldn't even stop this from happening. Elena smiled like a spring breeze. Her blush was still there, filling her delicate skin with a pink hue and a subtle hint of sweat that both made her glisten and filled the room with a subtle aroma of sparkling water and roses. She stepped forward, sitting on Ryu's lap. She huddled in his arms, happy that he didn't push her away. Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, she giggled and felt a great deal of warmth at the same time. She had never seen this man hesitate about anything. In a lot of ways, she felt that she was lucky. "Are you just going to sit there?" Elena breathed in his ear, making goosebumps race across Ryu's skin. It felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff and his heart wanted to beat out of his chest. Ryu took a breath and suppressed it. Then he shook his head. Elena's eyes turned a hint downcast. It was also the first time Ryu had seen such a reaction from her, and he immediately felt a pang of regret, a foreign emotion, and one he couldn't remember the last time he had felt. Soon, though, her gaze became cheery again. "From now on, you're my hubby. I'll listen to whatever you say," Elena said lightly. She didn't make a crass joke, nor did she poke fun at him like she usually would have. Instead, she obediently lay in his arms. Ryu was surprised about just how light she felt. The feeling of her silky smooth skin against his own made him subconsciously hold onto her tightly, worried that she would slip away. Even without saying a word, Ryu knew that she had taken an irreplaceable place in his heart now. She was the first woman that he had ever loved. His first love, his Elena. Ryu stood high on a tree branch, his eyes somewhat vacant as he lost himself in thought. The closer he got to Elena, the more those memories rolled in, and even when he actually laid eyes on her, he couldn't quite believe that he was actually seeing her. An emotion that lasted for but a moment before rage settled in. Elena was distracted, not paying attention to her soul. She had not noticed the change. She had gotten used to ignoring it, not sensing where Ryu was reminded her too much of the days he had disappeared, so it was easier for her to simply pretend as though he was always there instead of constantly checking to see when he'd finally come to her again. Plus, it also didn't help that she had no choice but to focus entirely on the task at hand. Currently, she was in the middle of a hunt, an event held by the martial gods for the dregs. It was a chance to gather contribution points. The martial gods were actually quite a progressive clan, all things considered. This wasn't just about their views on sex, but rather how they treated their lessers. Because dreg bloodlines weren't necessarily useless and were often just forgotten streams of their former glory, if there were any geniuses that climbed up within them, then it could be possible to resurrect one of these branches and allow them to climb back up to the status of one of the tiers. There were many examples of this in the past, though many was just relative. Ultimately, due to how long a period of time these many examples occurred in, it was still an extraordinarily rare event. Elena's life, unfortunately, hadn't been as easy as Ryu had assumed it might be. Ryu knew that her father had high standing and doted on her quite a bit. In addition, her mother might have much lower standing, but she also at least had enough resources to separate away from her battle amongst Elena's father's other wives that she could target Sacrum. What Ryu hadn't taken into account was that none of this mattered in the martial god clan. Who your parents were held little significance unless they were the highest existences, meaning powerhouses that were at least Dao sovereigns. And even then, a Dao sovereign would have too little weight to push around in a clan of this magnitude. Elena's father was an extraordinary genius in the eyes of the martial gods, but he wasn't even a Dao sovereign yet. He had made it to the omniscient sky god realm while following the genius stream, and had only very recently did he become a Dao lord. As for her mother, she was once again just one of many wives. Her standing was even lower. Even if her father's name carried some weight, it was spread out so far across all his children and wives that it was hard for Elena to claim any piece of it herself. And that led to the current situation. Chapter 1646 Stop. When she returned to the martial god clan, Elena had to rebuild her entire foundation. As such, she had only very recently entered the sky god realm. Let that 5 years, in fact. Though it had been less than 5 years, in that time she had already made it to the true sky god realm. If one ignored her real age, she was currently on pace with the genius stream. She had a little bit more than a year to make it to the perfect sky god realm to keep up that pace. Unfortunately, that wasn't how things worked. The only reason she was even considered as a member of the younger generation right now was because of her father's influence in the first place. If not for this, she wouldn't even have this opportunity at all. And that truth came with its own hardships. Especially since her Holy Wing bloodline was a mutated variant that, rather than being classified amongst the middle tier like it should have been, had instead been classified amongst the dregs. At the moment, she was being besieged from 3 true god beasts, all 3 of whom were at the pinnacle of their realms, while she herself was only at the middle true sky god realm. Every sub-realm in the sky god realm was practically an impossibly vast chasm, especially when one was referring to creatures born on the 9th heaven. The fact that Elena was fighting against 3 at once and still holding on was a testament to her strength, especially since she didn't have the techniques of others to bolster said strength. The Divine Wing bloodline would never give her their techniques even if they might suit her, while the Holy Wing bloodline techniques didn't suit her nor work with her path. Even so, facing off against 3 black-scaled Waramis, her palms formed an avalanche of diamond pink in the skies. Blood leaked from the corner of her lips, but her armor flashed valiantly. This, though, wasn't enough to piss Ryu off. In fact, there were 3 things that he had been able to deduce immediately. First, there was a group of 3 about 100 kilometers to Elena's northwest that were biding their time and waiting. From what he could see, especially by the herbs one of them stuffed into their spatial bag, they were likely responsible for the fact these 3 beasts had been lured here in the first place. Second, there was another group, this time of 2 instead of 3. They were much closer, not even half a kilometer away. They were clearly observing the situation, but doing nothing. Of course, they would have no need to do anything, if it hadn't been obvious they were teammates of Elena who were supposed to be supporting her. But due to what seemed to be a mixture of fear and trepidation, they did nothing of the sort. And then there was the third factor, and that was the old woman standing in front of him and blocking his path. The moment he was about to enter the outer ring of this trial region, he had been stopped. There was no way the martial gods would just freely allow anyone to enter their trial grounds, and this omniscient sky god had clearly seen Ryu coming from a mile away. Ryu hadn't known that Elena was in the middle of such a thing in the first place, so he had never tried to hide himself. Not that he would have found much success in the first place. This place was on an entirely different level compared to the sects of the 7th heaven. He couldn't even sneak into the fallen fading star sect, let alone the home of the martial gods. "Get the fuck out of my way," Ryu said coldly. The old woman was taken aback. She had no idea who Ryu was, but the way he spoke made her hesitate. Because of his white hair and silver eyes, her trepidation grew even deeper. Divine chain branch. These thoughts made her wince before she pulled herself together. She was old and had never been able to break through that final layer to enter the Tao Lord realm, but she still had her years of experience. Hair and eye color was nothing. Ryu didn't have the aura of a martial god. In fact, he had more the aura of a beast and clearly held a mix of beast bloodlines. The martial god bloodline was too powerful. No normal beast could ever trump their bloodline. When the old woman thought up to here, she was enraged. How dare this brat talk to her in this way? Her rage only flickered in her eyes, not even reaching her overall expression. She struck out with a palm that caused space to tremble. It didn't make even a single sound, but it was fast. So long as it touched Ryu, he was finished. And at his cultivation realm, he shouldn't even be able to react. She was a martial god. She might only have a Dreg bloodline, but it didn't matter to her in the slightest what sort of background Ryu might have since he wasn't also a martial god. They were the gods of the true martial world. Their pride should never be impugned upon. Against outsiders, even if Ryu had a Tao god for an ancestor, the clan would never give her up even if she was a Dreg. This was their bottom line, their pride as martial gods. Just when it seemed that Ryu would lose his life, there was a gust of wind so chilly the woman felt it down to her bones. The strike slowed down considerably and Ryu took a step and vanished into the void. The old woman's eyes widened at the unexpected change. Not only the fact this young man had someone so strong protecting and following after him, but also that he was able to break the space of the ninth heaven as a mere false sky god. Space soul nature. Little Silk appeared, flapping her wings gently. Stop right there, the old woman barked, but Little Silk appeared in her path as Ryu vanished into the distance. Ryu didn't even look back, his gaze filled with a murderous intent. Chapter 1647 Die. The three black-scaled WIRMs looked like vicious, snake-like beasts. Their bodies were covered in horns and their menace seemed to pervade the air with a poison-like domain. However, rather than attacking one's body, it felt like it attacked one's mind instead. Fear, trepidation, disgust. It made you feel all sorts of emotions that ebbed away at your focused chi and made you feel inferior before their might. However, if on one side it seemed to be a bundle of darkness, on the other, there was a sparkling, transcendent-like aura, one that filled the skies with sparkling shards of diamond and palms that could blot out the sun. Elena weaved in and out of their trio of attacks, her dress fluttering along with her hair. Oddly enough, the WRMS couldn't seem to touch even the hem of her clothing, but every time she tried to output enough strength to deal a deal blow to them, more blood would leak from the corner of her lips, causing her to clench her jaw as though to stop herself from crying out in pain. A tail whip came from her side and her gaze flashed with determination. With a step forward, she struck out a palm to her side, a large, pink and illusory palm forming and grabbing it. Bang! Elena's winced, her entire body feeling like it was falling apart. The weight and strength of these WIRMs were even more sinister than their domain. She had been avoiding meeting them head-on all this time, but she realized that if she didn't, she would never get the chance to win. They'd just slowly whittle her away until she had absolutely nothing left to give. A coughing rain of blood came from her lips, but she didn't let it stop her next movements. A pair of wings appeared on her back, glittering like delicately sculpted pink diamonds. The domain of the WIRMs seemed to be suppressed in that moment, just in time for the follow-up attacks of the two remaining WIRMs. If there was any advantage that she had, it was the fact that her body was much smaller. The beasts of the ninth heaven had their sizes suppressed even more so than the others. However, these true god beasts were still over 15 meters long and had heads that dwarfed her in size. Thanks to this, it was incredibly difficult for them to attack her at the same time without also attacking one another. While she was dodging, they had the advantage. But now that she had grabbed one of them, the other two couldn't attack as they pleased. Instead, they opened their maws, sending out a jet of black liquid that seemed to corrode the air. Elena flapped her wings once and clenched her fist and took a step. Her torso flexed and rippled with strength as she pulled the WRM up and back, swinging out a powerful booming strength with the other. Somehow, she seemed to be able to transfer the effort and weight of the WRM from one of her hands and explode with a great amount of strength with the other. Runes on her delicately sculpted wings flashed as her fist imprint crushed the jet of black liquids, popping and sizzling in the air before turning them into a rain of ash and continuing to one of the WRMs. Bang! Though it tried to dodge, a quarter of its head was blasted to smithereens. Blood and bone fell in shards that played on the heart, dyeing the forest floor in carnage. Elena wanted to celebrate her victory, but her body shuddered, a violent fit of coughs shaking her to her core. This time it wasn't just blood that came up, but her inner organs as well, falling in small fleshy pieces. Her grip on the WRM she had commandeered loosened enough to allow it to escape and lash out with a tail. At the same time, the second WRM seemed to have realized the chance as well, slithering by its companion and surging forward. In the far-off distance, in the group of three that Ryu had noted earlier, one of them was dressed very differently from the others. The dregs of the martial gods all wore simple tan robes. It was a well-designed robe, one that had its own beauty carved out from its simplicity. One wouldn't look at them and assume that they were beggars. However, it was just a fact that they were simple. The third of them, however, wore extraordinarily elaborate robes. One of their shoulders were adorned by feathers from what must have been from an extraordinary beast considering the aura it was giving off, forming a pauldron of energy. The other shoulder, and the entire side of that shoulder for that matter, seemed to be weaved from strong black scales. As for the feather shoulder side, it was in perfect contrast to the feathers themselves. The feathers were a delicate white with veins of red, and its half of the robes was a blazing red with embroidery of white. Like this, the robe formed a dichotomy of red, white and black, and despite the imbalance, it seemed to work together well. When the young woman wearing this robe saw one of the WRMs die, her eyes flashed with rage. Her seething anger seemed to scare the two dregs by her side, and they felt their hearts shudder. "Die, you bitch!" she ground out through her teeth. It seemed that the only thing that could satisfy her would be if Elena died under this assault, but even then it felt like she would never recoup her losses. However, just when it seemed that Elena would die, the illusory palm the first WIRM had broken free from seemed to solidify, and she reaffirmed her grip before the beast's tail whip could gather up momentum. At the same time, the last surviving WRM maw bore down on her, trying to eat her whole. Unfortunately for it, the tail of its companion suddenly appeared in its way, and in that same instant, a young man wearing robes of white and sky blue appeared before the feather and scale-robed woman, his gaze seething. Chapter 1648. Let alone. The three were taken aback. Ryu had appeared out of nowhere and they hadn't even sensed it. How was that even possible? Space soul nature, the feather and scale-robed woman called out in shock. The number of those that could step into and out of the void on the ninth heaven, while also being below the Tao Lord realm, would not exceed 24. In fact, the young woman felt that even this didn't quite do the shock of this matter justice. The spatial affinity it took to do this was so impossible to put into words for her that she didn't even register that Ryu was just a false sky god for several seconds. And it also didn't help that Ryu didn't bother to speak nonsense. He could have killed them in the shadows. They probably wouldn't have even known what happened. But he felt that such a death for these people would be far too easy. Even on the ninth heaven, the world needed to know that the women of Ryu Tatsuya weren't people that could be casually touched. And if you did, you had to be ready for the consequences. Ryu's fist landed on the woman's chest, a rumbling might causing the skies to tremble. You dash! Bang! The woman felt as though all the air in her body had been unceremoniously pulled out. She could feel every moment of her ribcage uncomfortable deforming and almost snapping beneath the pressure. Just a few extra 100 pounds of force and it would have happened, an increment that was infinitesimally small in the eyes of experts of their caliber. She hacked up a lung full of air and shot backward, slamming against a tree. Ryu frowned, not liking the result in the slightest. He had wanted to blast a hole right through that woman's chest. For experts like this, that would mostly be a non-fatal wound anyway. At the very least, she would be able to survive a long while in that state. He could tell that this woman was the beast tamer controlling the WIRMS. Her body was frail as she didn't practice any body realm cultivation methods. And Ryu's own body was exceptionally powerful. And yet she had managed to tank the blow. Fine, he thought coldly. The air shifted and a twin pair of gold and dark gold trigram diagrams appeared in his irises. The aura of a founding Tao fell like a meteor from the skies. The clouds stopped moving and the day seemed to darken. Ryu's stance shifted and the fluttering silver and dark silver runes around him multiplied before a large domain took shape. His self-created martial arts exploded forth and a twin trigram diagrams that spanned just over 10 meters appeared. One rotated counterclockwise and hovered above his head. The other rotated clockwise and was beneath his feet. Shying. The sound of echoing weapons filled the space, and yet Ryu didn't take out any weapons at all. His body alone was his weapon. Stop! The two young men seemed to recover for a moment before the waves of shock came one after another. Was that a founding Tao? Who the hell had they just offended? However, when they realized that Ryu didn't have the aura of a martial god, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and press. He was ultimately just a false sky god. He shouldn't be able to bridge the gap to their standing even if they were only the dregs of the martial gods. Plus, their Daos exploded forth and both exuded the air of lower hegemonic Daos. They rushed forward, planning to capture Ryu. Even the omniscient elder from earlier wouldn't have attempted to kill Ryu if she knew he had a founding Tao, let alone these two. The two of them took out spears, their strengths amplifying. One of them seemed capable of layering the air and increasing resistance. The other was almost the opposite, controlling fluidity and making his spear look as though it had no tangible form at all. And yet Ryu's eyes saw through it all. He stood almost relaxed in his battle stance before he suddenly took an explosive step forward. His wrist flickered and almost seemed to wrap around the shaft of the intangible spear. At the same time, he threw a punch that caused the air to clap like thunder. The punch shuttled through the void and smashed against the face of the air solidity controlling warrior, while his flickering wrist slapped down, sending the intangible spear piercing into the ground. Blood and teeth flew from one as the other stumbled forward, losing their balance. Ryu took another step forward, black-red flames erupting from him as he pierced a claw into the intangible spear-wielding young man. It was just one mistake, one stumble, and yet he had lost his life for it in an instant. His companion felt his head spinning. That one punch of Ryu's had almost taken his head clean off. He could even feel microfractures forming in his neck. Ryu realized at that moment that these two were nowhere near the same level as the first young woman, but he also didn't give a damn. He grabbed the rigid spear of the young man while he was flailing and pulled him forward. The young man couldn't even react as he was sent headfirst into Ryu's elbow, his entire face bending into a U-shape as his skull deformed. He too fell to the ground, dead. Rage flames danced across Ryu's fingers and into his hair. As he walked toward the young woman who had finally managed to gather herself, he looked like a demon who had just stepped out from the abyss. The young woman coughed and wiped away the last bits of saliva from her pink lips with a forearm. She too could feel the founding Tao, and it shocked her to an absolute extreme. Just who was this? However, shock was one thing, fear was another. She sneered. You can kill the dregs of the martial gods, but can you kill me? Do you even understand the weight of offending a disciple of the beast mimicry sect? Ryu didn't care to ask why a disciple of this sect was partaking in an event like this one. He didn't give a damn. Let alone offend you. I'm going to enjoy killing you. Horns grew from Ryu's head, scales grew along his body, and claws curled from his nails, glistening beneath the sun. Chapter 1649. In that case, Ryu took a step and his speed suddenly accelerated forward. Enrika had thought of many ways this interaction could go, but she never expected this. And quite frankly, that was because she was more than just a little bit of an airhead. Either that, or her head was too far in the clouds, riding on a wave of arrogance, to realize the truth before her. She had no idea where Ryu had come from, but he had just casually killed two martial gods right in the middle of their territory without having the aura of a martial god himself. On top of that, he exuded the aura of a founding Tao. Without knowing his background, any sane person would assume him to be a big shot who wouldn't give a damn about her status as a disciple of the beast mimicry sect. This was only logical. However, Enrika wasn't completely in the weeds. If there was a ranking down for the power one least wanted to offend, the beast mimicry sect would probably rank at the very top, and that was even beyond the sinister arcane mancer sect. The beast mimicry sect held this status precisely because of their ability to control beasts. Their sect members were already numerous, but one then had to multiply by a factor of 10 or more to account for all their beast companions. There were even many elders and geniuses of the sect that curated their own beast clans, creating new species that were only just shy of the well-known legendary beasts. The personal frailty of a beast tamer almost didn't matter at all. That was because what was most important wasn't their personal strength, but rather the strength of their souls and their intelligence. Unfortunately for this woman, Ryu didn't believe she had any of this at all. That was because rather than pulling out what other beasts she might have had, she instead stood there talking like he was going to let her do as she pleased. Bang! 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 Enrika's body cratered in 3 places, her gaze going blank as she felt her life slipping away from her. What just happened? Suddenly, a roar came from her soul, snapping her awake. Realizing the situation she was in, she reacted with speed that Ryu wouldn't have expected. Strands of her spiritual quintessence took shape and a bead of gold came from her forehead, forming into the shaping of a roaring WIRM that assaulted Ryu's senses. Fear, disgust, trepidation. It was a soul attack the likes of which Ryu had never experienced before. He shrugged it off in an instant, his Tao heart rippling and his soul snapping back like an elastic rubber band. However, In the split moment it took him to do so, a large WRM appeared before him. This one had an aura infinitesimally close to the perfect god-beast realm and had a crown of crimson horn on its head. Ryu dodged out of the way of a snap of its jaws, his gaze landing on Enrika, who was wrapped in a layer of gold. All around her, the spirits of beasts were diving in and out of her body, seemingly mending her wounds. Ryu's eyes narrowed. In just a short moment, he had seen many methods he had never come across before. A tail whip almost caught Ryu off guard because of his thoughts, but his third perspective made the blind spot attack worthless. However, it was then he noticed something else. This beast is using soul manipulation methods to make my usual spiritual sense worthless. No, it should be another ability of its master. It seems that even though her body is out of commission, her soul strength is, indeed, on another level. Ryu took casual note of this as spiritual quintessence formed spikes filled the air, forming a rain that descended toward him. In that moment, Ryu raised his hands. Images of his father flashed through his mind one after another. Titus was capable of using the talents of dragons with such fluidity and casualness that it baffled him. Even when he used his halberd, he could cast dragon breath or dragon claw with the same sort of ease he could with his hands. Ryu wondered if he could do the same. His palms formed jaws of their own, snapping down with dragon claw from two directions at once. He clamped the up jaw of the WRM with one hand and the lower with the other. The roar of the beast echoed through his very soul, the attack even more potent now than it had been before. But this time, Ryu shrugged it off with even more ease, his shoulders and arms flexing as his claws sharpened. A roar echoed from Ryu's own lips, and the Call of Dragon's roar made the WRM's blood run cold, its eyes glazing over for a moment. A soul attack? He was unmatched in this respect. His claws ripped through the bone of the creature as he lifted it up, rage flames billowing forth from his body as he swung the creature down toward Enrika. Clang! A shield of spiritual quintessence formed, but the backlash of the soul technique crushed the body of the WRM, leaving it crying and whimpering in subservience. Ryu lifted it up again and plowed it into the ground. He raised a fist and accelerated it forward, ripping through its eyes as layers of space and time tore through the creature's body. He pulled out a bloody hand, flames burning the blood to ash as he flashed and appeared by Enrika's floating body. Shields sprang up in his way one after another, each one sturdy and powerful. Ryu could see that she was quickly returning to her peak form. She sacrificed her beasts for the sake of saving her life. It's no wonder she only summoned one. In that case, Ryu's claw became a single finger. His image and that of his father overlapped as an extraordinary amount of piercing power descended. Chapter 1650 Reliable. High in the skies, his birthed phenomena roared to life, shaking the already trembling skies. He concentrated Dragon's Claw into a single downward motion. The world shook as space bowed to his whims. PCHU. Enrika's head was torn clean through, her eyes only snapping open at the last minute to show her horror. She had been planning all sorts of nasty things for the moment her life finally wasn't in danger anymore, only for this to happen. She couldn't believe that Ryu actually dared to kill her. Her throat was caught before she fell to the ground, her gaze vacant. But Ryu's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He had sensed something just now. Reaching down, he ripped the pouch on the woman's side away and found that there were hundreds of beasts within. Of course, most of these beasts were just small fry, a large number of them only being at the fragmented sky god realm. Clearly, Enrika had been sacrificing the lessers because she didn't want to use her more valuable beasts, and that had made her suffer dearly in the end. Because so much of her soul was diverted to sacrificing her beasts, she could only control one beast at a time and had probably already given up on controlling the beasts fighting Elena. To make matters worse, because she was only absorbing the weaker beasts as a healing sacrifice, it was taking her longer than it otherwise would have, making her outcome all the more set in stone. But this wasn't what Ryu had sensed. There was something that tried to work but failed. The moment he had this thought, he found it. A claw dug into Enrika's skull, and he found a shard that made his frown deepen. This should be connected to beast mimicry sect territory. It failed to activate because, in all likelihood, the martial god formations blocked it. Is it a life-saving measure? No, not quite. Ryu was sure that life-saving measures did exist. Though it was probably more likely that anyone that had such a thing would instead have a death guard following them around much like he had. Such things were reserved for the cream of the crop, and if Enrica had come here to participate in what was otherwise a small gathering, she certainly was not one. In fact, she was probably barely an outer sect disciple if she was even that at all. This shard. There were strong spatial fluctuations, and it hadn't tried to give energy, but rather take it away. Was it implanted to control her? No, maybe to take advantage of her. Ryu wasn't sure. The runes on this thing were well beyond him, and he suddenly felt the urge to study them. But for the time being, he made a move to put it away. Then, he looked at the spatial bag again. I think that I might be able to stop people from using this spatial device entirely. This is much more complex than a normal spatial ring. I wonder. The world inside the spatial bag was like a real world, and it functioned more like one. In order to make it more manageable, there were several runes and things of the like used to aid those without the same sort of spatial awareness to quickly find the beasts they needed in such a large area and safely bring them out. In addition, because the beast couldn't just plop into your hand, there were also extra runes designed to help one plop them down within a given area. This bag seemed to have a working range of around 10 meters, but someone of Enrica's caliber could probably only control around 5 meters. This was to say that in Ryu's presence, until they summoned their beasts beforehand, those of the beast mimicry sect probably wouldn't even be able to mount a proper assault against him. Well, at least not one that required their beasts. No wonder she reacted so fiercely to my space-time soul nature. I just didn't notice it quickly enough. Ryu put the spatial bag away along with Enrica's corpse. He realized that Selhira's father had greatly improved his Golden Moon world. It was just as large as it was on the 6th heaven and no longer shrunk down, or else Ryu realized it might have collapsed the moment he stepped onto the 9th heaven. A smile spread across Ryu's lips as he took a step and vanished. When he appeared again, he found a delicate beauty with a slight frame, taking long, heaving breaths. She stood over 3 corpses, her fingers dripping with blood and her gaze somewhat absent. Elena had been waiting for those hidden in the shadows to attack, which was why she had tried to drag out the fight. But in the end, she was being injured so severely that she had no choice but to take that step and brace herself for whatever might come. But to her astonishment, no one came at all. She could only wonder what happened, until she smelled a familiar scent. Before she felt it in her soul, or before she even saw him, she smelled that scent first. Ryu didn't know. But the only reason she had started paying attention to him in the first place was because she really liked how he smelled. It was so calm and earthy, reminding her of cinnamon spice and hints of citrus and pine. It was the sort of masculine scent she could lose herself in for years, never becoming bored of it. Her gaze turned misty as she slowly looked up. "Hubby!" Her voice cracked. Ryu swept her waist into his arms and hugged her tightly. "I'm sorry I left you alone for so long," Ryu said softly. The tears Elena had been trying to hold back fell like a flood as she held onto Ryu even more tightly. Even when he had been a frail man she could knock over with a finger, he had always felt so reliable to her. And now, all those feelings had come flooding back. Chapter 1651 Dares. Ryu held the sobbing Elena, his gaze dimming somewhat. This was his fault, he knew it was his fault. Even if he had spent 999 years stuck in a cycle of rebirth, a rebirth that was likely responsible for the reason he had been able to relay his foundation so quickly to begin with, what about the almost decade afterward? It was an irrational feeling, he knew that. Until quite recently, just setting foot on the 9th heaven would have killed him. This wasn't a matter of the martial gods hunting him down, but rather the environment itself was something his body simply couldn't withstand. That was a huge issue to contend with even before he got to the many people and things that would want him dead. But even with all of this being the case, he felt that it was his responsibility to not be weak, his responsibility to be here, his responsibility to climb through hell or high water to be by her side. The fact he couldn't was a notch against him, a blemish on his soul, and one he had no one to blame but himself for. He could think of any number of acceptable reasons for why he couldn't be here, but none of it should have mattered, especially when he thought about why Elena left in the first place. For a long time, Elena was just content with what she had. She was content to live out the rest of her days in Sacrum. She was content to have a cripple for a husband, even if it meant that he would only be in her life for a short time. She was content with what she had. While her views were naive, they were pure. The only reason she came back to this clan she never really wanted to be a part of was because of Ryu. She didn't want to just sit back and watch him fight on his own. She wanted to be able to help him if she could. And that was because he was too weak. He was too weak to let her truly be as willful as she wanted to be. So she took up this burden for the sake of them both. She would have much rather reclined and waited for him to wake up. But instead she came here and toiled away for the sake of giving their happiness a chance. And he had all but ignored it until now. He stroked her hair gently, holding her tightly to his chest. This was the first woman he had ever loved. She shouldn't have to shed a single drop of sweat in her lifetime, let alone blood. And least of all should she suffer. Ryu cupped Elena's face in his hands, looking down at her tear-stricken eyes and cheeks. Although there was a hint of grievance hidden deep within, they were overwhelmed by happiness. "Open your mouth." Elena scoffed and laughed between her sobs. "You could at least take me out to dinner first." Even though she said this, she did as she was told, opening wide as though she was expecting large. Ryu smiled and shook his head. Then, a drop of embryonic chi fell on her pink tongue. Elena's eyes shot open as she suddenly felt all of her injuries mending. Deep, hidden injuries she hadn't been able to deal with over the years, injuries that had slowed her down quite significantly. In fact, just vanished as though they were never there. A hint of sadness crept up in Ryu's eyes. He could see a great deal of problems with Elena's body. For one, the hidden injuries. The amount of hardship she must have suffered through was... Rage flashed in Ryu's eyes. Elena was only a true sky god, an ant to the martial gods. He didn't believe they didn't have methods of dealing with this. The worst part was that this was only the easiest issue to spot. The second issue was the large amounts of accumulated pill impurities. Once again, with how large and powerful the martial gods were, how could one of their own end up with so many impurities? Even if they couldn't just churn out 100% pure pills, it looked like the pills Elena was using were 60 to 70% pure at best. When it was considered that the best alchemists of the clan could most definitely concoct Tao God pills, it made it even more unacceptable. However, deeper than all of that, Ryu could see hints of damage on Elena's soul, marks that infuriated him even more because they reminded him of the Een Reaper palm. He took a breath, forcing himself to calm down. Whatever taboo or taboo-adjacent technique there was, it didn't work. How could they take her primordial Een if it was with him? However, he couldn't stop the smoldering flames from churning in the depths of his silver irises. He had only just slaughtered not just 3, but 5 individuals. But he wasn't satisfied in the slightest. Elena's gaze finally regained its clarity and they opened wide. "Wah! What was that?" she asked in shock, checking her body.
"You, groß." Elena frowned.
She had already not liked the fact that she wasn't in the best condition to meet her hubby. But this made things worse. The impurities were practically oozing out of her and she didn't like it at all. Ryu tapped a finger on her skin and a rush of frosty fog took shape. The smell was frozen away, and the impurities fell like shedding skin, leaving her as perfect as she was before. Elena smiled and stood to the tips of her toes, giving Ryu a peck on his cheek. Only then did she really settle down to the situation. When she saw that Ryu came and the ones hidden in the shadows didn't, she couldn't help but panic slightly. "Ryu, you didn't. Who injured your soul?" Ryu asked, gazing at her deeply. "That doesn't dash." "Who?" Ryu asked again. "Ryu, you." Ryu didn't reply. He held Elena's face gently in his hands. Even though he wasn't applying any pressure, she almost felt compelled to look him right in the eyes. No matter what she did, she couldn't seem to look away. "Ryu," she said softly, biting her lip. "This person is already a perfect sky god, and they're almost close to becoming a transcendent sky god. On top of that, they are part of the high tier." "Who?" Ryu asked again lightly. Elena seemed to melt. Ryu's gaze was the same indifference she remembered. The same unbothered, unadulterated confidence. She had known this would happen. His only doubts in his first life were toward his cultivation, but he never felt inferior to anyone. His only challenge was himself. When she said she believed that he could destroy the Holy Wing clan if he wanted, she had meant every word of it. When she tried to stop him from fighting against the martial gods, it was never about not believing in him. It was because she knew that the moment he did, any chance she naively thought they had at peace would cease to be. Okay, Elena said softly. She didn't mention the name, but her words are effectively the same. It wasn't like Ryu would recognize the name anyway. All that mattered was the sentiment. Little Silk, Ryu called out. A flash of sky blue cut through the skies. Beneath her, wrapped in bundles of silvery blue silk, there was a familiar old woman whose eyes were opened wide with shock and rage. Leave her here. Don't kill her. Let's go. Ryu took Elena's waist and took a step, appearing on Little Silk's back. His gaze flashed with a cold intent as the gorgeous butterfly shot into the distance. Elena couldn't seem to see the scenery at all. Her gaze focused on Ryu's chiseled side profile. The high tier of the martial gods was mostly made up of derivatives of the three divines. The holy wings were part of this group as derivatives of the divine wings. There were the holy chains that were obviously derivatives of the divine chains, and there was also the holy kings, derivative of the divine hegemony. They weren't the sum total, but they were probably the most important. As for where the person in question was, he was among the holy kings. He was known as young Master Janus. He was 28 years old this year and still had time to make it to the transcendent sky god realm before his 30th birthday to remain on the genius track and maintain his current pool of resources. He was just a step away, but even he knew that this was a difficult task. He was just a step away, but anyone who would say they were 100% confident could only be a conceited fool. As for being a generational talent, that was impossible. Such a talent wouldn't ever be 2 years away from falling off the genius path anyway. Those freaks would have probably broken through to the omniscient sky god realm 20 years in advance. I'll succeed in the task Mother asked of me soon, and that bitch will be dealt with. That should get me a few more resources. But I don't need more chi. I need inspiration to break through with my Tao. I'll have to trade them for a change using the dash. Boom! Janus' entire courtyard trembled as though the world was coming to an end. Who dares? He stood up in a rage. Although he sounded enraged, his mind was calculating many things. Who the hell could make it through his protective formation so easily? Chapter 1652 Herd of Gorillas. The area wasn't exactly densely populated. It was a region not too deep into the high tier either. However, densely to mortals versus what a cultivator might expect it to be were on entirely different levels. In a world like this one, even if the homes were dozens of miles apart, it was a matter of a glance for the various home owners to check on what was going on, let alone the fact these homes weren't nearly so spaced out. Janus' home was a mansion that squared off what was at least 50 meters longitudinally and latitudinally for itself. But for experts like them, this matter was hardly the effort of a single step. Usually, privacy in these regions was protected with the use of formations, but as Janus had said, his own had just shattered, causing the senses of the entire neighborhood to fall on him. However, even before that, Ryu's entrance was far too prominent. He descended from the skies riding upon a beast whose aura was infinitesimally close to the Lord Beast realm, and shattered a formation that should have taken some time to deal with in an instant. But even more eye-catching than that, it was Elena. Elena was someone that most knew. They knew of her standing, and it made many wary of her. But it also made others much more antagonistic toward her as well. Status was always a double-edged sword, especially when you were weak. While most would avoid her entirely, there were some that would go out of their way to harass her and make her life a living nightmare. Even so, she was undeniably beautiful, and her rise in recent years, after almost a millennia of dormancy, could be said to be meteoric, bringing more attention to her when even those who might have some animosity toward her would have ignored her before simply due to how weak she was. However, at this moment, she was hanging from the arm of a young man. His momentum might have felt frightening at first, especially considering the beast he rode upon. But when he took a step forward and landed in the courtyard on his own, his true aura was on clear display for them all to see. False sky god? Was this a joke? Ryu stood there in silence, his hands clasped behind his back. The air gently swayed with frigid air, causing his hair to sparkle with icy shards and his eyes to glow a slightly more blue than silver color. Janus ran out and was stunned by what he found. Boom! The instant he stepped out, his home was flattened to the ground by a single gust of little Silk's wings, the air slicing across his hair and clothing, carving them into shreds but leaving him unscathed. Janus' gaze sharpened, his fury almost spilling out. He grabbed onto his outer robes and pulled them away from himself, revealing a chiseled and perfectly sculpted physique. He gave Ryu a look, then looked up to the beast and then finally to Elena who stood on its back. Finally, he looked back at Ryu and sneered. "Dear sister, is this your husband?" Hearing these words, Ryu finally understood. So Janus was Elena's half-brother. It was no wonder Elena had tried to make things seem more complicated than they were. Unfortunately, he didn't give a damn about much else but two things. Ryu looked back toward Elena. "Do you care about his mother?" Ryu asked, meeting Elena's gaze. He turned his eyes away from Janus as though he didn't matter in the slightest. Elena's eyes sparkled.
No.
"I hate her." Ryu's lip curled into a smile. "Do you care what your father thinks about his death?"
No.
"I hate him too." These were words that Elena had never dared to speak to anyone but herself. Words if she usually spoke would end in a world of hurt for her. Even though her father's prestige couldn't completely shield her, she would be naive to think that it wasn't part of the reason she was still alive, the reason why her enemies had to bend the rules rather than outright breaking them. But with her husband here, why should she care anymore? Good. Then he dies. Janus was stunned for a moment before his booming laughter echoed through the skies. He was so enraged that a crown flickered into and out of existence on his head, the aura of a holy king radiating outward and making the blood of many roll in reverse, even Ryu's own. Ryu's gaze slowly turned back toward Janus, his complexion paling and rosing as his blood raged out of his control. But all the while, the calmness in his eyes didn't seem to fade in the slightest. "You come here, with a beast of unknown origins and want to kill me? Who do you think you are?" "My beast will not attack," Ryu said lightly. "It will be me who crushes you." Boom! The skies shook and formation after formation shattered like glass as the aura of a founding Tao descended with the might of a mountain. Twin trigram diagrams appeared above and below Ryu, as well as in his eyes. His birth phenomena rose high into the skies, its looming presence suffocating the chi in the region. Ryu had always had a great weakness. It felt like his abilities were always auxiliary and never directly increased the foundation of his strength. However, what once might be seen as a weakness had become a great asset. He realized that his Tao was tens of times more powerful on the ninth heaven. His birth phenomena was likewise even more oppressive and mighty. And, boom! Ryu's Tao vessel loomed like the only sun in the skies as the light dimmed around him. It was his light, his radiance that suppressed the world. Ki! The cry of a white phoenix shook the clouds, runes exploding around him as his aura continued to climb, the resonant cry echoing through the chi and amplifying it. Ryu's spiritual quintessence rippled and one after another, visualization of formation orbs took shape and absolute domain soared as he took a step forward. All of this happened in a single instant, so quickly in fact that most didn't register him shrinking the ground. His fist appeared before Janus' face as the starlight rippled in the surroundings. His movements were akin to a beautiful dance, one that somehow also suppressed and oppressed. Bang! Janus' head whipped to the side, the astonishment still clear on his face. He was still trying to process everything that was happening here when Ryu hit him. A stinging pain erupted on his cheekbone and he couldn't help but raise a hand to it, still slightly slow to react. When he realized the situation he was in, he struck out with a haphazard palm, blocking Ryu's next blow and making him take a step back. Even so, the astonishment in his eyes deepened even further. Just what the hell was going on here? According to his information, Elena's husband was from a mere small world, so he wasn't surprised by his low cultivation. He was more surprised that he could even step onto the ninth heaven in the first place. However, how could a false sky god make him feel pain, let alone take a single step back after his counterattack? He was a perfect sky god and a genius at that. There were 2 whole realms. No, it was practically 3 because Ryu was clearly still a lower false sky god. He had been hit by a false sky god? The crown flickering above his head suddenly solidified and the world came to an eerie stillness. Ryu looked down at his fist. He had actually broken his hand on that attack. It was the first time since he had gotten it that his boundless cosmos bone structure had collapsed under pressure. It wasn't just the hardness of Janus' body. That was secondary. Rather, it felt like anything that came in contact with Janus was under his own laws and regulations, even to the point that just contact with him at all was blasphemous and had to be punished. So that's the Holy King bloodline, huh? Interesting. Ryu shook out his wrist as though he couldn't feel the pain, snapping his bones back into place before circulating embryonic chi and healing it completely. Then he looked at Janus. Everything in the world truly had stilled. His birth phenomena and Tao vessel were struggling to maintain control over the chi in the region, and he could even feel that his bloodlines were more than just rolling in reverse now. They were practically rebelling as though they wanted to rush out of his body and pay homage to Janus rather than him. Since you've come here today, don't think of leaving. I will crush you until your worthless pride is nothing more than a shattered pile of bone. Ryu met his gaze, looking at the shimmering gold that took shape within them. His Tao heart suddenly glistened, like a reflective blade catching the sun's rays. It sparkled and the hold Janus had on his body seemed to have disappeared. I've never had much respect at all for the martial gods, Ryu said lightly. You speak of pride a lot, but I don't think any of you actually knows what that means. You lower yourselves to the most grotesque of standards, then puff out your chests like a herd of gorillas. Let me show you what true pride is. In the face of even the greatest odds, it does not break nor fold. Ryu's eyes shone with a resplendent light. Heaven's Gate. Open. Chapter 1653. Congratulations. The legend of the Heaven's Gate hadn't appeared in generations, and the legends built around it were akin to the stuff of mythos. It was said that the Earth's Gate held the secrets to life and the Heaven's Gate held the secrets to existence. They sat on 2 opposing ends of reality, creating the parameters by which creation itself could flourish. And today, the Heaven's Gate had appeared again. They were tall and looming, so much so that no matter where you stood on the ninth heaven, they could be seen as clear as day. Golds, silvers, and bronzes, wound together in a fanciful embroidery that encompassed all that ever had been and ever would be stood in an impossible tall arch. And with a step, Ryu took a step through it. It was a simple action, one unadorned and lacking any sort of flair. His hair danced gently, a delicate glow gliding across his blemishless skin. His chi realm cultivation rose to the peak of the true god realm. His body realm cultivation rose to the pinnacle of the false realm. His mental realm cultivation rose to an unmatched level within the true realm. His Tao rose from the false grade to the true grade. His internal matrix thrummed and advanced as well, raising his Tao to an equivalent realm of the perfect grade. His inheritances and comprehensions all advanced, his fluttering hair dancing with more and more fervor as his child of chaos and child of order constitutions blended together into a tempestuous rain. Ryu had thought about what he should do here. Should he fight a long, drawn-out battle? Should he try and hide his cards to the best of his ability? Should he restrain himself and find a more clever or unique method to seek justice for his wife? But then he understood something. This was no longer the lower heavens. The very people who had targeted him as a child were present in this land. They knew of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. They knew of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. They knew of his chaotic silk meridians. In that case, why not give them a taste of the strength they had feared so much they took steps to suppress it in the crib? His eyes of now and his eyes of back then were not even comparable. In the past, a single use of Earth Gate or Heaven's Gate would leave him unable to use it for months to years depending on the situation. But now, this was his power, and it was entirely under his control. PCHU. Janus tried to dodge, but he felt the laws of the world break around him. He suddenly couldn't tell up from down or left from right. He thought he was moving away, but he ended up running right into Ryu's claws. His chest was pierced by 5 incisions at once, and his eyes couldn't help but widen into saucers. He could feel the edges of Ryu's claws grazing against his heart, lightly touching the soft flesh as though gently checking if it could handle being punctured.
Impossible.
Impossible. Janus' eyes were completely filled with despair. The control that Ryu had exhibited just now was that of a transcendent. It was definitely transcendent control. But how could a false sky god possibly have transcendent control? A transcendent with space-time soul nature. How could anyone beneath the transcended sky god realm possibly defeat him? No, it's possible. Janus thought, his eyes dimming further. It would just have to be one of those monsters. Janus realized now more than ever how large the gap between him and one of those geniuses that scoffed at their standards. They didn't play by the rules of common sense. Because they didn't have to, since he couldn't win in a straight-up fight. Then he would just have to find another way. Janus roared, feeling Ryu's claws about to crush his heart. The shattered formation of his courtyard was suddenly replaced by another, one hidden beneath the first and also one that Janus had never had any reason to activate before. But just as it was about to take form, Ryu's other hand flickered, piercing a finger right through the heart of the formation. It has been a very long time since my heavenly pupils have appeared. So long, in fact, that it seems that you all have forgotten its majesty. Let me remind you. Ryu's claws squeezed down and Janus' heart was torn to shreds. Janus' eyes hung wide open. His mouth just as wide as blood leaked from it in a waterfall. He coughed, then chuckled a bitter laugh. I hope you've enjoyed this small victory. Janus coughed again, the crown of chi above his head flickering into and out of existence. Ryu didn't say anything, but he could truly feel the strong vitality of martial gods at the moment. Granted, Janus was a perfect sky god, but he looked like he could still live for several days even with his heart in such a state. Boom! But I already knew that it would be useless. That formation had another purpose entirely, one I'm sure you saw through as well and didn't give a damn about. That's the thing about you monsters. Always so arrogant. Always believing that you're above it all. Never being able to see the bigger picture. For you to appear now, though, it means you saved my big sister from the Dreg hunt. And if you saved her, that almost certainly means that you clashed with Enrica. And considering your arrogance, she's almost certainly dead. Do you think that a beast mimicry disciple would just appear in martial god territory without rhyme or reason? Janus suddenly heard a chuckle that caught him off guard. Soon, he found himself lifted up by the wounds in his chest until he looked at Ryu face to face. Congratulations, Ryu said with a smile. You've earned yourself an extension on your life. Confusion painted Janus' expression. Confused? Don't be. Wouldn't it be a shame if you didn't see your little scheme fall flat on its face? Chapter 1654. Skip this farce. Boom, boom, boom. Almost the instant Ryu finished talking, the skies were filled with flying treasures. The first to appear were, of course, those in courtyards adjacent or nearby to Janus' own. But very quickly there were others. None of these people were part of Janus' scheme, however. Rather, it was because of the appearance of Heaven's Gate that they had come. It was not a phenomena that could be ignored in the slightest, and Ryu had already known the kind of commotion it would cause. In fact, that was part of the reason he had used it in the first place. Soon, however, those that Janus had called forward personally would arrive. Ryu had indeed seen it. The hidden formation was multifaceted. Any activation of it would mean that Janus was in great danger to begin with, and if it was destroyed it was even more of a sign. The moment it had been activated, the individuals with the most investment in Janus had likewise already appeared. Countless gazes landed on Ryu, and just as many seemed to widen. How could they not recognize Janus? He was a holy king. He might not be among the hegemons, and he was nowhere near the best of the holy kings either, considering how close he was to falling off the genius path. But Ryu was clearly radiating the aura of a true sky god, and he didn't even have a single scratch on him. And then there was Elena's existence. They had all taken note of this woman long ago, and she clearly seemed to be with Ryu. But where did this man come from? Or maybe even more importantly than that, where did the beast she was riding on come from? They didn't just make obedient omniscient god beasts on the verge of becoming lord beasts. It just didn't happen. Their gazes landed back on Ryu, who had a hand through Janus' chest. The latter coughed up blood from time to time, but he didn't dare to move as Ryu tossed his body around as though he was a sock puppet. The rage in his eyes was extremely subdued at the moment, not spilling forth even after he spotted exactly those he wanted to see. At that moment, the crowd of flying treasures was forced to part beneath the majesty of two people, both of whom were exuding the aura of the omniscient sky god realm. Behind them, there was a single young man wearing robes of pristine white aside from the golden branches and the singular pauldron formed of black scales on his right shoulder. This young man looked young, extremely so, only about 16 or 17 years old, and yet, he exuded the air of a lower perfect sky god that somehow felt no less inferior to the two omniscient sky gods he was following behind. In fact, if one looked more closely, it felt that less than following them, they were escorting him. It was just a few word difference, but it was a difference that weighed as heavily as a mountain. Janus! One of the omniscient sky gods called out in shock. She had rushed over here, but she expected to see her son on the losing side of a great battle. She never expected that she would come to see his life hanging on by a thread. Her gaze flashed like lightning when it landed on Ryu, but she frowned when she noticed Elena a moment afterward. You! There were only two explanations, but she felt like one was entirely inappropriate and yet somehow also made the most sense. It was either this was Elena's husband, the one she talked about so much, or she had finally given up on that trash and found someone else to rely upon. It wasn't like the martial gods weren't known for the promiscuity. Not many would bat an eye to her change. However, Elena had been so oddly staunchly opposed despite receiving many decent offers. Had she finally grown tired? Both explanations had reasons that didn't seem to make much sense. On the one hand, it was too out of character for Elena, but on the other, how could someone from a small world defeat her son with so little effort? Unhand him, she said coldly. Ryu shook Janus, causing him to cough up another mouthful of blood. It almost looked like he was asking, him? And this only infuriated his mother all the more. Janus' mother was on the verge of asking Ryu if he knew who her husband was, but when she looked toward Elena, she knew that she would only be humiliating herself by attempting to do so. Rika! Janus wheezed out. The young man frowned when he heard this. He had been only really curious about the Heaven's Gate, which was why he had bothered to come at all. But he didn't expect to hear these words. Why was Janus mentioning his sister? She's dead. Janus pushed out again. Ryu didn't make any attempt to stop him, and Janus likely knew this as well. The young man felt like he had been hit by a bolt of lightning. What? He only spoke a single word, and it didn't even seem to have much strength behind it. But all the chi in the skies flowed in reverse, except for the chi in one area. The air around Ryu was so stable and unmoved that it painted the picture of a calm lake. Janus struggled and pointed a bloody finger right at Ryu, but because they were so close, he ended up weakly hitting him first. Ryu shook his wrist and tossed Janus away. The latter landed in a pile of rubble, and in an instant, all the blood on Ryu's body vanished. The second omniscient sky god was wearing robes eerily similar to Enrika frowned. How had one of their own died? This was just a casual visit. Let's cut to the end of this farce, shall we? Are you going to attack one by one or all together? Chapter 1655 Idiot. Ryu flicked his wrist and the blood that had coated him was flung into the surroundings, suddenly leaving him spotless and without the slightest hint of a blemish. He took a step forward and his founding Dao flourished. Suddenly, under the astonished gazes of all those present, he rose into the skies as though he was stepping upon heaven's staircase. His white and sky-blue robes fluttered in the wind, moving with his whipping hair. This scene had far more impact on those watching than even Ryu could have guessed. This was the ninth heaven. The skies were the domain of the Dao gods. There was simply no other individual who could complete this feat, and those with the right to witness such a thing could likely be counted on both one's hands. And yet, this youth they had never heard of, acted with a casualness that belied the arrogance in his gaze. He seemed to look down upon the world, his haughty gaze and resplendent Tao heart akin to what only the greatest geniuses of the ninth heaven could possibly match up to. He was the king here. Janus' mother was shaken for a moment before her fury returned. "Who are you? You are not Elena's husband." She wanted to say many more words about Elena, but she didn't dare to. Calling Elena a bitch or a whore would disparage her husband's name, and that wasn't something she could afford to do, nor was she willing to do so. Ryu's laughter suddenly caused the clouds to rumble. He laughed so heartily one would have thought that he had heard the greatest joke in the world. How could he not understand what this woman wanted to do? She thought that he definitely wasn't Elena's husband, so by mentioning the fact that one existed, she thought that he could make him turn on his own wife. But wasn't she a little too stupid? "My wife's name is Elena Tatsuya. Do you have any more questions?" The skies shook as the twin trigram diagrams in Ryu's eyes sparkled with a shimmer and gleam. His momentum continued to climb as the words slowly sunk in, the Tatsuya name striking them like thunder. "I've heard that the martial gods have had quite a time, thinking to themselves to be great, suppressing my wife and treating her like she was someone without protection. Today, you'll pay for that." Sashi, Janus' mother, was slowly regaining her calm. This Ryu was exceptionally good at pressing down upon their weaknesses and making them squirm. She could even feel a subtle down pressing on her courage, trying to crush it into minced meat and suppress her to the point she couldn't even raise her head. It was only now she truly understood that power of a founding Tao of legends. However, after realizing that Ryu had the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, it all seemed to make sense. If the owner of these eyes couldn't form a founding Tao, then who could? If only she knew that Ryu's founding Tao had been formed before his eyes were unsealed. As for what he could accomplish with them finally back at his beck and call, well, it seemed that many scurrying lab rats had run to his front door to give him the chance to find out. I've grown bored of this. Little Silk. Whoosh! Sashi and the older woman from the beast mimicry sect suddenly felt a great cold shiver run through their spines. It felt like countless icy daggers, so thin they couldn't even see it with their naked eyes, had appeared around them. If they moved even the slightest inch, they would be crushed. Bang! At that moment, the silent young man who had a silent, brewing rage in his eyes, suddenly waved a hand, shattered the shroud of hidden ice needles. From the very beginning, Ryu had directly ignored him as though he wasn't even worthy of his time. This infuriated him, but not more than the supposed death of his sister. Mysteries of heaven and earth pupils? So what? He hadn't come here when he sensed heaven's gate for the sake of bowing and scraping. He had come to see if a mere 7th-ranked heavenly pupil was even worthy of him taking action. Founding Tao? What worth did it have at the true God realm? Was it better than his own ancient Tao of a far superior level? His Tao heart shone in his chest like a furious ember. No one could make him lower his head. "You'll pay for this." He moved without another word, not introducing himself, not even asking for Ryu's name. None of it mattered to him. He struck out with a fist that made the world lose color. Ryu shifted a gaze over. The world seemed slow to him, moving in frames per second instead of a smooth cadence. He saw so many flaws in the fist in an instant that he almost felt lazy. A beast tamer attacking a close combat expert like him with a fist? Was he really so arrogant? Ryu stretched out a palm, his cosmos fog stirring as his body weight increased hundreds of fold in an instant. Bang! A clap of echoing thunder rang. It sounded like they had nestled within one another, layering and booming out with a sudden violent cadence. Ryu towered over the young man, unmoving in the skies as the latter was sent flying backward. Compared to Ryu, who was controlling his own flight, the young man was only relying on a flying treasure. He stood no chance in such a confrontation even if one disregarded that beast tamers had no such close combat skills. He thought himself a genius who could overwhelm Ryu regardless of the field. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. The young man barely caught his balance, his flying treasure teetering in the air. His face twisted with embarrassment and rage. "Idiot! Ryu spoke without the slightest hint of respect. How about you try and take out your beasts instead? Chapter 1656 Two Paths. Valerius thought he was truly seeing in red. Do you think you're worthy of such a thing? Slap. Valerius had no idea where it came from. Ryu hadn't even taken a single step. His hand just swung and a handprint deformed his cheek and left a tooth flying into the distance. Every moment you don't, I'll increase the strength of that slap by 10%. You dash. The sound echoed even louder than before. The beast tamer woman seemed to finally regain her bearings. Stop right dash. Ice needles appeared once again, these ones even more robust than before, and yet somehow even less detectable than the first time. Another slap. This one shattered Valerius' cheekbone and part of his jaw. The side of his face swelled into a balloon. By the time the fifth descended, Ryu was greatly disappointed. The combination of genius and youth on the ninth heaven left him feeling no sort of exhilaration. Those that were both great enough geniuses and of adequate strength to fight him were still teenagers. Their minds lacked any sort of refinement. Their techniques were what were passed down to them from others, and they had yet to form a single individual thought yet. Valerius was a beast tamer. His senses were at least one par with Ryu's own if his eyes were taken out of the equation. But he couldn't even see Ryu's slaps coming because he had never faced such a thing in his life before. His mind lacked any flexibility and his battle tactics weren't nearly refined enough. Compared to Ryu, who had forgotten just how many battles he had fought just to reach this point, this was all much too pathetic. If it wasn't for Elena, Ryu would have regretted coming to this heaven so early. Maybe if he had waited until he became a transcendent sky god first, or even a perfect sky god, he could have found some real opponents. Slap! Valerius roared into the skies, finally so infuriated that he tapped the beast skin pouch on his hip finally. He expected his beast companions to take form in a swarm, moving to protect him, but he received nothing of the sort. He tapped it again, then again. His eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Why weren't his beasts coming out? If this was a real battle, you would have died 10 times over by now. You're pathetic. Ryu had just wanted to test if his theory would actually work, and it seemed that he was correct. He could really make the geniuses of the beast mimicry sect completely helpless. They couldn't even summon their beasts if he didn't want them to. At that point, they were just pigs to slaughter. Ryu shook his head, about to leave when he sensed something interesting. It wasn't that he was trying to shatter Valerius' Tao heart. He had done so by accident to others many times before, but even though his founding Tao was activating this time around, he wasn't actively targeting him for that purpose. In his eyes, Valerius was just a kid. He found it hard to take him seriously in the first place. Of course, he would have been willing to fight if there was a good battle to be had. But a child like this would be too easy to outmaneuver in battle. There were two factors in combat. One was raw physical output, and the second was how well you used this strength, encompassing not just control but strategy as well. In terms of raw physical output, Ryu was weaker than even Janus from earlier. In fact, right now, he was probably the equivalent of a low to mid-tier bloodline of the martial gods at the true sky god realm. His talent had always been lagging behind. It just didn't matter. The methods through which he could apply his strength was on another level entirely, and setting aside transcendent control, his eyes could see through everything and he had time to think of a myriad of ways to react before his opponent could. If Ryu suppressed his usual battle instincts, he could begrudgingly make it an interesting battle. But what was the point? To boost this brat's ego? But just now, Ryu sensed something interesting. Valerius fell into silence. His roars disappeared as he looked down. His head covered his eyes and Ryu could see a beating heart in his chest, glowing with a bright red glow. There were two ways people could take failure. The first was to crumble like Ryu had seen many times before. And the other way was this. Valerius looked up, his eyes sparking with golden trails of lightning as his spiritual quintessence rippled. Ryu suddenly felt the world solidify to the point that using his space-time soul nature felt like pulling teeth. And then he saw several ripples form in the skies, as though the vast expanse had become a lake of cold and several pebbles had been tossed into their depths. Out from these ripples, the maws from vengeful beasts began to open wide. They didn't have corporeal bodies, and this was clear some sort of high-class visualization, but their auras were palpable. Oh! You finally started using your brain. Ryu could feel hints of danger blooming in his heart. His senses caused his hair to stand on end. He realized that this wasn't himself, but rather his bloodlines. He understood now why his mother-in-law had said it might be a problem to go to this sect. His lip curled and a fiendish grin spread across his face. Seeing this scene, Elena's heart skipped a beat. She had seen that smile once before, that smile Ryu had worn before he fought an army of martial gods all on his own. It was also a smile she had never seen during their first life together. She knew that this was as much a part of Ryu as anything else. That lust for battle, that love of competition, that endless trek to the top of all there was or ever would be. Ryu activated his bloodmancy and the invisible chains on his body shattered. His body erupting with white scales as a howl shot through the skies. He and Valerius exploded forth at the same time. Chapter 1657 Chilling. Bang! Ryu's fist met the beast constructs forming in the air. For a moment, it looked as though they were evenly matched, but in that instant, Ryu's perfect black buddy soul thrummed. Bang! The beast constructs seemed to implode, becoming large streams of spiritual quintessence that erupted from their innards and spilled out into the surroundings. Valerius' eyes narrowed, but his hands quickly began to form hand seals. He took note of Ryu's perfect black buddy soul, deducing what had just happened in an instant and changing his tactics. His arms spread out and his Tao erupted, the billowing aura of a higher ancient Tao spilling into the surroundings. The constructs that Ryu had just blown apart seemed to reform on their own, a cascading swell of life and creation pooling. For a moment, the constructs didn't seem to just be constructs anymore, but rather real, living, breathing beasts. Valerius pressed 2 fingers, holding one palm out toward Ryu and raising those fingers into the sky. Blood was pulled out from his pores, chi spilled out from his mouth and nose, and spiritual quintessence swirled among them, forming an amalgamation of something entirely new. The danger Ryu sensed multiplied several times over, the creatures that had been somewhat more real now suddenly truly becoming corporeal. The WRMs filled the skies by the dozens, roaring like flood dragons completely unimpeded by their own flight at all. They soared just as easily as Ryu did, bearing down menacingly and unleashing a torrent of their creator's fury. The air rocked like the sea on a stormy night, the chi in the surroundings becoming so volatile that even the pair of omniscient sky god women found it hard to even stabilize themselves properly. In that moment, it felt like all eyes within 1,000 kilometers were stuck on this very battle. And then there was Ryu, who looked like a small fish in the midst of swarming sharks, so tiny and insignificant compared to these large, looming constructs that it seemed he would truly be swallowed whole. Death Acupoint. The trigram diagrams above and below Ryu, shimmering with gold and dark gold respectively, spun once and seemed to click into place. He gathered up momentum in one of his fingers, one of his legs sweeping back as his wrists relaxed into a loose posture. For a moment, he almost looked as though he was taking the stance of a crane, a middling, mortal martial art that the grand nobles of the true martial world had likely never seen before. But it was nothing of the sort. His birthed phenomena rose high into the skies, his Tao suddenly sharpening. Then his finger completed a downward stroke. Bang! One of the constructs shattered into a rain of blood, spiritual quintessence, and chi. A foggy energy began to gather around Ryu's wrists, his other hand completing a beautiful downward stroke that destroyed another construct, and then another. The death acupoints of these creatures pretending to be alive were so large that they might as well have been a large, blinking neon sign that pointed them out. Every time he moved, the constructs fell, painting a gorgeous scene of a man in tune with nature, dancing in a rain of blood and energy. Valerius appeared before Ryu in a flash, or, rather, a clone of his seemed to. Many felt their hearts skip a beat. Wasn't this the incarnation of a Tao Lord? How was it possible for Valerius to use such a thing already? His fist exploded forth, fueled by an impossible strength. That was because Ryu could see in an instant that it wasn't just vital chi and chi that was fueling the strike. But somehow Valerius was also using his spiritual quintessence to directly increase his strength. It was a technique that was a perfect fusion of his Tao, his mage arts, and his inheritances. Compared to the strike of his real body, this fist was hundreds of times more powerful rather than being the weaker version it should have been. Boom! Fist and fist met, and Ryu felt his arm snap backward under the force. Though his arm wasn't broken, his guard certainly was. However, he used the sudden loss of momentum to step back and out of the range of the Incarnation's second blow, sweeping another finger technique out in an arc to shatter an approaching construct. A battle that shattered the very air it took place on erupted, every clash ending in a cacophony of exploding energy and shattering reality. Ryu realized very quickly why Valerius was able to keep up in close combat with this Incarnation. It wasn't just that he was distracted but the constructs constantly trying to rip his head off, nor was it just the fact that the Incarnation itself was outputting far more power than himself, but it was that Valerius was a third-party observer to everything as well. He wasn't the Incarnation, he was controlling the Incarnation. As such, his vantage point was akin to a use of third perspective.
No.
Ryu's eyes flashed like lightning. It wasn't just his main body, but all the constructs. Every single one of his creations was an extra set of eyes, and it negated one of his greatest advantages. Bang! 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 Ryu exchanged a quick flurry of elbows and knees with the Incarnation, garnering himself a small bit of breathing room to use Death Acupoint again and destroy another Incarnation. The white scales across Ryu's body suddenly thrummed as everything clicked into place. It was time for him to stop reacting and start taking the initiation. Immortal Sakura. Ryu's wings opened wide as a construct of his own appeared high in the skies. The visualization loomed so tall and mighty that it could be seen for tens of thousands of kilometers. When its delicate pink diamond cherry blossoms began to fall from the skies, it painted an image of awe and fascination, forming a gorgeous tapestry that was quickly assaulted by a rain of bone-chilling cold. Chapter 1658 A Genius. The cherry blossoms froze over one after another, gaining shields of a transparent, pale blue. Then, upon each one, Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns took shape. They were sharp lines at perfect 90-degree angles, looking as though an artist had meticulously met a downstroke with several cross strokes. They shone with a bright sky blue color and the world seemed to slow. In that moment, the lock that Valerius had managed to place on Ryu's spacetime control loosened considerably. All this time, Ryu had focused his attention on Valerius' beast skin spatial pouch, the only thing he could do under such restriction. But now, absolute domain took shape once again, star chi falling from the skies in a beautiful wash of silver. The scene could only be described as gorgeous. A man adorned by white scales, standing beneath an immortal sakura with blossoms of pink and blue, allowing the rain of the stars to fall down upon him. Roar! Ryu's mouth parted and a mighty dragon roar tore a vortex through the clouds above. Bang! 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 The WYRM constructs ran into the seemingly delicate and fluttering cherry blossoms, only to be iced over in shards of blue, and shattered into countless sparkling pieces that only added to the ambience. The Incarnation tried to close in on Ryu again, throwing out a fist, but Ryu didn't even pay attention to it as it collided with another blossoming petal. Its arm was suddenly encased by ice, and though it quickly shrugged it off, Ryu's fist had already found its way to its chest. Ryu unleashed a relentless barrage, his fists smoothly flowing into his kicks, which just as smoothly paved a wide path for his palms and claws. He changed his battle stance so frequently that it was entirely impossible to track, and even when one thought they found an opening, a fluttering blossom would find its way to block it. The shurring of blades and the swinging tempest of staffs and weapons of bludgeoning horrors echoed. When one's eyes lost focus, it looked more like Ryu had become an arsenal of weapons rather than a man fighting with his own body. And every time they caused just the faintest inkling of one of these weapons, it would feel entirely blinding, almost as though a god amongst men was standing before them. Ryu's speed suddenly accelerated, layering time in a way Valerius simply couldn't see through. In that moment, Ryu seemed to have truly transcended. Everything came together and it was all due to just a simple thought. This gorgeous scene. Shouldn't it be painted? In that moment, The onlookers felt as though they were trapped. They couldn't take their eyes off of it. Felt like nothing had changed. And yet somehow everything had. Trapped in the flow of time, the immortal Sakura was no longer just a visualization of Ryu. It rather became a visualization of the world, encompassing a time long gone and a glimpse into what might be. Ryu felt a pull and control over time that he had never experienced before, a pull that finally seemed to rival his control over space, albeit just barely. And it was that control that the incarnation was entirely unable to keep up with. Bang! 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 Ryu erupted with 3 fists. They didn't seem to hit lethal areas at all, one to the shoulder, one to the chin, and the last to the gut. And yet, the moment they landed, the incarnation froze before shattering into a rain of blood and energy. Flames erupted across Ryu's body, dancing with black and dark red hues. In this environment, one adorned by beauty, delicateness, and even a hint of bashfulness, he seemed to be the only stain. And yet, that just made the pull of his visualization all the more powerful. There could be no peace without war, no contentment without malcontent, no happiness without rage. When Ryu suddenly struck that balance, and those in the surroundings were forced to contend with the fact that something so beautiful could be created by someone with the capacity for such evil, the skies seemed to split, a resounding holy blessing falling down upon them, a holy blessing that Ryu swiped away with a hand, shattering it into pieces. His horns glistened even beneath his dark flames, his white hair fluttering as the only contrast of brightness upon him. Even his scales were buried beneath the inferno. Valerius stood in the distance, beads of sweat falling down from his brow not out of fear, but rather hints of fatigue and the billowing heat suddenly coming from Ryu. He looked at Ryu deeply, his breathing even and the depths of his eyes quickly birthing a maturity he hadn't had just moments ago. There were, indeed, 2 paths that one could take after being humiliated, and he had taken the one that was only available to those with Tao hearts as resplendent as his own. It was a Tao heart that the people of the 9th heaven called the heart of a hero. And looking down at Ryu's chest, Valerius could see that he, too, had one. Slowly, Valerius began to take out a bone whip. It came from his spatial ring, so Ryu was unable to stop it. But he could also tell that it was too inferior a weapon for a genius of Valerius' caliber. It was likely that his favorite weapon was stored in the beast's skin, but Ryu had stopped him from taking it out. Even after several seconds, the bone whip had yet to fully manifest itself, and it quickly became obvious why Valerius hadn't taken it out until now, and also why he chose to store his main weapon in the much more complex spatial device. It simply took too long to pull out. Bang! Despite the fact they were standing over 100 meters in the sky, the bone whip slapped against the ground, forming a crater that rippled with cracks into the surroundings. However, just before the 2 could begin another round, a voice called out, "I believe that's enough." Chapter 16:59 Plenty. Ryu didn't have to cast in the direction of the one who spoke to see who it was. There were probably only very few people who could hide from his third perspective. And there was also the fact that this man wasn't trying to hide himself in the slightest. In Sacrum, he dared to say that nothing could escape his third perspective. But he had learned enough about the true martial world to conclude that there was nothing truly infallible in this world, at least not while his eyes were yet to return to their former number 1 ranking. The man who flew upon a flying disc had a mature sort of charm about him. His hair was graying, but perfectly slicked back. His face was clean-shaven and his robes were both simple, but noble, fluttering in the wind with colors of azure and gold. Sashi's heart skipped a beat when she saw this man. She put a hand on her chest and gave a small bow. She didn't bend her waist very much because her status was high enough to not need to do so. But the same wasn't the case for most everyone else. In fact, even the woman of the beast mimicry sect gave him a bow. The only 2 that didn't were Ryu and Valerius. Not wanting to stir more trouble than she had to, even Elena bowed. She felt that she had gotten Ryu into more than enough trouble, and now she was worried. "Warden," Sashi greeted politely. The warden title of the martial gods held a great amount of weight. Though the man was only of the omniscient sky god realm, it could be said that he had enough strength in a single palm to suppress both Sashi and her friend both with a great deal of ease. The minimum requirement of a warden was to reach the omniscient sky god realm while staying on the genius path. Many of them had a great chance of reaching the Tao Lord realm, but even without doing so, their ability to suppress those of the same realm stood near the top of the martial god clan as a whole. The warden position wasn't just bluster and talk. It was one that could only be claimed by walking through a mountain of corpses. Challenges were constantly open, and anyone who met the minimum requirement could challenge this man at any time. Warden Mordecai wasn't even from a high-tier bloodline. He had a middle-tier bloodline of the martial gods, one that placed him below the status of Sashi and certainly the beast mimicry sect woman. And yet, when he came forward, they felt a trembling fear in their hearts. This was the power of someone who wasn't born with everything, but instead took it. Mordecai swept a gaze over the bowing people. When he saw that Ryu and Valerius hadn't moved, he didn't seem enraged. Instead, he chuckled, finding it amusing. Your battle was quite exhilarating. It reminded me of my youth. But you're destroying my ward. If you would like to battle, please do so in designated areas. My pockets are too shallow to deal with this cost. Ryu looked at the man deeply. He constantly felt his mind pinging him at a great deal of danger. This wasn't the first time this had happened, but rather the second after Valerius himself. It was an extremely subtle feeling, one that could easily slip through his grasp. But now that it had happened again, he felt that it wasn't a coincidence. He dismissed it before because if this was a new ability, then why hadn't it activated when Old Juan was about to take action? He should have been alerted then. But if he was correct, it was likely that Old Juan was either too far beyond him, or his cultivation was too low to grasp the warning in time. Since then, he had broken into the false Sky God realm, and right now he was technically in the true Sky God realm and had grasped transcendent control. Even with all its seals unlocked, his heavenly pupils still scaled with his individual strength. That would never cease to be. Is this a mutation of intuition? Intuition was something he was only supposed to be able to use 3 times in a lifetime, and he had already used them all? Or so he thought. Maybe his eyes had swapped out 3 large, life-changing uses of intuition for smaller, more manageable spurts. Ryu turned back and frowned when he confirmed that Elena was bowing. He didn't say a word, but a strong wind straightened her back. She was a bit taken aback, but when she saw Ryu's gaze, her lips curled into a sheepish smile, a hint of worry twinkling in her eyes. Warden Mordecai's gaze didn't waver when he saw this. In fact, his smile remained the same. The road of cultivation is a lonely path, young one. You cannot give your talent nor your backbone to everyone around you. They will have to raise themselves up, or you will one day have to watch them die regardless of the heights you reach. And by then, their death will be the anchor that drags you down. Mordecai spoke lightly as though he was advising a junior. Ryu gazed at him for a long while, not sensing any malintent in his words, but he still didn't like it in the slightest. There have been plenty of people who've reached the Tao God realm, plenty who've formed founding Daos, plenty who've had great talents or formed powerful backbones, as you say. But where is the challenge in doing what everyone else has already done? I will not only reach the pinnacle of the world, I will take those I love with me. If they need a backbone, I will be their backbone. If they lack talent, I will give them talent. If anyone stands in their way, I'll cut them down. Chapter 1660 Poor Living Situation. Ryu's hair rustled in the wind, his gaze meeting Mordecai's without the slightest hint of wavering. He looked as though he could truly palm the entire skies in a hand at the moment, and looking at his back, Elena felt tears threatening to fall. The Ryu she knew was obsessed with reaching the top of the world, but his thoughts were never about doing the same for everyone around him. It was a pursuit that could almost be called selfish under most lenses, and it was there only to satisfy his own vanity. Those were thoughts she kept to herself because they never seemed to matter. For one, the Ryu she fell for couldn't cultivate to begin with. And second, well, it was easy for you to ignore the flaws of someone you deeply loved. Another part of Elena, at least in recent years, felt that her evaluation of Ryu was unfair. Just because she didn't feel any ambition to do much, didn't mean that others had to be the same as her. Originally, she had felt that Ryu was being silly. He was already born to the greatest clan of Sacrum, What was there for him to pursue? Even after she learned about the wider world and the existence of the true martial world, she felt that it was unnecessary to go so far. Why not stay put where they were the kings and queens of their own little world? How much easier would their lives be? How much longer could they live? How many little princes and princesses could they have? Wasn't that the life everyone should aspire to? When Ryu actually came after her so soon after his rebirth, Elena realized that he had changed. He wasn't the same person. He smiled more. He was more caring. No, Ryu had always been caring, but it was in ways that most wouldn't see unless you truly looked into his eyes. But now, it just felt so free, so out in the open. She had hardly been around him for more than a few moments, but she had known him so well, and for so long that she spotted the changes instantly. And these words he had just spoken seemed to solidify that. She wiped at her eyes, trying to stop the tears from falling. She didn't want to embarrass Ryu any more than she already had. Embarrassment wasn't really a feeling that Ryu felt often, but she was his first wife, his first love. This thought was something that had driven her for a long while, and it was the reason she had been able to withstand so much pressure from her surroundings for so long. If she was going to stay in such a role, she couldn't have Ryu carry the brunt of their faith alone. She had to be better. Even if someone was strong enough to make her fold, they would have to break her to do so. Something changed in Elena's eyes, and Mordecai, who was still mulling over Ryu's words, looked over, his gaze akin to an abrupt flash of lightning. He raised an eyebrow and didn't say much more. Geniuses like Ryu didn't listen when they had already made up their minds one way or another. His gaze landed on Janice, and for the first time he frowned. He was dead? When had he died? Mordecai looked toward Ryu again, who was standing there as though nothing had happened. You killed him? He wanted to ask when, but he felt like the question would deal a blow to his prestige. He was certain that Janice had been alive all the while, and in that state, he should have lived for several days at worst with the strength of his body. Even his own mother, though anxious, hadn't been to the point of losing her mind because she felt that her son still had a good path toward survival. That's only natural, Ryu said lightly. I was never going to allow him to survive. Anyone who touches my wife will suffer the same fate. Ryu's gaze turned toward Sashi, who seemed to only just be allowing the information to settle in. Her son had died? Within what felt like arm's reach to her? A single bound for a cultivator of her caliber? And she hadn't even noticed? The cruelty set in like a meteor falling from the skies and crashed into her in endless waves. Her chest felt like it had been hollowed out, and her eyes sunk into despair and fury. She looked toward Ryu, huffing breaths in and out as though she was some sort of feral animal. You did this on purpose, she screeched, lunging at Ryu. Ryu looked at her calmly as Little Silk flapped her wings once, creating a solid barrier of ice as he took a step back, crossing several layers of space as though they weren't even there. Sashi tried to smash the barrier to pieces, but the moment she touched it, she felt her chi freeze over in an instant. Ryu appeared by Elena's side and took up her waist. Where's your residence? Ryu asked. Elena took a breath, her gaze shimmering with confidence before she pointed out a direction. With a flash, they appeared on Little Silk's back and shot into the distance, leaving a stream of blue frost in their wake. I will kill you personally, Ryu Tatsuya. Valeria's calm voice echoed. Ryu's lip curled, and he didn't bother to look back. It seemed that he didn't even need to give out his full name these days for people to know him. Ryu and Elena touched down in an untouched compound. Despite Elena's living conditions, the courtyard wasn't bad and only a little shy of Janice's own. Elena took Ryu's wrist and pulled him along. Ryu chuckled. You don't need to be so eager. Shouldn't I at least take a shower first? Elena glanced at him and looked her husband up and down as though she might really eat him. I'll eat you up later. There's something else. She pulled Ryu into the basement. They passed through several seals before they stood before an altar with a single jade sitting on it. What's that? Ryu asked. For your meridians and spiritual foundation, Elena said with a bright smile. Ryu felt like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Could it be that the reason Elena's living situation was so poor was because she had traded everything for this? Chapter 1661 Pleasure. Ryu stood in silence for a long while, the thoughts swirling about in his mind seemingly infinite and intangible. As for the swirl of emotions, they were even more fervent. It seemed so very obvious when he thought about it. No matter how cruel the martial gods were, it was impossible that it would be to the point of having Elena ingest pills that were so inferior. That was crossing a line that simply didn't make sense, and from everything he understood, while Elena might not be fond of her father, the opposite wasn't true. In fact, Elena's father doted on her quite a bit. Then how had all of this happened? The answer was right before him now. Rather than taking advantage of the opportunity she would likely be given, Elena chose to trade it all away for a chance for him. "I'm sorry," Elena said with a bitter smile. "When I traded for it, I honestly thought all of this cultivation nonsense was easy. I never really tried before, so I thought if I just finally started putting in some effort, I would be able to grow strong enough to leave the ninth heaven and find you before you finished your rebirth. But I was too naive. Cultivation itself wasn't a problem, but having to reform my foundation without a large amount of cultivation resources was impossible. It ended up slowing me considerably. So it's just been sitting here." Elena pouted a bit, the guilt clear in her eyes. She was right. When Ryu was reforming his foundation, the only reason it was so easy aside from his rebirth helping him, was because he could concoct his own pills. Not only did he concoct his own pills, but they weren't normal pills either by any stretch of the imagination. Even the worst of them were runed pills that would be extremely valuable even on the ninth heaven. Elena had likely tried to speed run the rebuilding of her foundation, and the result of that was all the pill impurities piling up in her body. And by a certain point, all those impurities actually just ended up slowing her progress down any further. Elena had always been too lazy to even cultivate, let alone learn a secondary profession. If there was anything she liked to do, it was having sex and dancing. Those were really her only two passions in life. Ryu embraced Elena, holding her small frame both firmly and gently. "No," he said softly. "This is my fault. Don't apologize." Elena opened her mouth to refute, but feeling the firmness in Ryu's touch, she melted instead. She could understand the mood that Ryu was trying to convey. Like he had said in the past, he would give her the leeway to be as willful as she wanted. That was her right as his wife. What she hadn't understood until now was that Ryu's meaning didn't just extend to the bounds of sacrum. When he said those words, he meant them down to the greatest fiber of his very being. Even if it was the true martial world that stood in their path, if she said she wanted them split into, he would split them for her. Elena suddenly felt a warmness accumulating between her legs, one that she tried to squeeze down. She wanted to experience this embrace for just a moment longer, an innocent sort of grace bestowed from a husband to a wife. Ryu cupped her cheek in a palm, looking down at her. "Let's go see the dash," Elena started before she was cut off by a shake of Ryu's head. "Forget that. First, this husband of yours has about 1 billion years of pleasure to bestow." Elena's eyes opened wide. Though there was a little excitement, there was another greater hint of fear. Could even she withstand such a thing? "Hubby, I dash." She was swept off her feet, a squeal exiting her lips as she was almost immediately thrust into the ride of her life. Honestly speaking, she wasn't quite sure what happened. The world was a blur, and she was so pent up that before Ryu even peeled her panties off, they were drenched. She felt a subtle hint of embarrassment when Ryu had stripped her down to her undergarments. She hadn't even expected that he was coming today, so they were just a plain pair of white, a simple band across her chest and an unadorned pair of panties that curved around her hips. Sensing this, Ryu chuckled. Rather than being embarrassed about the squishy wetness that had appeared before he could even touch her, she was actually more embarrassed about not wearing something skimpy enough. That was his wife. And fortunately or unfortunately depending on how one looked at it, she completely forgot about everything from the first moment Ryu slipped in. The world became a blur and her eyes rolled back, her body going completely limp. Ryu stopped after the first thrust, speechless. "This woman," he mumbled. He just stood there, watching her collapse from an all-fours position right in front of him. Her ass was still arched up in a beautiful curve he couldn't get enough of, a delicate pink dot winking at him as though trying to seduce him down another path. Suddenly, Elena moaned and she looked around as though wondering how long she had been passed out for. When she realized that Ryu was still in her but not moving, she was suddenly a bit angry. "Listen here, Ryu Tatsuya dash," she mumbled in a slur of almost unintelligible words. "Even if I pass out, you better not stop fucking me or else I won't forgive you. Bring the Holy Ghost out of me. Make my ancestors blush. Let the entire ninth heaven hear dash." Ryu thrust again. "As you command." Elena's next words were swallowed by a spine-tingling moan. Her fingers ripped into the mattress, every muscle of her body tensing to an extreme. Ryu grinned like a wild man. This was it. The first time he had sex with his wife she had to hold back for fear of harming him. The second time he had already surpassed her, but the shadows of worry from their first life had not left her just yet. So even though she was more relaxed, he could sense something holding the floodgates back. This time, however, she lost herself entirely as though her whole body had become a sexual organ. Could even be said that in Elena's life, this was the first time she had truly had sex. This was the moment every man dreamed of, a moment where their woman felt so secure, so confident in them, so undeniably on their side through thick and thin, that she could turn her inhibitions off and lay everything in his palms. As Ryu had said, her wish was his command. Since this was what she wanted, he would break her in every way possible. It was hard to tell just how long they had gone for. It reached a point where Ryu bent and twisted time around them. Ryu had said he would give her billions of years' worth, and though it wasn't so exaggerated in time, it was without a doubt at least a month or two. At least half that time Elena spent entirely passed out, and by the end of the first half-month, the time she spent awake, time she would usually spend goading him on, became a time of constant pleas instead. It was hard to tell just how long they had gone for. It reached a point where Ryu bent and twisted time around them. Ryu had said he would give her billions of years' worth, and though it wasn't so exaggerated in time, it was without a doubt at least a month or two. At least half that time Elena spent entirely passed out, and by the end of the first half-month, the time she spent awake, time she would usually spend goading him on, became a time of constant pleas instead. However, Ryu could sense one thing coming from her mouth, and something entirely different coming from her thoughts. Regardless, he never listened. Elena ended up being a crying, sobbing mess. The gap between her orgasms became further and further apart, but when they hit, they came in waves so intense that she wanted to curl away into a ball. It was more than just a drunken stupor. To her it felt more like her brain's circuits were frying. Eventually, she truly did reach her limits and Ryu left her be. But that was when something that left him speechless occurred. He was barely paying attention, but during their session she broke into the peak true sky god realm. Then, when he finally laid her down and she fell into a deep sleep, she broke into the lower perfect sky god realm. Ryu didn't even quite know what to say. If they were dual cultivating, it would be one thing. It might even make some sense. But even then, it was only some. That was because you couldn't break through a major cultivation realm in the sky god realms without first improving your Tao. When had she even had time to do that? Plus, Ryu was trying to make this a matter between himself and his wife, excluding heaven entirely. So he wasn't worried about cultivation in the slightest. He hadn't given her more than that first drop of embryonic chi. So where had this energy even come from? Ryu laughed to himself and shook his head. Maybe only his Elena could improve like this purely off the back of pleasure and nothing more. Chapter 1662 Shocking Synergy. Ryu stood before a familiar altar, his arms crossed. In truth, he was a bit confused. On the one hand, the sacrifice that Elena made was noble, and considering her father's status, getting her hands on these cultivation methods was probably not beyond what he could accomplish. But on the other, it made little sense whatsoever. He didn't mention it because he felt that it would be too cruel to Elena to have suffered so much, and yet for it to bear no fruit whatsoever. But logically speaking, the martial gods knew of him, they knew of his relationship with Elena. If they went so far as to seal him away when he was a mere baby in his mother's womb, why would they so gleefully place something like this on a silver platter? There were a few reasons that Ryu could think of. The first was that maybe they really didn't know about his and Elena's relationship. After all, from his understanding, it was Elena's mother who had acted on her own in an attempt to maneuver her way into a far higher position in the family. Ryu found this explanation unacceptable because it required a level of incompetence that bordered on the mentally ill. A family willing to go as far as to seal a child from a small world would never make such a stupid and obvious mistake. The other reasons were much more reasonable. Maybe he was wrong in assuming that they feared his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundations combination with his chaotic silk meridians. Maybe there was no special synergy between the two at all and he had been thinking too much. Maybe the real reason they sealed him was purely because of his overwhelming fate star, and now that his fate star was less than middling, they felt that he was nothing to fear any longer. Ryu could find this explanation reasonable, especially with what he had learned about Great Circle talents and how clans and sects at this upper echelon. Even if there was some special synergy between his meridians and original spiritual foundation, would it be able to supersede a synergy between all 6 pillars of cultivation? Maybe he had truly been looking in the wrong direction all this time and he had already lost what made him the most special. And then there was the second possibility, and that was the fact that these cultivation methods had been modified. Now, they were likely riddled with pitfalls and traps just waiting for him to fall into. Honestly speaking, Ryu was almost 100% certain that this second possibility was the reality. There was a simple reason for that. Why seal his spiritual foundation and his fate star? If his fate star was sealed, why worry about whether he could cultivate or not? Wouldn't he not make it far anyway? And if his spiritual foundation was sealed, he wouldn't be able to cultivate anyway, so why bother sealing his fate star? There were a myriad of reasons one could think of toward this end. But there was one nail in the coffin for Ryu. If they were going as far as to seal 2 of his talents, why did they leave his eyes alone? As a mortal, could he even have made so much progress without his eyes? Why seal off 2 paths, and yet leave a third open? The obvious answer seemed to be that those 2 paths were so far beyond the third that the third was neglected. Would the martial gods care about the 7th-ranked heavenly pupils? And if they placed his spiritual foundation and fate star at much higher priority, how could they ever let him get his hands on such a thing without first modifying it so that he would never benefit? Ryu waved a hand and the jade slapped into his fingers. It was extremely cool to the touch, and with the heat emitting from Ryu, this was more obvious now than ever before. Then he sunk his mind into it. Soon he pulled away. Interesting. Ryu's reaction wasn't what it should have been. This technique was one that he had always wanted, and now it was in his hands. But instead of enjoying it, his mind was racing with thoughts of what pitfalls there might be. It seemed that he was correct. There was a shocking synergistic effect between the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation and his own. The trouble was that the method mentioned that this effect was the creation of essence silk meridians, not embryonic chi meridians like what Ryu had truly ended up with. This was almost enough to break Ryu's foul mood, because it meant that the changes the martial gods had forced onto him resulted in changes they couldn't even fathom. Obviously, the original beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was meant to be in his dantian, not his heart. At the same time, it was also sharing a space with a realm heart that had its own unique natural enlightenment tied to it. Clearly, a combination of these factors had ended up in the birth of a pair of meridians the martial gods had absolutely no idea about. However, the synergistic effects didn't end here. According to this method, the true fearsomeness of the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was in what it could do to your second spiritual foundation. Apparently, if the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was in Ryu's dantian, not only would it be able to apply the same effect on his second spiritual foundation, but it was also meant to be able to double the effect of his chaotic silk meridians as well. Essentially, it should have been capable of pushing his second spiritual foundation to its own extreme. And then, if this method was used, he should have been able to create a third spiritual foundation that went beyond extreme. In addition, if he commandeered yet another spiritual foundation for him, he would be able to have 2 sets of meridians and 4 spiritual foundations total, all at their extreme. Reading all of this, Ryu suddenly understood why the martial gods feared the combination of these talents so much. What did 4 spiritual foundations even mean? If your beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was occupied by natural treasures, and your second had your Tao, then what would your third and fourth have? Obviously, you could do what others could not, establishing a second and a third Tao for yourself. If Ryu had followed the path he was meant to, with his heavenly pupils and his natural comprehension talent, wouldn't he have been able to form not just one, but 3 separate founding Taos? Forming 3 separate godhoods in a single body. Just what kind of strength would he be able to wield at that point? Maybe there was a potential third reason the martial gods had allowed him to have this technique. Maybe they already knew it was no longer possible for the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation to be Ryu's main spiritual foundation. That was when something else struck Ryu. That was right. At the moment, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation didn't have a godhood. It was instead an amalgamation of natural treasures instead. What if someone was born with it alone, but didn't have the chaotic silk meridians that allowed one to assimilate a second spiritual foundation? In that situation, wouldn't such a person be entirely reliant on outside sources they couldn't even manage or control? How could you even progress through the sky god realms in that situation? Would you be stuck at the fragmented sky god realm for eternity? Could it be that the chaotic silk and essence silk meridians were the only ones in existence that could even begin to allow the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation to reach its full potential? Ryu could only sigh. In the past, he would have likely felt a raging tempest of fury. He might have formed a new set of meridians the martial gods could have never fathomed. But look at what it had cost him. Though, it was hard to say. If he could pick, would he give up 3 Taos and 4 spiritual foundations for an endless well of embryonic chi? If he was honest, it was a closer call than he'd like to admit. So why fret so much about what he had lost? There was another silver lining too. Now he didn't have to be tempted into using these methods completely. He could take what he needed from them and ignore the rest. From the very beginning, he only needed a reference. A book of insights would have been just as useful to him. But there was something else that made Ryu stand there for a long while. It was easy to forget, but his fate star and his spiritual foundation weren't the only things stolen from him. He hadn't forgotten. Originally, his soul was incredibly weak, stripped away and locked in the death shrine for reasons he still didn't understand. However, he now had an inkling. The truth was that this method in the palm of his hand now was sheer speculation. Conclusions drawn by some of the best minds across the cultivation world. No talent with Ryu's particular synergy had ever appeared before, or else they would probably be ruling the world right now. And due to that, there were certain extrapolations taken in these methods that wouldn't normally be there otherwise. One such extrapolation was what it would take to be able to use both essence and chaotic chi at once. It detailed a soul quintessence with a devouring character that would be capable of taking both in and creating the first chi to ever surpass them both. A chi to end all chis, one unmatched now and into forever. And wasn't that precisely a description of his perfect black buddy soul? Chapter 1663 Inseparable. Interesting. Ryu spun the jade on his finger, his mind churning. His thoughts shifted from the overview of the technique, down to where the pitfalls might be. The first and most obvious was in the method to fuse spiritual quintessence and chi. Unfortunately for the martial gods, the secrets of the 3 souls and 7 spirits was already revealed to Ryu, so he knew what was written down here was a large pile of nonsense. It spoke about taking spiritual quintessence, pouring it into your surroundings in a sphere, forming it and molding it, before trying to cultivate it through the nose and mouth as though it was normal chi. Trying to do such a thing would be asking for minor fractures to accumulate along your soul over long periods of time. Usual injuries to the soul were meaningless for one with the perfect black buddy, Ryu mused. I had even split my soul completely in 2 before in the past and had ended up just fine. However, that didn't mean that there weren't any injuries that could permanently harm my soul. In this case, forming a link between my soul quintessence and my meridians sounded nice. Until one remembered that the chaotic silk meridians were literally connected to chaos. The soul was one of the ultimate forms of order, he continued in his thoughts. It represented the core of life itself, and without it, there wouldn't be life or reincarnation at all. To provide a perfect feed between it and the chaos plane would be like committing suicide through 1,000 cuts. Though Ryu spoke of it as though it was the most obvious pitfall of this technique, in reality, it was probably the most sinister of the lot. You wouldn't even realize what the problem was initially, and even if you did, you might assume that it was like any other injury that you could weather, maybe even thinking that this sort of special technique that put so much pressure on the soul was something only someone with a perfect black buddy could withstand. By the time you realized that you were too naive, he thought grimly, your perfect black buddy would lose all its elasticity and talent, and your path of cultivation would be finished. This was just the first flaw that Ryu found on his own. There were bound to be others. And unfortunately for the martial gods, Ryu had the guidance of the heavens to lean back upon. Although the path the heavens laid out for me wasn't exactly like this, and it was lacking enough that I had to come find these techniques in the first place, that didn't mean that they were useless. In fact, by cross-referencing certain tidbits here and there, I could more easily pick out the flaws. In just an hour, he had actually found more than a dozen. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. These so-called martial gods are truly the bottom of the barrel. I can't wait for the day I wipe you all off the map. Despite the laughter hanging from his lips, the darkness in Ryu's gaze painted a completely different story. After another half-day, Ryu found absolutely nothing else, so he was more than 90% certain there weren't any other flaws to find. But he didn't dare to say for certain. Even so, he had no plans of cultivating the technique outright. He, too, only needed it for reference, and if anything, finding more flaws didn't harm him. In fact, the parts of the technique that contained flaws were like neon signs pointing toward the most important aspects of them. It's ready now, Ryu thought. Now, let's take a step back and really understand what's going on here. This path was cut off from me because my beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation isn't in my dantian as it should be, but rather located in my realm heart. To make matters worse, the realm heart is supposed to be an incarnation of order, but because of my spiritual foundation's presence, it has become an incarnation of chaos instead, further distancing it from this path. When Ryu battled Valerius just now, he had made use of transcended control, but what he hadn't revealed was his chaotic transcended control. While he was laying the cards everyone else knew about on the table, he hadn't felt a need to reveal things they wouldn't know about just yet. But these variables also happened to be things that were holding him back as well. So, because my spiritual foundation is separated from my body by so many layers, it makes it difficult for it to affect the same change as well. There was another problem, too. A dantian was a hidden world of a cultivator, much like one's spiritual sea. It was an intimate connection between yourself, and it was the only place your spiritual foundation could connect to you. But my realm heart isn't exactly the same. Sure, it has a connection with me, but it isn't nearly as intimate. In fact, my body sees it as a foreign entity, and my spiritual foundation doesn't have perfect and unmitigated control over it. There's even a potential future path out there, albeit slim and unlikely, where this realm heart would awaken to itself and suddenly turn against me. This was the barrier Ryu was facing right now. While my dantian was occupied by the spiritual foundation of another, my original spiritual foundation was practically a world away and unable to help me to the extremes it was meant to be able to. So in that case, how could I fix that? Or, maybe the idea of fixing it was inappropriate. How could I take advantage of this new situation the same way the martial gods had taken advantage of the potential first situation? Innovation. Ryu thought softly, his mind mulling things over. Let's try something first, then? Ryu pulled at his cosmos fog, pouring it toward his realm heart. He wondered, if the realm heart was just too separate from him, why not make it an inseparable part instead? Chapter 1664. Not everything. The idea was forming in Ryu's head even as he acted. The flaws and pitfalls of the original techniques and research notes made him realize a few things. Rather than shunning those flaws, he focused on them. While others might just see flaws, he saw areas the martial gods thought were important enough to try to obfuscate in the first place. And those were precisely the weaknesses he targeted. Ryu didn't just try to envelope his realm heart in cosmos fog. That was a waste of his time, and it would drain him to an impossible extent. Instead, he chose to do something different. The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation had a profound copying and creation ability. Ryu murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with determination. Just to be able to take something and push it to its beyond perfect extreme necessitated such abilities. It was thanks to this ability that I gained the divine chains of the martial gods, and it was by extension because of this that I comprehended the form of my Tao vessel so early on. But why did I have to use this on an external item? Why not use it on myself? This inspiration had once again come from the martial gods. Gathering 3 spiritual foundations was difficult. Just getting one required a great coincidence for me. But according to this technique, it was possible to use the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation to create spiritual foundations if the situation was right. Of course, the process was convoluted and riddled with pitfalls, but the tidbits were enough for me to grasp at. As expected, when Ryu's cosmos fog entered the range of influence of his original spiritual foundation, the natural treasures swaying within released a dull glow before it suddenly exploded forth with strength, multiplying his cosmos fog several times over. Ryu's gaze glowed as he observed. I expected this cosmos fog to be intangible and transparent like the divine chains were, but it seems that collecting the treasures changed something significantly. It seemed that by using the power of the natural treasures, his spiritual foundation couldn't just make illusory copies anymore, but rather solid and real copies that were indistinguishable from the original. This was huge. It's no wonder they claimed that I could recreate a spiritual foundation given the right circumstances. Of course, my cosmos fog was under the perfect conditions right now because it was my own ability. I already understood it implicitly, and it was my own natural talent. I had only been able to copy the divine chains because they had spent so long suppressing my spiritual foundation. And if I wanted to create a spiritual foundation, I would have to jump through even more hoops than that. But that was irrelevant to me at the moment. I had just realized that my spiritual foundation could actually bypass many of the limitations on my own stamina that I might otherwise have. He forced himself to push those thoughts down and began to multiply his cosmos fog again and again. The process lasted several hours, but eventually, there was enough to completely envelop his realm heart. And it was at that very instant that Ryu felt his body quake. The feeling was almost impossible to describe. It was like in one moment he was normal, and in the next, he had suddenly gained an extra limb that he understood exactly how to use as though it had always been with him from the very start. In that moment, he had well and truly gained a second Dantian, and even without him doing much of anything, his strength had likewise changed. The call of a phoenix echoed in his ears with such ferocity that his eardrums nearly burst. At the same time, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation began to quake. Ryu frowned, a deep discomfort rolling through his body. He didn't quite understand what was happening. Were they competing? In this sort of competition, did the phoenix even stand a chance? Ryu pondered, his brow furrowing. I know that it is the phoenix sky god's spiritual foundation, but compared to my original spiritual foundation, it has always felt underwhelming. But I don't believe that my beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation would be reacting so fiercely if there wasn't a threat either. Ryu's frown deepened. Had he inadvertently run into yet another clash of talents situation? First his bloodlines, now his spiritual foundations? Pipe down! Ryu commanded with firmness, his will pressing down, his mood turning foul. He was tired of things taking up corners of his body trying to dictate how things would or wouldn't happen. Last time this had happened, I used the divine chains to forcefully restrict and seal away my own bloodline talents. Ryu thought grimly. I would rather that than whatever nonsense is happening here. But there was a difference between those situations and this one. That was because, unlike bloodlines, spiritual foundations were unblemished by karma and the lines of fate. Every time a spiritual foundation was granted, all previous users became irrelevant. And that was precisely why inherited spiritual foundation were so looked down upon, Ryu reasoned. Taking one on was like introducing weakness into your foundation and cultivation. You were bound to not make it far. But the White Phoenix spiritual foundation surpassed this worry as well because it was a living spiritual foundation. Its weaknesses weren't the same as other inherited foundations. Even so, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The spiritual foundation represented the very Tao heart. When I spoke, it listened, because it was the embodiment of my will. And as such, I was granted a choice. Allowing my spiritual foundations to fight it out, Absolutely not. The choice was obvious. In this relationship, my beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation would take precedent. The moment he made his intentions clear, the world within him thrummed. To Ryu's surprise, nothing happened to his white phoenix spiritual foundation. Logically speaking, his original spiritual foundation should have now been able to bring it to its extreme, but it seemed just the same. However, that didn't mean that everything was like that. Chapter 1665 Second? It was an odd feeling, almost like a new network of connections was forming through his body. And because he was aware of his 3 souls and 7 spirits, he could feel them vaguely awakening. They were still in a state of dormancy, but if he just pushed a little, suddenly, Ryu felt the feeling grip onto his perfect black buddy. He had already reached the peak that was possible, that much he was certain of. For a long while, he had kept his mental realm cultivation in a weaker realm, just to make sure he could squeeze out all of his potential. But in that moment, he felt a resonance between his Tao heart and his perfect black buddy that showed signs of allowing it to break past those limits. What made the feeling very novel was the fact Ryu was fairly certain that if he had a normal soul, this wouldn't be happening. It was like his spiritual foundation could sense the perfect black buddy's propensity to absorb and evolve, and it had grasped onto that. Then he understood. It was just doing what it always did, maximizing the strengths of a talent that already existed. No! This feels. Ryu felt a deep sense of crisis within him. Everything in his mind and heart was telling him that this was good, that allowing his spiritual foundation to just boost his soul, and then hopefully everything else was exactly what he wanted. So why did it feel so wrong? What could he possibly be missing? It's the same pitfall as before, just in reverse order. Ryu's mind flashed like lightning and he realized the issue immediately. In the first pitfall, he was bringing his soul to his spiritual foundation, but in this one, he was bringing his spiritual foundation to his soul. Even so, the result was ultimately the same. He would suffer for it. No. It's deeper than that. This first pitfall was because of chaos and its interactions with the soul, but this feels like something deeper than that. Ryu cross-referenced some of the things he had learned from the Jade with his karmic strings the heavens had left behind in him. Beyond perfect extreme, he had never really thought of the origins of his spiritual foundation, but just taking a step back, it felt like it broke too many rules. In that fashion, it was a lot like the White Phoenix spiritual foundation. But the difference was that the White Phoenix spiritual foundation actually seemed to have limits. Ryu had neglected this matter, mostly because of how hard it was to get here. If not for his heavenly path rewards, how could he possibly even afford his spiritual foundation? He would probably have to spend the next 1,000,000 years looking for resources, hoping that his lifespan didn't run out in that time. But what if this was always meant to happen? What the hell? Ryu brought a hand to his head, the confusion swirling in his mind. Where was all of this coming from? Why was his soul separated from his body? Why wasn't it just chained like the rest of his important talents? Then there were his eyes. They had just left them alone? Ignoring his bloodlines made real sense. They practically wanted to devour one another, and leaving them be actually did more harm to him than not. The bone structure he had been born with wasn't anything to write home about, and it wasn't even worth giving a second glance. Even if the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were ranked 7th, how rare were heavenly pupils? Even the 30th ranked represented a shocking amount of talent, let alone one in the top 10. Then he thought about something else. The first time he had tried to reform a connection with his spiritual foundation, the Phoenix Sky God lashed out. But how come they were so silent when he tried the second time? What changed between then and that moment? I regained my perfect black buddy soul. I experienced rebirth. My eyes were dormant and mostly blinded. The more Ryu thought, the more confused he became. No. There are too many convoluted threads being formed here. The only explanation is that there hasn't just been one person messing around with me before I was even born, but at least 2 people, each one with different goals. The reason I can't find a clear line of logic to any of it is because I keep thinking of them as the same person, as though all of this was done by the martial gods and martial gods alone. But, if I take a step back, Ryu's eyes flashed. The eyes are the window to the soul. His heart was beating surprisingly fast at the moment. How had they targeted his fate star and spiritual foundation? That was easy. They were all located in the abyssal plane, and though they were connected to Ryu, they had real, physical forms that could be visited by anyone who was powerful enough. When a child was being born, a fate star and a spiritual foundation would enter a state of weakness in order to accommodate the frailty of a baby, and thus would be easier to target in those times. But how would they target his eyes? His eyes had a physical form as well, but they were on him and in his mother's womb. Unless they sent someone to physically pluck them away, the only other method to target his eyes from worlds away would be through my soul. Suddenly, Ryu was faced with two realities. It seemed that, on the one hand, the martial gods were trying to ruin him completely, and someone else, midway through that attempt, had taken action to thwart their complete success, thus giving him a small path to rise again. And that person had to be the Phoenix Sky God. In that case, why did they stop him from fusing with his spiritual foundation the first time, but allow it the second? Chapter 1666. Only he. Ryu's mind was churning wildly, quickly making deductions and then tossing them away. He, of course, didn't think that the Phoenix Sky God did this out of kindness. That was asinine. If he died or was ruined prematurely, how could he be of use to this god among Tao gods? Ryu didn't know why the Phoenix Sky God wanted him to have the spiritual foundation, but what was a fact was that he wouldn't have been able to form it in the first place if he didn't piece together the Phoenix Sky God story, and he wouldn't have been able to piece the Phoenix Sky God story without great comprehension skills he had in large part due to his heavenly pupils. Ryu's baseline of comprehension ability was high. That was how he had managed to form a founding Tao even with his eyes sealed. However, with his eyes, he was on another level entirely, one that put shame to the greatest minds to maybe ever exist. And even he felt like he was pushed to his very brink just piecing together the Phoenix Sky God story. It had to be remembered that Ryu was fiendishly looking for anything that could allow him to cultivate during his first life. He left no stone unturned. Obviously, then, the idea of inheriting a spiritual foundation had been the first thing he thought of, and he spent an entire almost 1,000 years researching these matters. That amount of time to most high-level cultivators was a blink of an eye. But for it to take Ryu of all people that long, when he was specifically looking for it in the first place, went to show just the sheer level of difficulty. But that was another layer of the mystery he didn't quite understand. If the Phoenix Sky God wanted to use him, why make the hurdle so difficult? Unless that was part of the Phoenix Sky God's test to begin with? Ryu rubbed his temples. It had been a very long time since he had run into such a difficult problem. Not understanding something because lack of information was one thing, he could accept that. After all, he had easily decided that he needed a reference cultivation method for his Meridians. But right now, he felt like he had all the information before him and was still somehow missing the forest for the trees. My spiritual foundation is my Tao heart. But Ryu's heart skipped a beat. That was right, he had almost forgotten. He had spent so long with a Tao heart at all, so much so that his body had adapted to a life with 2 incorporeal souls instead of 3. That was a huge discovery he had made in the true netherworld. But had he been looking at it wrong this entire time? The Phoenix Sky God had taken his soul. The martial gods had taken his Tao heart. Could it be that he had actually adapted all this time to life with just a single incorporeal soul? But what did that mean? The Yin spirit, the Yang spirit, the original spirit. The original spirit represented was the root of intelligence. The Yin spirit was the source of your life and what fueled you. The Yang spirit was self-awareness and identity. The first should be his perfect black buddy. The third should be his spiritual foundation, or more accurately, the Tao heart hidden within. But the idea of losing any one of these sounded ridiculous. Unless the translations are off. But I cobbled together this understanding through countless scattered texts. It's impossible for me to pin it down to the origin language, not unless I find a new core source material. Ryu cast the thought away, working on a new theory. His mind continued to move through thought after thought until he continuously came back to a single one. The Phoenix Sky God wants my spiritual foundation to destroy my perfect black buddy. The thought sent him reeling. It wasn't that the Phoenix Sky God wanted him to destroy it, but rather that the Phoenix Sky God had primed his body, and practically personally sculpted him into a being that could withstand having his soul put through such a thing. He had learned to live without his yang and original spirit, so if they were a bit unruly or if they were even a bit crippled, how would it affect him at all? Is that it? Is that the secret? The secret is that a pitfall for anyone else is actually just another Tuesday for me? Understanding bloomed like a lotus in Ryu's mind. The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was an insatiable existence. It was powerful, but it completely removed a cultivator's sense of self. If he just thought about it, it was a spiritual foundation that didn't even allow you to form your own Tao. You had to rely on external treasures to forge your path. And while normal cultivation was usually about going against the heavens, the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was the exact opposite. It seemed exceptionally powerful, but ultimately once you reached the end of the path, you would be capped by whatever grace the heavenly treasures you used to unlock it allowed you. This was the fate of someone who had been born with the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. It was likely that you'd become more powerful than any Tao god of the true martial world. But would you ever be able to break those limits and reach lofty existences like the Phoenix Sky God who stood beyond the realms of reason? Beyond maybe even the heavens themselves? And would you even be able to reach that stage anyway? How much energy would you need? How difficult would it be to comprehend those natural treasures? Would you even be able to gather them up before your lifespan ran out unless you got as lucky as he had? If you had a set of chaotic silk meridians, you could break past one barrier. If you had his heavenly pupils, you could break past another. If you happened to store it in a realm heart, you could break past another. But eventually you would run headfirst into a bottleneck. Ultimately, the spiritual foundation would never be yours truly because any action it took on your behalf would be akin to stripping your cultivation path of its autonomy and placing you firmly on a track set by the heavens, a powerful path for certain, but in the eyes of the Phoenix Sky God, was it even worthwhile to experiment with such a thing? They were looking for a way past their current limits, seeking a new peak beyond even the one they had laid their eyes on, wanting and striving for more. But what if those limits didn't exist? What if Ryu was capable of using his Tao heart and perfect Black Buddy soul as bridges to one another, without worry of corrupting or crippling because he had already long since learned to live without them? No. He hadn't just learned to live without them, that was inaccurate. His body had adapted, learning to fill in what weaknesses might be created should they falter on his own. In that case, in the history of this enigmatic spiritual foundation, only he, Ryu Tatsuya, could bring out its full potential. Boom! The burning shadow of a vast spiritual foundation formed in Ryu's chest. What if his entire body was taken beyond its perfect extreme? Chapter 1667 Seep. The surging feeling moved throughout Ryu's body like a tempest. Almost immediately, he felt the backlash against his soul, the lashes cracking and shattering it in several places. However, unlike the past, it was far worse. Rather than being something he felt that he could heal with ease, it was instead the bone-deep equivalent of a soul injury, rushing into his body and crushing him with, or rather, it should have. Instead, what happened was that Ryu felt nothing at all. It was like his body had easily stricken a new balance. Suddenly, a new feeling was triggered. His yin, yang, and original spirits formed a new balance with one another and the lines between them began to blur. The feeling was unlike Ryu had ever experienced before. His mind seemed to flutter in and out of focus, his thoughts coming in an endless stream in one moment, and then in a trickle the next. It felt like he was bound by endless streams of time, unable to comprehend or understand everything that was going on around him. And that was when he noticed something else. His space-time soul nature. If such large changes were occurring to his soul, then what about everything else related to it? It felt like his three incorporeal souls were becoming a mesh, splicing into one another. And as a result of that, the space-time soul nature that had started off as attached to his perfect Black Buddy soul alone was bleeding into everything else. At the same time, aspects of his perfect Black Buddy soul was seeping into his Tao heart and original soul, while aspects of his Tao heart were seeping into everything else. His entire world was becoming jumbled up and the changes were happening both so quickly, and somehow also so slowly, that he couldn't quite keep up with everything that was happening. But it was precisely because of this that he had allowed all of this to occur in the first place. If this was just about being able to live with an injured soul, Ryu would have never allowed it. It felt to him like he would have been more of a prototype one, an experimental lab rat if he were to allow such a thing. Maybe in the eyes of the Phoenix Sky God, he was just one experiment of many, and in the future, they would cobble together the experiences of the many to form a new path to cultivation, or maybe even create a realm above the Tao God realm. However, Ryu wasn't one to allow himself to be trapped in the schemes of others. So why was he just going along with what the Phoenix Sky God seemed to want to happen? And the reason for this was quite obvious. Because it benefited him. This wasn't the same as rejecting the karma of the chaotic space Tao Sovereign. Ryu had crushed that inheritance out of spite because he didn't believe that man deserved to be tied to his karma. However, the Phoenix Sky God had already separated themselves from the usual strands of karma to begin with. That was why it was so difficult to pull together the strands of their story and understand just who they were or what they might have experienced in the one or maybe many lives they had lived. At the same time, Ryu could see a different path here, one that was further beyond just surviving a state of having an injured soul, but one that was beyond that created something entirely new. It was impossible to use the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation as a one-size-fits-all. Usually. Again, that was because it would co-opt your path of cultivation and make it its own. However, in this case, Ryu was practically allowing it to become one with his soul, fusing into his perfect black buddy and original soul in ways that the martial gods had certainly never predicted. This, of course, didn't literally mean that his original spiritual foundation was becoming a part of him. Rather, it was instead gaining a lane to influence the other parts of his body in ways it had never been able to do before. At least not without harming his soul and severing his own unique path to cultivation. And that was when it began to happen. Fueled by the natural treasures of the world, Ryu's perfect black buddy soul broke through its previous shackles, and its cultivation plummeted back to the fragmented realm. Despite this being the case, it didn't grow weaker. In fact, it maintained the exact same strength. The difference was that his room for growth in each realm had skyrocketed. At the same time, his internal matrix shimmered with golden runes that danced within the dense black liquid that was his spiritual sea. It grew more perfect, more refined. If before his internal matrix was capable of making his Tao as strong as one a realm above, it had now improved to 3 realms, what seemed to be a small extreme of its own, a perfect multiple of 9, the immature extreme. No, Ryu felt that this explanation for what had happened to his internal matrix was too simple. He even felt that it was inappropriate to use the original grades at all. It wasn't that his internal matrix increased the level of his false Tao to a transcended Tao, but it was rather that it projected the illusion of doing so. Because it actually felt that while filtered through his Tao had broken through the normal bounds of a peak founding Tao, reaching a new realm entirely. It was an odd and whisper-like feeling, one that was fleeting and difficult to grasp, almost as though the power was more hollow than real. But as hollow as it was, there was no doubt in Ryu's mind that his Tao had become stronger without his comprehension deepening in the slightest. And then the strands of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation began to seep into the rest of his body. Chapter 1668, The True Peak. Ryu had long forgotten how long he had been grappling with bloodlines. When everything began, he thought he was a talent to rule all talents, untouchable and unblemished. And in the beginning this was very much true. The unfortunate truth, though, was that this was only the case if he used sacrum as his one and only metric of success. The more he learned about the world, the more he realized that the fact he had been born with 4 such bloodlines in his body was akin to a curse rather than a gift, and finding a method of pulling out their best potential was nigh impossible. And once again, that curse was rearing its ugly head. The first moment Ryu felt that his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was about to work its magic on his bloodlines, he didn't actually feel elation. In fact, he felt dread. Part of the reason his bloodlines were so weak in the first place was because they had purposely muted aspects of themselves so that they could coexist. If his spiritual foundation suddenly brought them to their realm of perfection, he would actually just explode from the inside out and his journey would end right here and now. However, Ryu hadn't just thought of this. He knew that this would happen. So why had he allowed it? It was because he felt there was a chance here, one that if he grasped properly, he might be able to rid himself of his bloodline woes once and for all. The trouble was that, if he did this, his path to reincarnation would be severed forever. There was a reason the 3 incorporeal souls and 7 corporeal spirits were severed. The former was what disappeared after your death, allowing you to enter the path of rebirth and start life anew in a new world with fresh memories and a different purpose in life. The latter, however, those were the core of this life, and they would stay behind and rot, never to come to exist again. Ryu actually didn't know if he had lived other lives or not. Like most people, he had no memory of them. But just the idea that he might have didn't actually fill him with comfort. If anything, it made him greatly uncomfortable. If he really had lived other lives, it meant that he had eventually fallen much like everyone else did. Maybe he reached the peak, maybe he didn't, but in the ultimate sense, he had crumbled to ash just like any other being. Ryu had never really thought about living forever. His goal was never immortality, it was just to stand so high up that everyone else could only be below him. But as he learned about existences like the Phoenix Sky God, he realized that maybe, by definition, his perishing meant that he never had reached any true peak. His scope had been too narrow, too shallow. If he wanted to reach the peak, how could he die? He had to be like the Phoenix Sky God, eternal and unblemished. He had to be like the Zhu clan ancestor, able to wield time as though it was just a toy on his palm. And it was because of that thought that Ryu didn't hesitate for even a moment. He didn't need to. He had already lived another life. He would make this one his last, whether to success or to failure. His 3 incorporeal souls opened up and began to pour into his body, latching onto his 7 corporeal souls and beginning to fuse with them as well. Soon, there was no difference between the corporeal and incorporeal at all. Should he die, they would all vanish into the ether, never to be resurrected again. And then, Ryu dug deep, allowing his dominance bloodmancy to thrum, and his spiritual foundation began to dig into his very blood marrow. He would change everything, starting right here. The Fire Dragon, the Lightning Qilin, the Emperor Phoenix, the Ice Phoenix, the Dark Phoenix. They were 5 creatures that were all legends, untouchable and holy. It was hard to see a path to thread through them all, and Ryu realized that he couldn't. What was holding him back all this time was the strands of karma that represented the original paths of these beasts. But he couldn't allow himself to get caught up in them again. If he wanted to use them, he could only take what was useful to him and discard the rest. Take form and conquer the heavens. Take form and burn the heavens. Take form and command the heavens. Take form and forge the heavens. Ryu sat down and entered a deep state of meditation, weaving together his thoughts and will into one, and forging something new. He had had a painting brewing in his mind for a long time, a thought that he had mostly ignored. Others thought that his bloodlines had no connection between them, but honestly, he didn't think so. A cycle began to form in his mind, one that represented perfect harmony. The Lightning Qilin was his heavens, the Fire Dragon was his earth, and the phoenixes were the cycle and balance of karma in between, wielding the levers of life, death, and reincarnation. However, it was one thing to have such an idea or balance in mind, but it was another matter entirely to actually parse apart what it truly meant. Within Ryu's body, space and time became his brush, and his inner world became his canvas. With slow, deliberate strokes, he began to draw across the air. Every time he did so, worlds collapsed, trees and vegetation crumbled, and reality was spliced apart, unable to form back up. The world was entirely under his control, and the more strokes of his brush he used, the worse the situation seemed to become. It didn't look like he was creating much of anything. If anything, he was destroying it all one step at a time. And yet, he sat there in complete stilling, the world quaking around him.
Chapter 1669, Bonus, Painting.
Bonus chapters thanks to Jackson, smiley face. 1/3. They said that the eyes were the window to the soul. But now, Ryu's soul was unlike any other to ever exist. It had become an amalgamation of all he was, both a kernel of life, a kernel of flesh, and a kernel of his will all in one. In that case, what did it mean for his eyes now? What were they window into? Were they a window at all? Did they even still have the same connection to his soul? Ryu thought about this as his paintbrush continued to rush forward with a tempest of strokes, destroying the world before him bit by bit. There was something else to consider. After his rebirth, Ryu had lost 999 years of time, a true perfect extreme. However, while it had made his path to reforging his foundation easier, was that truly all that had happened? The truth of the matter was that the real reason Ryu saw so little change and progress after his rebirth, despite having the chi of the shrines to support him at the time, was primarily because all of the rebirth potential had been focused on his eyes. After swallowing so many black-veined spirit-seeking lilies, Ryu's eyes entered a crossroads. On the one hand, there was a forever dormancy, and on the other, there was an evolution into something it had never been before. It took reaching the sky god realm in near-heroic fashion for it to rekindle itself and finally allow him to see through the eyes of the once number-ranked heavenly pupils. Many things had changed as a result. His eyes went from using a function of time with heaven and earth gate to strict realm changes instead. He had also gone from being stuck in long dormancy stages afterward to being able to use either one again so long as his karmic chi replenished. This was the largest change to his eyes, and the others were more subtle. But to have such large changes to what were arguably the two most powerful abilities of his eyes, how could such a result be argued again? Now, Ryu was slowly beginning to realize that this could only be as a result of his rebirth, but at the same time, felt lackluster. Was this all he had to give? And then his mind landed on his inner world. Right now, he could no longer even sense the original treasure that he had fused with. It had well and truly become a world, as though the treasure was now him and he was the treasure. It had to be remembered that the usual inner worlds granted to all heavenly pupils wielders were bland. Just a box of gray with nothing special about it. Of course, it could be changed and evolved, but doing so wasn't an easy task. In Sacrum, Ryu's parents had managed to con Mistress Holy Wing out of what he had called an origin-grade treasure at the time, an incubator capable of allowing him to absorb treasures with ease so long as they were planted within. For a mortal like him, this treasure was invaluable, and his parents and grandparents had been trying to get it from the Holy Wings for centuries, as it was the only thing that could allow him to easily absorb volatile treasures far too powerful for his body to handle. On the night of his death, in a twist of irony, he finally managed to get his hands on it. However, as great as that treasure sounded to those of Sacrum, if Ryu was correct by the true martial world standards, it was a mere fragmented grade treasure. Thanks to his rewards from the incomplete heavenly path, he had many omniscient grade treasures, let alone fragmented grade. However, what he hadn't realized after his eyes had unsealed was that this so-called fragmented grade treasure couldn't even be considered that any longer. In fact, it wasn't a treasure anymore at all. After what could only be trillions upon trillions of years, it had become a part of him, evolving along with his eyes and becoming something entirely different. It was well and truly a world, one within him that had a completely different environment to anything he had ever seen. It was akin to a small world with different laws compared to others, and it was completely under his control, and it was this world that had become the window to his body. His body was it, and it was his body. The connection between the two was entirely inseparable, and when it was repainted in Ryu's image, it breathed with life in an unfathomable way. Soon, the lands became seas of fire and the skies became lakes of blue lightning. Under the strokes of Ryu's will, those flames and bolts converged. On the ground, sparks of embers became the delicate petals of flowers and the boundless blades of grass. In the skies, the slithering snakes and dragons of lightning became as delicate as clouds and as willowy as the wind. In the center of it all, flames of red gold, black and ice blue danced. They formed spirals in the air that quickly became familiar patterns. The jagged, straight lines of the ice phoenix, the swirling pinwheels of the dark phoenix, the delicate feather patterns of the emperor phoenix and fire phoenix. They layered atop of one another, forming a tapestry of colors, an enigma of the mind and a construct so unfathomably beautiful that it didn't feel real, as though it was something that could only be brought to life in a painting. Ryu lost himself in his strokes, the unfathomable changes of his body becoming rooted in this world as cosmos fog began to billow forth. One would never know of the earth-shattering and heaven-sundering events that were ongoing, because it was all in the palm of his hands. The laws of the world no longer mattered to him anymore, because only his will was important. Chapter 1670, Bonus, Law. Bonus chapters. Thanks to Jackson, smiley face. 2/3. White scales danced across Ryu's body, flashing into and out of existence in an illusory sense. They didn't seem to be real, and yet they exuded an air of majesty and nobility that was unheard of. But at the same time, their grade continuously plummeted. Ryu didn't seem to notice this at all, though, sitting in a stoic silence as he weaved together the masterpiece of a lifetime. The Qilin was his heaven, the fire dragon his earth, his phoenixes the cycle in between. Together, they formed a perfect balance, feeding off of one another, learning from one another, enhancing one another. In a way, this was the path that he had always been angling for, a path that had opened up to him after he stopped blaming the heavens for everything that went wrong in his life and taking true control, finally understanding that it was nothing more than an amalgamation of laws and rolls of the dice. It wasn't that he had never understood this, but as he had learned many times before, there was a difference between knowing something and truly comprehending it. A harmony between heaven and earth, a perfect cycle between the judgment of heaven gives way to death, the defiance of earth gives way to life. Reincarnation is the bridge that connects them all. His thoughts floated back to his grandmother. His grandma Tatsuya was a woman whose arrogance knew no bounds. He could still remember the lofty air she had exuded when she spoke those last words to him. When it comes to control and understanding of heavenly patterns, there is no one in the past or future that has or will surpass me. Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns aren't an ultimate offense. They embody exactly what their originators did. Death, decay, destruction. At the highest order, they represent the end of all things, the final stop, the finality of chaos. Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns aren't an ultimate defense. They embody everything opposing to that of death, decay, and destruction. They fuel life and preserve order. The Emperor Phoenix's heavenly patterns are beyond this. The Ice Phoenixes are often mistaken to be much more than they are because they are said to give life, but this is incorrect. As I've said, Ice Phoenixes preserve life, they allow what already is to continue to be, they further what has already come into being. Rebirth is beyond that. Rebirth gives form, gives structure. It sparks life. It is the bridge between order and chaos, not only because it is a balance between the two, but because it can turn order to chaos and chaos to order as it pleases. We create. This is what it means to be rebirth. This is what it means to be an Emperor Phoenix. Little Ryu, I only want you to promise this Empress one thing. The memory played in Ryu's head with perfect recollection. His origin flames thrumming with life and a dormant white flame rushing up. I will kill every last one of them, Ryu said softly. His voice wasn't nearly as cold as it was the first time he said it, but the conviction was so bone deep that the world shuddered as though a Tao god had spoken it into law. His grandmother's final laughter echoed in his ears, and it all came together. A Qilin to rule the heavens, a dragon to rule the earth, a phoenix to give it meaning. The world solidified as Ryu penned his final stroke. A shudder shot through his body as the grade of his bloodlines finally hit rock bottom. At the moment, they wouldn't even register as the most common of bloodlines. If he was on Sacrum, it would be said that he was born without bloodline talent at all. In the true martial world, he would be trash amongst the worst trash, even amongst those of the first heaven. However, even now, he didn't seem to register it at all. He sat there in silence, his eyes closed. Every time he breathed, the leaves of his world would rustle, the clouds would tremble, and the sun above would sparkle. It was a fantastical world, one where the stars above sparked with blue bolts, and the grass below danced with embers of red and gold. There wasn't a single beast that could be seen, and yet it exuded the air of them all at the same time, a majestic bearing exuding from the most insignificant of flower petals to the heights of the celestial bodies above. Ryu took another breath, and the flames sparked and lightning danced. It looked as though a rush of wind had superheated everything before he exhaled, and it all went back to normal once more. Ryu's body felt like one in a way it never had before. Every aspect of it seemed to be perfectly under his control, and the largest change seemed to be the fact that his focused chi felt practically endless, that there was an unfathomable depth to pull from the past and the future that would always leave him at the peak of his mental faculties. And why wouldn't it? His focused chi was a function of his brain's capacity, and his corporeal spirits had just fused with his incorporeal souls, which then became a window for a world of his own, all of which was fueled by his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. In this sort of situation, how could his mental capacity not be endless? In fact, he even felt that his body's stamina overall was endless. As for whether that was true or not, he knew the answer was the latter. Even his focused chi's endlessness was a mirage. There was a limit, that was for sure. The question was whether he would ever run into it at this stage of his strength. And the answer to that was no. But that was hardly the most shocking thing. The reason why speaking earlier had felt like a Tao god had spoken it into existence was because that was exactly what he was now. A Tao god. Chapter 1671. Bonus. Challenge. Bonus chapters thanks to Jackson, smiley face. 3/3. Ryu shook his head. Was he technically a Tao god? Yes. He had a world entirely under his control, and by all metrics, within its bounds, he could exhibit all the skill of a Tao god. The trouble was that the world was too weak, and that was part of the reason his bloodlines had plummeted to the common grade. In reality, his bloodlines hadn't weakened to the common grade. That would be ridiculous. In fact, his bloodlines, as of now, at least the combination of them working together, like to be the strongest bloodline in the whole of the true martial world. Ryu didn't believe this was exaggerated at all. For all intents and purposes, he had unlocked the full potential of his bloodlines and they were in complete harmony with one another. So what was the issue? The problem lay in the fact that his world could not possibly compare to the true martial world. As a result, the true martial world didn't even recognize his bloodlines nor grade them. As a result of this, his bloodlines when exhibited in this world were actually weaker than they should be, but not by as much as one would think. In fact, even with the weakening Ryu experienced, in practice, his bloodline was still at the level of a god-grade bloodline, and this was truly something to celebrate. Who cared what this world graded his bloodline as if he stood beyond them anyway? If there came a day where he could form a world worthy of being a 10th heaven, let alone being ranked as a god-grade bloodline, it would be off the scale not due to this world not being bothered to grade it, but because it would be too great for this world to grade at all. This was the benefit of having a world where the faith and karma were controlled by you, yourself. But it was also because of this that Ryu had a shortcut to improving his world as well. If he could gather large amounts of faith in this world, and then use it to fuel his own, he would quickly find his own world improving. But that wasn't all. His taboo methods, namely his 9 pillars and their construction, had undergone their own change. He had released them from the shackles of fate that bound them as well. As a result, they were able to exhibit their full might. In the past, his fragmented body realm was capable of bridging the gap to the false body realm of just the 7th heaven. However, now it could do so for geniuses of the 9th heaven. In fact, saying so described it far too simply. It had returned to a core technique that could stand toe-to-toe with the 9 powers. As such, it was no longer any weaker than techniques of the absolute monsters of the hegemony branches of the martial gods, or the inheritor disciples of the beast mimicry sect, arcane dancer sect, or devouring heaven sect. It wasn't just his taboo methods that had been unlocked like this, but also a technique given to him by Hope, absolute domain. It was already an extraordinarily powerful method, but now it was on an entirely different level. Then there were the White Phoenix heavenly patterns. In the past, they couldn't seem to do much of anything at all, but now even the simplest strokes of them could exhibit transcendent control. When he layered them, he could exhibit omniscient control without even tapping into his eyes' abilities. The best part to Ryu, though, without opening his eyes, he cut a wound open on his wrist. Then, within his body, he swallowed a drop of embryonic chi. In that instant, the wound healed. But it wasn't just that it healed, but Ryu felt that that portion of his body had become marginally stronger at the same time, as though it had been refined to a greater level of perfection. He realized that this was one part due to the embryonic chi itself, another part due to the shackles on his body being released of the normal limiters of cultivators of this world, but maybe most importantly because of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. It seemed that although his embryonic chi meridians hadn't changed on the surface, they had done so subtly. Whereas before they could only excavate potential he already had, over long periods of time, it seemed that they would be able to tap into potential he didn't, increasing his foundation beyond the realms of reason. It could be said that the only part of his body that didn't undergo significant changes was his white phoenix spiritual foundation, but he wasn't surprised by this in the slightest. Nor did he care very much. He had just stepped into a door that even the phoenix sky god didn't see coming. Like he had said before, he would make sure whoever they were paid. But before that, he would slowly but surely wipe the martial gods off the face of the map. Ryu's eyes opened. He didn't do so with flash or flare, and yet reality before him collapsed the instant he did. It wasn't until he forcefully constricted his pupils that the world chilled and went back to normal. Ryu looked up and back, finding a wobbly-legged Elena standing there, leaning on the wall with a forearm. Ryu chuckled. "How long did it take you to walk here?" "Not long at all." "I have no idea what you're talking about, hubby," Elena said with a hoarse voice. "Is that so?" Ryu smiled. "That sounds like a challenge." Elena shivered. For the first time, she wondered if she actually wanted sex or not. But before she could react, she had already been hauled over Ryu's shoulder. She hissed out a breath when he grabbed a handful of her ass, wondering how the hell she had gotten so sensitive. Carrying her up the stairs like a sack of potatoes, Ryu's grin grew wider and wider, a finger slipping into her nether regions and allowing a drop of embryonic chi to soak into her fragrant juices. Elena's mind went blank. Chapter 1672 Larger Goals. Elena had never experienced anything like this before. She found herself in a world of fire and lightning, and every time she was holding on by nothing more than a string, she found herself before replenishing only for it to happen all over again. Her mind danced in and out of consciousness. At some point, she really did begin begging for mercy, but as though Ryu couldn't hear her at all, his assault was relentless. Her body went limp, her eyes rolling to the back of her head. Every single time another drop of embryonic chi entered her, it would refresh her physical state, but it did nothing to lessen the accumulating waves of pleasure. Instead, they seemed to multiply several times over. Her brain turned to mush, all of her inhibitions lowering to the point where she couldn't even make heads or tails of what even she was doing, let alone what was being done to her. Her words slurred into an unintelligible language, and she even reached a point where her jaw went slack and her tongue hung from her mouth. She couldn't seem to control any part of her any longer, even if it was something as small and benign as that. She didn't even know where Ryu let her go. But at some point she lay face down ass up in a field of fire-forged spiritual herbs. She couldn't sense anything but pleasure, and her body twitched from time to time, thick globules of a precious liquid falling out from in between her legs. Ryu wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, nodding to himself as though admiring his handiwork. In truth, he had only done all of this in one part to pleasure his wife. She had given up long ago. If anything, he probably should have stopped. The reward centers in her brain were fried, and she could barely walk straight before, let alone now. The real reason he did so was to check on Elena's limits, not sexually, but in terms of combat. The only reason Elena would have broken into the perfect sky god realm during their first round was because she had that latent potential within her. Much like Eska, Elena had cultivated as much as only Tao gods of the true martial world could. Of course, she had spent much of that time lazing around, but just through being around cultivation for so long she had insights on certain things that others could not fathom. It wasn't just this either. But in the last 1,000 years, Elena had put a great deal of effort into her cultivation, consolidating much of that knowledge she had spent over 1 billion years accumulating. On top of that, the only reason her cultivation had been so slow was because of the accumulated micro-injuries and impurities within her. When these things came together, and were ultimately finally resolved, she experienced continuous breakthroughs. He just had to force it out of her. The ultimate result was that Elena breezed through the perfect sky god realm like it wasn't even there. Unbeknownst to her, she had already entered the higher transcendent realm, and she didn't even really think much about it. Not that she could think. Ryu found himself still feeling uncomfortable, though. He looked down at the flagpole still standing at attention and he shook his head. Was this the price he paid for such powerful bloodlines? He had 5 beasts raging about in him, scrambling for more. And the worst part wasn't that they were 5 beasts, but rather that they had been released of their normal shackles. This essentially meant that the dragon, Qilin and Phoenix bloodlines in him didn't recognize that they were primordial beasts, worshipped by almost all. Instead, they saw themselves as upstarts. And because of that, they were eager to pass along their seed. It was like they had regressed back to a time in Sacrum where beasts were fighting for supremacy over the Fae. As such, they were scratching and clawing for anything they could get. After a bit, Ryu vanished from his inner world, shattered the Golden Moon world ring, moved everything into his own inner world, and before Icemine could even understand what was going on, her cries were ringing out as well. By the time Icemine couldn't think straight any longer, she punted the ball to Eska and swapped over their body to the zoo ancestor. Eska was already blushing down to her collarbone, but that wasn't enough to allow her to escape either. Ryu was relentless, and it was hard to tell how many weeks passed. Not that it mattered. Not only could he enter his own world now in exchange for leaving a small marker on the outside world, but time here was entirely under his control. Barely a second had passed outside, and it would have been even less than that had he not been wary of pushing the time dilation too far for various reasons. It was just a shame that his world had worse laws than even Sacrum, or else he could have cultivated here and advanced by leaps and bounds. Instead, it seemed that he would have to settle for using it as a dual cultivation ground. And that he did. This time, he was just painting a different sort of masterpiece. Lord Husband, let me rest. Eska wheezed out weakly, her large breasts rippling with lines of sweat and a slightly rouge hue. Ryu had no choice but to gently place her down. Unfortunately, he didn't have a valid reason for pushing Eska beyond her breaking point. Unlike Elena, her journey had been far more steady and expedient. That was also, in part, due to her experience and her fortuitous encounter. But the reason hardly mattered anymore. Ryu took a breath and exhaled. Leaning back, he gazed into the skies, forcing a certain pulsing mass down. It was almost enough to make a man want more wives. Almost. But he had much larger goals than that. Chapter 1673. And you? A long while later, Elena managed to wake up, feeling groggy. The moment she moved, though, she accidentally blew a hole through the ground. Ryu chuckled. Hey! I put a lot of effort into making this world. Don't destroy it. Elena blinked in confusion, still not quite understanding what was happening. When she realized what happened to her cultivation, she was stunned again. What is that liquid? She asked. Ryu smirked. You want a sex ed lesson? Elena was speechless. How was she going to beat this version of Ryu? In the past, she was the one who'd be making the jokes, but now he was more quippy than her. Well, he had always been good at that sort of stuff. It was just that he had always turned it on his enemies since his tongue was the only thing he could use to attack. But now, it's embryonic chi, Ryu finally answered, deciding to not tease her anymore. What? Elena didn't even know how to take what she was hearing. Of course, she knew what embryonic chi was, but how could Ryu possibly produce so much of it? Even a single drop was life-changing, but he had practically pumped her with another drop every few hours. In fact, she had a feeling that he could have done it more times than that, but it just hadn't been necessary. After a certain point, using embryonic chi just to replenish her from sexual exhaustion was just a huge waste. But Ryu didn't seem to care at all. Don't use it like that anymore, Elena continued, her voice still hoarse. Save it for yourself. It can be used at invaluable times. Is that so? Ryu laughed. I thought this was an invaluable time. No, really. Elena tried to put it more seriously. Ryu understood why she was being like this. She thought that he was trying to repay her for the technique and everything she had suffered through. But in her mind, if he did this, then all of her efforts would be in vain. They were husband and wife. Why did he have to be so stubborn about clearing debts with her? Quite frankly, it made her a bit unhappy, something she rarely experienced when she was with Ryu. Ryu's smile didn't fade. With a wave of his hand, a small stream of glistening, milky white liquid appeared. It meandered through the skies, and with a thought, the earth trembled. The ground split, and with a flick of his finger, the milky stream filled it, forming looping rivers around the world. Suddenly, the air was filled with a refreshing scent, and the simple plants and herbs began to evolve at a pace too rapid for the eyes to consciously capture. Elena blinked before her eyes widened. "Your husband doesn't have limits," Ryu finally replied. Elena blushed, realizing that she had thought too much. She had almost forgotten that her little Ryu really wasn't a man who worked within the normal realms of common sense. "Come here," Ryu beaconed. "I want to see something." Elena suddenly felt her legs wobble again. A pleasing look reflected in her pink diamond eyes. Ryu laughed. "It isn't that, don't worry. I'll let you rest." Elena giggled and slid into Ryu's embrace, her smooth skin gliding around his as she sat in his lap, back against his chest. Ryu pressed a hand into her lower belly and closed his eyes. Elena didn't resist, allowing Ryu's senses to practically open her body up. It was a feeling that should have made her uncomfortable, but in reality, she was at peace. In fact, she almost drifted off to sleep entirely. "How did I improve so fast?" Elena asked softly. "Is it really because of the embryonic qi?" "That's part of it, but it's probably just a relaxation of your nerves and a consolidation of minor breakthroughs you've already made. Your Tao has likely been ready to move forward for a long while now, and I don't actually think you're done improving. What you're missing right now is probably a method to use your bloodline, right?" Elena nodded. "Your bloodline is a mixture of divine wing and holy wing? Well, they call it a bloodline, but in reality what's special about the martial gods is that our bloodline decides 4 of our pillars. Once a bloodline is formed, whatever soul, meridian, or bone structure talent we had before is replaced. At least that's how it works here. But your spiritual foundation and Tao are not? Somewhat. The spiritual foundation is truly random, but the Tao usually falls in line mostly by necessity. What's the difference between divine wing and holy wing? All 3 of the hegemonic bloodlines are related to suppression. The divine hegemony branch suppresses the mind, the divine chain branch suppresses the body, and the divine wing branch suppresses the qi. As for the difference between holy and divine wing, it's one part scope and another part methodology. The holy wing bloodline relies on internal qi and methods to fuel and apply suppression, while the divine wing bloodline relies on laws and runes to do so. The latter is not only far more powerful, but it takes less effort and stamina to execute. The difference between divine hegemony and holy king, or divine chain and holy chain, is pretty much the same. They're all just a step down. "And you?" Ryu asked. "I really don't know. I've been trying to understand, but it's so muddled. It doesn't seem to work like any one of them, and yet it works like both of them. But my ability to suppress others is limited. The best I've been able to get is that my qi control is better than most others." Ryu fell into silence. Of the 3, he only knew of one. They said that the divine chain bloodline could be described in one phrase: to chain the heavens and restrict it to the earth. I think I understand now," Ryu said softly. Chapter 1674 Amplification. Elena's bloodline had, indeed, become an interesting fusion of the 2, and it even seemed to have changed the original intended goal of both at the same time. What was especially interesting was the mechanism by which it happened. It had to be understood that the martial god bloodline almost always chose one or the other. Logically, Elena should have either had a weaker than usual divine wing bloodline that was suppressed by her holy wing bloodline, or an average to excellent divine wing bloodline that suppressed her holy wing bloodline. But instead what happened was that she was born with 2 mutated variants of both that clashed against one another and became something new, unable to decide which among them should be the superior bloodline. The starting point were 2 bloodlines that were different from what they should have been, and the end point was one bloodline far different from what the sum of its parts would suggest. Elena's bloodline had little to do with suppression any longer at all. Instead, it was all based on amplification. What was unfortunate was that much of this amplification was of limited use to herself, at least in this situation. But Ryu could see a path where when she entered the Tao Lord realm and could finally begin to form incarnations, where her incarnations would actually be far more powerful than her original body. Essentially, Elena was excellent at amplifying the chi and things external to herself. If it was cleverly applied, there were any number of things she could do. Even without forming an incarnation, beast taming would be a monstrous path for her. When it came to secondary professions like alchemy or formation crafting, she would be on another level. If she had a team of people to support or she became a necromancer, the list of possibilities was endless, but many of those things were matters that Elena had no experience with. She was born a holy wing, so she had been trained like a holy wing. She spent a lot of time in close combat. Her current combat style was basically just an amplification of that style from the very beginning. Even when she fought, she seemed to subconsciously understand that atmospheric chi was her best ability, which was why she formed all those large palms of chi even when it seemed to be a waste of chi. Honestly, after the Immortal Ring realm, the fascination with atmospheric chi lessened tremendously. This wasn't because it became useless. Unless you were Ryu and had an entire plane's worth of chi within you, you had to use atmospheric chi or else you would be quickly overpowered by your enemies. The difference was that others used atmospheric chi to amplify chi coming from within themselves, but Elena did the opposite. When he had watched her fight, it was as though Elena forgot she had her own meridians at all. And that made sense now that he could see her bloodline. If she pulled from the stores of chi within herself, she would actually be weakening her attack. With her bloodline, it was actually much better that she completely relied on the atmosphere around her. So odd. Ryu couldn't be blamed for thinking this. Who had a bloodline that didn't work on themselves, but only on external things? But, knowing this, I'm pretty sure that I can. Ryu fell into his thoughts, his mind churning. Soon, he had settled on an idea that should work, but he needed reference material to help Elena out. Even now, he still didn't have as much experience as the individuals who had cultivated for even millennia, let alone millions, billions, or even trillions of years. It had to be remembered that, until now, Ryu had only been cultivating for a grand total of less than 3 decades, and that was only if he bothered to count the time he had spent in the black hole. Without that time, it was far less than 2 decades. He felt that he was more intelligent than most, but his scope of understanding and experience was less than any one of his wives. What Ryu wanted for Elena was a technique that could take advantage of the loophole in her bloodline to make her truly monstrous. He believed that even without deviating her path to become a beast tamer or necromancer, he could make her an untouchable powerhouse. In fact, she wouldn't have to wait to become a Tao Lord first either. Wait! Elena called out with an embarrassed look on her face. Ryu blinked. What is it? I still can't move. Ryu paused before bursting into a fit of laughter. In the end, he had to wait. Although he gave Elena another droplet of embryonic chi, her ability to control her legs was entirely related to her fried brain. Her body was just fine, but there was nothing shaking the wobbliness she was experiencing right now. The husband and wife pair enjoyed one another's company in silence for a long while. The grin on Elena's face threatened to split her jaw apart. This sort of peace was exactly what she had wanted for so long. Suddenly, she blinked, remembering something. She pointed toward the passed-out ice mine. Who's that? Ryu chuckled. That's Ice Mine. Wasn't there another woman? I can't remember clearly. They share the same body. That was Eska. Oh, she has the aura of a martial god. Yes, she's a member of your mom's faction, the Heavenly Dew branch. I see, Elena muttered. Speaking of which, what level are the Heavenly Dew at? It depends. Really? I thought the tier was guaranteed. No. The dregs are given opportunities because it's not necessarily that their potential is worse than the other tiers, but that they have yet to figure out methods of unearthing said potential. The martial gods have a unique profession of their own. They call it talent oracles, where people pretty much spend all their time researching and positing synergy between different talent pillars. The Heavenly Dew is a relatively newly established branch. They've had a few successful experts, and they've been graded as having high-tier potential, but their legacies and technique methods are only at the low tier. Chapter 1675 Where? Ryu realized that he had vaguely understood this before, but it was only after Elena laid it out that it snapped into place. So it seemed the talent tier structure of the martial gods was far more complicated than he realized. You had to not just consider the raw potential of the bloodline, but also what the structures around them were. It reminded him just how important techniques were to the strength of a cultivator. It wasn't just cultivation methods that were important, but battle methods as well. I need to put more effort into creating my own Dao charm techniques. I have my Dao vessel now, I just need applications for it. That should be far easier. And what about the other woman you brought in? The unconscious one? Elena asked. Ryu briefly explained his history with hope. Elena frowned, a look of sympathy lighting in her eyes. She never cared about how many women Ryu had. There was a point where she encouraged him to take on more. In fact, after their recent bout of bed sharing, she wanted it even more. How was she going to handle this rampaging bull? When she heard that Hope would likely be rearing Ryu's child in the future, she was even more protective of her. But more importantly than that, the palm attack that Ryu mentioned, wasn't that the same one that had targeted her? You're right, Ryu nodded. There's some odd undercurrents going on here that we should be cognizant of. I don't think it's a coincidence that Janice knew of such a palm technique, especially not when I didn't find anything of the sort hidden on his person or in his home. You checked. Ryu nodded. It's either he was even more cautious and hid it elsewhere, or someone gave him such a method to practice. The couple chatted for a long while before Elena was finally ready to go. Then, she went off to prepare herself. She giggled like a little girl, talking about how she didn't get to dress up at all these days. It was something she loved to do. But who was she trying to impress in this clan? But now she was going out with her husband. How could she not want to look her best? The two stepped out of Ryu's inner world and Elena scurried off. Hours later, she came back in a flowing violet dress, giving Ryu a little spin. What do you think? Her smile was bright, the small tips of her toes gracing the ground as she spun. A fragrance danced in the air, her pink diamond hand fluttering. Ryu was in a bit of a daze for a moment. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but there was a burgeoning feeling in his chest now that was unlike those other moments. It wasn't just that she was beautiful, it was that he loved her, and she was his wife, and that she had gone out of her way to look good for him. Those feelings stacked atop of one another until, at that moment, he could truly say she was the most gorgeous creature he had ever seen, and he would mean every word of it. Elena didn't need to hear Ryu's words, and even without their souls being connected, she could see it in his eyes. She smiled so brightly that tears threatened to fall from her eyes. No, hubby. Don't make me cry. You're going to ruin my face. Elena rushed up, grabbing Ryu's arm and pulling him out of the house before she could make her any more sentimental. Ryu was still in a bit of daze, but he let his wife carry him. By now, Elena had already gone from the higher transcendent realm to the peak transcendent realm. She was just a step away from the omniscient sky god realm, so pulling Ryu along wasn't very difficult at all. Soon, Ryu settled down and smiled. He chuckled. Do you even know where we're going? Elena blinked, scurrying to a stop. Indeed, she hadn't asked Ryu. She was just excited to go out with him. Let's go to your technique pavilion. I forgot to ask, how do you trade for things in this place? Ah, right. I almost forgot. Elena's eyes brightened. I was participating in the Dreg tournament. I think I technically won. I should have enough to trade for any technique at the true grade. Well, 3. 1 body, 1 mental, 1 chi. Okay, that works. It should be enough. I just need a reference for you. I'll make the technique for you afterward. Okay. Elena did an about-face and pulled Ryu in the complete other direction, causing him to laugh again. She had been going the wrong way after all. It took them quite a while to make it to the technique pavilion. Rather than being a tower, it was a hole built deep into the ground, and what was shocking about this hollowed-out hole was that it was 100 kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers deep. There were countless levels within them, the outer ring of the massive hole lines with curved bookshelves and pillars. There seemed to be an odd force of chi in the air around it, one that allowed those entering to fly within. However, Ryu didn't think it was that simple. As expected, just in the few seconds he was here, He saw one person fall to their deaths after trying to descend too far. Ha! Interesting. Falling from a height of even thousands of kilometers shouldn't harm even a fragmented sky god, so how'd that man die? I've finally found you. A roar came from Ryu's back that made him frown. He turned to find a man with raging red hair looking at him like some sort of enraged lion. Who the hell are you? Ryu thought to himself, looking at the man as though he was an idiot. Seeing that look in Ryu's eyes, Elena covered her lips to obscure her giggle. Chapter 1676, A Martial God's Greatest Humiliation. Ryu looked at the man, seemingly trying to recall him, when he realized that with his memory, if he didn't recognize someone, it simply meant that he had never seen them before. What an idiot! Ryu looked at the man who seemingly had a head of flaming hair, unable to understand him. For a moment, Ryu even thought that he was mistaking him for someone else, until he realized that that was ridiculous too. Lyrian was even more infuriated when he saw Ryu's weird expression, but instead of snapping again and allowing Ryu a chance to humiliate him, he looked toward the side. Elder Vermo, this man is an outsider. May I have the right to deal with him? The so-called Elder Vermo was an older man that Ryu had noticed a long while ago. This open ground, inverted technique pavilion of sorts was quite forgiving. Disciples seemed to travel in and out of it with great ease, and that was because everything was automated. The only reason the old omniscient sky god was there at all was as a failsafe and a reminder to keep in line with certain rules. At the moment, the old man was reclining lazily beneath the shade of a leaf that was at least 2 meters from tip to tip. He couldn't even be bothered to keep his eyes open, and if not for Lyrian calling out to him, he wouldn't have even noticed what was going on. He opened a single eye and frowned before waving a hand. Stay away from the pavilion. Fights within the perimeter are not acceptable. Although the formations that protected everything would likewise keep the book safe, it was still best to not allow such a precedent. If the pavilion was burned down due to a battle, who would take up the responsibility for such a thing? The martial gods, compared to other powers, were extremely lax. They allowed outsiders like Ryu or the beast mimicry sect inheritance disciple to walk in and out of their territory freely. They didn't force marriages on their youth and allowed them to freely form relationships whether that was inside or outside the clan, and obviously they allowed fighting and even promoted it pretty much anywhere. No one had even come to bother Ryu about Janus' death. However, lax rules didn't mean that they had no rules. They were in the constant pursuit of knowledge, and one of the few places where the rules were quite strict about fighting were around the technique pavilions like this one. I understand, Elder. However, this man is not a martial god and seems to have the intention of partaking in our techniques. He is taking advantage of our hospitality. It is beneath your status to deal with a man like this, however. If you could use your power to expel him, I will personally deal with him once we are outside the range of non-combat. Elder Vermo turned his one open eye to Ryu. Is this true? Ryu stood there, not saying anything. What sort of clown show was this? With the protections on this place, even if he did go down, was it relevant? Why was this old man asking such a stupid question? He had always hated explaining himself to others, and that was only doubly so in situations like this one where Elena's aura suddenly flared up and the full weight of a peak transcendent sky god fell on Lyrian. Before the man could even react, he was smashed down to his knees, the bones within shattering to pieces. Lyrian screamed out in horror and pain, his eyes turning bloodshot and his inner organs practically collapsing. Not everyone was like Ryu. It still stood true that the gap between sky god realms were entirely insurmountable, let alone a gap between a lower perfect sky god and a peak transcendent sky god. Lyrian had been so focused on Ryu that he hadn't considered anything else. Plus, even for martial god women who tended to be a bit looser with their preferences and sexual urges, pairing up with a sky god many realms below you was something that basically never happened. If you were a martial god woman, looking to get your rocks off, why would you choose someone who couldn't keep up with your stamina or urges? Even if Ryu looked good, that wasn't enough. Lyrian never expected that Ryu would have such an expert by his side. But when he struggled to look up and get a good look at Elena, he was even more surprised. The Elena everyone knew did like to wear dresses, but they were almost always dirted and battered in some way, as though she was in a constant warring state. He didn't even recognize her. Wait, The Elena he knew was also a true sky god. When had she become a transcendent? Elder Vermo opened his other eye and sat up a bit, a dangerous look flashing in his gaze. This technically didn't break the rules of the pavilion, but it was truly skirting that line. First of all, according to the statutes of the martial gods, my husband is allowed to partake in our teachings. He is only limited in certain aspects that don't include whether or not he can walk into the pavilion. Second, what is the greatest humiliation of a martial god? Elena let the question hang in the air. Lyrian grit his teeth, but he couldn't answer immediately. The humiliation was too much, and he was trying his best to suppress his fury before he could. Unfortunately, Elena wasn't nearly so patient. Bang! The pressure doubled and Lyrian's face was driven into the ground, a small crater forming around him. I asked a question. What is the greatest humiliation of a martial god? Lyrian clenched his jaw so tightly that his teeth cracked, but even so, he pushed out the words. To be weak. Do you know why that mantra is passed along? It's not only a reminder to keep pressing forward and improving, but it's also a reminder that there's a hierarchy of strength you need to abide by. What did you think you were doing by targeting my husband? Even if I killed you right here and now, no one would blink an eye. Elena left these words and then pulled Ryu along. When her pressure dissipated, Lyrian lay sprawled out on the ground, realizing the only reason he was alive was because of the rules of the clan. The martial gods were a true survival of the fittest. Because of the way their bloodlines worked, you might not even be born into your own parents' branches or branch, forced to forge out on your own in an unfamiliar land. Family ties were often sparse except in special or unique instances, and it was often an every man for themselves sort of culture. In this sort of world, for Lyrian to offend a sky god on the verge of entering the omniscient realm was nothing short of courting death. All his thoughts of testing Ryu and making him answer for his master's arrogance flew out the window. Elder Vermo's eyes narrowed, but in the end, he sat back into his recliner, closing his eyes and allowing his irritation to drift into the wind. Ryu gave Elena a glance. Even now, she seemed to still be a bit irritated, but Ryu could tell that it wasn't just because of Lyrian. Those words, it was likely that someone else had spoken them to her. Maybe multiple people. In fact, it was almost certainly multiple people. Maybe the only reason she was alive was because her father was one of these unique situations. For Elena, who just wanted to live a carefree life, there was nothing worse to her than realizing she was entirely unable to do so without actual strength. And today, these matters just seemed to confirm that all the more. She just wanted a nice day out with her husband, and she couldn't even have that without having to flex her muscles. On the other hand, she was irritated because she felt that she had to step in the way she did to make sure the situation didn't get worse. She knew her husband like the back of her hand. She already knew that the moment Elder Vermo started questioning him, he could very well snap at any moment. And that thought only made things worse, because even when she got to press Lyrian into the ground, it was in exchange for hopefully avoiding Elder Vermo doing the same to them. She still wasn't strong enough. She had improved so much and it still somehow wasn't enough. Would it ever be enough? Just as she was about to jump into the enormous hole in the ground, stepping onto the marble, rune-etched ring around it, Ryu pulled back on her grip. Elena looked back a bit confused, but she saw that Ryu's eyes were actually red, as though he might either snap or shed real tears. Hubby! She spoke in a panic, wanting to understand what was wrong. It was his fault. He had left her for too long, and now his cheery, carefree wife had turned into a woman constantly looking over her shoulder, constantly trying to weigh the pros and cons of a situation, constantly trying to make sure she stayed out of trouble so that she didn't offend the wrong people. Ryu looked back toward Lyrian, who was stuck in a pit. Yusti! The skies rumbled and an arc of lightning descended like the roar of a dragon. Before anyone could react, Lyrian was burnt to ash, unable to even utter a final cry. A hushed silence fell as Elder Vermo's eyes opened once more. Chapter 1677 Fury. Ryu turned to Elena, his gaze practically tearing a pair of holes through her own. He didn't even seem to notice Elder Vermo's change at all. Instead, his entire focus was on his wife. Elena felt like she wanted to look away, The intensity of his gaze was too much, and it weighed on her heart so heavily that she found it difficult to breathe. But as much as she wanted to, she couldn't pry her eyes away, almost as though there was some invisible hold on her very psyche. Ryu was absolutely furious right now. He wanted to say something, but even with his speed of thought, even with his usual intelligence, he couldn't find the right combination of words. The longer he spent silent, the more furious he seemed to become until a towering aura tore into the skies. Elder Vermo slowly rose from his seat, a gloominess in his eyes. It had been a very long time since anyone dared to disrespect him in this way. He couldn't even remember the last. He had been able to sit on his recliner, in perfect peace for thousands of years at the very least. Just his presence alone was enough for others to stay in line. But to think that this would happen even after he had spoken. There were, on the surface, two categories of sky gods, the first being those that could keep up with the pace of the genius stream, and the latter of which could not. However, in practice there were many more layers than this. There were those that sped by the genius stream with such pace that they could only be in a category of their own, and there were those that just barely missed out on keeping up with the genius stream. Even deeper than this, though, there were those that made it all the way through the genius stream but failed to ever become Tao Lords, and then there were those that might have missed out the genius stream, but with their diligence managed to become Tao Lords anyway. And then there were those like Elder Vermo, a middling cultivator by every metric, but a man who had managed to take slow and diligent steps to his current realm. Every one of his steps was firm, his foundation was wide and vast, and compared to even geniuses of the genius stream who made it all the way to the omniscient sky god realm within the allotted time frame, he stacked up favorably simply by virtue of the sheer length of time he had spent in his current realm. There were plenty of geniuses of the genius stream that came to this pavilion, but did any of them disrespect him? No, none of them did. And yet, this outsider without even martial god aura dared to do so. He took a step and the air rumbled. He could see Ryu's back, and even now, the young man wasn't paying him any mind, looking at his wife as though she was the only one in the world, and that only infuriated him more. It had been a while since he soaked his hands in blood. It seemed that others had forgotten how the blood-soaked palm sky god had gotten his name. Bang! Just as Elder Vermo was about to move, Ryu did so first. A furious roar caused the skies to swirl with a menacing vortex of dark, rumbling clouds. Blue lightning fell like the rain, and both heaven's and earth's gate appeared high in the skies along with a birth phenomena that seemed to dwarf the dome of heaven itself. Ryu! Elena called out, her eyes widening. But Ryu had already appeared before the old man, his horns raising up proudly upon his forehead and white scales adorning his body like milky, shimmering pearls. Elder Vermo struck out with a palm on instinct, his heart shuddering as he suddenly felt a great amount of danger. However, at that moment his body seemed to slow to a crawl. Time passed in ages, and a second became 2, and then 4, and then 8. Dragon's claw descended, streaks of lightning and an eruption of flames following Ryu's 5 claws. At that moment, the vortex of black cumulonimbus clouds split into 6, and a harrowing legend filled everyone's mind. A tale of a dragon's descent. The claw ripped into Elder Vermo's chest and he was sent flying backward, spurts of blood flying from his mouth. It truly felt as though an entire world had descended upon him, and he felt like his omniscient control had been shredded to pieces. He barely registered the fact that Ryu had somehow stacked Earth and Heaven Gate, using the former to raise his chi realm cultivation to the true realm, and then the latter to raise everything up by yet another realm, allowing him to exude the aura of the perfect realm. Who the fuck are you? Ryu growled, the skies rumbling with the tone of his voice. Who the fuck are you to make my wife feel fear? The bass of Ryu's voice caused his throat to tremble, the scales layering it separating slightly to reveal lines of molten skin beneath as a furious heat rose up from his chest. Dragon's breath. Ryu's chest suddenly shook with a boom, sparks of lightning descending from the skies and connecting with his horns as though they were lightning rods themselves. A ball of fire. A sparking bundle of blue lightning. The two expanded suddenly and then shot out in a torrent, fusing into one as though forced to do so beneath Ryu's mighty will. A pillar of black-red surrounded by a swirling mass of stark blue tore through what felt like the bounds of reality. In fact, Time around it seemed to speed up as though Ryu was working with an entirely different set of laws. It appeared before the flailing Elder Vermo with such speed that the latter barely had time to brace himself and block with his arms and a surge of chi. To Elder Vermo, it felt like the world was ending. It wasn't just the relentless attack on his body, but also his mind. His eyes went red and blood began to seep out from his pores, dyeing his skin and hair an eerie crimson. After taking the brunt of Ryu's attack, he flickered and his body lost its shape and form. Blood spiritual body. He snaked through the cracks in reality, closing the distance on Ryu with a fury building up in his gut. However, Ryu was even faster. His body suddenly became a streak of violet, a bolt that was somehow both a piercing lightning and flickering flame at the same time. He clashed with Elder Vermo, their amorphous bodies rebounding against one another once, then twice, then hundreds of times in what seemed like the blink of an eye. The stormy skies above continued to shake and quake until a silvery star appeared high within it. In that moment, the world seemed to be forcefully stabilized, the rumbling might of a founding Tao filling up the space, reaching into the bounds of time and the fabric of reality, before chaining them down. The projection of a world seemed to overlay with their own, and in that moment, Elder Vermo, who thought he was finally getting a foothold in the battle once more, found himself meeting a fist with the weight of a heaven from up above. The moment he saw it, he felt that he had lost all right to resist, even his bloody form seemingly being drained of all color in an instant. Boom! The world collapsed as the Elder was driven into the ground. It didn't even seem like he flew at all. His descent was so fast that in one moment, he was clashing with Ryu's half-lightning fire form, and in the next he was in a crater down below, every bone in his body broken. Ryu stood high in the skies, one 8-trigram diagram spinning above him and another spinning in the opposite direction below him. The once rumbling, now stabilized skies split beneath a raise of his hand, and in that moment, it felt like all the lightning in the ninth heaven suddenly converged onto his palm, a solid bolt of blue forming a javelin in his hand beneath his lightning god talent. It condensed so densely that it no longer even looked as though lightning had formed it at all. Instead, it looked like an enormous blue steel needle, one that even his large hands could only just barely wrap all the way around. Ryu raised the javelin up high, his eyes blazing with a slit fury as his torso flexed. Wisps of flames and lightning danced across his white scales, and as though it wasn't enough, the blue steel suddenly shuddered, an array of sharp, angled, icy blue ice phoenix heavenly patterns appearing around it. Bang! The javelin was finally pulled back far enough and Ryu's torso uncorked like a thick, steel spring. It shot out of his hand like a cannon, the world exploding and collapsing around its descent. An icy aura froze over the cracks in space, and at that moment, it looked as though the world had become a thin film of shattered blue ice. Boom! The javelin pierced through Elder Vermo's chest, exploding in what must have been a rain of blood, but was unfortunately not witnessed due to the fact everything seemed to become nothing more than ash in an instant of time. A pillar of lightning and ice shot into the skies, piercing the veil of heaven. It was a sight that could be seen for tens of thousands of miles, and it would be accompanied by an unimaginable tale, one that told of a false sky god slaughtering an omniscient one. Chapter 1678 Easy. Ryu stood in the skies, his fury still not abating, and yet coming out in a controlled stream. The silence was palpable and the trembling waves of chi in the surroundings seemed to suppress everything. It felt like, with a thought, Ryu could kill everyone in the surroundings should he have wanted to. Ryu landed in front of Elena, his gaze still intense. "Do you know why I killed him?" Ryu finally asked. Elena's eyes watered, her lips rolling over them. How could she not know? But just how much trouble would doing so bring? Elder Vermo wasn't guilty of much more than a minor slight, if it could be called that at all. He let Elena's impudence slide even though it skirted the rules, and the worst thing he did was question Ryu based on the young man's accusations. At least from an outsider's perspective. From Ryu's perspective, the worst thing he did was make his wife tiptoe around him. In this world, no one was worth that, not a single soul. Anyone who makes you feel that way, no matter who it is, I will kill. No matter their strength, no matter their status, no matter what the outcome of doing so might be. Elder Vermo was a stand-in, a representation of the heartache and trouble that Elena had faced in the martial god clan on her own. And now, she was no longer alone. Ryu took Elena's hand and leapt into the enormous technique pit, descending with a great amount of speed as though he wasn't worried about suddenly falling to his death like the others had before him. Elena wanted to say that they should run, that they escape, going down to the 8th heaven, or maybe even returning to Sacrum entirely, but when she looked at Ryu's side profile, she knew that he wouldn't do it. Wouldn't doing so just prove her fears correct? For this reason alone, he would never retreat. He would continue forward as though nothing at all had happened. Elena looked around, feeling countless gazes on them. There were some omniscient sky gods among them, but they were by far in the minority. In fact, there were only 2, and the both of them were exceptionally old. It was rare for such people to come to the technique pavilions to begin with. As for the rest, Elena was the strongest of them all, her peak transcendent sky god realm enough to place her near the very top of the younger generation that frequented these pavilions the most. By the time one got to their older years, there was no point in learning new techniques or methods. Most, much like Elder Vermo, had already given up on cultivation and just wanted to enjoy the rest of their years. It was rare for the old to come here in the first place, and even then it was usually to exchange something for their juniors, though this was technically against the rules. However, none of this was what Elena was thinking of when she looked at these people. She could feel their awe, their reverence, their fear. The martial gods liked to deem themselves as a race separate from humans, even though they very much were. Their pride was marrow deep and their lust for battle was insatiable. And yet, beneath her husband's aura, they all kept their distance, unwilling to get close. They had all seen him kill a veteran of the omniscient realm in what felt like just a few moves. Even after his abilities and phenomena disappeared one after another, they still seemed to linger in their hearts, imprinting themselves into their very souls. Elena looked toward Ryu again, and at that moment her worries seemed to be whisked away. Her heart became lighter and her Tao heart actually began to shine with its own resplendency. It was at that moment they made it to the bottom row of techniques, the most valuable core texts the martial gods had beneath the Lord grade. Elena blinked in surprise and then smiled. The martial gods worked on the merit of strength and potential, and this technique pavilion reflected that. One would think that the more valuable the technique, the more expensive it would be, but this wasn't strictly true in the martial god clan. Here, the price of a technique was calculated based on several factors, the most important of which was your realm to technique grade ratio. A peak omniscient grade technique would be at full price if you were also a peak omniscient sky god, but it would fall to half price if you were only in the higher realm, and it could fall by another half if you were in the middle realm. The gaps between the realms in the sky gods was so enormous that such leaps were well worth it. If you were an entire major realm below, though, the technique would cost exactly 1 contribution point. So, because Ryu had brought Elena to these peak omniscient grade techniques, she could practically trade for as many as she wanted because she was only in the peak transcendent realm. Of course, it wasn't just as easy as it seemed to just come here, and that was made clear by the scent of blood and corpses before. Looking down, one could see wailing souls and a built-up resentment that had accumulated over the ages. In this large technique pavilion, there was a special formation that allowed those beneath the Tao God realm to fly. The problem was that the deeper you went, the harder it was to stay in the air. If you got greedy and went beyond your limits, you would suddenly find yourself accelerating toward the bottom with a gravity millions, even billions of times past what you were capable of handling acting on you. As such, the least valuable techniques were all the way at the top, while the most valuable were all the way at the bottom. But Ryu had not only come here, he had taken her with him and he had made it look easy. Chapter 1679, the 4th. Of course it was easy. Ryu could fly in the real skies, let alone in this formation. Taking his wife along with him was only a matter of course. What he was more surprised about was the sheer number of techniques. Elena had enough to exchange for more than 10,000 of them with the current discounts, and yet that still wouldn't put a dent worth a tenth of this collection. Ryu couldn't even fathom what it meant to have more than 100,000 omniscient grade techniques at your fingertips. Just what kind of concept was that? To this point, Ryu hadn't cultivated very many techniques. His greatest reliances were self-created techniques. He had once been practicing a sovereign grade mental realm cultivation method, but he swapped it out for his own so that he could create his internal matrix. His Qi realm was also based on his own cultivation method. Though he used the Refinement Sutra for both, that was more of a skeleton as the sutra was reliant on his own comprehension and methods. Of course, that wasn't to say that he had no techniques of this caliber. The taboo techniques were God-grade, it was just that their faith restricted him to a level that was probably weaker than omniscient. Though that was no longer a problem for Ryu now. He could finally unleash the full strength of those methods now, it was just a question of if he wanted to or not. He quite liked the idea of creating and using his own techniques, and it had suited him well all this time. But that didn't mean that he couldn't use references and such to help himself out. This should be because of the talent oracle profession Elena mentioned. Ryu thought to himself. He hated the martial gods, but he had to admit that their culture was the most conducive to producing powerful warriors and cultivators. They were extremely open, so their bloodlines mixed with countless races, clans, and sects, bolstering their foundations of talent. The way their bloodlines manifested made it hard for any one close family to dominate everything, so nepotism was far weaker here than it was in any of the other 9 powers. And their relentless pursuit of knowledge and talent gave even dregs the chance to rise up, and likely created all of these techniques. When so much of your population was obsessed with dissecting and understanding the synergy between different talents, how could you not have so many techniques? Ryu wouldn't even be surprised if they had just as many Lord and Sovereign grade techniques as well. The foundation of a power on this level was truly extraordinary. He shook his head, focusing. He assumed that there wasn't much time and he had to be quick. His eyes flashed and he scanned through all the technique introductions one by one. What he needed was a proper reference to build the foundation of Elena's next steps of cultivation. Her bloodline was a perfect mutation. The trouble was that it was the opposite of the path the Divine and Holy Wing branches had taken. I should also be able to do the same for Ice Mine and Eska as well. Elena said that the Heavenly Dew branch has high tier potential, but their inheritance is only as deep as low tier. It would normally take them several more generations just to make it up to middle tier, let alone high tier. Unfortunately, it's hard to tell if these techniques will have what I need from the descriptions alone. But we have some leeway. Trade for these. Ryu pointed out 2 techniques to start. Elena nodded and placed a hand on their casings, easily trading for both. Ryu already had a bit of an idea of what he wanted to do, and it was actually related to his master's bloodmancy legacy. Elena had a problem where her bloodline could only seem to amplify external targets. This was obviously a failsafe of the 2 bloodlines that it mutated from. Obviously, the Divine Wing and Holy Wing bloodlines suppressed the Qi around them. If there was no failsafe to stop it from acting on oneself, then every time one used it, it would be like dropping a boulder on your toes. Bloodmancy alone wouldn't fix this for several reasons. For one, bloodmancy didn't change your bloodline or how it worked, it had just allowed Ryu to pull them more under his control and allow them to exhibit more of their strength. Obviously, then this wouldn't change Elena's situation. But that was only if he was thinking inside the box. The gist of what he wanted was a method of tricking Elena's body into thinking part of or the whole of her was a separate entity. He could then help her use bloodmancy as a link to control this new external part of her. The trick was what route to take for this. The first option he thought of was splitting her soul, but he dismissed that for 2 reasons. First, without a perfect Black Buddy soul like his own, doing such a thing was extremely dangerous, not to mention painful. And the second issue was that it would be a convoluted path, though he felt that it had some potential. The second and more intriguing option was actually using Ice Mine and Eska as a reference. The 2 shared one body, but they were clearly separate existences. Using their taboo technique as a foundation would be interesting, but Ryu didn't want to force that onto his wife, especially if he had a different option. Being tied to the taboo powers was its own world of trouble. Not to mention the fact that without Ryu's abilities, the techniques were greatly weakened. Of course, Ice Mine and Eska mitigated that because of their unique approach to the technique, but Elena wouldn't be able to do the same. But then Ryu thought of another option, one that had the potential to form the foundation of an unprecedented branch of the martial gods, likely becoming the 4th branch of the hegemonic tier. Chapter 1680 True Tao Pedestal Realm. Ryu's thought problem was actually quite complex, and it was related to what he knew about the martial god bloodlines. As Elena had told him, unlike others where the bloodline would just be one of the 6 pillars, for the martial gods, the bloodline decided almost everything about their talents, save their Tao. Although their spiritual foundation was also said to not quite fall into this category, from what Ryu could gather from Elena's explanation, it wasn't so cut and dry. Could be said, then, that 4.5 of Elena's talents were decided by her bloodline. In this way, the martial gods were a lot closer to beasts than they were to humans. It almost made sense that they wanted to carve out a new race for themselves rather than sticking it out with their heritage. However, what Ryu found more interesting than all of this was how one bloodline accomplished this. It didn't seem to make sense, unless you were aware of the existence of the corporeal souls. Obviously, the mechanism through which the co-opting of talent worked was through this system, and it was because of this connection that during the process of gestation, a martial god newborn was practically able to reformulate their own bodies based on their bloodlines. As for their spiritual foundations, it was likely that because they were located in the abyssal plane, during the gestation period, they were only able to influence it to a limited extent. But what did all of this have in common? Once again, this was something that most wouldn't be able to grasp, but to Ryu, the answer was all too obvious. All of this happened in the stage of development. No, the only stage of development where embryonic chi was available. Only during the birth of a cultivation would the heavens bestow embryonic chi, and it was only during this stage that Elena's bloodline could accomplish what it had. Was it a coincidence? Ryu didn't think so. However, that didn't mean that Ryu's plan was to start messing around with Elena's body and try to mutate her body again. For one, it wasn't possible. While it was true that this stage relied heavily on embryonic chi, it also relied on the unique state of the body as well. During gestation, a fetus would be highly receptive to change, and any of the smallest changes could influence them, whether that was external or internal pressure. What Ryu was more interested in was the fact that the Elena's bloodline, or rather martial god bloodlines in general, should have a hidden mechanism within them that allowed them to trigger change and fuel themselves with embryonic chi. As a result of that, much of Elena's sudden rise in cultivation wasn't just due to the fact she had a lot of accumulated experience, but also because the rush of embryonic chi that Ryu had given her had allowed her spiritual foundation to complete its full conversion and become subservient to her bloodline as well. Obviously, while the body wasn't receptive to changes as much, the spiritual foundation was a completely different matter. Its entire reason for existing was to adapt to a cultivator's path of cultivation. When Ryu began connecting these dots and understanding these changes, he grasped something all too obvious. Could Elena's spiritual foundation be counted as separate from herself? Because Elena's bloodline hadn't managed to convert Elena's spiritual foundation earlier on, the fail-safes put in place to stop her bloodline talents from working on her didn't work perfectly on her spiritual foundation. And that was when it clicked for Ryu, and funny enough, the idea came from something that he had seen in Sacrum. Because it was a smaller world, in Sacrum, people spent a great deal of time in the mortal and immortal realms, and most would never even touch the god realms. Due to that, there was a lot of effort put into excavating the full potential of these smaller worlds. In Sacrum, for example, Ryu had seen all sorts of different immortal rings and immortal ring types, but in the true martial world he had hardly seen any. And that made him recall something related to the Tao pedestal realm. For normal cultivators, the Tao pedestal realm was just about expanding the size of your spiritual foundation and preparing it to be able to take your cosmic seeds in the next realms. However, in one technique, there was a man who Ryu read about who created a method that took the word pedestal more literally, or ridiculously depending on your perspective. In translation, the word pedestal in Tao pedestal realm meant to refer to the word foundation. It was something that other things were built upon, and thus it was the perfect word for this realm considering the purpose of its existence. But in this man's interpretation, he instead wanted to build a separate foundation to help prop up the spiritual foundation, rather than the other way around. It was a foolish thing to do in not only Ryu's opinion, but objectively as well. That was because the realm was called the Tao pedestal realm, not the spiritual pedestal realm. By definition, you were supposed to be creating a pedestal for your Taos, not your spiritual foundation. Unsurprisingly, because of his foolish interpretation of language, the man never managed to break into the world sea realm. But what was interesting was that he did break into the cosmic seed realm. The fact he managed to complete the Tao pedestal realm at all was shocking. It was just that he could never find a way to translate that success for the World Sea realm because he had already ruined his foundation, ironically. So what had this man done? Well, in his words, he built a pedestal to the heavens. In Ryu's, he built a staircase to nothing. Essentially, he created visualizations of his spiritual foundation, projecting them in his dantian and forming 9 in total that rose into the skies. He called this the true Tao pedestal realm. Chapter 1681. Just in time. All things considered, the man was not only innovative, but he was quite powerful, albeit a fool. Though he had never broken into the World Sea realm, it was said that he had been capable of fighting experts of that caliber before the day of his death. These visualized spiritual foundations were exactly what Ryu wanted to home in on, because if he was correct, he believed that Elena's method of doing so would far supersede what the man of the past was capable of. In order to form a visualization of his spiritual foundation, the man essentially corrupted his chi realm path. Because, at the time mental realm cultivation was banned, he didn't see a problem with what he did, flooding his dantian with large amounts of spiritual chi and diluting his normal chi. Using a unique method, he fused the two chi and corrupted his path from then forth. The reason he couldn't break into the World Sea realm was because all of his cosmic seeds were amalgamations of chi and spiritual chi. As such, they were in large part illusory. How could you shatter a very real spiritual foundation with illusory cosmic seeds? You would need soul quintessence to do that, but without mental realm cultivation, what chance did he have of forming that? However, Ryu's plans for Elena were different, because they would rely on her bloodline. If Ryu was correct, Elena's bloodline should work on her spiritual foundation in part, but not entirely. About half of the process had been completed while she was in her mother's womb. Now, thanks to his embryonic chi, the process had been completed, but her spiritual foundation was still only partly protected from the effects of her bloodline. This was where everything came together. The first step was to use the natural ability of martial god bloodlines to communicate and co-opt the corporeal souls to establish a more solid connection with her spiritual foundation, or in other words, her Tao heart. Then, by using her amplification abilities, he would create a special circulation method that would use her amplification talent to form projections of her spiritual foundation. Once these projections were formed, Elena would be able to use transcendent control to manifest them into the real world. Like this, Elena would be, in a sense, making a puppet of her own spiritual foundation and using them almost like one would use immortal rings, but on an entirely different level. Because of the fact Elena's spiritual foundation would also have her amplification abilities. The moment they appeared outside her body, she would hardly have to do a thing to sustain them. A nigh-infinite feedback loop would be formed between Elena and her spiritual foundations, one that she could keep up for as long as her focus chi was still in good condition. This was just the simplest face of what Ryu had for Elena, because the implications of being able to project visualizations of her own spiritual foundation were huge. A step further than that was layering her Tao and amplifying its strength with quantity rather than quality. A step further than that was projecting her spiritual foundation in part, maybe assigning one to each cosmic seed she had formed and thus allowing them to exhibit different abilities related to specific techniques she wanted to use. A step further than even that was raising the amplification so far that her true spiritual foundation might even break through the void to appear on the real plane. And even these were still just surface level in Ryu's opinion. If this worked, why wouldn't she be able to do the same with her soul and create a loop of soul quintessence as well? The problem was, obviously, that the Divine Wing and Holy Wing bloodlines only work chi and not spiritual chi or soul quintessence. But with Ryu's circulation method, if Elena projected her soul first, she didn't have to worry about the corruption of her chi and mental realm paths. That essentially meant that she would be able to fuse two paths without a single worry and create an entirely new realm and mage arts if that was what she so desired. The more Ryu thought outside the box, the more flood of ideas he came up with, but he was ultimately forced to restrict himself. Elena was not him, she didn't like cultivating to begin with, and her path was different from his own. However, she was also extremely talented nonetheless. It was just that she hadn't really wanted to work at it until Ryu came along and gave her a reason. Ryu thought that it was best if he kept things simple, and in that case, he deviated from the path of soul amplification. The mage arts relied heavily on studying runes, and he knew that Elena wouldn't want to do that even if she would if it meant growing more powerful. Instead, he turned to body amplification. The Qi realm had the spiritual foundation and the mental realm had the soul. So, what part of the body realm could be co-opted and amplified to give her a simpler, more manageable boost? The obvious choice was the heart, but Ryu rejected this outright. That was because if she just amplified her heart, then it would be like using a berserk skill. They were double-edged swords and she would harm herself. That would happen with everything, though, Ryu thought. So long as it's an amplification of the body realm, if her flesh can't handle it, it'll cause harm. Ryu nodded to himself and was about to scrap the idea and just make it a Qi realm method when he felt another flash of inspiration. Wasn't blood essence hidden in the 7 corporeal souls as well? Not only was it hidden within it, but weren't the martial god bloodlines capable of co-opting the 7 corporeal spirits to force change as well? What if he added to the circulation pattern, roping in Elena's bloodline? Using a bloodline capable of amplifying to amplify itself? That sounds like circular logic. It would never work unless there was an external source of power. Ryu racked his brain, thinking of special pills and treasures he could forge for his wife before he practically slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten because she never displayed them, but in all of this he had forgotten something so important. Elena's wings. That's what they were there for to begin with. They were ingrained with runes that could take from the environment to boost the owner. He didn't need to think of a solution. Elena's body already had one. Perfect! It seemed that Ryu had been thinking about this matter for a long while, but after using 4 techniques as a reference, Ryu had already created the path for Elena to follow. He just needed to fuse them. He pulled out an empty jade he had prepared previously and began to furiously inscribe his thoughts. An origin flame flickered upon his forehead, dancing with golden hues before he pulled back, exhaling a breath. Just in time, Ryu exhaled. He took Elena's hand and placed the jade within, wrapping it with her fingers as the skies suddenly shook. It seemed trouble was finally here. Chapter 1682 instead. Ryu looked into the skies calmly, his expression tranquil. When he looked back toward Elena, he surprisingly found that her expression wasn't the same as what he expected. He thought he would see panic, trepidation, maybe even hints of fear, but there was none of that. Instead, she looked back at him with a fiery gaze, as though she was ready to fight to the death. Ryu smiled and caressed her cheek. She had taken his words the wrong way, but it was his fault. If he truly had the strength to flip the skies upside down with a palm, she wouldn't have to show such a fierce expression. She would be completely relaxed, entirely at ease, unmoved by any shaking or quaking in the environment. In the end, it was all his fault. The reason he had gone through so much trouble to create a new path for Elena wasn't because he needed her to be strong for the sake of being strong. It was in one part because he knew that he wasn't invincible just yet, and another more important part because he wanted her to live a long life. What was the point of reaching the pinnacle if his wives died from nothing more than old age? What kind of man of strength and conviction would he be if he allowed this to happen? It was inevitable, though, that Elena would take it the wrong way. But in that case, he would just have to show her. He didn't need her to fight. All she had to do was stand by his side. The enforcement arm of the martial gods was rarely activated, and even when it was rarely this arm in specific that took action. There were any number of enforcement's guards, accumulating the talent of several branches. But it was without much surprise that the absolute strongest of them was the Divine Chain branch. It was a branch known for their restrictive abilities, and their bloodline manifestation was quite literally a chain. This was probably the least surprising fact of the entire martial god's existence. Due to this, though, the martial enforcers were separated into several tiers of existence, and not all of them were created equal. The strata were extremely complex and even included the wardens, one of whom Ryu had already met. But this time, not only had Warden Mordecai come, there were 2 youths with him as well, both with shimmering golden chains wrapped around their bodies, acting as adorned accessories to their robes. But these golden chains were unlike the silvery blue chains of the Divine Chain branch. There was no doubt that these youths were of the Holy Chain branch, and they weren't normal members by any stretch of the imagination.
Kirvag and Yurka.
The 2 were young men, brimming with the strength of their youth. Not only were they both only just over 30 years old, Both of them exuded the aura of a lower omniscient sky god, making it clear and obvious that not only had they completed the genius stream, but they had done so with just over 5 years to spare. These two were exceptionally famous across the ninth heavens, their names carrying great weight wherever they went. Normally, even for the death of an elder Vermo, these two wouldn't be activated. While it made sense for Warden Mordecai to come, their statuses were actually clearly a tier or two above. If it wasn't because they were specifically requested to do so, they would have never done so, and they were greatly dissatisfied that not just one, but two of them were sent on top of that. The moment they appeared, it was clear how shocking this matter was. In the past several minutes, the population of people around the Technique Pavilion could be said to have increased by more than 100-fold. Amongst sky gods, news spread fast, and it was obvious that there would be a show to watch afterward. But what no one could have possibly expected was that these two would show up. Seeing the surprise on their faces, Kurvog and Jurka were even more unsatisfied. The people here were all smart. How could they not know what it meant that both of them were sent? Did it mean that the higher-ups thought that the both of them needed to act to deal with this one man? Mordecai watched the auras of the two fluctuate, and he shook his head inwardly. He had met Ryu once before, and he knew how his Tao worked. Somewhat. The more agitated these two were, the worse the situation would be. Unfortunately, as talented as he was, he couldn't compare to these two, and their arrogance was so great that explaining this would only make them turn against him. If there was internal strife, the situation would only be made worse. Of course, Mordecai chose to remain silent not just out of fear of this, but also in consideration of the fact he didn't believe that Ryu would be able to deal with this situation. Not all omniscient sky gods were created equal. Not by a long shot. In that case, why offend them for what was an unnecessary advantage? Get the hell out here! Kurvog roared, his impatience reaching a tipping point. Beneath his fury, seemingly even without his consent, the skies became filled with golden chains, crisscrossing and aligning as though the fine cracks in an expensive glass. The voice reached down below, and Ryu directly ignored it. As though he hadn't heard it at all, he continued to smile at his wife. "Do you know what the smartest thing to do would be?" Ryu asked with a smile. Elena blinked, not understanding his meaning. "If I stayed down here, they would be forced to come. Then, not only would they be foolishly careful despite the fact they have no hope in forcefully breaking these restrictions, but while they're fighting against the formation pulling them down, their strength would plummet. In this environment, I would win in a handful of seconds." Ryu's smile brightened. "But do you know what I'm going to do instead?" Chapter 1683 Rob. Elena was still processing what Ryu had just said when he had already taken her hand and appeared high in the skies with her by his side. He teleported out of the restrictive, twisting gravity as though it hadn't existed at all, a bright smile on his face. The angrier he was, the more irrational his wife would think he was being. And if she thought he was being irrational, then how could she trust in his judgment? If there was no trust in his judgment, when would she ever be able to be at ease? The Ryu Elena knew was a loose cannon. It could be said that the only reason he had lived for so long in the first place was because his family was the most powerful in Sacrum. Who would dare to touch him? Least of all Primus' great-grandson? The Ryu of now was still a loose cannon. The difference was that his power was his own. Well, his own and that of his masters. What could he say? It was nice to have a backer. He had known long ago that the martial gods would definitely follow his master's warning. It wasn't just about how powerful she was or how powerful her husband was, though they were both surely the best of the best. He knew well that there were tiers amongst martial gods with certainty. But no. The real reason he trusted in this warning so much, and the reason his master trusted in the fact this warning would work so well, were two reasons. The first was the pride the martial god society was built upon. But more importantly, that something so flimsy was the fact that, for a long while now, Ryu had felt that the martial gods were hiding their strength for some purpose. These were things that he had started to piece together after he met Hope, and more so after he learned about the taboo powers. They were restricting themselves for some reason, and that was the real truth behind Ryu's confidence. They wouldn't offend his master right now because they couldn't afford to. Fading and Radiant Star were both the last hopes of their world along with Hope. Their strength was akin to the pinnacle of what a world that stood toe-to-toe with the true martial world would be, and there were two of them. No matter how powerful the martial gods were, they didn't have an endless swarm of Tao gods, and even if by some shocking truth they did, they wouldn't dare to reveal now of all times. So when Fading Star had warned them not to send anyone above the omniscient sky god realm, she knew that they would listen. Standing there in the skies, Ryu looked down on the trio of omniscient sky gods. Each one stood on flying treasures, ones far more agile than what Ryu had seen Mordecai use previously. It seemed that they had come prepared with the knowledge that his ability to fly was beyond their own. However, looking at them, Ryu couldn't help but sneer. If they were so worried about his flying advantage, they should have sent a holy wing at the very least. As for this display, he wasn't moved in the slightest. Mordecai had been about to say some words when the world's color changed. The true martial world is truly filled with nothing but fools. Ryu spoke evenly, the world quaking as though it rested in the palm of his hands. To rank my eyes 7th. Ryu's laughter filled the skies, booming with a cadence that caused the clouds to rumble. There was no doubt about it. If even killing an omniscient sky god with false sky god cultivation wasn't enough to increase the rank of his heavenly pupils, it could only be said that the others were at least close to this level of effectiveness. Well, there was another explanation, and that was that these people were smart enough to know that he hadn't relied on his eyes alone to accomplish this feat. But did it matter? He would sit upon the pinnacle of the world. In all aspects, his heavenly pupils should never be second to anyone. Rob the world of its color. Boom! Restricting chi? He could do that too. At that moment, the entire world became a painting of black, white and gray. Those stuck within its grasp couldn't even sense their own chi, let alone those in their surroundings. Their strength plummeted, and when they looked high in the skies, they could see the only man and woman, seemingly in the world, who had any color to them at all. Ryu retracted a fist and suddenly punched out. The expression of the three changed as they realized that it wasn't just that Ryu had stolen all the chi in the surroundings, but he had also somehow concentrated it all onto himself. They had miscalculated. According to their understanding of Heaven and Earth Gate, it could be, at the very least, months before Ryu could use it again. They had already believed that they were sending more than enough at him. The last time Ryu had fought was months ago, so they thought it made sense that he had been able to use Earth Gate once more, but they had forgotten something. Who said that Heaven and Earth Gate were the only powerful abilities of his eyes? Was it because his eyes supposedly had such a long cooldown that they thought it could be ranked 7th? Naive fools. Lines of fate. Ryu's aura flourished and white scales appeared across his body. High in the skies, his birth phenomena took shape, a silvery white star hovering to its back. With his wife's hand in his own, he took a step and then punched out again just as the three managed to resolve his first. Every time he unleashed an attack, a streak of color would return to the world, and every time he took a step, the three would take another back. Chapter 1684 proving a point. Ryu's steps were so firm it looked as though he was walking on the ground. His punches so casual it looked more like he was loosening his rotator cuff than walking down a trio of omniscient sky gods. Without chi, it was impossible to use omniscient control. And without omniscient control, it was impossible to exhibit the full array of strength an omniscient sky god should have. It was practically like they had been neutered, restricted to less than half their former strength in an instant. They couldn't understand it at all. If Ryu had such a powerful ability, why did he wait to use it now? Why use the more famous Earth and Heaven Gate first, and only spring this on them last? What they had no idea was that Ryu's goal in this battle and his goal in the last were entirely different. When he first used Heaven Gate in his battle with Janus and the Beast Mimicry Sect Inheritor Discipline, he had yet to have such large changes to his cultivation. Rob the world of its color wasn't nearly as powerful as it was now, and though it could work, it could also be countered by a powerful enough Tao or technique. When he fought Elder Vermo, he only had one goal: crush him as quickly and with as much prejudice as possible. He didn't care about anything else, and quite frankly, he wasn't as familiar with his current abilities as he was now. He had been spending time with his wife, so he hadn't wasted any of it consolidating his foundation or truly understanding his gains. But after a brief battle with Vermo, he began to understand some of the synergies of his abilities, one of which made rob the world of its color, from one of the more normal abilities of his eyes to one of the absolute most powerful in an instant. But the shocking part was that it wasn't just rob the world of its color. In fact, just by virtue of most of their capabilities, most of his heavenly pupils' talents got a huge boost. When he projected his inner world into the outside world, it was as though he had become a quasi-Dao god in the flesh. Although his strength wasn't anywhere near that of a real Dao god, for middling talents of the omniscient sky god realm like these, they were nothing more than ants before him. If they wanted a chance of pressing him, they would have to bring out a real genius, a man or woman whose birth had been preceded by the trumpets and horns of the heavens. Anything less and this would be the ultimate result. Bang! Ryu punched out again, and the world was surprisingly still. It looked as though he had formed a quasi-level of God control, one where he was not only capable of exhibiting power more than enough to destroy the world, and yet having the will to force the world to remain intact even as he did so. It was an ability that the Dragon Emperor and his father-in-law had exhibited several times, and yet it was now a plaything in Ryu's palms, dancing to his tune. And almost as though on cue, the air began to whistle. A delicate melody gained a baseline from the rhythm of Ryu's steady steps. The world sang and Ryu's strength continued to skyrocket. The symphony and fluty winds pulled on the hearts of those in the surroundings. And then, space itself began long, fibrous strings beneath Ryu's control. They were plucked and the symphony gained another layer. The tune was the most beautiful thing they had ever heard in their lives, and the world even outside the range of Ryu's, robbed the world of its color, began to react, expanding the domain. From over 100 kilometers it began over 1,000, and from over 1,000 it became tens of thousands. People hurriedly retreated to get out of its range, and those that were too slow found themselves losing control in the air, their flying treasures losing their functionality as though the laws that kept them afloat were no longer working as intended, and more importantly than that, the chi that kept them thrumming along had been stripped away, becoming part of Ryu chorus of punches. Until now, Mordecai, Kurvog and Jurka hadn't been hurt. Their chi might have been stripped from them, and much of their abilities might have been restricted, but they were still experts of an exceptional quality. Whether it was their bodily strength or their other means and techniques, they were all excellent. At most, Ryu was embarrassing them a bit. Once he ran out of karmic chi, it would be their turn to counterattack. But then Ryu's strength began to increase. For every step of increase in Ryu's radius, his strength increased exponentially. By then, his fists became as heavy as mountains and as final as meteors falling from the skies. Jurka was the first to cough up a mouthful of blood, the bones in his arms creaking and threatening to crack as his inner organs shook. Kurvog was the next. The world spun around him and his thoughts seemed to blur and pour into one another, a disparaging amount of self-doubt and fear filling him. Even if he knew this had to be part of Ryu's Dao, it was impossible to ignore because it was the reality before him. He was truly nothing more than a plaything before this man. Then came Mordecai. He was the sturdiest of the bunch, his road to his current position being paved by endless hardship. And yet, even he felt his mental defenses crack. There was something truly despairing about a man stripping the world of its color, of its ambience, and then forming a new order of his own, one that was completely under his control and not beholden to a single person. He was a god and they were the ants of his land. Chapter 1685 A God's Brush. Elena watched this scene, her heart trembling. She had no idea when Ryu had become this powerful. None of this made any sense. From everything she knew, it was impossible even to cross a single barrier of cultivation for most. Geniuses might be able to do so within a realm, but crossing a realm? That was a pipe dream for even them. A lower transcendent could fight a middle, maybe even a higher or peak if they were truly the cream of the crop. But a peak transcendent should never in a million years hope to battle a lower omniscient. But she had heard tales of geniuses that defied common sense and logic, of little babies born into the sky god realm from their first breath, of reality-breaking monsters who didn't take realms seriously at all. However, she had never seen such things with her own eyes, nor had she thought them to be real. But wasn't this what was right before her eyes right now? How could she not believe it? No, even further than that, wasn't it only natural that her husband was among them? This was the stage he had always deserved to be on, the stage he had constantly yearned for. And yet, it was also this very stage that he had stepped onto for her sake. Maybe he had wanted to hide it for longer, maybe he had wanted to keep his truest trump cards under wraps so that his many enemies couldn't find a weakness to grab onto. But he had thrown it all to the side for her. For her, he revealed his heavenly pupils. For her, he revealed his chaotic silk meridians. For her, he revealed his founding Tao, his ungradable bloodlines, his world-shaking dominance. All to show her this scene before her very eyes. The omniscient sky gods she had feared so much, what were they worth before her? Before them, Ryu clenched his fists and the skies rumbled. The thunderous clouds formed a new baseline for the melody, thrumming to a steady cadence and shook the world. And then a gorgeous sight was painted before their eyes. The world was entirely formed of black and white aside from a celestial couple in the skies, the blue lightning that flashed within the black clouds, and the silver star high above them all. It was a picturesque scene, one that should have only been possible to see in one's dreams. Come. Ryu's deep voice rumbled, the streaks of blue striking down and landing in his palm. An enormous blue steel paintbrush was formed, one that looked more like a spear in size than what it truly was. It spun in Ryu's palm as though he was ready to paint the heavens themselves. He lacked Tao techniques despite having a Tao vessel. So he might as well create one right here and now. He had robbed the world of its color, and now he would return it. A god's brush, earth. Ryu's wrist flickered, the brush gliding through the skies and dancing down. It was an elegant stroke that seemed to paint an ancient character for Earth through the skies. It was a stroke filled with the vicissitudes of creation. It didn't just represent Earth, it represented the foundation of all that was, the root of life, the bedrock of the heavens. When it fell to the ground, the three omniscient sky gods felt as though the weight of the world was crushing them. The air became as heavy as a mountain and their bodies were crushed beneath its might. No, you can't die so early, Ryu said blandly. Boom! The character fell onto the ground and in that moment, across Ryu's, robbed the world of its color. The earth seemed to return to normal. The grassy lands, the tall trees, the spiritual herbs, it was all back. The three omniscient sky gods lay there, their bodies broken and their eyes dimmed. It looked as though they were already dead, but forcefully spared by the power of a god. And yet Ryu flicked his wrist again. A god's brush, heaven. The brush painted a stroke through the skies that shook the hearts of those witnessing it. It was a character that seemed to encompass the skies, looming overhead like the umbrella of everything there was. Then it descended. The world shook beneath the might of the technique, quivering and quaking that even the sky gods couldn't maintain their footing after their flying treasures had become useless. The first had already been enough to crush them to pieces, and yet Ryu still drew the second as though he wasn't here for battle. He wasn't even here for dominance. He was here to prove a point. Boom! The skies exploded with color and the three omniscient sky gods, just the same, exploded with a crimson rain of blood. Their bodies barely remained intact, the only thing remaining being their eyes filled with fear, as though this was precisely what Ryu wanted Elena to see. Ryu held out his paintbrush, the skies brimming with color and the earth overflowing with it. However, everything in between felt lifeless. The chorus of music had reached its fever pitch, every stroke of color adding several more layers. At that moment, Ryu's paintbrush suddenly exploded with golden red flames. Rebirth flames danced across the skies and those that saw it forgot to breathe. Emperor Phoenix patterns took shape and the call of a phoenix rang out. In this world, no one has the right to make my wife feel fear. One day, whether heaven, earth, or what lies in between, I will control it all. A god's brush. Rebirth. The world seemed to resist the stroke of Ryu's brush. Whereas every previous line had been a seemingly simple movement, this time, his forearms bulged with veins that popped in their own rain of blood. However, he didn't seem to notice the character for Rebirth taking shape and forming in the skies. Boom! 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 A heavenly tribulation began to form in the skies, but Ryu's mouth opened in laughter, swallowing its bolts with a puff of his chest. Then, rebirth descended and the world seemed to implode. Chapter 1686 Complacent. The world fell into silence. Mordecai, Kurvog, and Jurka felt as though they were first heaven natives stepping onto the ninth heaven for the first time. Their inner organs were devastated, and their bones were crushed. The world watched in horror as they first lost a layer of skin, then another until they were left with nothing more than muscle fibers, and then even they began to lose their own layers. They were stripped down to their very souls, losing their eyes, their flesh, and soon even layers of their bones began to be peeled away piece by piece, step by step. It was the worst and most horrible pain they could have imagined. And yet, with a flick of Ryu's wrist, it vanished. When their senses came back, they lay in a crater, soaked in their own piss and sweat. They shook, the fear being seared into their very minds. "Do you know why I didn't kill them?" Ryu smiled, looking at Elena. Elena's mouth opened and closed, not sure what to say. Anyone else would feel that the reason Ryu didn't kill them was because he didn't want to shed all cordiality with the martial gods. But if that was what he was worried about, why didn't he spare Elder Vermo? Ryu chuckled. "If I wanted, whether it be in body or soul, they would have been wiped out to the last degree possible. The reason I didn't go so far was because only they experienced that feeling just now, only they would be able to describe it, and while I can patiently explain something to my wife, I have no desire to do so for those unrelated to me." Elena blushed and rolled her eyes. This wasn't the situation for him to be flirting with her. When had her hubby become so bad in this regard? Even so, she found it both cute and amusing, remembering how much effort Ryu put into trying to make her happy again when she had been upset with him. Her heart softened considerably. For a long while, it had felt like their relationship was one-sided. But it could be said that ever since she snuck into his room that night, the dynamic had changed. He had become fiercely protective of her. He was always considerate of her feelings, and even if it meant him suffering in some small way, he was always willing to put her first. When he was weak and couldn't cultivate, it was much harder to pick up on that tendency. But now that he had the strength to overturn the skies, it was impossibly clear to her. Even when she was unruly, even when she was being unreasonable, he was willing to be patient with her. Even when he could be bothered to give even the strongest existences of the real world the same courtesy. When they manage to pull themselves out of that rubble, their lives will never be the same. Others will ask them what happened here today, and they will feel too much fear to explain. They will be pressed, and the answer will eventually fly from their mouths. And the ultimate result will be that my name will ring through the 9 heavens. Even now they send trash like this after me. They think themselves to be above me, that their movement is unnecessary. But very soon, they won't be able to be so complacent. Ryu swept his wife's waist into his arm and took a step, laughing as he strolled toward the distance without a care in the world. He gave a casual glance back at a particular location, his gaze locking with that of a Tao lord who thought they had hidden themselves well. A sneer quirked his lip as continued into the distance, his destination very clearly the outside of martial god territory. If they wanted to come, they were free to come. Were they under the impression that he feared them? "Where are we going?" Elena finally asked. The smile on her face had yet to fade away, but this time her curiosity got the best of her and she couldn't quite help it. "The martial god clan is boring," Ryu said with a chuckle. The couple had spent the last several days strolling through the wilderness. It was a place that should have been filled with danger, but because of Ryu's eyes and his abilities, even if they met a lord beast, avoiding them ahead of time and steering clear wasn't difficult at all.
Elena laughed.
"Hubby, what are you talking about? I got the feeling that they wouldn't send anyone of interest, and staying there would only stifle my growth. So I thought that we should go to the nether plane, but first I wanted to take a look at something. Unless you wanted to stay with the martial gods, I can send you back." Elena blinked and then was lost in her thoughts for a moment. "I think I should go back," she eventually said. "But first, tell me why you feel that way, and also why the nether plane. The martial gods are hiding themselves. For what purpose, I do not know. At first, I thought it was just the upper management that felt that way, but after today, I'm fairly certain that they're hiding the best of their younger generation as well, and I have no idea why. If this wasn't the case, they wouldn't have sent that trash after me.
Elena Laugid.
Hubby, Kurvog and Jurka aren't trash. They're better than most of the hegemony tier of this generation. Although they only have high-tier bloodlines. Ryu shook his head. That might be so, but they aren't true geniuses. For one, their Dao hearts are weak. Second, their Daos are only at the lower ancient level. Elena scoffed, feeling offended. Are you insulting me? Her Dao was also at the lower ancient level. Ryu smiled and gave his wife a peck on the cheek before running away. Hey, you get back here. Chapter 1687. Damn it. The two laughed, strolling through the wilderness as though it was their backyard. They partook in the scenery of nature, seeing the ninth heaven in a way most didn't get the chance to. In truth, having a lower ancient level Dao while in the omniscient realm was actually very good. It had to be remembered that the higher one went in realm, the more susceptible one's Dao was to falling. Maybe a large part of the reason Ryu's founding Dao hadn't caused as many waves as it should have was precisely because he was still at the false sky god realm. However, in Ryu's eyes, it was too poor. With the changes to his internal matrix, what everyone saw as a false grade Dao was actually upwards of a perfect to transcendent grade Dao depending on the situation. If he used his Dao vessel, he could pretty firmly root it at a quasi-transcendent grade level. That meant that he had the equivalent of a founding Dao at the transcendent realm. And this wasn't something that could be ignored by any stretch of the imagination. If anything, it was enough to crush most without him having to even lift a finger. As for the fact Elena only had a lower ancient Dao, he didn't think too much about it. He felt that he could help her raise it with ease, but there was no need to for now because he was confident that she could do so herself. Elena's path had been obscured because of the odd mutation in her bloodline. But now that he had given her a clear path, he was confident that she could do it herself. Ryu didn't actually think that there was a difference between her doing it herself and him helping her. Because of the methods he used, the comprehension was the same and there would be no drawbacks. The reason he didn't was because he was guarding Elena's feelings as well. He could feel the changes in her, and he could feel that she really wanted to carve out a lane for herself so that she could stand by his side. He didn't want her to feel this way. He wanted her to put her complete trust in him. Even if she did nothing for the rest of her life, he would protect her. He was her husband, that was his duty. But he also acknowledged that it was because he wasn't yet strong enough to block the skies with a palm that she was feeling this way. There was no way to force someone to feel a way they didn't grasp naturally, and he had no intention of using his Dao to force her. In that case, he could only use time and his actions. Plus, he was confident in Elena's talent. She was only so slow purely because she was lazy. Now that she had a reason not to be, he would allow her to rush forward at her own pace until he gave her the capital to be lazy again. Ryu's lips met Elena's. It was a soft kiss, but one that was both innocent and filled with passion. Elena pulled back with a gentle smile on her face. Don't go dying chasing women on the nether plane. Ryu laughed. Of course, he had already told Elena about May. Though she didn't care, that obviously started and stopped at the very point Ryu's life was still intact. If he lost his breath chasing other women, well, even a monk had their own tipping point and Elena certainly had her own. Ryu saw Elena off. With her current changes, he wasn't worried about her life in the martial gods. Save for one thing. With a step, he vanished. When he appeared again, he was standing in a courtyard more elaborate than any he had been in before. He quickly found what he was looking for and then unleashed a stomp that shook the very foundations of the home. It shook and quakes with such ferocity that cracks spread through the sturdy foundation. Ryu chuckled. What are you trying to hide with such a thick marble slab as your floor? To say that it was overkill was an understatement. From what he could tell, this marble slab was supposedly just a floor, was at least 500 meters thick. No home needed a foundation that thick unless there was something nefarious going on. Even Ryu's stomp had barely cracked it, and even that was only after he activated several abilities on top of targeting a weak point. His Qilin bloodline had an earth affinity that he had never used, but there were several bloodline talents within that were helpful in this situation. Seems it isn't enough. Who? The voice of Janus' mother rang in Ryu's ears, but he turned a deaf ear to it as the woman sped over. He raised his foot again. Rob the world of its color. A god's brush. Earth. Boom. The marble slab faltered along the earlier cracks. Ryu didn't even wait to see the result as he vanished into thin air. Before I go to the nether plane, let's see what other tidbits I can unearth from the ninth heaven first. Selhira's mother mentioned the 9 powers, but it's curious. She didn't mention the Ruin Master Guild. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Janus' mother appeared in her courtyard, her expression turning frighteningly ugly. It was already too late. The aura hidden beneath her foundation was already leaking up, and it was impossible that others hadn't sensed it. No, the main problem wasn't that many had sensed it, but rather that those she wanted to hide it from in specific had long since been alerted to what was happening here. The weak that she didn't care about wouldn't even know what they were sensing. But those Tao gods, damn it! Where had Janus gotten the Een Reaper palm from? Well, that was all too obvious at this point. She rubbed her temples, feeling some exasperation. But what was interesting was that, other than some stress, she didn't really look like a woman who had just been exposed for hiding the inheritance of a taboo power. Chapter 1688 Enforcement Arm. Sashi stood there, her expression ugly. She wasn't sure who had done this. She had swept her spiritual sense over, but she hadn't been able to find or sense anything. Whoever it was certainly had the ability to hide it from her. She forced herself to calm down. Then, without any other choice, she contacted her husband. Salvador, there's been a problem. There was no response from the communication device, at least not immediately. Sashi had no choice but to wait patiently, something that she had gotten used to. She suppressed the annoyance in her heart, clenching her jaw. Salvador had reacted the same way to his own son's death. Well, this wasn't exactly true. He planned to do something perfunctory, but when he learned that it was Elena's husband that had done, he chose to let it go, saying that he had no plans on interfering in the matters of the younger generation. Sashi knew that this was, in part, Salvador's way of balancing out the situation. He had 15 wives and dozens of children. If they started fighting amongst one another, there was little he could do about it. If it was a random individual who had targeted his son, he could justify doing something. But since this was almost certainly in retaliation for something that Janus had done to Elena, he let it slide. Plus, martial god culture was different. Janus didn't even share Salvador's divine wing bloodline. Instead, he had the Holy King bloodline. This made their relationship much weaker. Maybe if Janus had the same lineage like some of his fellow brothers and sisters, Salvador might have cared enough to at least reprimand Elena a bit. But as things went, he didn't even bother to contact Elena at all, as though he just didn't give a damn. Many of Salvador's wives hadn't even been virgins when he married them. Sometimes, he had even chosen them on a whim because he was feeling particularly kinky that day. Sashi, in specific, had just been randomly taken by him on a day he happened to be enamored with women with particularly large breasts. Honestly, there was almost no difference between his wives and his concubines. If there was a difference he would draw, it would be his mood on the first day he bedded them, and also whether they still had their primordial eens or not. Anything other than that was meaningless, aside from 3 of them. What is it? A lazy voice came from the other side. Sashi controlled the urge to roll her eyes when she heard the moans of a woman on the other side. The most annoying part about being Salvador's wife was though he didn't care about their virgin status. None of them were allowed to seek out other men. She might be lucky to get a single visit every few decades, and every other time she was just in limbo with her fingers. The foundation's been compromised, Sashi said. There was another pause on the line, but Sashi could hear the shuffling. It was clear that Salvador didn't like what he had heard, and it was actually enough for him to stop. You'll have to take the brunt, he finally said. I'm aware. Salvador chuckled. My wife, you sound upset. You didn't even come and see your own son's corpse, Sashi said coldly. There was a line Sashi knew that she had to toe. She couldn't be too willful and couldn't push Salvador too far. However, in a situation like this one where she was essentially helping him out, she could push a little harder than normal. Ultimately, it wasn't like there were no benefits to being his wife. All things considered, 15 women actually wasn't that many compared to the usual promiscuity of the martial gods. And at times like this she could pout to get more out of him. Yes, you're right. But you know how I feel about such things. The dead cannot come back. What is the difference between seeing him or not? And what about me? Am I not alive? Salvador chuckled. You're right. I will come and see you tomorrow. How about it? Sashi felt a quiver between her legs, but she forcefully pushed down the eagerness. You have to give me another son. I spend so much time alone, and raising Janice was the only thing that gave me joy. Okay, whatever my lovely wife wants. Only when she heard this did Sashi nod in satisfaction. This could be said to be more than killing 2 birds with a single stone. It was more like 4 or 5. For one, they were all sky gods here. Having children wasn't easy. This request basically forced Salvador to visit her often for the next several decades at the very least. She would get attention she wouldn't have received since the first few decades they were married. Second, it was hard to have status in Salvador's harem without also having an exceptionally talented child. Of Salvador's 3 favorite wives, 2 of them both had 2 children each that had soared beyond the heavens. As for the third, that being Elena's mother, well, she was a special case because she turned out to be one of those geniuses herself, and she had also birthed a daughter whose mutated bloodline had gained quite some attention as well. Sashi was obviously a great talent as well. She had managed to complete the genius stream to reach the omniscient realm, albeit barely. But she couldn't compare to Elena's mother, and neither could her son compare to those 4. This was another chance she would have at drawing lots. Maybe this time she would win the lottery. But first, she would have to take some licks first. Boom! The skies shook. Sashi put the communication device away and took a breath. The first thing she heard were the rattling chains. The cold shiver that went up her spine was so visceral that her legs almost went weak. She clenched her fists and forced herself to look up. At that moment, a trio of Tao lords appeared, a long line of rattling chains behind them, silvery blue chains. Sashi didn't resist, putting out her wrists. One of the Tao lord indifferently flicked a finger and a pair of shackles clamped down onto her. She felt that she had fallen into an abyss, her Tao heart trembling violently. She took deep breaths, closing her eyes to calm herself. Without another word, she was dragged away. One of the Tao lords remained, waving a hand and forming a dome of chains that sealed off the aura of the home. Ryu watched this scene from a long distance away before turning and vanishing into the distance. He didn't think that this would end Sashi's life. He had a deep understanding of the martial gods after a few months in their territory, and it had allowed him to grasp the fact that what they cared most about were results. Them capturing Sashi like that was definitely for nothing more than show. Maybe if she had no background, they would indeed take action to kill her, but because of who her husband was, she would be fine. Even if she didn't take action, it was because they didn't want to. Obviously, there were almost certainly people who knew that Ryu had been the one to expose Sashi. But what difference did it make? It wasn't as though he had planted it himself. No, the real reason Ryu had done this was to deal with a garden snake for Elena. Now, she would be free to grow until he returned. As for him, his destination was elsewhere. He wanted to return to the Dragon Clan and potentially find out about any hidden guilds there might be, but first, he thought that it was maybe about time little Silk became a Lord Beast. The once little butterfly didn't need much more of a push anymore. She just needed a little push and then she would enter her little cocoon again. Ryu smiled and shook his head. Having a butterfly for a beast companion was truly inconvenient. But now, he could speed up the process on his own by warping time around her in his inner world. But the catch was that he needed to surround her with all the energy she would need. I've never used primordial chaotic ice chi before. Could be interesting. Ryu grinned. Chapter 1689 If You Desire. Elena stood in her courtyard, her gaze firm. Her pink diamond hair danced in the wind, sparkling like gems, and yet only seemed to be on par with the glow on her skin. The afterglow Ryu had left her with threatened to put a smile on her face, but the level of seriousness she felt to the depths of her soul was on another level. She was visualizing a path to the future, one that would allow her to shine as a woman capable of standing by his side. He had only appeared for a few months, and yet in that time she had soared from the true sky god realm to the transcendent realm. And somehow, as a false sky god, he had slaughtered not just one omniscient sky god, but had also had the chance to slaughter 3 others and just, seemingly on a whim, decided to spare them. She knew why he had, despite his words. Sure, his new inner world required him to accumulate a large amount of faith, so that he could begin displaying some of its truest strength. But the real reason was a deterrence. There was a reason he had targeted Sashi but not those 3. Logically speaking, they were more dangerous than Sashi and should also have just as deep a grudge. So why hadn't he? The reason was clear. He had broken their spirits, and he was 100% certain of it. Let alone targeting his wife, they wouldn't even be able to raise their heads in front of her. Elena looked up. At some unknown time a woman had appeared. She was truly as gorgeous as a painting. Her pink diamond hair the only other of Elena's kind that she had ever seen. Although there were other holy wings with their hair color, the diamond-like glint, one that made their hair look 3-dimensional rather than a single flat color, was something only this pair of mother and daughter had. Aurelia slowly descended from the skies, landing before her daughter without the slightest change in expression. If before she looked like a painting because of her beauty, now she looked like one because she was the picture of stillness, unmoved by the changes in the world and exuding an aura that could cause the skies to tremble. Elena had no idea what level her mother had reached. Her information network in the martial gods was so limited that she hadn't even heard about the appearance of Ryu's master. That was why she had been so surprised when he suddenly appeared before her. If she had heard about it earlier, maybe she would have been anticipating his return to her side. However, this was less a product of her being in the dark, though. Sometimes Elena wondered if anyone knew much about her mother. Even though her father, Salvador, seemed to have the upper hand in their relationship, at least in terms of status, Elena had always gotten the feeling that her mother was the one truly controlling things. It was a feeling based on more intuition than fact, and it was also objectively true that Aurelia didn't have any backers in the martial gods. So how could she possibly have a deeper foundation than a once-in-a-generation genius like Salvador? But it was a feeling she had nonetheless. Aurelia looked into Elena's eyes for a long while. Usually, by now, her daughter would have looked away. But now she could sense that Elena not only hadn't, she didn't have any intention of doing so because she was actively making the choice not to. Without saying as much, Aurelia adjusted some things. She had always felt that it was a pity for her daughter to have spent so much of her life in a small world. But that wasn't because of the small world itself, but rather because she never took advantage of it. Salvador had lived trillions of years. But how was that possible? He had only just entered the Tao Lord realm. Shouldn't he long since be dead? The reason for this was obvious. Ryu himself had already seen so many of the benefits that came from training in smaller worlds. Not for himself, but rather for those around him. He had spent too short a time as a cultivator in Sacrum to benefit as much as others. But he had seen it on Elena, he had also seen it from Icemine and Eska, not to mention his parents as well. They had all entered the true martial world for a relatively short time, but each one of them, after a small lull period as they adjusted their foundation, skyrocketed upward. Elena, herself, the moment she found a method of adjusting her foundation to its optimal state, she had gone up by leaps and bounds in her sleep alone. Why was it that Ryu hadn't seen any of the truest geniuses? It was, in one part, because the martial gods were hiding something, sure. But another large part of the reason was because the truest geniuses weren't even here. They were coming up on 90 years remaining to the title steel's appearance. Those geniuses were all either on small words soaking in the last few benefits they could, or they were already in seclusion, fixing their ruined foundations. The difference was that while Ryu's his wives and his parents had struggled to reforge their foundations, these youths had the backing of an enormous behemoth like the martial gods. It would take at most a handful of years for them to return to their peak. And by that point, they would be monsters. Aurelia had always felt that any daughter of hers should have a great deal of potential, but Elena never cared to use it. Even now that her foundation had been fixed by mysterious means, even she was curious about how much better would Elena have been had she taken her training in Sacrum seriously. The objective truth was that geniuses who weathered the storm of smaller worlds and rose up to the true martial world were on an entirely different level. It could be said that there was a good reason Ryu's feats, while impressive, didn't break the bounds of reason, especially when his heavenly pupils were factored into the equation. Heavenly pupils never aligned with proper logic. Their very existence necessitated the ability to kill several levels above your own. Due to this, people didn't register a false sky god killing an omniscient sky god. What they saw was a perfect sky god killing an omniscient sky god, which was a far more acceptable reality, and one that was only natural due to his heavenly pupils. This shouldn't be misunderstood. Ryu was, without a doubt, a sky-sundering genius in the eyes of all now. The difference was whether they felt he had transcended above all others just yet, and the public was still withholding their opinion on that front. The peak of the transcendent realm. Aurelia spoke softly, her voice as gentle as a passing breeze. She looked her daughter up and down and nodded. In the past, you haven't been worthy of my help. As I've told you many times, you're lazy and don't have the heart of a cultivator. I'm not sure what's changed, but I do find it unfortunate that it took the murderer of your grandmother to make such a difference in you. Elena didn't reply. It wasn't the first time her mother had called Ryu that, but so long as she didn't make a personal move against him, she couldn't be bothered to care. So what if he killed her grandmother? She was already prepared for the future where he would kill her father as well, and maybe even Aurelia herself. She had no love lost for her family. She had grown tired of their methods long ago, and it could be said that she was probably the furthest from being a martial god that you could be. You may use my wealth now. Use it or don't, the choice is yours. That, of course, includes the training facilities, and you can also enter the Holy Wing clan. The techniques might not be of use to you, but you can use them as reference. If anyone dares to stop you from accumulating the usual quota for an official Holy Wing disciple, feel free to let me know. If you can break into the omniscient sky god realm within 3 years, I will give you a divine wing quota instead, and you can enter the hegemonic clan. Is that all? Elena spoke for the first time, mostly speaking to shoo her mother away. Aurelia looked at Elena, but she didn't seem to mind the tone. It was hard to tell if she'd ever really care. Even if Elena was screaming at her, it might not even make the slightest difference. She hadn't even shown any emotion after Mistress Holy Wing's death. No. I came here to tell you that I am pregnant. Soon, I will be going into a time warp zone so that I might give birth as quickly as possible. It will be difficult for your younger brother to make an impact when the tidal steel appears with just about 100 years of cultivation alone. But I believe that all of my children have tremendous potential. Aurelia turned to leave. You may come to the birth if you desire. I will send you a message when it is time. It will likely be a day or 2 from now. Elena watched as her mother left, saying nothing even after she disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 1690 Natural Enlightenment. Ryu made a leisurely path through the forest. From what he understood about Ninth Heaven's layout, there wasn't necessarily a single region to go in order to run into beasts of ice. All 9 regions, each controlled by their own powers, had both regions of extreme hot and extreme cold. Separating the regions, there were what they called the 9 flood dragons, a winding path of 9 rivers that split the regions and connected around the outside of the Ninth Heaven in the very same vast ocean that Ryu had once been stuck beneath. Some of the most powerful ice god beasts were located near the bottom of that ocean. One had to remember the layers of the ocean were separated into tiers. The first few tiers were simply dividing tiers of pressure. However, when the pressure increased to an extreme, the ocean became a slab of ice. It was above this slab of thick ice, and honestly also the few tiers above that the strongest creatures of ice were located. While this would be the best place to get ice-type beasts, for one, Ryu couldn't survive that kind of pressure right now, and second, beasts that could live in such an environment were on an entirely different level. Even their newborns had bodies so tough that even Tao Lords would have a hard time cutting them. This was just the innate superiority of a creature born in a terrible environment. Of course, if there were any creatures born in the Infinity Mist, they would be beyond imagining. Ryu wouldn't be surprised even if a Tao god would have a difficult time killing a newborn born in such an environment. Though that was just in raw strength. A Tao god would have a million other methods to deal with such an existence, as would a Tao Lord against a creature born above the slab of ice. This was all to say that Ryu couldn't go there. It would be even more impossible considering Little Silk wasn't a creature adept at swimming. After 2 battles, Ryu had a deeper understanding of his current strength, but he still felt that he had more to learn. His strongest state was when he activated his Tao vessel and projected his inner world. His inner world was akin to a phenomena, but what it was exactly was more complex than that. First, it fell into a category of natural enlightenment. It was already well known that a natural enlightenment was on a completely different level than a mortal endowment. However, the projection of his inner world was no normal natural enlightenment. It had to be known that Ryu had already formed a natural enlightenment before, and that was his Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment. However, because his natural enlightenment was too weak, his breakthrough into the Sky God realm had been weaker than it should have been. And what was ironic was that now, his self-created natural enlightenment had reached that level all on its own. That was right. His inner world projection was already at the natural breath realm, the highest realm of natural enlightenment there was. Listen, feel, immerse, control, heart, soul, and finally natural breath. That's an interesting idea. Ryu's thoughts suddenly veered away. If I use my inner world as a medium and project Shrine Mountain, what would change? Ryu slotted this idea away and didn't pursue it for now. It sounded good, but executing it was a different matter entirely. That was because a natural enlightenment gained its strength from a natural phenomena. If he changed the fundamental aspects of the Shrine Mountain, there was no telling if it would even be able to retain its same strength. In fact, it would almost certainly lose much of its potential. According to Ryu's comprehension, Shrine Mountain would be stripped of its greatest potential, but overall, his inner world projection would actually strengthen. However, if his Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment was even stronger than it was now, then wouldn't the assimilation of the two in the future be even more powerful? If I put more effort into comprehending natural enlightenments instead of letting them naturally come to me as I have in the past, it might be another method of strengthening my inner world. Right now, the only method Ryu had was accumulating a lot of faith. That was what his world was missing the most right now, and if he wanted to form the 10th heaven within himself, he still had an impossibly long path ahead of him. This was the unfortunate truth because Ryu wasn't just competing with one or two people, he was competing with trillions upon trillions of years of rising and falling geniuses. Plus, it had to be considered that the true martial world wasn't just the real plane, it was an amalgamation of all of them. Meaning, the faith of the nether plane and the ethereal plane also played a huge role, not to mention what might or might not occur in the abyssal and chaos planes as well. But, if he was relying on his comprehension instead, would that change? It was one thing to try and accumulate as much faith as a huge, impossible-to-fathom number of people. But if he was relying on comprehension instead, would that change? I'll have to see. I'll return to Sacrum after I'm done with everything here and see if I can improve my Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment. Then we'll see if it's worth it or not. Although he said this, Ryu had a feeling that there was a good chance that he was correct. In fact, there might be other things in that vein that he could work on. For example, if he found more natural treasures, would that work? Or maybe he could slowly begin to use the ones he already had to raise his strength to another level entirely. He would definitely have to shelve that latter idea though, and even the first was dangerous. The only reason he had been able to take in those powerful natural treasures to begin with was because his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation could suppress them. His inner world wasn't on that level yet. And even now, he could only make extremely limited use of his infinity mist and the rest, and that was only if he went all out with his world's projection, barely using God control to wield them. But that doesn't mean I can't use them. Can't I try observing them and creating new natural enlightenments from them? Not only would that help me control them better, but in the case that natural enlightenments could directly improve my inner world phenomena, the results would be something to look forward to. Chapter 1691 All Out. Ah, we're here. Ryu looked up, a frigid landscape around him. Go, little Silk. Your breakthrough will be dependent on yourself. Little Silk shot off into the distance, leaving Ryu behind. Ryu watched her go, crossing his arms and waiting. His relationship with Little Silk was different from his relationship with his other beast companions. That's because he found Little Silk while she was already millions of years old, while he found the others as infants. Due to this, there had always been a bit of a barrier between himself and Little Silk, especially since the latter had tried to kill him the first time they came across one another. However, Ryu's father's words about his wives got him thinking about relationships in general. It was amusing that he was hesitant to contract other beasts because they might betray him, but still kept Little Silk mostly at arm's length. Of course, there were other reasons that he did trust Little Silk. It was mostly because he extended the trust he had for his mother toward her. It had to be remembered that Little Silk was given to him by his mother after undergoing an evolution that likely relied on the ice shrine. Because of that, Ryu had never really been wary of the beast. And none of this was helped by the fact that Little Silk was likely somewhat wary of him as well. By now, Little Silk should have gained some language ability, but she had never tried to actively communicate with Ryu, at least not with anything more than vague emotions. Ryu didn't believe that this was entirely out of a lack of trust. Little Silk had spent millions of years as an 11th order beast. Talking wasn't her natural baseline. I'll have to help her out a bit, Ryu thought. He looked up and then took a seat in the thick snow, allowing it to wash over him. Soon, it was as though Ryu had never been there in the first place, the snow falling so heavily that he was entirely covered up in just a few hours. It was hard to tell just how thick the snow had grown over the years. He took a breath and exhaled, entering a state of deep meditation. He thought about all the things he needed to do, but slowly those thoughts faded away as well. Ryu had only been in the territory of the martial gods for a short time, and it had even seemed as though he had acted with impunity, but he saw things differently. First, the power he used to be rampant wasn't his own. He wasn't used to relying on others to protect his life, and even when he destroyed all those he fought with, it left him feeling uncomfortable. His relationship with his master couldn't be considered to be a great one, and honestly speaking, although he was much weaker, he preferred his first master to the greatest extent. His relationship with Fading Star felt like it was built on the back of too many benefits, and there was hardly the love between a mother and son like it should have been. Of course, the main point was that he understood that if Fading Star one day found out that he had the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation within him, her reaction would be quite predictable. Ryu was almost certain that she would try to kill him. This aside, he had truly felt the power of the martial gods. In a way, their inaction was more fierce of a slap to his face than their inaction. He had killed a genius of theirs, then crippled the path of cultivation for 3 omniscient sky gods, and yet they hadn't even blinked. The reality of it was that they likely hadn't even had to grit their teeth. Their Tao lords probably didn't even react to what was happening. And why was that? It was because they had so many that they could afford to be so casual. They cared little about the path of cultivation of a few omniscient sky gods because they were worthless. Even if they had been Tao lords, would they have cared? Ryu remembered when he first stepped foot into their territory. That obese city lord. He had been a Tao lord, and yet he was regulated to the outskirts of the outskirts, a region that could just barely be considered martial god territory at all. This was the reality he was in. To them, his feats were probably more the tantrum of a child than it was any actual tangible threat. Even Elena's mother and father hadn't done anything, and he had killed the latter's son and the former's mother. In cultivation, how you came to understand something or how you came to feel about something was far more important than what you understood or what you felt. The first layer of reaction Ryu should have had was a domineering indifference. Wasn't it natural? He deserved to feel pride because he had crushed so many martial gods beneath his feet. The second layer was despair. This came after he shed the first layer and realized just how insignificant he was in the grand scheme. But what was Ryu's real reaction? It was the third layer. Once again, he felt a domineering indifference. But what separated the two? The first layer was the same as the third, so why did they feel different? It was because he was aware of the existence of the second layer. He just didn't give a damn. Trillions of sky gods? He didn't care. Countless Tao lords and above? He didn't care. Millions of god techniques with more seemingly created every day. He didn't care. One way or another, he would grind the martial gods beneath the soles of his feet. Ryu's heart reached a deep state of peace, his Tao heart shimmering as though a polished gem. Then, he began to cultivate, pulling large amounts of chaos chi from the chaos plane. He no longer had to hide his talent. In that case, he would go all out. Chapter 1692 Broad. Ryu's breathing became slow. From once every few seconds, his breathing slowed to the point where he only took a breath every few hours, and even then he seemed to be slowing down even further. He had begun this state without a clear goal. He allowed his mind to wander, his thoughts unfocused. In those moments, he didn't feel like it was necessary to focus on any one thing. Cultivation itself felt so amorphous, wiggling about and slipping through his fingers like smoke. It was hard to look at it as anything different. For a long while, he had thought that everything had their set of rules, that everything followed a natural progression, that everything should naturally flow from one state to the next. But his recent breakthroughs had proven that this was incorrect. In a certain sense, he was already a Tao god, and in another, he was still leagues away. How could both things be true? Even his soul no longer followed the normal path of progression, having been harmed and crippled in ways that would leave anyone else useless, and yet he sat here, just as fine and unhurried as he had always been. It was something that didn't make sense. And it also made him worry just how valuable the realms of cultivation were. Did they matter at all? Or were they arbitrarily set restrictions? He had seen many worlds on his journey to see Ailsa, so many, and so quickly at that it was impossible for him to have a full range of details about them all. But could all of them use the same cultivation method? He wasn't sure. Detecting a person's cultivation wasn't an exact science. It always took a bit of skill and experience. There was even a long while when Ryu was in the true martial world that even he found it difficult to read the cultivation of those far above his own. In this case, it was obviously more of the same. Even if they were using a different cultivation system, would he know at a glance? Likely not. It would be more likely for him to assume that they were using some sort of unique cultivation method rather than assuming them to be on a completely different cultivation path. The taboo powers, especially that of the 9-pillar flame sect, was a perfect example of this. They were using the normal body realm cultivation path as a skeleton, but functionally speaking, none of their path was the same at all. But no one even realized Ryu was using it. Taking another step back, what about the mortals who took science to levels that Ryu had never even thought possible? Could that be classified as its own unique cultivation method? Some of the strongest of them couldn't even be classified as human or demon anymore. They were something else, something that combined machine and man, and sometimes something that combined man and reality itself. Who was to say that that wasn't a path of cultivation as well? Who could dare to make such a bold proclamation? When you could wield stars and harness their powers, when you had enough strength at the push of a button to destroy a real cultivator, could you, too, not stand among them? Then what anchors this cultivation system? What makes it worth following over another? Ryu's mind pointed toward just a single path. Control. From fragmented control all the way up to God control, those were the real markers of cultivation, and they were what formed the linchpin of their cultivation path. But was it the only path? Ryu's thoughts were aimless. Honestly, he wasn't looking for anything in specific, nor was he seeking a great breakthrough. As he circulated his chaos chi, pulling it from the chaos plane and steadily improving his cultivation, he let his thoughts wander. He had realized a long time ago that while his cultivation might be able to keep up with those around him, his patience was lacking. Could he sit in secluded cultivation for thousands of years? Millions? He felt antsy just sitting around for one. The problem wasn't focus. If it was a matter of secluded thought, how many years had Ryu spent in the Tatsuya clan library doing nothing but scanning over countless old records? He could do it. The problem was whether he wanted to, if it was worthwhile or not, if it was an actually good use of his time. All of his greatest progress was made out in the world, running into situations and adapting to them, or using them as a reference to shine light on something he otherwise didn't understand. If he was purely stuck in secluded cultivation all the time, his progress would have been much slower. But now the situation was different. He felt that so much had changed in such a short time that he had yet to truly grasp all the changes in him. So today, he just stayed here, letting his mind wander as his cultivation soared step by step. The aura of chaos around him thickened, permeating into the atmosphere. It was an aura that beasts feared maybe even more than the dragon claw around his neck. Cultivation is so broad, he thought, his mind in a deep state of peace. Even a painter could become a Tao god. Ryu's aura suddenly began to wildly fluctuate. From false sky god he reached true, the perfect. Then he suddenly leapt to sovereign and then back down to fragmented. Chapter 1693, just 1. Ryu didn't seem to notice this at all. His heart in a state of perpetual calm. The chaotic silk meridians were well known for their shocking abilities. Though most didn't know exactly how to unleash their full potential, many were aware of what that highest potential was. Ryu, though, had never had the luxury of using it. This was because he had been forced to hide it all this time. Unable to circulate or project the chi, he was forced into a passive state where he could only cultivate like a normal person. But why was it that his cultivation was so fast in sacrum? Why was it that while it took others millions of years to progress as far as he had, it took him a handful of years? The reason for this was his access to the chaos plane. He didn't have to pull in chi from the surroundings because he had access to a plane of chi within himself. Even so, back on sacrum, his chaotic silk meridians had only been partly awakened. As such, he still relied heavily on outside chi. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, the mortal realms, the immortal realms, and the cosmic realms almost all relied on changes to the internal structure of the meridians. The pulse-opening realm, the chi refinement realm, the spiritual severing, the divine vessel realm, the immortal ring realm. All of these realms necessitated large changes to the meridians themselves, and many of them took place before Ryu could even gain access to the chaos plane in the first place. Because of this, it was impossible to use both his access to the chaos plane at the same time as cultivating these realms. How could he open a pulse or a vessel if he had opened up the gates to the chaos plane? He would just end up wasting all the energy and his pulses and vessels would become endless abysses. That was just one example, but the others had similar, though more complex explanations. The second reason was the most obvious, and that was that his chaotic silk meridians had yet to fully awaken. He had to fail the spiritual severing realm first before he could even realize there was something magical about his meridians, and even afterward, he had to tiptoe around cultivation for fear that his next step could knock him off the path to keeping its true abilities. Now, however, things were different. Not only was he no longer worried about losing the abilities of his meridians, he was no longer in those foundation-laying realms. He was a sky god. To progress as a sky god, you only needed two things: to progress your Tao and an obscene amount of energy. Just by virtue of having the chaotic silk meridians, the latter requirement had long since been a box checked off of Ryu's list. He just didn't dare to use it because it would mean exposing himself. In truth, he could have been utilizing this method ever since he stepped into the Tao pedestal realm, but his hands had been tied. As the chaos aura around him thickened, the reason for this was as clear as day. Ryu's body had become a gate to the chaos plane. On the one hand, he was communicating with the chaos plane in order to siphon chaos chi of a level that he could control into himself, but on the other, he needed the order of the real plane to anchor his cultivation in reality. He flooded the chaos chi into his spiritual foundations, evolving the god chi in both toward the next level and nourishing his godhood. Seeing the sheer amount Ryu was taking in, it suddenly also became obvious why it took him so long to break into the false sky god realm. His breakthrough had lasted days, and it was precisely because he wasn't using this method. Due to the bridge he needed to form between order and chaos to cultivate in this way, the world around him had practically become an incarnation of the chaos plane layered onto the real plane. And as a consequence of Ryu no longer giving a damn, his cultivation reacted as though it had been strapped to a rocket. In just a single week, he reached the middle false sky god realm. In another, he reached the higher. In yet another, he reached the peak. His cultivation seemed willing to spill into the ranks of true sky god. But without the progression of his Tao, he couldn't take that step, or so it seemed. As Ryu's thoughts wandered, he realized that he could ignore the cultivation system of this world entirely and step into his own, anchoring himself completely in his inner world's laws. If he did that, he could break past these limits and the need for his Tao to act as the impetus for a breakthrough. But the drawbacks would also be immediate. If his cultivation was no longer anchored in this world, then his potential would also be limited as well. So what if his chi said he should be a Tao god if his strength didn't? Until his world was comparable to a 10th heaven, he couldn't abandon this world just yet. Nor did he need to. His origin flame allowed him to perfectly recall the feeling of a Tao of a higher level. Technically speaking, with a few months of meditation, he should be able to grasp it and shoot through. Of course, what was limiting him here was the very same concept that had limited Yana. He had already comprehended it once, so because of the origin flame, doing it again was a taller mountain to climb. In fact, every time he used heaven or earth gate on his Tao, this would happen. However, this was actually exactly what Ryu wanted to happen. He had thought of two methods to improve his inner world, but there was an even more obvious method. The true martial world had a limit on how many Daos it could sustain. Why was that? It was the answer to this question that made Ryu realize something even more profound. Was there an artificial cap on the strength of a Dao? In that case, what if he created a world and used up its limit himself? Not with many Daos, but with just one? Chapter 1694 Command. Ryu opened his eyes with an exhale, his mind at peace. He felt like he understood a lot more about himself. It was about time he returned. With a movement from his spatial soul nature, he appeared atop deep layers of snow, unobstructed by their dense chi. Interesting. Although he was unaffected by it, he was surprised. This was because he sensed that this falling snow had dense chi. Obviously, at some point between the clouds and the ground, or even in the clouds themselves, a strong amount of chi was imbued. It seemed that, on the ninth heaven, even the casual fall of snow wasn't normal. He reached down and scooped some of the snow up, his gaze flickering. His eyes were sharp enough to see the individual snowflakes even when it was in a clump like this. Because of that, he could see that his aura of chaos had influenced them greatly, changing them from perfectly symmetrical crystals to an irregular-shaped, almost jumbled mess. Is this where the unbalanced art sect learned their methods from? It was fascinating that such a thing would happen, but it also didn't make much sense. Chaos? Chaos doesn't mean that something is unbalanced. In fact, chaos itself is a maintainer of balance. If anything, it is order that causes an imbalance. The natural state of the world is to tend toward chaos, and order is an opposing tide, fighting against it. It doesn't make sense for my child of chaos constitution to cause such a thing. There's something else at play. Ryu suddenly looked up and he sensed little Silk making her way toward him. The little girl had several holes in her wings, and she seemed to be leaking a crystalline greenish-blue blood every time she flapped her wings. However, Ryu could see that her aura was on the verge of entering the Lord Realm. With just a few more pushes, and another bout of seclusion, she would certainly enter that realm. Only then would her rapid improvement likely slow. The step between Omniscient and Lord seemed only to be a single realm, but the truth of the matter was that it might as well have been 10. The gap was enormous. The fact little Silk was entering it so fast was a testament to not only her accumulation on Sacrum, but also the might of embryonic chi in helping her to rebuild her foundations. Good. Ryu smiled. He had been a bit worried, but especially for beasts, there were certain things that they could only do alone. In that case, I'll help you evolve one more time. Hi. Little Silk descended with a weak cooing sound, the delicate, loose strands of slow around them being sent flying as she descended. A swirl of spatial chi wrapped around her and pulled her into Ryu's inner world. By the time Ryu projected himself inside as well, he found that little Silk was already rapidly wrapping herself in silk strands. She's evolving again? Eska asked, more surprised than anything else. She had only been by Ryu's side for a short time, but it seemed that little Silk underwent another evolution every day. Ryu chuckled, knowing that Eska didn't actually need his answer. She could see if for herself. After some thought, he flicked a finger and another drop of embryonic chi landed in her body. You should take one every day. It'll help you greatly. Ryu pointed to the rivers of milky white flowing through his world. By this point, the earth was so rich that it could accommodate god-grade herbs, and even that might be underselling it. Ryu was having a deep thought about exactly how he wanted to set up his world. It was his own personal garden, and it of course had to live up to such expectations. He was an origin-grade herbologist, after all. Eska nodded. Even seeing the large amounts of embryonic chi, she was truthfully still hesitant to use it. Something so precious. Should it truly be used so casually? She wanted to ask, but she hesitated. And by then, Ryu's aura had already shifted and changed. Ryu's palms slammed together and a dark chill began to come out of his. Ice aura with a dark blue hue began to manifest, and even Eska couldn't help but shiver. Primordial chaotic ice chi. Her heartbeat quickened. She had forgotten that Ryu had the chaotic silk meridians, but she couldn't be blamed for this. Ryu had been forced to hide it for so long. It was too easy to forget just what kind of monster was hidden within him. Chaos chi was only the tip of the iceberg. Having the chaotic silk meridians also meant that Ryu would be able to use any chi realm technique with the highest order of primordial chaos chi. If he ran into an ice technique, a fire technique, a lightning technique, it simply didn't matter. Simply by virtue of having primordial chaos chi, he could exhibit its fullest strength and then some with a thought. And right this moment, he was using it to raise Little Silk to another level. A stream of embryonic chi began to weave around Little Silk as the primordial chaotic ice chi did the same. A chill bore into Little Silk's body, infusing into her bloodline and drawing new runes on her Dao bones. Ryu had already decided that once Little Silk was entering the God-Beast realm, he would help her integrate with Infinity Mist as well. By then, her silk would be light and inconsequential in the eyes of others, until they landed with the weight of the world. But before then, he would actually have to gain control of it himself. By then, he would be able to raise all of his beasts to an inconceivable realm. Boom! Ryu's hair fluttered wildly, his aura sharpening. At the moment, he truly felt like a god, like he could shape life with a raise and flip of his palm. The skies were his to command. Chapter 1695 Dangerous. Selhira sat in meditation, but she found it difficult to focus her mind properly. Although she was thankful to her husband, it also felt like everything she had been working toward had been taken over by another person, and she didn't quite feel the same sort of achievement and thankfulness toward success that she would have otherwise. It felt like at one moment, she was spinning her wheels, hardly able to progress at all, and yet in the next, Ryu had swooped down on a white steed and elevated her out of the darkness. With just a few droplets of his milk, in more ways than one, she had achieved an enlightenment that she had been chasing after for decades. It was hard to reconcile exactly how she was feeling, honestly. On the one hand, this was what she always wanted, but on the other, was it truly meant to be so easy? In just the few months Ryu had been gone, she managed to break through from the fragmented Sky God realm to the false Sky God realm, and now she was already on the verge of entering the true Sky God realm. If she had been a pure dragon, or more accurately, following the true dragon path, she would have already broken through. But because she was following a mixture of both paths, she had to comprehend a Dao first and infuse it into her Dao bones. Real dragons only needed combat and sleep to progress. In fact, that was true for all talented beasts, but it was just especially so for fire dragons because they rooted their strength in their rage. Of course, this was only true if you were born with exceptional talent like Selhira. If you were a middling beast, it would be almost impossible to ever break free of those shackles. Selhira's heart suddenly trembled as she sensed a familiar aura. She rushed outside and found Ryu descending from the skies with a happy smile on her face. Her drooping wings regained their spring and she flapped once. She moved so fast that Ryu's eyes were the only part of him that could keep up before she crashed into him like a speeding boulder. Oof! Ryu coughed, the air being knocked out of him. Selhira's body was really on an entirely different level. After he had helped the Nine-Pillar Flame Sect and Unbalanced Art Sect's inheritances to break free of their faith shackles, at least within his own body he had yet to find the resources he would need to reform his foundation. So, his body was only marginally stronger than it had been before his inner world's breakthrough. And, since he obviously wasn't in a battle state, Selhira bulldozing him was almost a guarantee. Compared to the geniuses he had fought in martial god territory, she was on another level. Ryu chuckled and patted her head. The current location was a bedrock crackling with magma. It looked like it might erupt with a geyser of lava at any time. In fact, Ryu had seen such a scene several times on his way here. This sort of environment, if it was a fragmented sky god of the seventh heaven, they'd probably be burnt to ash before even reaching this location. "I missed you," Selhira said with a smile. Ryu smiled, embracing her. For a moment they just stood there. "Are you okay?" Ryu suddenly asked, feeling that there was something off about Selhira's mood. She was cheery, but almost too much so, as though she was trying to hide something else. "It's nothing," Selhira said. "I was just a bit sad before that you were away for so long." Ryu looked at her but chose not to press for the moment. He wasn't the best at wooing women, but if it was just a matter of reading a person's heart and intentions, that had never been difficult for him. He could tell that Selhira had only just given him a half-truth just now. "Let's go see your mother. I have a question to ask her." "Okay." Selhira perked up. In this time she had been quite happy, honestly. It was why she didn't want to complain about something so meaningless. Because of her situation, it had been a long time since she had last seen her mother. But because of the Dragon Emperor's actions, she had gotten an excuse to remain by her mother's side for a long while. Viridia was a high-ranking member of the dragon race. Although the beasts had a looser structure than most human-led coalitions, they still had their own duties and responsibilities. She was a very busy dragon, much like her father. But now, she got the excuse to sit around and speak with her mother all the time. How could she not be happy? Soon, the couple had landed near a region. It looked almost like a mountain, covered in soot-cooled magma. But in reality it was Viridia. It seemed that the dragon couldn't be bothered to move when the geysers around her erupted. So the ash and molten rock had fallen right onto her. She even seemed to be in a deep sleep. "If she's sleeping, we shouldn't disturb her," Ryu said. "It's fine. Mother's body might go into hibernation, but her mind still talks to me from time to time." "Oh, I think husband's chi is partly responsible. Mother feels like she might be able to break through soon. Her body just needs time." Ryu nodded, but inwardly he was wondering how it worked. Beasts shouldn't have souls, at least not in the normal sense. It should be much more difficult to draw a line that separated their body and minds. "You're here," Viridia's voice echoed. It was just as gentle and soothing as her daughter's, and it was hard to imagine that such a woman could have such a fiery temper. "Mother-in-law, I had a question to ask you. You mentioned the 9 powers the first time we spoke, but are there no guilds on the 9th heaven?" A rumble echoed and Viridia didn't answer immediately. "That's a dangerous question," she finally said softly. Chapter 1696. You win. Ryu's eyes narrowed. What did she mean by that? He had been purposely vague and didn't mention the Ruin Master Guild, only asking about guilds in general. But if he took a step back, what he was talking about was obvious. Just because Viridia was a beast didn't mean that she was foolish. The intelligence of beasts with potential on the same level as dragons rivaled and even surpassed that of many humans from birth. Even in the case of beasts that started off less intelligent, so long as they continued to raise their cultivation, they would catch up in intelligence sooner or later. As a beast that was certainly beyond the Lord realm, to many Viridia would be smarter than Ryu by default just due to her cultivation. Whether that was true or not still had to be geared out, but this was the reality of the world nonetheless. Viridia knew that Ryu wasn't a fool. He had just been to the martial gods, so he should see that they had their own secondary profession structures. Aside from their talent oracles, they certainly had their own formation masters and alchemists. The powerful clans wouldn't want to share their secrets between themselves, so would there be a use for secondary profession guilds like alchemy guilds and things of the like? So unless Ryu was much slower than she thought, there was no way he was asking about normal alchemy guilds. Such powers would have gotten swallowed up long ago. Of course, there were some middling powers that couldn't be placed on the same height as the 9 powers, but Ryu had specifically mentioned the 9 powers themselves, so obviously he was asking about organizations that would be on the same level. If it was just this alone, it would be hard to draw any conclusions about who Ryu was actually talking about. But how could she not know that Ryu was from a small world? Selhira hadn't told her mother much about Ryu so as not to affect his privacy, but when their conversation reached Selhira's spherical matrix, Selhira mentioned that she gifted it to Ryu because he was a far better ruin master than herself. Originally, ruin mastering was something that Selhira had picked up to help her find inheritances that might aid her in breaking through. Of course, the crystal dragons also had a decent affinity for ruin mastering as well, so she was better than most in those aspects. But she realized after watching Ryu that she couldn't stack up at all, so she abandoned the path. Of course, what she didn't know was that Ryu's standard of ruin mastering and the common average were 2 entirely different things. The common ruin master would be crushed by Ryu several times over, and that was before his eyes had unsealed themselves. Right now, the current Ryu was on an entirely different level. Even Ryu didn't know that his display back then just made Selhira think she didn't have the talent necessary for it all. Ultimately, Viridia drew her own conclusions, and she wasn't far from the truth. Even so, Ryu smiled. "What do you mean?" He asked the question as though he couldn't glean her meaning at all. Viridia chuckled. "Boy, you are still far too young to play such games with me. But if you would like to hear about guilds, I can tell you about one. It is called the Ninth Alliance. It exists for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's as a simple method of banding together the powers of the real plane should any one of the other planes try to encroach onto our land." Ryu's gaze flickered. He knew that his mother-in-law was giving him a hard time on purpose, but this was an interesting tidbit of information nonetheless. Because he spent most of his time on the real plane, it was easy to forget that there was more to this world than just the 9 powers. There were the powers of the true ethereal and true nether planes to consider as well. The fact they needed an alliance to deal with them made it quite clear that those powers were not a single bit weaker regardless of aspect. "Okay, you win. Tell me about the Ruin Master Guild." The skies rumbled. Viridia's body shook as though she was about to awaken, but in the end she settled down. "Boy, you should really watch your tongue more. I didn't expect to hear such a thing from a fire dragon." Selhira covered her lips with a hand. Indeed, her mother wasn't one to control her temper very well, even if it wasn't smart. Viridia snorted. "You want to join them? I would rather destroy them." Selhira jumped and an eerie silence fell. This time it took quite a while for Viridia to speak again. It seemed that she was truly taking her time, realizing that her son-in-law was more of a maniac than she was. No, maybe that was only natural since fire dragon blood did run through his veins. She didn't know what happened, but somehow Ryu had come back with a bloodline that felt both far stronger and far weaker than the last time she had seen it. In some ways it made her feel suppressed, and in other ways it made her want to snort in disdain. Even after observing for a long while, she didn't understand what it was. Ryu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the reaction. In fact, Viridia's caution, in general, was odd. She had spoken about the 9 powers without much hesitation, but why had she purposely left out the Ruin Master Guild? He had a feeling that, if he had said the same words about destroying the martial gods, she wouldn't have reacted so fiercely. "Just now, I had to take personal action to make sure your words didn't leak. Do you understand why?" Ryu's gaze flickered. There was only one real explanation for such a thing. The Ruin Master Guild had to be larger than the 9 powers, larger than the true martial world and all its planes. Chapter 1697 Respect. The Ruin Master Guild of this world is just a single branch. Of course, it is a branch of great power, so do not assume I am saying that it is weak in relation to its true power. But what I am saying is the sheer depth of their existence is beyond your current understanding. As you probably know by now, the title Steel vanishes after every appearance and no one knows where it goes. This is technically true, but in the strictest of senses, not so much. While it is true that I could not tell you exactly where the title Steel goes, this does not mean that I do not have the faintest inkling. The implied meanings were as clear as day to Ryu. Obviously, the title Steel traveled through all those vast worlds he had seen, maybe even taking a stop in them all one by one. But was Viridia mentioning this only to imply that the Ruin Master Guild had branches across all these worlds, or... Although I have no way of knowing for certain, many speculate that not only does the title Steel have strong ties with the Ruin Master Guild, but it is also they who set the course it follows. It might even be the case that the title Steel is not only guided by them and controlled by them, but was also created by them. The implications of each one of these things was far more harrowing than the last. To set the course for such an important treasure was shocking enough. To say that it was controlled implied an almost omnipotence over the treasure that was even more gripping, but to say that it was created by them, Ryu had never seen the title Steel before, as was the case with most people. Due to this, it was impossible to say for certain, but such a treasure had to be beyond the normal god grade. It was capable of doing something even normal Tao gods could not do, and it was entering realms of existence that reminded him of the Phoenix Sky God's gaze. Tao God might be the highest realm there was, but the striations between those who shared this title made it clear that this was only optically speaking. The gap between some Tao gods might even be as large as the gap between a mortal and a Tao god. These were all Ryu's speculations. But he had seen the Dragon Emperor with his own 2 eyes. He had felt his majesty. And yet this mighty Dragon Emperor, in his opinion, was nothing more than an ant compared to the Phoenix Sky God. Is it related to Tao? This thought made Ryu's gaze shine as bright as twin torches. He had just thought of what it would mean to help his Tao break through the shackles of the peak founding Tao level. Could it be he had already stumbled into the difference between these Tao gods? Was he already staring down that endless chasm? This was the peak he was looking for, the true peak. Ryu had met many experts in his life, all of whom could have killed him with just a wave of their finger. But none were able to make him crack with their aura alone. The World Sea Realm experts of Sacrum couldn't do it when he had been a mere mortal unable to cultivate. He had met the gazes of the true sky gods of Sacrum without feeling the slightest tremor, even admiring the body of one of them without a care. They watched the Dragon Emperor of the 9th heaven unleash his belly full of rage on both his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and yet he was able to take it all in with a cool gaze, marking this mighty emperor for death with just a fleeting thought. Not a single one of them could shake his Tao heart. And yet a single glance from the Phoenix Sky God, it no longer filled him with despair. He had long since forgotten it. He forgot that childish excitement he had felt when his father handed him his first spear. That Veit in his glowing silver eyes when he looked up at the man he respected most in the world and swore that he would reach the pinnacle of the world. Since then, everything had been so boring, so bland. Just another step that he could casually take with some time. The Phoenix Sky God, however, that was a peak even he couldn't say with any certainty that he could reach. For the first time, he had respect for someone as deep as his father, but rather than being built on love and childish adoration, it was built on their strength and the unfathomable gap between them. In the past, he had just hated the Phoenix Sky God, feeling that they were just another unworthy existence who only suppressed him based on their age advantage. But now, he didn't feel hatred, he didn't even feel unwillingness. He just felt excitement. His blood boiled and his gaze flickered back and forth between slits and knot. Selhira squeezed her legs shut, pulling at Ryu's sleeve in an attempt to get him to calm down. She really couldn't take it, or else she might pounce on him right in front of her mother. His aura right now was too domineering. His Tao heart shone with such a bright light that even looking at it might shatter one's own. Learning about the Ruin Master Guild seemed to outline more of the mountain he had to climb, and that made the image of the Phoenix Sky God in his mind brighter. If he couldn't crush them beneath his feet, what right did he have to face off against that existence for the truest peak of the world? Ryu didn't seem to register Selhira's pleas, his fists clenching. He wanted battle, and who better to stoke his flames than demons? "We're going to the nether plane," Ryu suddenly said, more like a roar than a statement. He wanted battle, and who better to stoke his flames than demons? Chapter 1698 Money. Since the boy had put her daughter into such a state, it was his job as a husband to get her out of it. She still hadn't collected the debt on the fact Ryu actually dared to have more than one wife, but that would just have to be something for the future. The mountainous dragon snorted. She thought about helping them enter the nether plane directly, but she decided to let Ryu struggle a bit. Not long after Ryu had taken Selhira away again, he realized that he was indeed in a bit of a dilemma. The first time he went to the nether plane, he relied on the Dream Azura's formation, which was no longer there. When he returned, he relied on the energy that came from the trial to open a path. When he thought about going to the ethereal plane, it was a simple matter because he had triggered the changes that allowed the real and ethereal planes to overlap in the first place. Well, it was still a bit difficult to enter the ethereal plane now because all the nexus points were almost certainly controlled and protected by experts. But even so, sneaking in with his current abilities wouldn't be impossible. He was certainly no match for a Tao Lord, let alone an existence above that, but he could fool their eyes a bit now, which was a far cry from his abilities before. The only option, then, was to create a formation not much unlike the Dream Azura's, but it would have to be on a much higher level. There was no point in him going to the lower planes. He was going to see May, after all. That meant he had to go to the 9th without a doubt. It had to be remembered that the Dream Azura's nether plane was connected to the 5th plane of the true nether plane, so the requirements for rising up were much lower. If he wanted to replicate their feat on the ninth heaven, it would be much more difficult. You know, we could just ask Mom, Selhira said with a smile as Ryu pulled her along. Ryu grinned. She'll say no. How about we return to the eighth heaven and have the old man help out? He's too scared to go against anything Mother says. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Ryu's grin widened as Selhira let out a bell-like laughter. For Ryu, shifting through the heavens with his current prowess wasn't too difficult, at least on the lower heavens. He would need some preparation to do the same on the highest heavens, but he could easily make do. It was much simpler than preparing to go to the ninth plane of the true nether plane, that is, he just needed some funds first, and that would have to rely on his abilities. If that was the case, then alchemy or blacksmithing would be his best bet. Either that or, maybe, Ryu thought to himself. The ninth heaven was a treasure trove. There were all kinds of treasures everywhere. If Elsa was still on his side, his wealth would probably be countless times what it was now, but in truth, the current Ryu was actually quite poor. All the god crystals he had on him were from the Frost clan, a sixth heaven clan. They were still worth something on the ninth heaven, but now as much as one might hope for. Ryu had gotten used to not needing to worry about money, but unfortunately there were two things working against him. After some time in the martial god clan, he had come to understand something. The people here didn't separate god crystals into fragmented up to true god. They divided them into 3 tiers from lower god crystals to middle to higher. On top of that, they were heavily reliant on purity to decide their quality. All the omniscient god crystals that Ryu had now would barely meet the requirement of lower god crystals, and that was only if he put in some effort into purifying them. However, if he did so, his already pitiful wealth would plummet to about 10% of what it was currently. However, Ryu wasn't in a rush to deal with this. He was going to the nether plane after all, and their god crystals were different, fueled with nether god chi rather than god chi. Any effort he put into building wealth here would quickly become useless. Elsa! Elsa! Ryu thought for a moment, the name of his wife replaying in his mind again and again until it clicked. He recalled Elsa's karmic formation. It was actually the inspiration for his 8 trigram diagrams, something that had become a huge part of his combat prowess now. If he wanted to use it, it wouldn't be impossible. There would certainly be the materials he needed lying around somewhere. Do dragons have their own unique territories? Where do the spatial dragons reside, for example? Ryu asked. Selhira blinked. I can take you there. Spatial dragons were quite a rare breed. They were small in number but great in strength. This was mostly true for the dragons that were not part of the main 4 elements, that being water, fire, earth and wind. It could even be said that part of the crystal dragon's weakness was the fact their birth rates were so low even in comparison to other god beasts. It actually didn't take very long at all to step into their territory. Chapter 1699 Dragon. This territory is mine. The rough roar of Dragon's tongue echoed through the skies as a pair faced off. They were both gorgeous creatures, their scales reflecting a silvery color akin to polished metal. But one of them was far more resplendent than the other. While one looked dusted in coal, the other looked as though they hadn't fought a day in their lives. Even female dragons were fond of their aesthetic. Viridia herself looked like a polished ruby gliding through the skies in the shape of a dragon. She was a truly magnificent beast to lay one's eyes on. And usually this was how humans or other races could distinguish between a female or male dragon with a glance. Most males would be as beaten and ragged as the Dragon Emperor, while most females would be as well polished and groomed as Viridia. However, in this situation both dragons were very clearly men. Their figures weren't nearly so slender as Viridia's. Their 4 limbs entrenched themselves into the ground like ancient trees, exuding a majesty that warped reality itself. Dragons in the vicinity looked on with interested expressions. Fights happened every day, but one of this caliber was still quite rare. The shimmering dragon, Lucard, was a newbie, relatively speaking. He had only been around a few hundred years, but in that time he had shot up like a comet, beginning to rival the strongest geniuses of their dragon clan. If the martial god clan was fond of the rising up of unknown geniuses, it could be said that the dragon clan was even more fond. Elders never stepped into the matters of juniors, and even those who were juniors rarely deigned to take out any rage on those weaker than them so long as they didn't try to impugn on their interests. This was the reality of the Dragon Clan, and it allowed one to slowly temper themselves through combat again and again. Today, the both of them were omniscient god beasts who were facing off against one another. One was Lucard and the other was Rumil, the latter obviously being the one that looked as though his scales had been dusted with coal. "Your territory?" Lucard sneered, his proud neck standing and his scales shimmering so brightly that he looked like a second sun. "It's mine now." Rumil was so enraged he roared, a spatial storm spiraling out in all directions in a vortex of concentrated might. It looked as though he would only be content if this breath ripped Lucard to shreds. And yet, the spatial storm bounced off of Lucard's scales as though the pitiful arrows loosed by mortals. They rebounded and shattered like glass. "You!" Rumil's pupils constricted. "You awakened the spatial coat talent." "What a stupid name!" Lucard's sneer deepened. "I call it the universe's guard." The dragons were powerful, but their naming sense was awful. Dragon Claw, Dragon's Tongue, Dragon's Breath, there was no variety, and every time they tried to step off of this normal path of nomenclature, they would end up with something as stupid as Spatial Coat. "That name is just as stupid." The voice came from nowhere and caught many dragons off guard. That was because while this person was certainly speaking Dragon's Tongue, they didn't have the aura of a dragon at all. When they looked over, they were even more shocked to find that it was a human, just sitting on a mountain peak. By his side there was another human. No, a dragon? They couldn't even tell. She clearly had the tyrannical aura of a dragon, but she was in the form of a human. She had the wings, but lacked the size, and her scales were only on her cheeks right beneath her eyes. Who were these people? It wasn't like they had never seen humans before, but this was a surprise to them nonetheless. "You?" Lucard was shocked. How could he not recognize Ryu? The last time he had seen him was at the Armament Guild. Back then, his uncle had taken him to unleash some carnage. The ancient beasts had planned to reclaim Sacrum for themselves, but after learning of Ryu's existence, the dragons, at least, chose to drop the matter. Ryu was the last person he expected to see here. Rumil was already in a foul mood, but when he saw a human, even though that human had just insulted his rival, he was still enraged. He roared and a spiraling spatial storm shot out from his mouth, appearing before Lionel and Selhira in an instant. Ryu frowned. He placed a hand on Selhira's lap and the duo didn't move an inch. The mountain peak they were sitting on suddenly had a crescent moon shape carved out of the top of it, almost as though someone had just taken a large bite. A spatial attack was what Ryu feared the least in this world. Scram! Ryu's roar sounded no different from a dragon's, white scales forming across his body as a torrential bloodline suppression rushed through the air. Rumil felt as though his body had been hit by a truck. His bloodline rolled in reverse, a mouthful of blood flying from his mouth as he stumbled back. Every step he took left a heavy quake, the land shaking and rocking with his movement. The expressions of the dragons changed before their gazes quickly became malevolent. All they felt was a dragon bloodline coming from this human. Who dared to blaspheme the blood of a dragon? Ryu ignored their gazes and looked toward Lucard as he slowly landed on the smooth cut that ran through the mountain. "How about it, Lucard? You threw a tantrum last time, but is it going to be the same again? How about you become my mount?" Lucard blinked, mostly out of surprise before a sneer spread across his maw. Still as arrogant as ever. "It seems our last battle didn't teach you a good enough lesson. This time I'll definitely crush you." Roar. The surrounding dragons roared as though they were about to devour Ryu and Selhira. "Stop," Lucard said indifferently. "Lucard, what is the meaning of this? You want to protect this human?" "Human? He is a dragon," Lucard sneered. "Are you muddle-headed?" Rumil's temper was slowly rolling out of control. "His great-grandfather is Primus. Why don't you go tell him that his descendant isn't a dragon and go see how that works out for you?" Silence fell. Chapter 1700 Everything. The slit eyes of the dragons constricted, their gazes landing on Ryu one after another. There wasn't a single one of them who hadn't heard of Primus before. But what they didn't expect was that his descendants would appear here. However, their gazes weren't that of respect or admiration. Lineages in dragonkind meant almost nothing. If you tried to use your father or mother to get a leg up, you'd quickly find yourself being ridiculed. Instead, their gazes were filled with battle intent, as though they wanted to swallow Ryu whole. They wanted to battle. Ryu chuckled. First of all, I'm human. Second of all, I don't have such a great-grandfather. Third, I'm only in the false sky god realm. It can't be that you mighty dragons all want to take advantage of your cultivation levels, right? Ryu blinked almost innocently, leaving Lucard speechless. Was this really the same Ryu he knew? He had always had a sharp tongue, but shamelessness wasn't part of his repertoire. Oh no! Lucard mumbled to himself. If this man learned shamelessness, none of them were safe. In the silence, Lucard's mumble was clearly heard by everyone. Plus, it wasn't like Dragon's tongue was good for whispering in the first place. It was hard to whisper when every tone resonated like an ancient bell. Ryu smiled. Don't be like Lucard. Tell you what, if you lower your cultivation level to the false god beast realm, I'll happily give you a spar. What? Are you scared? Lucard's silvery eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Watch your mouth. Ho ho! Ryu's gaze narrowed. Bang! The two suddenly disappeared at the same time, one dragon towering at over 50 meters, and a human that was barely a fraction of his size. And yet, Ryu's fist met Lucard's claw without the slightest hesitation. A wild fluctuation of space rippled out in all directions. Lucard's expression changed. He thought that Ryu was a fool for trying to touch him when he had just heard that he had awakened his universe's guard. If the Tribulation Seed was the strongest talent of the Lightning Qilin, the universe's guard was most definitely the strongest talent of the spatial dragons, and it was one that hadn't been awakened in countless generations. It could be said that this was part of the reason the spatial dragons had fallen so far. Universe's guard, or rather spatial coat, was a talent that granted a spatial dragon the ability to truly be one with space. This wasn't as simple as entering the void. It truly made one no different from the spatial laws themselves. It was a concept most had a difficult time wrapping their heads around, let alone awakening. It was a talent that could both be the greatest offense and the greatest defense, a reality that was decided by no one other than the talent wielder themselves. At the highest levels, each one of Lucard's scales would carry within it a world. If he wanted to, he could weigh as much as thousands of stars or become as immovable as thousands of black holes. And, unlike Ryu, who needed to use his soul stamina to tap into his space-time soul nature, Lucard didn't need to do such a thing at all. In fact, it all happened so naturally that it was as easy as breathing. Once again, he was space and space was him. When a world appeared, it didn't need to consciously control the space around itself at all. Just by virtue of its existence, space would be warped around it. Stronger worlds had stronger spatial laws, and weaker ones had weaker spatial laws. This was the reality of the world, and it was something that the spatial dragons were well aware of, which was why they were so shocked when Lucard exposed the fact he had awakened such a talent. He had originally come here to claim Rumil's territory, a territory that was ranked in the top 100 of the junior generation's territories. They had been shocked about this matter because Lucard had only recently broken into the omniscient god-beast realm. He shouldn't have been a match for Rumil at all, who many said was already only a few centuries away from becoming a lord beast. It had to be known that environment was highly important to dragons. Even Viridia had found a nice region of heavy volcanic activity to take her long rest. It was the same for spatial dragons. Originally, Ryu hadn't come here to see Lucard. He had no idea that he was here, and it was nothing more than a coincidence. The real reason he had come was because this region had a high density of volatile spatial chi, and as a result there were many natural treasures here that could likely help him break into the 9th nether plane with greater ease. In fact, there might even be a region here that made it easier to step into the other planes as well. That wouldn't be too much of a surprise for a region with such high spatial fluctuations. But after he met Lucard, he had a better idea. Why waste his time looking for such resources and potentially offending elder dragons who could kill him with a look? Any of the resources or regions that could allow him to step into the nether plane from here would almost certainly be under the control of lord beasts or stronger. However, Lucard was his gateway. Because he had awakened spatial cloak, it should be far easier for Lucard to travel between planes. In fact, even if he hadn't, his black hole pupils were likely to have such abilities as well. Ryu had learned a lot about the cultivation world in recent years, so he knew how ridiculous it was for a beast to awaken heavenly pupils. Lucard was a cheat code in the flesh, and Ryu happened to like his character very much. He had given up on taking him as a mount once, he certainly wouldn't do it again. Ryu laughed, his voice echoing through the skies. As expected, Lucard restricted his strength to the false sky god realm. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. Lucard quickly hid his surprised expression. "You're too arrogant." Lucard's gaze flickered, a swirling black hole appearing for an instant before he suppressed it. Ryu grinned. "Hiding your strength still? You don't need to. With your master here, who can touch you?" A malevolent aura spread from Lucard as his wings spread wide. A single flap sent a storm of wind and spatial scythes spiraling through the surroundings. Everyone, regardless of if it was Rumil or the others, were forced into a retreat. "If you keep testing my bottom line, I'm not afraid to kill you regardless of our former relationship." Ryu's grin didn't fade. He stood in the skies, his own wings suddenly spreading from his back. Somehow, he was both far smaller than Lucard and yet just as large in all of their eyes. "Follow me and you'll become the next Dragon Emperor." The skies clapped and thunder rolled. The pupils of the surrounding dragons constricted. Ryu spoke these words without hesitation, causing all of their hearts to stop beating. In the Dragon Clan, there was no abdication. A Dragon Emperor position only passed down from one to another through combat, and without a doubt, one would always die. Even if the losing party was spared, they would never have the face to continue living. Ryu saying these words was as good as telling everyone he planned to help Lucard kill the current Dragon Emperor. Pyrothos the Undefeated. Lucard's expression flickered before his laughter boomed as well. It was far louder, his voice even more grating, and unlike Ryu, who had to rely on the thunder high above, it seemed that Lucard had become the thunder himself. "I will become the next Dragon Emperor myself. Since when did I need the help of others to achieve my goals? Congratulations, you've sufficiently enraged me." Lucard no longer held back. While his cultivation remained at the omniscient god-beast realm, his heavenly pupils flourished. Two enormous black holes appeared behind his wings, an even larger one taking shape behind his head. His scales shimmered so brightly that the Tao bones beneath became to echo with the hymns of the heavens. Ryu raised a fist to the skies, a streaking bolt of lightning descending in a flash. He was enveloped in the light, and when he appeared once again, he was enveloped in a silvery blue armor, from his horns to his feet and wings. The skies rolled and rumbled with rage. The heavens had immediately detected Ryu's blasphemy and struck down with an even more violent momentum. If there were any Tao gods observing, they would have seen that what Ryu was wearing was no normal armor. It was armor that was a perfect replica of the heavenly knights that descended on Sacrum. The aura they exuded was on an entirely different level. Ryu smashed his twin pair of gauntlets together, the rain of lightning above only adding to his valiance as a twin pair of 8 trigram diagrams appeared, one above and the other below him. His birthed phenomena rose into the skies and his silver star manifested itself. At that moment, his momentum thoroughly suppressed Lucard's. "Bring everything you have. It's been a very long time since I've had a good battle, and my fists are itching." Every word Ryu spoke seemed to either enrage the heavens or were perfectly in line with their heavenly Tao. His child of order and child of chaos constitutions struck an eerie balance and solidified the space. In that moment, he looked entirely untouchable. Bang! The two vanished at once. Chapter 1701. Read it. Mold it. 1701. Read it. Mold it. Almost instantly, Ryu could feel the strength of a rank 4 heavenly pupils. No, right now they should be the rank 3. Space bent and twisted so fiercely that the battlefield was immediately split into two. It no longer felt like a battle between two existences, but rather two worlds. One was dark and brooding, forming swirls of reality that one couldn't look at straight without harming their eyes. The other was dark as well, but in a different sort of way. The clouds rumbled and lightning sparked. There were only 2 points of light at all, one being a young man wreathed in shimmering white scales, and the other being a bright silver star that shone down as the only luminescence in the world. At this point, even Lucard's beautiful silver scales had become dark. His wings spread wide, black holes forming in each and every one of his scales. By their third clash, Ryu was sent flying. He crashed into a mountain range that quickly crumbled beneath the sudden impact. Selhira covered her mouth, her temper almost getting the best of her for a moment. But she held back. She could feel her husband's thoughts, his excitement. Boom! Ryu shot into the skies once more, looking toward Lucard with a blazing fire in his eyes. His clothing looked ragged, but his body seemed to be perfectly fine. He ripped his robes to the side, revealing a dense pack of scales that followed the outline of his chiseled silhouette dancing beneath a shimmering armor blue steel. He wasn't the only one that could synergize his abilities. It could be said that a spatial dragon born with black hole pupils was broken, truly broken in the worst of ways. Now, not only were each one of Lucard's scales practically a spatial world of their own, but they also contained the violent devouring aspects of his heavenly pupils. Right now, he looked like a legendary black dragon, blotting out the skies with his wings. His maw opened wide, a roar that could collapse worlds echoing from him as a vortex of black shards of broken space rushed out from him and toward Ryu. Ryu took a step forward, his founding Tao rising high into the skies. Heaven's Gate. He stepped through Heaven's Gate and his cultivation soared to the true sky god realm. He punched out, sparks of lightning ripping the torrent of space apart. He retracted his fist and raised his other hand. A claw glistened within his gauntlet, the furious barrage of heavenly tribulation lightning falling with greater and greater fervor. Dragon's Claw. Lucard flapped his wings, a pair of black holes rolling forward and blocking before him. Sparks flew and the heavenly laws trembled. For a moment, it almost looked as though 3 rotating blades had clashed in the skies. Just a single spark raised down a forest, the cacophonous booms forcing the dragons below to retreat again and again. Ryu suddenly took a step as he activated Absolute Domain. Between his space-time soul nature and this undeniable movement technique, even his control of space began to faintly catch up to Lucard's. He appeared on the other side of the dragon's twisted black hole. He had spent 10 years in such a space. Why would he fear it? A fist rammed into Lucard's chest like booming thunder, sending him flying out even further than Ryu had. The spatial dragon's enormous body rolled through the ground, unleashing a devastation that shook the heart. His body seemed to already be faintly approaching the weight of a world. Every time he collided with something, they disintegrated as though the greatest touch of destruction had spared them from living. Spatial world, Lucard roared. Storm, Ryu's voice echoed. A wave of déjà vu hit them both, but it didn't slow them down in the slightest. Ryu harnessed the tribulation lightning that had been accumulating above him. Spears, glaives, halberds, swords, sabers. Weapons of all shapes and sizes, radiating with dense godhoods, took shape. Somehow, each and everyone radiated the aura of an absolute master. And when Ryu took a step forward and punched out, they moved with him. A world of reflective glass formed around Lucard. Ryu remembered this world well, but the difference was that this time, the mirrors that formed looked to be shaped from black ice. Up became down and left became right, and honestly speaking, this was just the simplest way to describe it. If someone without spatial affinity took a step into this world, it would rather seem like direction had no meaning at all, like reality had crumbled entirely. A clash of the void and lightning erupted. Sparks flew and spatial fragments rained down. The absolute carnage of black and radiant blue was akin to a painting of the gods. One small human and an enormous black dragon seemingly taking hold of an era in their palms and claws. They flickered and vanished continuously, only appearing for brief instances of time to erupt with strength that collapsed the void itself. Even a transcendent sky god hiding in space to watch this battle would have been forced to escape continuously. Void Claw. Lucard suddenly swiped down in an arc that it seemed Ryu would be able to step out of. But the moment Ryu took a single step back, ready to explode forward in the next instant, He found a terrible pressure pressing down on him from above. Bang! Ryu crossed his arms above his head before being driven down to the ground below. He landed so heavily on his feet that the earth fragmented into pieces, large cubical boxes of rock and soul flying up and out. Lucard followed up with a tail whip that crackled almost like black lightning. However, Ryu could tell with a glance that it only looked like that because everywhere it passed, space fragmented like glass. A wild grin spread across Ryu's face. Boom! The immortal Sakura appeared high above Ryu's head, and his blue steel armor gained a sheen of crystalline ice. If before the blue color was somewhat muted and restrained, right now it was so bright that it was hard even to look at him. Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns coated his body from head to toe as the call of the ancient bird filled the skies. Ice flames erupted across his body as his hand clamped down on Lucard's tail. The cold was so fierce that the shattered space was forced to solidify once again, almost healing. Ryu had realized that his close combat abilities were lacking. He was surprised to find that while he was exceptionally good at using them to target and counter humanoids, against a beast as large as Lucard, he almost preferred to have a weapon in his hand. However, he had already taken a step onto this path and he didn't believe that it was the wrong one. Using his body as a weapon was maybe the greatest breakthrough he had had in his entire life. In that case, what he was missing wasn't yet another method he had to learn, but rather he needed something that either supplemented or bolstered what he already had. The rain of weapons from earlier, a storm of attacks he had created on a whim, filled him with a bout of inspiration. He had never lost his god aura. He had just incorporated it all into his body. But who said weapons had to be in his hands to be used? Ryu roared and lifted himself out of the hole Lucard had pressed him into. With a wave of his hand, the dragon's tail was sent flying and he shot out of the earth. In that moment, he looked like a blue phoenix soaring into the skies. Blue lightning crackled within his blue flames, the world fragmenting like glass as the cold continued to spread. Shichikachichi. Since you insist on being so stubborn, it seems I'll have to show you what the true number 1 heavenly pupils can do. Lucard caught himself in the air, rising up higher. He bared his teeth, a row of perfect, white and sharp, glistening pearls contrasting his deep black hue. Number 1? You're stuck in the past. Ryu's grin widened.
No.
I'm just secure in the future. Suddenly, Ryu's eyes widened and his pupils constricted. A sharp light radiated from his gaze as his towering horns sparked with lightning and ice. Lines of fate. The world turned to bundles of black, white and gray threads in his eyes. Everyone spoke about how powerful Heaven's Gate was. Some even felt that robbed the world of its color might be the most underrated of his eyes' ability. Some chose intuition. Others felt that death acupoint had to be the strongest of them all. What was it like to be able to decide a person's life and death with a single poke? But in Ryu's opinion, the strongest abilities of his eyes were the most fundamental and also the one that was the first to awaken. When lines of fate descended onto the world, everything was in his grasp. Why was he so secure in his future? Because he could read it. Because he could mold it in his very own hands. Chapter 1702, Rebirth. Ryu raised his hands to the skies, his aura growing greater and greater. The stronger he grew, the more violently space cracked and shook. This was the first time Ryu was facing someone with a control over space that was comparable to his own. When his heavenly pupils were taken into account, Lucard was on a level all his own. In the younger generation, it was likely that there was no one that was his match, and he would only get stronger as time went on, especially since until Ryu, it was unlikely that Lucard had undone all 999 seals in his black hole pupils. However, Ryu didn't just have a space affinity, he had a space-time affinity. And not only was his space-time affinity exceptional, but when it came to his other elements, he was likewise on a level all to himself. The scenery could only be described as a work of God. Ryu stood, arms open wide beneath his immortal Sakura. High above that was his silver star, and above that was his birthed phenomena that seemed to have encompassed the world in its palms. Ryu's body was wrapped in blue steel armor and gorgeous blue flames. With every dancing flicker, the world froze over more and more as blossom petals fell from the skies. Then, bang! The world erupted. Reality exploded like a ball of glass, endless darkness spreading out in all directions and erasing their laws. Then, a world layered on top of it, one with a stream of milky whiteness and spiritual herbs that painted an array of colors. And then all those gorgeous colors vanished. Robbed the world of its color. Ryu realized that just defeating Lucard wasn't enough. He had to crush him. In that case, he would truly go all out. The dragons continuously retreated, their hearts beating out of their chests. Just how sturdy was the space in the ninth heaven? Just what was happening here? Without Lord control, one shouldn't be able to shake it so severely. And without God control, it was impossible to project a world like Ryu was doing. Was this really a fight between omniscient realm experts? No, this wasn't true. Lucard had suppressed himself to the false Sky God realm, while Ryu had only entered the true Sky God realm due to his pupils. How was any of that possible? Ryu's raised hands pressed together. His birth phenomena made the same movement as lines of fate reflected in his eyes. As a show of respect, Lucard, I will crush you with absolute strength. A hum came from Ryu's lips. The world around him rattled and the spirit herbs swayed in a silent wind. He and his birthed phenomena suddenly moved at once, their palms grabbing out and compressing the world. Lucard's expression changed and he hurriedly flapped his wings, his black holes pushing out against him. However, nothing he did could stop it. Heavenly patterns were suddenly drawn in the skies. No, onto the very time and space itself. In that moment, Ryu fused the bounds of his world with the heavenly characters of the Phoenix race and forced it into the form of a cage. Lucard found himself frozen in space and time. Every time he tried to rip his way out forcefully, flickering ice-blue heavenly phoenix patterns would appear. It looked almost like a glitch in reality, as though they were playing with the laws of the world itself. A god's brush. Ryu spoke lightly. Earth. Boom. Lucard's body was suddenly pressed into the ground. A heart-rending roar came from his maw, a violent whirlwind of blackened void rushing out in a torrent. But it didn't change a single thing. Heavenly tribulations fell and Ryu's stance changed once again. It looked like he wasn't even sure what shape this technique of his should take. The first time he used his lightning god talent to draw with a brush of judgment. The second time he used it, he raised a palm, seemingly drawing with his hand alone. But this time, his thoughts changed once again and he began to form hand seals. Hand seals weren't uncommon in the cultivation world, but they weren't ubiquitous either. Usually, they were used in techniques that required a great amount of mental focus. The changes to the hands would direct the chi while the mind could focus on other things. It was essentially akin to a visualization technique in a quasi sort of way. But Ryu was indeed just testing out various things. A self-created technique should be refined again and again. What he didn't expect was that the moment his birth phenomena began to form hand seals, the world would fall into silence. Every time the birth phenomena moved, the chi in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers would all respond. Ryu suddenly began to feel a great amount of pressure. The heavens seemed to be trying to force his hands apart, trying to stop him from forming the next seals. His arms exploded and his gauntlets shattered. Blood rained down from the skies, but Ryu's gaze remained indifferent as he forced his fingers together again. Heaven! Boom! Lucard's black holes shattered and scattered, his scales erupting and fissuring as the skin beneath whined and groaned. Even after the first attack, Lucard hadn't been harmed. The only reason he was suppressed was because he was restricting his cultivation realm, but this time he was truly injured. Inwardly, he was absolutely shocked. How was this possible? Do you give in? Ryu's voice echoed and seemed to fuse with the corners of the world. Blood flowed from his arms and the cracks in his armor. Despite the cold, his blood seemed to run so hot that even the ice flames couldn't freeze them over. The crimson droplets fell from the skies. Every time they clapped against the ground, deep craters would be left behind, only for them to quickly freeze over into ponds of ice. Lucard looked up when he heard Ryu's question, a fiendish grin spreading across his lips. Ryu nodded, not needing to say anything else. Without a word, he forced his hands to separate. Rebirth. Chapter 1703 Fire Dogs. The moment Ryu's palms touched, His hands exploded apart and the flesh of his arms practically burnt to ash, leaving nothing but a few strands of skin and muscles. His bones shone through with an ancient hue. They looked so bright, almost like crystals etched with silver and royal blue hues. Just staring at them for too long could entrap a person, shattering their Tao heart before they even understood exactly what would happen. And then Lucard's body seemed to explode. He stubbornly lay there, glaring up at Ryu as the black of his scales seemed to be peeled off. His scales fell like the rain from his body, and his blood flowed like rivers. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his demeanor indifferent. At that moment, it looked as though nothing in the world could stop him, not even the heavens themselves. He didn't expect that hand seals would have such good synergy with his birth phenomena, but when he thought about it, it made perfect sense. The basic ability of birth phenomena was to essentially be akin to an immortal ring. It was just that this immortal ring was truly on a completely different level. This was because his birth phenomena wasn't just an additional boost to his chi, but a qualitative boost to all aspects, even comprehension, though not in the normal sense. Rather than improving comprehension, Ryu's birth phenomena made everything he did comprehend feel to be worth more. However, much like with all other phenomena, it took focused chi to manifest Ryu birth phenomena. Sustaining one was a constant mental drain. He didn't know why he hadn't thought of it before, but hand seals couldn't have been a more perfect combination. It took all the load off his mind and he could focus on channeling all the abilities of his birth phenomena into his strength. The question was, why couldn't he replicate that with his fist techniques and such? It was difficult. Hand seals were akin to a language themselves. They could only mean one thing. But a fist or a kick or a finger or a claw could have an infinite number of variations, all dependent on the skill of the user and even the skill of the opponent as well. After all, when Ryu was fighting, he wasn't battling in a vacuum. He would have to react to whatever his opponent would do. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible. But what if I anchor down my moves to my inner world? It's my world. So who's to say that a punch isn't a hand seal? Ryu's eyes began to glow. With this sort of change, his combat strength would increase 100 times over easily. The problem was that his body couldn't take it. Just forming 3 hand seals had caused him to lose his arms. What would a continuous barrage of punches do? He would be a skeleton before he finished a single round of battle. That said, shoo, bang. A single wisp of embryonic chi shuttled through his body and his flesh practically exploded back to life. Under everyone's eyes, he was back to 100% in the blink of an eye, as though nothing had ever happened. At this point, Ryu's stamina was truly frightening. On the one hand, his perfect black buddy soul made his soul so much larger than those at the same level that he practically had an infinite amount of soul quintessence to tap into. On the other hand, his chi realm was connected to an entire plane he no longer had to hide, so it made his chi likewise practically infinite. And on yet another, with his embryonic chi, his body was just a single droplet away from being back to full tilt. As though all of that wasn't enough, he had even learned the circulation pathway hidden within his body, one that could replenish even his focused chi. Could be said that, in terms of stamina, Ryu probably had no equal. Even if one didn't restrict it to those at his cultivation level alone. It would take a true monster to even begin to put a dent into his stamina. Tiring him out was simply not an option. Ryu dismissed his armor and ice flames, revealing a broken and beaten set of robes and a body that was chiseled to perfection. Every breath he took seemed to truly be one with the world. "Do you give in now?" Ryu looked down with a smile. Lucard laid in a pile of his own mangled flesh. Could only be said that he was truly arrogant to the bones. Even in this situation, he hadn't unleashed an aura that was beyond his false sky god realm. Lucard coughed. It could also be said that if he was truly in the false sky god realm, he would have already died. Although he had suppressed his realm, his body strength was still there, at least defensively. Of course, he could mobilize his vital chi to improve them by thousands of times over, but that would have been cheating. "Fuck you," Lucard groaned. "Where's your wife, by the way?" Ryu asked as though they were having a casual conversation. "I remember the last time we met you had a father-in-law." "My wife is a crystal dragon," Lucard said after a snort of annoyance, the pain racking his body. Ah, sounds like more reason to follow me. The faster you become the Dragon Emperor, the faster these stupid rules can be overturned. I really don't get it. Fire dragons are supposed to be mighty and arrogant, but because they were scared they chose to banish their best aides. As far as I'm concerned, the so-called ruling class of dragons isn't a ruling class at all. They might as well call themselves the fire dogs. Ryu spoke entirely without restraint, his every word making them wince again and again. Everything that rolled off this man's tongue could cause a clap of thunder to echo in the skies, and yet here he was. Roar! Cracks suddenly appeared in Ryu's projected world as a furious bellow echoed from the distance. Oh! Looks like I enraged one of the dogs. Chapter 1704 Fireball. Ryu laughed and waved a hand. Selhira suddenly teleported over, her waist appearing in his arms. She was a bit disoriented, but she didn't resist. In a flash, they appeared on Lucard's back, which actually looked a lot more like a mountain of flesh and blood. Get off of me, Lucard grumbled. At the moment, Lucard was a bit annoyed, but he didn't feel hatred either. Restricting cultivation for beasts was much more difficult than it was for humans. That was because while humans had 3 different streams of cultivation, beasts only had a single one. Having them restrict their cultivation was akin to forcing them to tie their limbs to their wings. However, he didn't make excuses. A loss was a loss, but he had also never agreed to become Ryu's mount if he did lose. At the same time, he didn't hate Ryu either, and he considered them to be friends. So on the one hand, he was annoyed that Ryu had suddenly stepped onto his back. But on the other, he didn't feel the visceral hatred he would have had it been anyone else. At the same time, his Dao heart was still quite firm. He felt that if he found a more systematic way of sealing his cultivation and had a real battle with Ryu at the false sky god realm, he would be able to have a good battle, and he was about 55% confident that he could win. Boom! 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 The air continued to explode in the distance as the roaring fire dragon got closer and closer. With every flap of its wings, it crossed thousands of kilometers. Even though it was still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the temperature was already beginning to tick upward, and it was only getting worse by the second. Come on now, Lucard. Get it in gear. We have places to go. Namely, the true nether plane. Leave me alone. Lucard spoke lazily as he lifted his mangled mess of a head to start licking his wounds. The spike of pain annoyed him more and his back shook, trying to throw Ryu off. Ryu smiled and didn't budge. He looked off into the distance and his smile widened. The infuriated fire dragon was getting closer and closer. Despite the distance, Ryu could see it clearly, and it was no doubt a lord beast. At that moment, it suddenly opened its maw, a fireball that seemed to blot out the sun appearing. If the temperature was skyrocketing before, it was on an entirely different level now. From a ball of rolling flames, the fireball practically became a perfectly smooth molten ball of magma. Runes danced across its surface. It was, without a doubt, the most intricate and powerful flame attack that Ryu had ever seen. You see that? Ryu pointed. If you don't get a move on, we're both gonna die. What would your wife think? Lucard looked up with a snarl. He should have known. Ryu did this on purpose. Ryu already knew that convincing him would be impossible. The only way was to piss off someone they couldn't afford to offend and be forced to flee. Now, with Ryu on his back, he was being targeted as well. But it also didn't help that he had admitted that he wanted to be the Dragon Emperor earlier. That probably put him in the same boat as Ryu. Now he was dirted and didn't have time to wash himself clean. Bang! The world reacted like an iron ball exploded inside a cannon. It ballooned before it was forcefully stabilized, the fireball shooting across tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Time's ticking. Ryu laughed, unmoved by the coming attack. At this point, the temperature was so high that even Lucard's blood began to boil. He didn't have the same resistance to fire that Ryu had, and he obviously wasn't granted the same protections as Ryu's wife, so he could only scald and burn beneath the might. I hate you, Lucard muttered, struggling to stand. That'll fade, Ryu said with a smile. I don't have the strength to do this right now. Yes, you do, I'll help you out. Just focus and we'll be good to go. Trust me, Would I put both of our lives at risk? You already have. Ryu laughed uproariously. A little Lord Beast Ant has never been able to threaten my life. My sights are set higher than this. Lucard snorted. Just as arrogant as ever. The spatial dragon's body shuddered as he forced his vital chi to circulate. Because he had suppressed his cultivation, he was in a far worse off position than a human who would have done the same thing. If Ryu fought a human genius of the omniscient sky god realm who suppressed their cultivation, they wouldn't have been nearly so injured because all their realms weren't linked. Their bodies would have still been at the level of the omniscient sky god realm. But Lucard was far worse off. You got it? I believe in you. Ryu chuckled as the molten fireball continued to approach. Shut up. Stop talking. The attack kept getting closer and closer, and by now Lucard had turned into a black dragon once more. But this time purely because his blood was burning to ash. Roar. Lucard released a bellow and large amounts of spatial chi flourished. Only fractions of a second remained. The ball of fire prepared to take all their lives. By this point, the other dragons had long since scattered, but the ones that were worse off had turned into balls of fire on their own, falling into piles of bone ash. Lucard's expression changed as his chi faltered. Was he really going to die like this? Ryu's gaze sharpened as he flicked a droplet of embryonic chi down. Lucard's faltering chi skyrocketed and they all suddenly vanished. Boom! The fireball landed and devastation expanded across thousands of kilometers, burning it all to ash. Chapter 1705 Suffer. Boom! The Lord Beast Fire Dragon landed, its expression furious. Scars littered its body, and it looked quite a lot like a smaller version of Pyrothos. Originally, he hadn't planned on acting at all. Attacking a puny omniscient dragon was beneath him, and the human was even less interesting. His attention had first been caught after the first time the Dragon Emperor was mentioned for no other reason than the fact he was part of Pyrothos' lineage. While Pyrothos would sense the name the most, his descendants could do so as well. This was an ability all beasts of a certain strength level had, and it was allowed due to their great attunement with the heavens. Pyrothos obviously wouldn't pay attention to such a thing. If he had to come out every time someone mentioned the Dragon Emperor, or even killing him, even he would have to waste all his days away. But that didn't mean that his descendants would let it go. After Ryu called this fire dogs, he had crossed a bottom line that overrode the fire dragon's pride. While pride was a huge marker for dragons, rage was an even greater marker for fire dragons. The latter could easily override the former in the right situation. And this was most definitely the right situation. He was just more pissed off that they had actually managed to escape. Even a god beast wouldn't be able to cross the line between planes so easily, at least not without time and preparation. This purely went to show how powerful Lucard Universe's guard was. If it wasn't for the fact Ryu's spatial affinity was also top-notch, even hurting Lucard would have been a pipe dream. The Lord Beast snarled and then turned to leave. But just as he was going to, an aura of desolation crashed down on him from above, nearly flattening him into a meat paste. It seems the fire dragons think they can treat my words as air. The voice echoed through Dragon Clan territory. Take this as a lesson. The next time someone above the omniscient realm targets my disciple, it won't be just one who dies. Bang! The Lord Beast exploded, shards of precious flesh and blood flying in all directions. It could be said that in the whole world, dragon meat was the greatest of delicacies, rivaled only by other divine beasts of similar caliber. And yet, it spilled about as though it was entirely worthless. Boom! Pyrothos suddenly appeared, stepping out the portal of swirling flames. It seemed that his flame attainments had reached such a high level that he could use it as any element he felt like. Even space wasn't a problem at all. He looked down at his splattered descendant, seemingly not caring much. But when he looked up, sparks of rage flew in his eyes. No, it wasn't rage, it was battle lust. He didn't give a damn about all this, all he wanted was a good fight. Unfortunately, he only felt a gaze on him for a moment before Fading Star's aura vanished into thin air, leaving him blue-balled. Pyrothos looked down at the battlefield and then left without a word. Ryu, Lucard, and Selhira appeared in a dreary swamp. Almost immediately, Ryu's pupils constricted and he slapped Lucard's back to get him to move. Lucard wanted to give Ryu the side eye, but sensing the danger as well he immediately flapped his wings and vanished into the void. Boom! The enormous maw of a blackened electric eel snapped close around where they had just been. The trio appeared again high above the swamp, their gazes serious. That creature was a lord beast without a doubt. It made sense. They had just randomly teleported into the 9th plane. It was only natural that there would be a great amount of danger almost immediately. You did this on purpose, Lucard grumbled again. He was shocked to find that his body was actually perfectly fine. Had Ryu healed him earlier, he wouldn't have come. But now he couldn't go back, or else that Lord Beast bastard would hunt him down. He was pretty much stuck here until he gained the strength to fight that fire dog off. Lucard shook his head. He had subconsciously called him a fire dog. Ryu was already influencing him. He snarled. All right, big guy, that way. Ryu pointed toward his vague sense of Mei's direction. In the true martial world, he had to enter the martial god territory first, but for some reason, he could sense Mei immediately here. We can go our own separate ways now, I can take care of myself. As for you, well, that's on you, Lucard snorted, rolling in the air to shake Ryu off. But to his chagrin, Ryu and Selhira stayed perfectly still. Don't you want a way to get out of here? Come on now, Ryu pointed again. Lucard grumbled again and eventually decided that Ryu was right. He did want a way out of here. Even if he was going to train on the 9th plane, it couldn't be here. None of this place had anything he needed. In fact, he would be better off going to the ethereal plane, but because he had entered the true nether plane, he would need to return to the real plane first before he could do that. The real plane was the linchpin that held all the planes together. It was only through it that Lucard could access all the planes. Obviously, Ryu had thought of this as well, the bastard. Grumbling, Lucard shot into the distance. This time, though, the deterrence of Selhira's necklace was worthless and the journey was far more perilous than it had been in the past. Due to this, it would be a long while before the trio got even close to Mei's location. A man with fiery red hair and scars across his eyes looked up. What is it? One of his companions asked. I dunno. I just smelled the shamelessness in the region increasing. Huh. Let's go find the nearest betting house. Someone's going to flip the true nether plane upside down again. I need to at least make some money if I'm going to suffer. Chapter 1706 Fascinating. Ryu sat on Lucard's back and seemed to forget the world. The spatial dragon's grumbling went in through one ear and out through the other. As far as Ryu was concerned, he was already hitched to this wagon and there was no getting out now. Inwardly, Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. That was because he knew that Lucard was exceptionally curious about how he had healed him instantly like that, but he was also far too prideful to ask. As much as he was grumbling about Ryu's tricks and schemes, if he was really so pissed off, he would have left on his own a long time ago. Ryu was just giving him convenient excuses to stay so that he would be able to save some face. Ryu did want Lucard as a mount, but he also realized that it was nigh impossible to get the latter to agree to something like that. And honestly, he had only used such a term to goad Lucard into action. He was much more curious about other things. Lucard was a fascinating case. Heavenly pupils were distinctly human things. From Ryu's understanding, they were essentially techniques created by long-forgotten experts that carried forward due to the sheer amount of faith they had formed. How had Primus given Ianger the flame heavenly pupils? Wasn't it by creating it? Could be said that Primus was truly an impressive man. It was hard to say exactly where his bottom line lay. But that aside, it seemed that Lucard was a natural example of something Primus had to form artificially. Or was he? Ryu couldn't help but remember that Rusil, the Wind Dragon and Lucard father-in-law, originally only let him go because of his lineage. Then there was Lucard who knew of his relation to Primus even without them exchanging a word about it. This should mean that Primus had quite some interaction with the dragons of Sacrum. So, who was to say that Ianger was his only experiment? Of course, these were all just speculations on Ryu's part. He actually wasn't sure. But even so, while he hated Primus, he couldn't help but think the man was intriguing. Did he really need to sever karma with Ryu and his father? Or was there another reason? It seemed that he couldn't take anything this man did at face value. Unfortunately, he knew too little about the Lord realms and above to make a judgment. While his master did leave some information about that to him, it had taken him so long just to deconstruct the realms up to omniscient, he didn't want to waste time on the details that were beyond him for now. What he did have, though, was a vague understanding of Lord, Sovereign, and God control, and that was enough for his purposes. Whether or not Primus was planning something didn't matter much to Ryu at all. One day or another, he would crush Primus beneath his feet just like everyone else. What he wanted was to grow stronger as quickly as possible, first to save Hope's soul, and then to find his wives. He didn't know what kind of strength it would take to cross those worlds. His master had said that even Tao gods couldn't travel between them so casually. The biggest problem on his mind now was most definitely Hope. Just being strong enough to kill Old One wouldn't be enough. He needed a method to retrieve her soul and not allow it to be used against him. Even after all this time, he still didn't have a good method. And honestly, aside from his ego, this was a large part of the reason why he didn't have his father take action. When dealing with someone as cunning as Old One, strength alone wasn't enough. Unfortunately this time, Ryu had gotten outmaneuvered both in scheme and in strength. While he had always been cautious about Old One, clearly it wasn't enough. Maybe the dream wraiths will have something. The thought flickered in his mind. Maybe this time, finding Mei wouldn't just help their relationship, but help Hope as well. At this point, it was only a matter of time before she conceived his child. It might take centuries, but it was already set in motion. Her body was missing its primordial Yin and her soul was damaged, but the rest of her bodily functions were working just fine. Ryu wouldn't allow any child he brought into this world to be motherless, and just by virtue of carrying his child, he considered Hope to be his woman. And anyone who touched that bottom line deserved something far worse than just death. Ryu settled down his heart and began to focus on cultivation. He let Lucard handle all the trouble regardless of how much he grumbled, and every time the spatial dragon ended up too injured, Ryu would give him another embryonic chi drop. Like this, the two formed a tacit understanding, while Lucard was continuously in shock and awe. Logically, no healing should be so effective time and time again. Much like pills, without a significant buffer, most healing agents lost effectiveness the more times you used it. But this didn't seem to be the case for the mysterious milky liquid. What was more shocking was that every time he was heavily injured and Ryu helped him out, he would actually end up growing more powerful. Embryonic chi was even more effective on beasts than it was on humans. Ryu had only given Viridia a single drop, but she was on the verge of a huge breakthrough now. By this point, he had already given Lucard more than 10 drops, and his improvements seemed to be coming in leaps and bounds. It took Lucard almost 1,000 years to relay his foundation. Then, in not even 10 years, he went from the Tao pedestal realm to the omniscient sky god realm. It was said that after entering this realm, your cultivation should slow to a crawl, so why was he still speeding forward? Chapter 1707 Dismember. Horizon. At some point, Lucard stopped grumbling entirely. He didn't know where Ryu had gotten his hands on such good stuff, but at least he was showing some real sincerity. At the very least, Ryu didn't seem to be stingy with its use. Whenever he really was at his limit, he would use another. What was the most shocking to Lucard was that he could feel his bloodline returning to its origin. Every drop came with it a deepening of his talent that was astonishing. He already felt that he was on another level talent-wise, but now he was truly becoming a monster. Deep into the journey, Lucard began to wonder about his eyes. Much like Ryu had speculated, he had yet to unseal all 999 seals. In fact, he was still shy of 99, the second watershed. He had spent most of his time rebuilding his foundation, and for many heavenly pupil wielders, reaching 99 unlocked seals was already their limit. He thought he was doing well already. In truth, many were only slowly coming to the shocking realization that Ryu might have unlocked all 999 of his seals. Although there was some variability, the abilities of the heavenly pupils could only be unlocked step by step. It was very rare to unlock Heaven's Gate before the 999th seal was undone, as it could be considered to be among the most broken abilities of heavenly pupils in general. For Lucard, His current strongest heavenly pupil ability allowed him the manifestation of black holes. These black holes could truly unleash carnage onto the world, shredding chi and refining it into one's own strength. It could be considered to be a much higher class of ability compared to the visualization, divine chaotic annihilation. However, this black hole ability was akin to lines of fate for Ryu. It was the most basic ability of Lucard black hole pupils, and they didn't even synergize with him very well. That was because he was a dragon, not a human. He couldn't use chi in the normal sense, so the ability lost all of its offensive characteristics. So, while this was a huge ability in the hands of a human, for Lucard it wasn't. This wasn't the worst part either, unfortunately. Aside from black hole, Lucard had only unlocked one other ability for his heavenly pupils, and that was Mirror World. If it could be said that Ryu was exceptional at awakening his heavenly pupil abilities early, Lucard was the exact opposite. Before even undoing a single seal, Ryu already had access to third perspective and lines of fate. Lucard had undone almost 99 and still only had 2. He was quite pitiful in this regard. But who asked him to be a beast? Thinking to this point, Lucard was actually eager to try, and to his shock, the instant he directed Ryu's next droplet to his eyes, there was a booming change. First, he almost instantly swept through 99 seals, but before he could even register what ability he unlocked, he felt a slight change. No way! Embryonic chi helped your body tend toward perfection. If there was an opening to take, it would dive right in. It seemed to detect the weakness of Lucard's eyes instantly and loosen the restrictions on black hole. At that moment, although he couldn't use the chi, he felt that he could redirect it. The first method was by turning it into karmic chi to fuel his eyes more, and the second method was redirecting it into his out-pupil abilities like Mirror World that took up a large amount of energy. This was enough to shock Lucard, but then he realized he had awakened more abilities and was almost giddy with joy. Every time he undid a seal, he would wait patiently in hopes that a new ability would come to him, only for there to be nothing there. But this time he had actually awakened 2 in one go. Dismember. It was an application of black hole that could be considered to be one of the strongest and more fear-inducing abilities of the black hole heavenly pupils. Rather than just manifesting black hole as a form of shield or protection, Lucard could manifest them within an enemy, shredding them apart. It was almost like planting a bomb in the void, and if one's senses weren't sharp enough, they would die even before they knew what happened to them. Horizon. The event horizon of a black hole was the region where nothing could escape. When this ability was activated, Lucard could form a force of suction that even those several levels above his own could not withstand. Right now, this ability would work even on a Tao Lord. If one ignored the fact it would work on a Tao Lord, this would seem like a lackluster ability. Until one understood a few things. First, the target was entirely up to Lucard choosing. He could even rip the soul out of a target's body if that was what he wanted to do. He could separate out one's blood essence by force, or rip their bone structures out of their bodies. Even intangible existences without substance could suffer this fate, such as Daos or comprehensions. Second, while it was much more difficult to use this ability in these ways, what wasn't more difficult was to use clever applications. Lucard didn't have to set the target to be forcefully attracted to himself. He could send them flying into a store, or he could cast Horizon twice on the body and head off a victim and pull them apart in opposite directions. The limit was only decided by how sinister the user was, and how powerful the target was. When Lucard realized this, he understood that Horizon couldn't be limited by just its description alone. By its logic, he could practically use it as an all-encompassing, almost telekinesis-like ability. Lucard roared into the skies, tens of black holes forming around him in a shuddering excitement that shredded the nether chi in the surroundings apart. Ryu chuckled beneath his breath, not opening his eyes. He'd like to see if Lucard would still not be obedient in the future. Chapter 1708 Loose Collection. Ryu's eyes slowly opened. He could sense that they were getting closer. Though Mei was still quite a distance away, at the very least, he felt that there was civilization closing in. It was odd. These days, he felt more sensitive about certain things. There was no reason he should be so certain. After all, he knew far too little about the true nether plane to begin with. The dreary atmosphere, the thick nether chi, and the demons were pretty much all he was aware of. And yet, just from the shift in fate in the air, he could tell that they were closing in on a more civilized society. The wilderness had bundles of fate that were more irregular and chaotic, while humanoid civilizations were more organized and almost airtight, as though there was less room for change. There was no doubt that the change in sensitivity came with Ryu's heavenly pupils as well. The two were inextricably linked. However, it was also related to his inner world. In fact, the latter was likely the bigger piece of the pie. During Ryu's battle with Lucard, he activated lines of fate, while his inner world was projected, and the synergistic effects were entirely beyond his expectations. But he realized after taking a step back that he should have known. His inner world allowed him complete control over fate, faith and karma over a designated area. Of course, there were restrictions and such, but none that were worth considering when it was layered with lines of fate. It had to be remembered that lines of fate wasn't an immediate cheat. There was a reason it was one of the first abilities awakened by Ryu's heavenly pupils. It allowed Ryu to read the future and even copy techniques and see through their weaknesses, but the problem was that it relied on lines of fate to do so. This meant that unless Ryu had a strong tie of fate to the person he was fighting, he had to fight them for a long and extended period of time before the true strength of lines of fate could manifest. Someone like Lucard was actually in a middle ground. They were both geniuses from Sacrum and both had dragon lineage in their blood, so honestly speaking, compared to most people Ryu fought, he was on the easier-to-read side. If Ryu used lines of fate on the people of the Fading and Radiant Star Sects, it would be super effective because he was their throne. He would be able to read them in an instant and predict their movements, probably even seconds into the future without faltering. What Ryu realized when he layered lines of fate with his inner world, though, was that his world was showing faint signs of suppressing those weaknesses. In fact, he could already see a path to the future where if his inner world grew strong enough to become a 10th heaven or anything adjacent, his lines of fate would be just as effective against any and everyone. "Let's touch down now," Ryu suddenly said. "We'll have to approach this city on foot. I'm not sure whose territory we're in right now, and I'm not exactly unknown in this place." Lucard resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He was a dignified dragon, destined to be the next dragon emperor. He couldn't just slip and fall for each and every piece of bait Lionel dangled before him. It was beneath his dignity. But of course Ryu had already made enemies. How did he have enemies on the 9th plane of the true nether plane? Lucard didn't even know if he should ask. Ryu chuckled. "Don't worry. So long as we aren't in fire giant territory, we should be okay." Probably. Selhira and Lucard gave Ryu a look. He could only shrug his shoulders in defeat. "It's not my fault this time. Primus slaughtered a fire giant in front of too many people. I really am innocent." Lucard suddenly felt an even greater headache coming on. This was probably even worse than Ryu doing something. While he had never met Primus personally, Lucard knew the man most certainly had the arrogance of a dragon. If he took action, it should have been a great expert of the Tao sovereign realm at the very worst. Not everyone was like the martial gods or the dragons. In fact, the majority of clans would never take such a thing lying down. They would hunt such a person down to the ends of the earth to protect their prestige. Still, since this was only tangentially related to Ryu, at the very least there wouldn't be Tao gods descending from the skies. If they had to worry about that, they'd already be dead. Ryu's karma alone would have handicapped them just by virtue of stepping foot onto the 9th plane. "Selhira, do you know anything about how they treat dragons on the true nether plane?" Ryu asked, changing the subject. "This bastard," Lucard thought to himself. Shouldn't he have asked that before they came all this way? Lucard was from Sacrum much like Ryu and spent most of his time training the Dragon Clan. There was more than enough to spend a lifetime on in the territory of one of the 9 powers. While Ryu himself was also from Sacrum. Between the three of them, Selhira certainly had the most knowledge on this topic. The true nether plane is more of a loose collection of sand. It's more like the Dragon Clan, but everywhere. Although it has its powers, the rest is mostly a chaotic mess. It will raise eyebrows, but only from curiosity. In fact, most of the cities are built to accommodate large demons, so it won't be a problem. Ryu nodded as they approached a city in the distance. They had been traveling for a long while and they should at least get some rest. If there was a chance for teleportation as well, that would be great. Chapter 1709 Dream Azura. The closer they got to the city, the less talkative Ryu was. His eyes kept flashing like lightning as he turned his head from side to side, seemingly observing his surroundings. But in reality, Selhira could sense a deep battle intent coming from him. It was as though he was hoping someone would pick a fight, and if they didn't, he would just pick one himself for next to no reason. She smiled and didn't say much. In truth, this might have been a problem on the real plane, but here it was fine. So long as they didn't poke the wrong hornet's nest. The true nether plane was practically a free-for-all. One would think that there would be more structure on the 9th plane, but there was actually less of it. In fact, the most organized of the planes was probably somewhere between the 5th and 8th planes. Every form of structure collapsed up here. While they were walking toward a city now, it was more like an unorganized mess of buildings surrounded by a wall. There was no city planning involved whatsoever. Some buildings were built from skeletons, some from obsidian-like rocks, others from what looked like quick-dried magma. Demons of all sorts walked around. There were some necromantic beasts, some amorphous blobs of darkness. There was even what looked like a large, dark green skin troll. The last was particularly eye-catching for no other reason than the fact he only wore a simple skirt that couldn't quite hide his dangling green penis. Every time he took a step, it would sway and a foul stench would waft into the region. The scenery was more than chaotic. It was practically a circus bazaar. There was no toll to enter the city, and there weren't even any guards. They walked right into the open gates, and as Selhira had said, other than a few glances, there was nothing else. If anything, to those that weren't from the 9 Demon King clans, a dragon was an existence that they shouldn't offend, especially since the stench of blood coming from Lucard was particularly dense at the moment. Ryu settled down his beating heart. Before they found a place to settle down, he had to first find a method of making money to earn a spot to live first. Let's go here. Ryu pointed out a particularly rowdy location. Every time his senses swept over it, he would be hit with a wave of blood and sweat. Soon, they entered an underground betting arena and Ryu felt the blood he had just managed to settle down churning again. "You guys wait here," Ryu said, shooting off before they could say anything. The 2 dragons could only shake their heads. They were beasts and still weren't this eager for battle. It almost felt like Ryu was looking for an excuse to do exactly this. "What was that? A dragon, you say? They've entered the arena? Are they participating?" A young woman with skin as pale as a tombstone looked up. "No, young miss. The human is, though." The young woman looked disappointed when she heard this. If a dragon was participating, they could make a lot of money. But then again, without the time needed to advertise, it really would be a waste. "Wait." The young woman suddenly sat up, her breasts almost spilling out of her black dress. "You said they were in a group together?" "Yes," the voice replied. He seemed to be in a particularly blood-lusted state. Good. This is a chance. Give him some easy opponents to start, inflate his head a bit. I will communicate with some channels. After the 3rd battle, prolong the 4th and kill him in vicious fashion. We'll see if we can goad the dragon into participating on his behalf to make up for his dead friend. By then, we should be able to circulate the word a bit. Our city's been on a downswing recently. We need something to liven it up. As you wish, young miss. The voice vanished and the young woman leaned back. The trouble began a few years back when a so-called Dream Azura race returned. They were apparently the descendants of the Dream Wraiths, so no one really dared to touch them. Well, that and the fact their young mistress was the disciple of that woman. The 9th plane is mostly a loose collection of sand, as Selhira said, but there were still undercurrents of structure, and that was disrupted when a large number of people suddenly appeared and occupied a large territory for themselves. A lot of cities ended up swallowed by the Dream Azuras, their structures and customers commandeered. Because the Dream Azuras had brought over the structure of the 6th heaven, many preferred to travel the extra distance and pay the extra bit for their services due to the added safety. For cities like this young woman's families, which still did things the normal demon way, sticking to their traditions, it was hard to keep up. This festered quite a bit of dissatisfaction, as one might expect. If the dream Azuras were powerful, that would be one thing. But they were relying on a proxy relationship to prop themselves up. The young woman would like to see nothing more than for them to collapse beneath their own weight. Ryu didn't know of the orders that the woman had given, or else he wouldn't have been so completely disappointed. When he stepped into the arena for the first time, feeling the sand moistened with blood beneath his feet, he felt excitement, only for his first opponent to collapse like clay. He was so disappointed that he would have directly walked out if it wasn't for the fact he reminded himself that he was actually doing this for the money and not the thrill. A second opponent came in and they fell just the same. Ryu looked to the side and saw that his total ticked up and shook his head. His battle lust faded and he just wanted to get this over with already. The third came and fell just the same. Finally came the fourth. Chapter 1710 Lower Nether God Crystals. A man strolled into the bloodied sand of an arena, if you could even call him a man. He didn't have a head. Or, rather, he didn't have a head on his neck. Instead, he held it beneath the crook of his arm, his other hand holding onto a long black blade that dragged along the ground and exuded a corrosive aura. The man's face was actually quite handsome, although his overall appearance was weakened by his obviously glaring fault. Jijiji? He laughed oddly. And when his red lips parted, a row of sharp teeth that shattered what remaining illusions a woman might have had appeared. This man was a ghoul, and from Ryu's estimates he was actually quite powerful. For a false sky god. Ryu didn't want to be too eye-catching just yet. The matters of the fifth plane had certainly not blown over just yet, and his face had been projected across the true nether plane. Right now he was even wearing a mask. Of course, it was a simple mask that only hid his face, not his aura or even his cultivation. Using one that was too invasive would actually have the opposite effect. Even so, it would be hard for people to connect him to that image. There were probably many that assumed him to be some sort of Tao god. Only the upper echelon who had been there back then would know, along with those they had no choice but to report to. In truth, Ryu had been under a pseudo-umbrella of protection as well due to the fact he was Mei's wife. It could be said that the Dream Wraith's name had protected him from being hunted down even back to the true martial world. Well, that and the fact encroaching on the territory of another was a huge taboo too. Crossing from one plane to the other was fine, but a systematic mission to target a genius of another plane was a huge no-go. The combination of the two had been a thin shield for Ryu. Now that he was here, though, the situation might be different, which was why he had to be cautious. Even so, that was only in some facets. In fact, their assumptions that he was a genius of the human race was only beneficial to him. As such, he used his eyes without hesitation. Is this a plot? Ryu chuckled. On the outside, the ghoul seemed to be a peak false sky god just like him, but in practice he was clearly a lower true sky god. Ryu wasn't surprised. Betting houses like this would be foolish to not tip the balances in their favor. There was too much money to be made and one rising start could ruin everything. Ryu had only earned one lower nether god crystal after his first bout. According to the rules, each subsequent victory increased the payout by a factor of 10. From 1 to 10 to 100 and so on. Once one got to 1,000 it would increase by increments of 1,000, but winning 4 consecutive battles was almost impossible. Most would lose their first or second bout, while the majority who won their third bout would fall in the fourth. This was why most who reached this point would take their payout and leave. 100 lower nether crystals, as most called it because there was no point in attaching the god title, was already a decent enough sum. 1 lower nether crystal could already buy you a good meal. 10 was enough to buy a decent weapon, and 100 was the monthly salary of many true sky gods. It could be said that this was why most would quit while they were ahead, especially since most who would come here did so out of desperation. However, in the eyes of everyone else, Ryu had won the other battles so easily that it would be foolish of him to not try for the fourth. In fact, it would be cowardly. Ryu saw through the scheme of the betting house immediately. They wanted him to be complacent and then suddenly die. But why? If they did this every time someone came, no one would come. Or, everyone would directly give up after the third bout and they would make nothing. No one would pay to come watch these sort of boring battles as well, so they'd lose on both fronts. So there had to be a reason they were targeting him in specific. Ryu thought of many possibilities, but he wasn't actually sure which one it was. His lip curled into a smile. If he hated to be tested so much, one could imagine how he felt about being toyed with. In that case, he would make them bleed. But slowly, the headless ghoul shot forward, swinging his long black blade in a wide arc. He's restricting his strength to the false sky god realm. Interesting. Do they want to make the fight seem close first and then kill me? I don't believe that they'd send a true sky god to die just like that. The strongest existences of this city should be in the Lord realm, and they didn't seem to be connected to some higher power. This establishment would be far weaker than the best power in this city as well. It was unlikely that they would treat the life of a true sky god so casually, especially since they were a loyal warrior of the betting house. Ryu stepped out of the way of the blade, allowing it to just barely pass by his throat. The corrosive aura latched onto his protective chi, trying to eat at it. Interesting, Ryu thought. He didn't dismiss the chi just yet. In the world of cultivation, it wasn't just your cultivation that mattered, but the grade of chi you cultivated as well. The chi this man used was decent, but he wouldn't be able to use it to break into the perfect sky god realm as it was only a true level chi, also known as a true chi. Ryu could use his chaos chi to shatter it 1,000,000 times over. Their exchange quickly grew chaotic. Chapter 1711 A Pleasure. Ryu danced and weaved, countering from time to time and quickly finding that his stances were becoming more refined. Because he was suppressing his strength as well, he had to use more skill to counter than not. Compared to the true sky god ghoul, he was suppressing his power with far more ferocity. The cheers of the crowd grew raucous as they had finally gotten a good bout. To the side, Lucard snorted. What is he playing at? Selhira's gaze flickered. Lucard was a dragon, so he was naturally disdainful of such things. But she, who had seen both sides of the coin now, felt a bit differently. Ryu was holding back now in order to make more later. A pleasure. A voice came from their side. A familiar young miss greeted them, bowing politely. Lucard looked at her with indifference, but the young woman with pale skin and ruby-red lips didn't seem to mind in the slightest. She didn't expect to be able to charm a dragon with her looks. In truth, the feminine form of humans was universally attractive to all races. However, while Lucard was a dragon, she was just the manager of a small city and her father was barely an omniscient sky god. Her bloodline and lineage wasn't nearly strong enough to be a top-class beauty, and she paled in comparison to Selhira by several strokes of heaven's brush. Seeing that they didn't respond, Elise straightened herself out and maintained her smile. She looked toward the arena and the fight below, looking as though she had the intention to spectate along with them. Lucard and Selhira frowned, but before they could say anything, Elise spoke. I won't bother the two of you for too long. It was just that I've always wanted to see a majestic dragon for too long and couldn't help myself, though I know it's unprofessional. I'll apologize with another bow. Elise bowed once more. If you two need anything else, feel free to tell me. It would also be an enormous honor if a dragon would fight in our arena. But I know that I am overestimating myself, so I won't ask for me. Elise chuckled. She waved a hand and several dishes were served in the blink of an eye before they all vanished. I will take my leave now. Lucard watched her leave without saying a single word. Then he looked up, finding that there were more and more people streaming into the battle arena, almost all of whom looked right at him in shock and awe. He snorted again. He was a majestic divine beast, not some show attraction. He almost had the intention to burn the whole city down. He had half a mind to just burn the whole city down. So what if there was a Tao Lord? Right now, he was actually itching to do battle with one. He wanted to see just how much his heavenly pupils had increased his combat prowess. Obviously, if they defeated the city lord, then all this wealth would be theirs and none of this would be necessary. But he hadn't brought this up to Ryu. It made them sound too much like they were a single team. He didn't want this guy to get any funny ideas. Ryu smiled. Over time, he lowered his strength more and more, and he found that his eyes suddenly began to do the heavy lifting. He had forgotten that his greatest strength was his comprehension. By this point in the fight, he understood the ghoul's attack patterns like the back of his hand. Even if the handsome ghoul were to suddenly ramp up their strength, it wouldn't make even the slightest difference. Ryu seemed to be able to predict his movements even without lines of fate. He moved fluidly, almost as though the ghoul wasn't there at all. It didn't even look like he was dodging anymore. Instead, it looked like he was always countering, his movements so perfectly timed that even while he was always moving forward, the ghoul's attack always just barely managed to miss him. Ryu shot a punch out, his body shifting forward as the ghoul's sword missed his neck once again. Suddenly, he began to not only predict the ghoul's moves and consistently counter, but he also began to alter his movements through his attacks, forcing him into certain patterns. By some point, the strength Ryu was using was so weak that it could barely be considered at the Sky God level, and for a while, no one seemed to notice that he was using his chi as a mask while relying entirely on his body. Bang! 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 The ghoul was beginning to get frustrated as he suddenly threw his head at Ryu's face, his teeth baring and chomping down. The mask of a false sky god slipped just the tiniest bit, but not enough for anyone other than Ryu and Lucard to notice. The ghoul followed up with a piercing blade that seemed aimed right for the back of his own head, obscuring Ryu's vision. At the same time, his corrosive chi erupted with such fervor that if Ryu used his spiritual sense at this time, the ghoul felt that it should erode away. Finally showing your true colors? The ghoul must have been very confident in his head if it put it in the line of fire like this. There was no doubt some secret related to this. Ryu just didn't care. Bang! Everything came to a stop as the ghoul's head suddenly exploded into countless pieces. His sword attack came to a stop midday, the life of the ghoul blinking into non-existence in a breath of time. The splash of blood rained down from the arena. It was hard to see, but those that were sharp realized that it wrote out the word death. Just what level of skill and control did it take to explode someone's head in such a way? Chapter 17:13 First. Ryu stood tall and straight, a smirk on his lips, though this was lost to the crowd. To them, all they could see was a pair of cold, silver eyes. Sometimes, when the light reflected across them, they would appear to be blue, only adding to the frigid air. Everyone was stunned for a moment before the crowd erupted. How long had it been since someone managed to clear the fourth battle? Even those that some thought had the strength almost never took the risk to do so, while those with the strength usually came under the power of the betting house arena. In the end, it could be said that every time someone crossed the fourth battle, it became harder to pass in the future, not easier. The ghoul that Ryu just defeated was most definitely one of these experts that had once passed the fourth battle, and yet he was crushed, seemingly with ease. Even if they weren't experts, how could they not see the fact that Ryu had had an easy time? Then, he suddenly exploded with power that crushed his opponent like he never took him seriously to begin with. Continue, Ryu spoke. The crowd fell into silence once more before they erupted with even greater fervor. This was exactly what they wanted. What was the point of passing the fourth if you didn't continue? Elise was watching from an inner room. When Ryu suddenly defeated the ghoul, she sat up in her seat, her gaze flickering with surprise. Soon, her brows furrowed. This situation was a bit tricky. On the one hand, even if the dragon didn't go, just the fact someone had reached this stage was exciting nonetheless. The trouble was that those experts she had called over to watch the spectacle, people that had paid exorbitant prices, wouldn't care to see a human fight no matter how spectacular they were. In their opinions, they could do the same, so who gave a damn? Now, seeing a dragon fight, that was a novelty they couldn't look away from. On the other hand, though, if Ryu was able to suddenly explode with such power, it was more likely than not that he had also noticed the trick she had just played. A genius that could cross a major realm to do battle was rare even on the ninth plane. There was no way he would miss something like that. She should have known. With a dragon's pride, how could they travel with someone normal? Even if they were going to bring a servant along, wouldn't it be a beauty like Selhira and not a man? It wasn't that she hadn't thought of this. It was more so that she didn't think it would matter. Even those geniuses wouldn't have an easy time dealing with someone above them. Couldn't be said that Ryu was a genius, but rather a monster. Unfortunately, it was too late to back away now. Send out a true sky god. Don't let them mask themselves. Miss. Her butler sounded unsure. Take advantage of their arrogance. This also gives us plausible deniability. If we tried to hide it again, it would easily backfire. But if we openly send out a stronger enemy, then it will seem like instead of trying to kill him, we were really just giving him an opponent that was on his level. The butler nodded in understanding. Everyone knew that an expert who suppressed their cultivation was almost always stronger than another expert who was naturally at that cultivation level. He couldn't help but be impressed by his young Miss Flexibility. It was no wonder her father trusted her to manage so many of their important resources. It wasn't long before another enemy came before Ryu, but to everyone's shock, it was a lower true sky god. When they looked at Ryu, they could clearly see that he was in the peak false sky god realm. Was it really alright to do this? This shock was quickly overwhelmed by excitement. How rare was it to see such a thing? Could be said that this killed two birds with one stone. Even the uppity young masters and mistresses in the crowd certainly couldn't snub their noses at such a thing. In fact, much to Elisa's expectations, they all sat up. It wasn't to the point that they were chomping at the bit, but it was enough to show that they were truly interested. Ryu himself grinned beneath his plain white mask. He had to admit that the person behind the scenes was decent at scheming. He looked toward his opponent, a scaled man with a split, slithering tongue. There was a heavy ball and chain around both of his legs, and his slit eyes carried sinister intentions. "Come die, little boy." The scaled man spoke and suddenly burst into action. The heavy iron balls behind him dragged a line through the sand before he suddenly kicked out. "Oh!" Ryu blinked. He had never seen a person use such weapons before. At the same time, it was deceptively difficult to deal with. If he tried to block the much lighter chains, the iron ball would quickly wrap around him, sealing off his movements. But if he tried to block the iron balls themselves, well, at least a normal person would likely break every bone in their body. Ryu could obviously destroy all of this with absolute strength. But where would be the fun in that? He ducked beneath the first lashing chain, wanting to see how the scaled man would follow up. Soon, his question was answered. The man's legs began akin to a whirlwind, a wild barrage of furiously spinning kicks. The battlefield became obscured by the shadows of balls and chains. But what was most fascinating to Ryu was that they began to pulse with chi, forming a sort of entrapment array. Fascinating. Ryu jumped up and then quickly ducked. However, the chains were spinning far too fast for him to rely on gravity to descend to the ground and dodge again. By the time he did so, at least in the eyes of the crowd, he would be minced to pieces. This was when Ryu suddenly spun parallel to the ground, his palms striking out at the same time. The scaled man saw this and sneered. The moment Ryu touched the chains, he was finished. They would wrap around him so tightly that he'd be ripped apart. The first iron ball would spiral around his legs and shatter his femur. The second would spiral up his torso and shatter his head into a rain of blood and gore. He had seen it happen so many times that he almost would have relaxed had his battle instincts not been so excellent. That was when something shocking occurred. Ryu lightly patted at the air with his palms as though he was fluffing two pillows at once. A small shockwave hit the chains, and instead of wrapping around him like they should, it looked as though they had snapped like whips. A sinusoidal wave trembled its way through the chains, sending one high into the air and the other low, while leaving Ryu unscathed. The expression of the scaled man changed, but it was already too late. The momentum of the iron ball going upward was too much. His legs were split apart into a vertical split, his groin crying out in pain. He flexed in an attempt to bring them back together while lifting the leg anchored to the ground back up. Ryu stood tall and straight, a smirk on his lips, though this was lost to the crowd. To them, all they could see was a pair of cold silver eyes. Sometimes, when the light reflected across them, they would appear to be blue, only adding to the frigid air. Everyone was stunned for a moment before the crowd erupted. How long had it been since someone managed to clear the fourth battle? Even those that some thought had the strength almost never took the risk to do so, while those with the strength usually came under the power of the betting house arena. In the end, it could be said that every time someone crossed the fourth battle, it became harder to pass in the future, not easier. The ghoul that Ryu just defeated was most definitely one of these experts that had once passed the fourth battle, and yet he was crushed, seemingly with ease. Even if they weren't experts, how could they not see the fact that Ryu had had an easy time? Then, he suddenly exploded with power that crushed his opponent like he never took him seriously to begin with. "Continue," Ryu spoke. The crowd fell into silence once more before they erupted with even greater fervor. This was exactly what they wanted. What was the point of passing the fourth if you didn't continue? Elise was watching from an inner room. When Ryu suddenly defeated the ghoul, she sat up in her seat, her gaze flickering with surprise. Soon, her brows furrowed. This situation was a bit tricky. On the one hand, even if the dragon didn't go, just the fact someone had reached this stage was exciting nonetheless. The trouble was that those experts she had called over to watch the spectacle, people that had paid exorbitant prices, wouldn't care to see a human fight no matter how spectacular they were. In their opinions, they could do the same, so who gave a damn? Now, seeing a dragon fight, that was a novelty they couldn't look away from. On the other hand, though, if Ryu was able to suddenly explode with such power, it was more likely than not that he had also noticed the trick she had just played. A genius that could cross a major realm to do battle was rare even on the 9th plane. There was no way he would miss something like that. She should have known. With a dragon's pride, how could they travel with someone normal? Even if they were going to bring a servant along, wouldn't it be a beauty like Selhira and not a man? It wasn't that she hadn't thought of this. It was more so that she didn't think it would matter. Even those geniuses wouldn't have an easy time dealing with someone above them. Couldn't be said that Ryu was a genius but rather a monster. Unfortunately, it was too late to back away now. Send out a true sky god. Don't let them mask themselves. Miss. Her butler sounded unsure. Take advantage of their arrogance. This also gives us plausible deniability. If we tried to hide it again, it would easily backfire. But if we openly send out a stronger enemy, then it will seem like instead of trying to kill him, we were really just giving him an opponent that was on his level. The butler nodded in understanding. Everyone knew that an expert who suppressed their cultivation was almost always stronger than another expert who was naturally at that cultivation level. He couldn't help but be impressed by his young Miss Flexibility. It was no wonder her father trusted her to manage so many of their important resources. It wasn't long before another enemy came before Ryu, but to everyone's shock, it was a lower true sky god. When they looked at Ryu, they could clearly see that he was in the peak false sky god realm. Was it really alright to do this? This shock was quickly overwhelmed by excitement. How rare was it to see such a thing? Could be said that this killed two birds with one stone. Even the uppity young masters and mistresses in the crowd certainly couldn't snub their noses at such a thing. In fact, much to Elise's expectations, they all sat up. It wasn't to the point that they were chomping at the bit, but it was enough to show that they were truly interested. Ryu himself grinned beneath his plain white mask. He had to admit that the person behind the scenes was decent at scheming. He looked toward his opponent, a scaled man with a split, slithering tongue. There was a heavy ball and chain around both of his legs, and his slit eyes carried sinister intentions. "Come die, little boy." The scaled man spoke and suddenly burst into action. The heavy iron balls behind him dragged a line through the sand before he suddenly kicked out. "Oh!" Ryu blinked. He had never seen a person use such weapons before. At the same time, it was deceptively difficult to deal with. If he tried to block the much lighter chains, the iron ball would quickly wrap around him, sealing off his movements. But if he tried to block the iron balls themselves, well, at least a normal person would likely break every bone in their body. Ryu could obviously destroy all of this with absolute strength. But where would be the fun in that? He ducked beneath the first lashing chain, wanting to see how the scaled man would follow up. Soon, his question was answered. The man's legs began akin to a whirlwind, a wild barrage of furiously spinning kicks. The battlefield became obscured by the shadows of balls and chains. But what was most fascinating to Ryu was that they began to pulse with chi, forming a sort of entrapment array. Fascinating. Ryu jumped up and then quickly ducked. However, the chains were spinning far too fast for him to rely on gravity to descend to the ground and dodge again. By the time he did so, at least in the eyes of the crowd, he would be minced to pieces. This was when Ryu suddenly spun parallel to the ground, his palms striking out at the same time. The scaled man saw this and sneered. The moment Ryu touched the chains, he was finished. They would wrap around him so tightly that he'd be ripped apart. The first iron ball would spiral around his legs and shatter his femur. The second would spiral up his torso and shatter his head into a rain of blood and gore. He had seen it happen so many times that he almost would have relaxed had his battle instincts not been so excellent. That was when something shocking occurred. Ryu lightly patted at the air with his palms as though he was fluffing two pillows at once. A small shockwave hit the chains, and instead of wrapping around him like they should, it looked as though they had snapped like whips. A sinusoidal wave trembled its way through the chains, sending one high into the air and the other low, while leaving Ryu unscathed. The expression of the scaled man changed, but it was already too late. The momentum of the iron ball going upward was too much. His legs were split apart into a vertical split, his groin crying out in pain. He flexed in an attempt to bring them back together while lifting the leg anchored to the ground back up. However, that was when Ryu's palms struck out again, hitting the chains with a light strike. Bang! The sight was so horrific that many looked away. The scaled man's legs were ripped apart, the momentum of the iron balls so great that his body was torn in two from the groin up. Blood and guts fell as Ryu landed lightly on the ground. He nodded to himself. He had never thought that he could make so much progress battling weaklings. He actually had so much room to improve his control. The last battle made it clear, but this was like a stamp of approval. In fact, he suddenly wanted them to send out more quirky abilities. He didn't even care about the nether crystals anymore. He just wanted to see how many he could defeat while using the least amount of power. Just then, the crowd erupted, their raucous cheers threatening to bring the house down. Many rushed down and grabbed hold of the chain net keeping them out of the battlefield, shaking it with all their might as though they had all been bloodlust. "Continue," Ryu called out. As the cheers became even louder, a young man and woman in the crowd slowly opened their eyes, their gazes landing on Ryu in unison. One was obscenely large. Despite being humanoid in structure, his skin was a fiery red, horns rose from his head, and he stood at over 10 meters tall. He was a fire giant. The other had skin that was quite literally white. It would have looked ghastly and inhumane had her face not been the picture of absolute perfection. Above her head, a crown of ice hovered like a halo, reflecting sky blues and delicate lavender colors. She was an ice queen. These two demon king races wouldn't normally be caught dead in such a small city. However, they had been making their way toward an event and ended up hearing word that there was a real dragon here. How could they not come to see how they stacked up to this divine creature? What they didn't expect was that a human would surprise them first. Chapter 1714 Wager. The Ice Queen, Luna. She wasn't just an astounding beauty, but she was known as a great talent as well. Although she wasn't as good as those Heart of a Hero characters, she wasn't far behind them either. If there were 3 tiers of geniuses, that being geniuses, heroes, and then monsters, she would be firmly within the genius tier. Could be said that the 16-year-old of the beast mimicry sect that Ryu fought in the martial god clan was firmly in the hero category. However, he had undergone a great change after his exchange with Ryu. It was hard to say if the next time they met he would still be a hero or if he would graduate to the ranks of monsters. The fire giant, Farich. He was much like Luna, a great talent shy of the hero tier of geniuses. It was hard to say that these were rankings that everyone used, and it was simply a casual tier system that Ryu himself had created after some exchanges. He had deduced that the martial gods and the true martial world most definitely had far more to offer, and as such he added a monster tier above the hero tier. But whether he was correct or not, only time would tell. What was certain was that no matter what tier these geniuses fell into, in their opinions, they were always far better. The fact that the 16-year-old youth could potentially raise himself to the monster tier after a single battle went to show that there was a thin piece of paper between every level. If you were determined enough, it wasn't all that difficult to poke a hole through it and transcend your limits. This was all to say that at this level, what separated geniuses wasn't their baseline of talent. Rather, it was their luck, their comprehension, and their hearts. In terms of the gifts they were all given at birth, it could be said that other than a few at the very top echelon of the monster tier, it was hard to differentiate them at all. This painted the picture well of the kind of character that Farage and Luna were. And now, their attentions were all pulled toward Ryu, who stood there confidently and without a care in the world. The arena ground rumbled, loose sand jumping up for a moment before plopping down. The quake was quite substantial, or else even this wouldn't be possible. With how much blood had been poured into the arena, the sand was no longer so easy to move. There was a dense moistness that reminded you of its presence with every step. The stench was enough to make even the bravest of warriors vomit, and the clumps of once brown sand had long turned a grotesque rusted color. Her skin was purple and her hair was a mask of flickering blue flames. Standing at over 5 meters tall, she leaned a heavy axe over her shoulder, one with a pole arm that surpassed even herself in height. Her lower body was covered by nothing more than a beast skin cloth, but every time she walked and the wind blew a bit too fiercely, it became obvious that there was nothing underneath. In fact, in place of her pubes was another fiery bed of blue flames. This flaming giant of a woman obviously didn't care about this, because along with her lack of underwear, her chest was covered by nothing at all, bluish nipples standing out in contrast to her violet skin. The raucous cheers of the crowd reached another level. It was clear that she was a crowd favorite, and it wasn't too surprising at all. Despite her size, and her chiseled set of abs and arms, she was quite a beauty. Although she wasn't to the level of a world-ending type of woman, her facial features were delicate and pleasing to the eye. There was no doubt that even if she was 5 meters tall, there were quite a few in the crowd willing to climb that tree. Ryu himself chuckled at the sight. He was never shy about admiring beautiful women, but he preferred his women to be his own. That said, it didn't seem that this giant woman was doing this for the sex appeal. She truly seemed to not care. Judging by the look in her eye, she was here for battle and nothing else. Clearly, she had been raised in a vastly different culture to Ryu's own. What was more interesting to Ryu, though, was that he sensed a familiar aura coming from her. Fire giant? She should have a small strand of their bloodline. Interesting. Ryu's gaze flickered before he shook his head. In recent days, he was making great progress toward consolidating his path. His eyes, his Tao, and now even his talents were slowly becoming one. It would be hard to convince him to switch gears now. He was slowly starting to see the benefit of fusing his talents toward one singular goal. Just now, he had thought of how interesting it would be to take this giant woman as a corpse puppet. It had been a very long time since he refined a puppet, and it was somewhat of a lost art to him, though one he felt that he could have great success with. Attacking a fire giant and turning them into a puppet would only enrage them further. But, if he took a puppet without a strong fire giant bloodline, and then turned them into a powerful fire giant after the fact? He shook his head again, the wind pressure of the giant flaming woman's axe swinging down toward his head. Ryu's brows jumped. It had nothing to do with the strength of the attack, though it was quite strong. The main issue was the skill. He could sense that flame had erupted in the void, making him feel as though he had been suppressed in the void. Fascinating. A true sky god shouldn't be able to play around with the void so easily. Unless? Ryu's eyes flashed. This should be related to Nether Chi. He had never really thought about what sort of speciality Nether Chi might have because he had never used it. Ethereal Chi and Nether Chi were probably two sides of the same coin. But thinking about it like this was probably wrong, considering real Chi was right in the middle of the two. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't have access to any of this. He had control over the Chaos Plane, which was separate from the real plane and its branching ethereal and nether planes. No, it can't just be Nether Chi, though it likely is in part. This woman is a genius. Why is she here? Ryu's gaze flickered as the axe continued to descend. His brain roared into action, but to his surprise, he couldn't find a quick solution. For the first time, rather than using skill, he was forced into a situation where he could only use brute force. He punched out with a great amount of speed, meeting the momentum of the axe head-on as though he wasn't worried about his arm being sliced off at all. There was a shocked gasp that went through the crowd before the clash resounded. Bang! To the surprise of the spectators, the sand around them formed a wild vortex as they were both forced a single step back. But everyone knew that that meant that in this exchange, Ryu had actually won. The giant woman had the leverage of attacking from above, and yet they were evenly matched. This could only mean that Ryu was actually stronger than her. At that moment, the void shattered with dancing, illusory flames that flickered like candles. The giant flaming woman looked surprised, the first flicker of emotion appearing in her eyes. She thought that she would crush Ryu in a single blow and call it a day. She didn't think that this would happen. What was even more shocking to her, though, was the fact that Ryu looked even more surprised than she was. He looked down at his fist as though he couldn't understand how it was so weak. When he looked up, he chuckled. "Hey, lady, I don't know your story, but how about a wager?" The giant flaming woman's eyes narrowed. She had heard many such things before, men challenging her for the chance to spend a night with her. She was entirely uninterested in such things, and even if she was, it wouldn't be with a man less than half as tall as her. How would she feel like a woman exactly? "It's not what you're thinking. I'm not interested in women who expose themselves like this. It's something else." As for the matter of size, he had idle control. If he really wanted this woman, he could easily make himself her size. But like he said, he wasn't interested. The giant woman didn't seem offended by Ryu's words. Once again, she simply didn't care. "What kind of wager?" Her voice was impossibly delicate for her size. Although it was definitely on the deeper side for a woman, it had a mellow sweetness to it nonetheless. "It's simple," Ryu grinned. "I lose. I'll become your slave. You lose, you become mine. How about it?" The dangerous glint in Ryu's eyes seemed to tremble the void, the world roaring in response. It looked as though he was ready to face off against the world. Chapter 17:15 Lose. Ryu looked into the flaming giant woman's eyes, the glint within his own applying a pressure to her that she had never faced before. For a moment it felt like Ryu was the giant and she was the normal human. Every fiber of her being screamed out, "No!" There was no way she could defeat this man. And yet, this was ironically the very reason she took a step forward and attacked without a word. If she took a step back now, then her Tao heart would be cracked at the very least. In the worst-case scenario, her path of cultivation would cease to be right here and now. Ryu knew this intimately. He had already begun to feel out this woman's character the moment she appeared. He knew what kind of heart of a warrior that she had, and he knew that she had no ability to resist these sorts of stakes. If she refused, then her Tao heart would collapse and he would win anyway. And if she accepted like he thought she would, well, the result was obvious. Bang! 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 Fist and axe danced, the clashes causing concentric circles of blown-apart sand, flesh and blood to shoot toward the outer regions of the cage. Ryu's fists seemed to have a force field protecting them. The giant woman acted to split everything apart with every move she took, and yet she couldn't make it past those barriers at all. When she approached Ryu, it was like he was surrounded not only by another space, but another time as well, as though he was a world and a decade away, standing before her and yet not at the same time. She tried to use her void flames once again, but they couldn't be lit within Ryu's vicinity. And it was at that moment that an illusory flame of Ryu's own suddenly danced into being across his body and robes. Despite its appearance, the temperature didn't seem to rise. Instead, it calmed as though stabilizing beneath its might. When this flame appeared, the giant flaming woman felt that even her own flames were spiraling out of control. Let alone allowing the void to catch on fire, she couldn't even manifest them anymore. In the past, Ryu's rebirth flames could only make him immune to all flames at and below his level. But now, even suppression was possible. Before him, who had the right to use flames? Before an Emperor Phoenix, even a world's embers could only smolder. She felt like she was being suffocated from all sides. In terms of strength, Ryu was crushing her. In terms of skill, he was outmaneuvering her. In terms of talent, he was grinding her beneath his feet. She could see that he wasn't just trying to defeat her. He could have done that long ago. He was showing her that no matter the aspect, no matter the path she took, she could only be inferior to him. Every time they clashed, she would take exactly one step back. He didn't use any more or any less strength, almost like he was coddling a child that he didn't want to harm. Every strike was like another resonant howl through her soul and Tao heart, her mind and body crying out in pain and horror with every stroke. And yet she didn't shed a single drop of blood. Not because Ryu couldn't, but rather because he didn't want to. She was about to be his new plaything, why would he damage his own things? At least that was what the giant woman thought. And it fueled her fury to a new level. Her flaming blue hair erupted and a second axe appeared in her hand. She roared as though she had lost her mind, unleashing a flurry of attacks that resonated through the room. Bang! 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 Ryu blocked with the fluid motion of a flowing river. The first was taken by his palm, the next by his elbow, the last by the pinch of his fingers. He held the axe in his palm and pressed down, tilting the giant woman off balance just as she attempted to swing once more with her second axe. He found that predicting the movements of those that used conventional weapons was easier than anything else. The more he fought the giant woman, the more he realized that this must be due to his god aura fusing with his close combat mastery. Of the 9 core weapons, there wasn't a single one he didn't understand as intimately as the back of his hand, and that was this woman's downfall. Thrown off balance, the second axe descended too quickly, landing an inch by Ryu's foot. He didn't even flinch as he reached down and grabbed this blade as well. Suddenly, both battle axes were under his control, and no matter how hard the giant woman tried, she couldn't pull them back up. Her head was as large as a third of Ryu's body. Because her axes were under Ryu's control and she was forced to bend forward, their faces weren't even a meter apart. Looking into those silver eyes, the fury of the giant woman felt like it was truly about to boil over. How dare he look at her like this? As though she wasn't worth much of anything at all. She roared right into Ryu's face, blowing his white hair back to the point it looked as though it was dancing in hurricane-force winds. And yet, Ryu didn't even flinch. "You lose," he said calmly. The giant woman continued to struggle to pull her axes back, but it was entirely useless. The arena was in a state of complete silence. Everyone thought that they would see a great battle, especially after what happened during the first go-around. They never expected that Ryu was hiding this much of his strength. In fact, if he wasn't so adamant on leaving the giant woman with no room to maneuver, they would have never known. Chapter 17:16 Different Forms. The giant flaming woman's body shook and trembled. This time, it wasn't because she was trying to take her axes back. She realized at that moment that there was no point. The strength gap between the two of them was so enormous that there simply was no chance at all. If Ryu was simply cultivation realms above her own, then she would be able to accept it. In that case, this was just the way of the nether plane. She had been different forms of a slave before, this arena was just one form of it. Selling her life and death to make others money and allow her to improve, that was the kind of line she had been walking for a long time. However, she had always thought herself to be no weaker than those top geniuses. She just lacked a chance and an opportunity. But Ryu crushed all of that. She fell to her knees, her head lowering and her raging blue flames died down, almost looking like hair right after it was soaked through. "Good," Ryu said plainly. Then, without much fanfare, his eyes flashed and a portal appeared around the flaming giant woman, taking her into the world of his heavenly pupils. The moment this happened, everyone in the arena stood to their feet, their hearts beating out of their chests. Heavenly pupils. They were both shocked and accepting of the reality at the same time. It was no wonder. There wasn't a single existence that wielded heavenly pupils that wasn't an absolute monster. Even those ranked outside the top 10 were no exception. There were only a few dozen heavenly pupils passed down through the generations, and each one was a monstrous existence of its own. For those people, climbing cultivation realms to do battle wasn't a surprise, it was a requirement. When Elise got the news, she frowned. She should have known, she knew that she should have known. Like she had said before, how the hell could a dragon travel with a normal male companion? They had to be a monster worthy of their companionship. She took a breath. This is fine as well, though. Even if the dragon doesn't fight, wouldn't this be a huge opportunity nonetheless? Who wouldn't want to see the might of heavenly pupils? She bit her lip for a bit, thinking of what to do. Then she looked up. Send out a peak true sky god. The butler's eyes widened, but this time he didn't refute. What surprised them, though, was that none of it mattered. Every time they sent out another expert, Ryu would take his time, dragging out the fight and seemingly using the opponent to sharpen himself. Then, when he was done with them, he would directly kill them. By the time he made it to 10 consecutive victories, the remuneration jumped from 10,000 nether crystals to 20,000. The 10,000 increment jumps became a mainstay until one reached 20 consecutive victories, whereupon it would jump up by 100,000 nether crystal increments. The reality was that these rules were set in place mostly as an unattainable dream, to stoke the flames of the crowd a bit and get them excited. In truth, the betting arena had never thought that they'd have to use these incentive models at all. Could be said that Elise was sharp. By the time Ryu started clearing the 10,000 increment challenges, his opponents were already perfect sky gods. And yet, the result was much the same. Soon, he made it to 20 consecutive victories. By this point, Elise was truly feeling the weight of it all. Although Ryu had made 100,000 lower nether crystals by this point, what was that to the life of a true sky god? Let alone a perfect sky god? Just raising someone to the fragmented sky god realm would likely take a few dozen nether crystals depending on their talent. Beyond that, the changes were astronomical. It wouldn't take less than 10,000 to raise a false sky god, and it would certainly take more than 100,000 to raise a true sky god. Of course, this money was spent over time, so it didn't feel as exaggerated. But when it was laid out like this, it truly wasn't worth it at all. The trouble was that Ryu had already killed 10 perfect sky gods, and he showed no sign of stopping. This was enough to cost the betting arena upward of 10 to 20 million nether crystals. In fact, for experts at that level, they would already begin counting their spending habits with middle nether crystals, making it worse. In the end, she had no choice but to stop it here. There was a reason she had let it get as bad as 10 deaths of that caliber. If she didn't let Ryu vent some of his frustration and allowed it to fester, they could suffer an even more severe blow. Essentially, she let Ryu kill those 10 perfect sky gods so that he wouldn't continue to seek trouble with them when she cut off the well of funds. She didn't even say anything about Ryu taking the giant woman even though she was one of their prized fighters. She could only hope that this advertisement would help them recoup the loss in the future. She walked out with an embarrassed smile on her face. Young master is truly a king amongst men. Elise spoke, and her beauty caught the attention of many as she stood high above on a platform. I'm sorry to say that perfect sky gods are no match for the young hero, and our transcendent sky gods are usually booked well in advance. As compensation, I can directly give the young master 10 million lower nether crystals. I hope this is enough. Ryu looked up at her and smiled. This girl was smart. Since she had said as much, there really was no need. All right, I accept. He nodded. Boom. At that moment, a fire giant landed in the arena. When others looked up, they found an enormous hole in the chain protecting everyone. Farage grinned wildly. Your eyes. I want them. Chapter 17:17 Death Guard. Ryu looked toward the fire giant indifferently. The rush of heat blew his hair back, but whereas another false sky god would find their protective chi shattered and their skin scorched to ash, Ryu didn't even need to use his chi to stand unbothered. The protections of his rebirth flames extended to the heat of flames as well. This peak-perfect realm demon king was entirely unable to move him with flames alone. Suddenly, Ryu smiled. You have 3 seconds to piss off, or else I'll bury your severed hand in this sand. Ryu pointed downward. The old Ryu would never even give him such an option. The problem he was facing now was that he was already an enemy of the fire giants. Right now, he managed to avoid that level of scrutiny, but if he became their enemy again, it was likely that his original identity would be exposed before he could even make it to Mei's side. Of course, he had long since marked this fire giant for death. Whether he left right now or not, in the future he'd have his head on a pike. The difference was that it wasn't ideal to kill him now. He had gotten away with killing freely in the martial god realm, but there were several variables to consider in a place like this one. First off, the only reason why he didn't have to deal with the nonsense of life-saving treasures in the martial god clan was that they all felt like they were at home. Why would they have life-saving measures prepared when they were walking around their own clan? And for those that had some in stock just in case, by the time they realized they needed to use them, it would have already been far too late. In this situation, though, this fire giant had long left his clan. He was in a fight-or-flight state constantly, and he was battle-hardened. Ryu expected him to have several such measures, and that made the calculation for his strength far more annoying. Of course, there was a chance that the fire giants were much like the martial gods in that their culture allowed their geniuses to run free and die without support. However, Ryu wouldn't bet on it. From an outsider's perspective, a demon was unruly, and they shouldn't care about their offspring. But the reality was that it was precisely because they didn't care about anything that they would act as they pleased. The martial gods looked like a loose handful of sand, but they were driven by a very particular culture. It was the demons that were the true loose pile of sand. Some of them might truly not care if you killed their offspring, but there were just as many that would hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Now, if Ryu was still as selfish about his habits as he usually was, he wouldn't give a damn. Let them come. The problem was that if he was thrust into such a life-and-death situation immediately, then his odds of seeing Mei would plummet. Not only that, but even if he managed to make it to her, would the dream wraiths protect him just because he was her husband? Even as a man alone, such a thing would be hard to swallow, let alone if you took it from the dream wraith's perspective. It could be said, then, that Ryu was giving this fire giant a little longer to live purely for the sake of his wife. However, if he pushed him, Farage laughed uproariously, his aura towering and still rising as though a volcano about to erupt. Suddenly, he was frozen in place. The space around him was locked down, and even his laughter was caught in his throat. It felt like there was a tiny force pulling at the entire surface area of his body all at once. It was like trillions of tiny hooks had lodged themselves in his skin as fishermen reeled their lines back. To an outsider's perspective, it looked like nothing at all had happened. Transcendence might be able to claim a faint inkling of what was happening. Other than that, only those with great spatial soul natures could sense exactly what was happening. Oh! Ryu quirked an eyebrow and then smiled. He knew that not only had Lucard intervened, but he had used an exceptionally high-level application of Horizon. Lucard was exhibiting Horizon thousands of times over on small sections of Farage's skin. All those forces were perfectly balanced such that the fire giant was completely frozen in place. Ryu knew that Lucard didn't have to go so far to stop the likes of Farage. Just one use of Horizon was a huge drain considering he had only unlocked just over 99 seals, let alone thousands, even though it required much less power to work on someone 2 cultivation realms beneath him. Clearly, Lucard was just messing around, trying to understand the limits of his talents, and he felt that this was a convenient target. Farage's body was instantly matted in cold sweat. He didn't know who had done this to him, but he had a pretty good idea. Boom! Suddenly, the roof of the battle arena was blown off, and the entire city was plunged into a hellscape. The temperature skyrocketed, but at the same instant, an otherworldly beauty appeared as well, plunging the other half of the city into a field of ice. Ryu chuckled, realizing what was happening. Farage had a death guard following him much like Yana had followed him in the past. But so did the Ice Queen young Miss Luna. When Farage's death guard appeared, Luna's death guard felt that something was amiss and took action to protect her charge just in case. If she was a step late, a death guard's rampage could kill her young genius before they even got a chance to regret it. Chapter 17-18 Talent. Ryu smiled and didn't seem to feel the fact that both death guards were Lord Demons. It seemed that his hesitance earlier was worth it. He hadn't sensed the death guards earlier, but that was because he wasn't looking for them. It had been a long while since he thought of death guards. Now that he thought even further, Valerius, the 16-year-old youth he had battled in martial god territory, almost certainly had a death guard as well. It was just that Ryu hadn't threatened the young man's life during the course of the battle, so he hadn't appeared. And, on top of that, it was likely that Valerius' death guard was even more powerful than these 2 Lord Demons because Valerius himself was in existence with far more potential than these 2, at least on the surface. It was much harder for Ryu to gauge the age of a non-human creature. For all he knew, Farage and Luna were both 16 years old as well, or maybe even younger. Even if they were that young, though, their auras were less substantial to him than the beast mimicry sect's young genius, so he placed them on a lower tier. But it was precisely because they were all so young that they were worth nurturing in the first place. Ryu had already realized that except for the very top echelon, the gap of talent between geniuses didn't exist in anything but temperament. If they were so young, they still had a great deal of time to mature and build that temperament. That meant that any genius born with a bare minimum level of talent had the right to be nurtured until they proved themselves to be carp stuck in a tide or carps capable of leaping the dragon's gate. Temperament. Ryu's eyes fell into a bit of a daze for a moment. There were 6 pillars of cultivation. The Meridians, the bone structure, the bloodline, the soul, the spiritual foundation, and the Tao. None of these included temperament. The spiritual foundation was somewhat related, being the Tao heart. But why did those with strong Tao heart glow from their chests? It made sense for Ryu because he had a realm heart that stored his Tao heart. But for everyone else, weren't there Tao hearts in their dantians? Why did their chests light up like that 16-year-old brat's head? Ryu felt he was missing something, and yet despite only finding a piece of the puzzle, he still felt his Tao tremble. He had never truly considered the importance of temperament in the past. But whether it was his dividing order or dividing chaos aspects, they were actually both missing such a big piece of the puzzle. And when he finally incorporated them, boom! A violent aura swirled about, and Farage would have been blown off his feet if not for Lucard's intervention. Before either Death Guard could even feel what was happening, Ryu took a seat in the middle of the sand drenched in blood, his hair and robes fluttering wildly as the aura of the true Sky God realm began to billow off of him in waves. For thousands of kilometers, Nether Chi soared toward Ryu, but he cut it off. He couldn't use Nether Chi, and as far as he knew, he couldn't create it. This was still something worth exploring to see if he was correct or not, but the time to do so wasn't at such a crucial moment. Chaos Chi erupted from his body, and the world rumbled. The dense concentration of chaotic aura rose like a pillar. At that moment, the Chaos Chi communicated with the Nether Chi and then cooperated with order. It had taken Ryu several weeks to complete his breakthrough into the false Sky God realm before. Logically, it should have taken another obscene length of time this go-around as well. But the difference was that before he had only relied on the Chi in his immediate vicinity, but now he was relying on an entire plane. It was akin to a flashbang. With a boom, both of his spiritual foundations climbed to a towering realm, and his inner matrix mutated and grew once more. In that moment, it was as though his Tao had become a quasi-omniscient Tao, exuded an aura that was somehow both at and not at that level at the same time. This was the beauty of having his internal matrix, and at this point it was likely his greatest breakthrough to date. At that moment, droplets of embryonic Chi began to fuse with his body, taking advantage of the metamorphic state to perfect himself even further. Of all the people he had used embryonic Chi on, his own self was likely the most resistant to it all. Since the formation of his inner world, things had changed, but hadn't changed at the same time. At the very least, he could instantly heal himself on a whim now, but he instead faced a different problem. If before embryonic Chi didn't work on him because he didn't follow the path of the heavens, now it didn't work well on him because he didn't follow a path at all. When he gave embryonic Chi to a beast, the heavens knew exactly how to perfect their path and bring them toward perfection. When he used embryonic Chi in the past, the heavens could see the path, but it wasn't compatible with it, so there wasn't much it could do. Now, however, when he used embryonic Chi, it floundered, not quite understanding what to do. The reason it could heal him instantly was that it understood his current state perfectly, so it could bring him back to his pinnacle condition. However, because he was now creating a path of his own, it didn't know what the future looked like, so helping him to improve was difficult. The exception was when he had a breakthrough. When he broke through, he paved new ground and took a large leap forward. His Tao and his eyes both became stronger, so his ability to deduce and comprehend where to go from here also increased. Like this, when Ryu broke through now, it wasn't just a change in realm. It was also a change in talent. Chapter 17-19 Rush. Ryu's aura seemed to be all-encompassing. It almost felt violent, like he was ripping something out of the control of the heavens rather than trying to resonate with it like everyone else did. And yet, the heavens didn't seem to be enraged. In fact, they almost seemed to be helping Ryu, forming an odd balance that teetered from side to side, not in an unstable fashion, but rather a gentle swaying instead more akin to a breeze than an erratic gust. The aura of chaos shocked most, but what they felt underlying it was on an entirely different level entirely. Founding Tao. The moment Ryu's Tao broke through, the world roared. An 8-trigram diagram appeared high in the skies and beneath his seated form. They encompassed the 2 death guards without a care in the world, and for a moment it seemed like the entire world was focused on Ryu alone. If anyone had any questions about what realm Ryu might be in after his performance, all of those questions went up entirely in smoke now. It was only to fake a cultivation realm, but faking a breakthrough was impossible. During the process, your real aura would leak out. While it wasn't an exact science to see through a person's cultivation realm, a breakthrough couldn't be denied. The resonance with the heavens all had very specific cues, especially in the god realms where control was such a large aspect of strength. Slowly, Ryu's breakthrough began to calm down. There was a reason he hadn't hesitated to break through right here. He knew if it came to it, Lucard would most certainly take action. Plus, Lucard had Farrage's life and death in the palm of his claws. The Death Guards wouldn't act rashly as a result. The Fire Giant Lord wouldn't act for the sake of his young master, and he would also act to stop the Ice Queen Lord as well in case her actions led to his death. It was the perfect killing of 2 birds with a single fire giant idiot. Ryu's eyes slowly opened and a sharp light echoed out from it. A roar seemed to echo from his heart, one that made the blood of those around him freeze over, before it slowly faded as well. Ryu took a breath and exhaled, looking toward Farage, who was still locked into place a distance from him. Farage was in too sorry a state to pay attention to anything else. He could feel that his life was hanging by a thread. If Lucard pulled any harder, his skin would be peeled from his body in pieces. He couldn't even imagine the kind of excruciating pain that would come with. Ryu's lip curled as his ears finally tuned in the discussion around him. Or rather, the fury. Release him now, or don't blame me for being impolite, the Fire Giant Lord roared. In his fury, the void shook and sparks of flames danced into being around the world. Lucard sneered, unmoved by it all. You can let him go, Ryu called out. A snort came from Lucard and he purposely ignored Ryu. If he did so now, wouldn't it look as though he was following Ryu's orders? Now, he suddenly wanted to kill Farage just because he could. Ryu chuckled and shook his head. Lucard was free to kill him. Not only would that save Ryu the trouble of doing it later, but it would also focus the ire of the fire giants on the spatial dragon. It would have nothing to do with Ryu, then he could go see his wife. Eventually, years later, when he finally ran into a beaten and ragged Lucard again, he'd think back to this moment and laugh. Seemingly seeing through Ryu's thoughts, Lucard was even more peeved. With a sudden blast, Farage was sent flying into the net. The Lord Fire Giant frowned. However, because he could tell that Farage was still fine, he chose not to say anything. We waved a hand and a ball of flames wrapped around Farage and carried him up and away. Soon both had simply disappeared. Ryu was a bit surprised about this. Why did the Death Guard give up so easily? He thought for a moment that maybe it was related to Farage's Tao heart. After all, a Death Guard's job in this context wasn't just to protect their charge's life, but also their path of cultivation. If the Fire Giant Lord just went around killing everyone that offended Farage, then it would defeat the purpose. Before Farage could even grow into his full potential, he would become useless. As Ryu had just comprehended, temperament was of huge importance to a cultivator. If it wasn't tempered, they would always be an ordinary genius and might never cross into lordship. Ryu honestly couldn't help but wonder if that was why the final 3 realms of cultivation were named as such. Who needed more temperament than a lord, a sovereign, a god? However, Ryu felt that this was probably only part of the explanation. Even if he didn't kill them, there should at least be some biting words, maybe even a small lesson. But the fire giant looked like was in a rush. Ryu's gaze flickered as it landed on Luna, the Ice Queen. She was still unmoved and wasn't in a rush at all. That made him confused. Unless, oh, Ryu nodded. The rush shouldn't be about the fact the fire giant had to get to a place right this moment. Instead, it should be the case that the injuries were the main problem. The fire giant only had a short time to heal Farage's injuries before they met some sort of deadline. I wonder what it is. It isn't normal for a fire giant and ice queen to appear in this location so casually. There wasn't nearly enough time for this betting arena to call them over. They had to have already been close by. Luna suddenly smiled sweetly at Ryu. Chapter 1720 Visit. It was very rare for an Ice Queen to smile, if you could even call it that. Ryu could tell at a glance that this Luna wasn't used to doing such a thing. Her smile felt sweet to herself, but was greatly forced, and it even looked like she was trying to push something out of the wrong hole. However, Ryu found it a bit adorable only because of how funny it was. She blushed with a hint of shame, seemingly realizing that there was a problem with her smile. She cleared her throat and went back to her usual demeanor, the frost around her intensifying as those that were nearby were forced to scurry away. The hint of rouge on her cheeks on a canvas of otherwise stark white was almost too obvious. One would have thought that they had cut her open and let blood drip. Luna's death guard had been paying attention to her charge this entire time, and she was quite speechless. Ice Queens were gender-specific for a reason. They couldn't even have children like other species and races could. They were all women, and each one of them was born from a kernel of extreme mean. There was no other way. She didn't even have the lady bit to copulate even if she wanted to. Well, there was something down there, it was just that she didn't have a uterus or ovaries. To make matters worse, the touch of a man for an Ice Queen was a huge taboo. They were strong centers of yin. The introduction of yang could truly ruin their cultivation. It could be said that they were the women who suffered the absolute most from lying with a man. In some instances in history, they would even lose their lives after doing so. A flash of killing intent rippled in the Death Guard's blue irises for just a moment before vanishing. However, with Ryu's sensitivity he could still pick it up. In the end, he sneered. With a step, Ryu vanished through the void and appeared by Luna's side, seemingly not caring about the frigid cold. Luna was shocked by the sudden change and slid away. "Hello?" Ryu said with a smile. "I had a question, if you don't mind answering." Flirting with women wasn't Ryu's strong suit, so he just got straight to the point. He was really curious about something. "Oh!" Her voice was just as cold as her appearance. She had actually tried to add a hint of warmth to it, but no matter how hard she tried, it came out much the same way. "Why were they in so much of a rush?" Ryu asked, pointing toward where the Lord Fire Giant had disappeared. Luna blinked, not understanding for a moment until it clicked. "Oh, there is a gathering. He is very injured and won't be able to participate like this. There isn't much time to heal him." She spoke in short, succinct sentences. "A gathering of? And for?" Ryu asked again. "The title stele will appear soon. It is very important. This gathering is the first step in choosing those that will be nurtured." "Nurtured, huh?" Ryu's gaze flickered in thought. He didn't know exactly what it meant to nurture, but what he did know was that the true nether plane likely worked differently than what he was used to. The monstrous tier geniuses of the martial gods were either in small worlds right now or locked up in seclusion, but for the demon kings of the nether plane, what did it mean for them to go to smaller worlds? Was it just as helpful? Ryu didn't feel like that was true now that he thought about it. He had been to Sacrum's nether plane. It was the exact same as the true martial plane, just weaker. Comparatively speaking, Sacrum's laws were entirely different from the true martial worlds. They even created their own odd sky god realms as well, allowing one to skip over fragmented and false sky gods to become true sky gods directly. Regardless of the small world in question, they all had their own unique quirks that could be learned from, whereas for the nether planes they were just copy and pasted with some truths removed. If a demon king genius of the true martial world went to one of those worlds, not only would they learn nothing, but they would also regress in all likelihood. Maybe this was the same for the ethereal plane as well, though Ryu had never gone to check. As such, these geniuses needed another method to gear up for this coming moment. They couldn't afford to miss out on it, and they had to perform to their utmost. Of course, this was all just speculation on Ryu's part. There could very well be other reasons, but he would have to find out for himself. "Will the dream wraiths be there?" Ryu asked his final question.
Luna nodded slowly.
"Yes." Ryu smiled at her after asking a few more questions. "Thank you for your help." Luna's lips parted and then trembled, but she wasn't sure how to respond. By the time she had the courage to look up again, Ryu was already gone. Ryu stood with Lucard and Selhira. "It seems there's going to be some fun to be had," Ryu said with a grin. Selhira smiled and shook her head. Ryu's idea of fun was destroying everything in sight, wasn't it? The air was decidedly more frigid now, and it almost certainly had to do with the unhappiness of the Death Guard that was still standing on a flying treasure high in the skies. Lucard snorted. "Miss, I'll take my nether crystals now," Ryu called out. A servant quickly ran up to Ryu and suddenly he was a nouveau riche again. Well, at least by true sky god standards. The fact that such a small city could take out this much money pretty much guaranteed the opposite. But that was fine. It should be enough to teleport where they needed to go. "Let's visit a certain little business owner," Ryu said, taking Selhira's hand and vanishing. Chapter 17:21 Choice. Elise didn't expect Ryu to suddenly appear before her like this. It could even be said that she hoped that this would end with the money she handed out. She had been more than generous enough, and even went a step beyond what she thought was necessary just to make sure that she could make up for her mistake. Unfortunately, in the cultivation realm, such things weren't often taken as a sign to sow for peace. Most often, they were taken as a sign of weakness instead, and she seemed to think that this very same thing was happening here. Ryu took a step and Selhira sat by his side. The furniture creaked beneath her weight, causing Elise's brows to tremble. Selhira seemed to be the most inconspicuous of them all after Ryu's display. Other than her beauty, which was veiled to begin with, it was hard to see anything odd about her other than her height. But even then, her 6 feet 3 inches to 6 feet 4 inches height wasn't all that shocking in the grand scheme of things, especially when there were female fire giants walking around. But her weight, the furniture here was not forged from normal materials. It was not normal for it to creak the way it just had. Selhira looked a bit embarrassed by the change. Since she was in human form, she didn't really take into consideration her weight at all. And Ryu, especially when they were in each other's arms, never really made her feel like she was heavy at all. Of course, she knew that most of that was his pride as a man. He had no intention of struggling beneath his own wife's weight. But in this setting, it made her feel a bit self-conscious. Ryu chuckled and pulled her into his arms. He didn't seem bothered by her large wings, and her weight on his lap didn't seem to move him at all. She might as well have been as light as a feather. This sight only made Elise tremble more. One would think that the furniture would creak even more now, but it was so stable and unmoved that Elise actually felt fear. What level of control over one's body and strength did this take? It could be said that the applications of Ryu's close combat body weren't just in being capable of incorporating the strengths of many weapons into a single lethal weapon. Elise composed herself and tried to remain calm. "Might I ask what the young master has come for today?" she asked with a forced smile. "I've heard that there's a gathering happening soon. I want to know what you know about it." Elise was startled. "This? I would have asked the Ice Queen, but I think it's best they know as little about my intentions as possible." Elise hesitated. "Young master wants to participate. Potentially. That would depend. Is it possible?" Theoretically, it is. This is also a method of recruiting for the Demon Kings. Although they like to keep their main bloodlines pure, from time to time they will experiment by incorporating half-blood or mixed-race geniuses into their branch bloodlines. Humans are rare in the true nether plane, but it's not like they don't exist. Honestly, you would probably still need a sponsor. The Demon Kings, and especially their geniuses, are extremely arrogant. If you don't have a certain level of standing, they will attack you just for the sake of attacking you. By then, even if your strength stacks up to them favorably, you will end up suffering anyway. Ryu nodded. He understood this principle well. For powerful clans or sects, after a certain point raw strength wasn't the most important thing. Deterrence and face were even more important once you had passed a certain threshold. Essentially, at a certain level, it was more important that people didn't dare to attack you versus how well you could respond should someone attack you. It could be said that this was a huge reason why faith was such a big deal as well. Take the Tatsuya clan, for example. They were known as the most powerful clan on the Shrine Plane, but this wasn't just because of their raw power. Technically speaking, Primus wasn't even one of them anymore, so they weren't even considered an 11th Order clan, not really. Not without a sky god. It could be said then that the whole reason they managed to stand tall for so long was because no one dared to attack them, until the martial gods came along and shattered that image. This was probably a similar situation to what was going on the ninth heaven. There were many other smaller and less significant powers on the ninth heaven. If they all ganged up together, it wasn't impossible that a region could take down one of the 9 powers just by virtue of their numbers. But would they ever do that? Of course not. Gathering up morale and support for such a thing would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens themselves. This was the weight of deterrence. Deterrence? Temperament. Ryu felt like he had comprehended something again, but he shook his head and forced himself to focus. Honestly, this was a similar state to what Ryu had been in the first time he awakened his Tao. He seemed to progress it by leaps and bounds every day, and he made huge changes to himself as a result. However, Ryu had begun to wonder, were all breakthroughs in comprehension created equal? Could his obscene comprehension abilities actually be a net negative instead of a positive? He wasn't actually sure. Seemed foolish, but when you took a step back his thoughts made sense. Was it really the case that he just happened to stumble into the perfect scenario and words time and time again? Or was he like a child picking berries in a forest while straying further and further from the paved path? Should he be more cautious with what he chose to use to break through? Chapter 1722 Heard. Ryu thought of deterrence, and it seemed to perfectly coincide with temperament. The latter was the overarching umbrella, while the former was one of the many tidbits stored within. Ryu actually felt that for a moment it was quite a valuable comprehension. In fact, he could probably make a Tao technique similar to a god's brush if he pursued that path further. But was it the right path to take? Dividing order and dividing chaos. It was meant to look at the world from a macro level. Using temperament as a means to break through made sense because it was a piece of the puzzle that he hadn't yet considered. But deterrence was beneath that same umbrella. If he honed in on the details too much, he might miss the forest for the trees and steer his Tao down the wrong path. Others might end up bottlenecking their Taos and being forced to weaken them to progress because their comprehension was too low. But for Ryu, it seemed that his problem was that his comprehension was too high. He was too good at connecting dots and making seemingly innocuous statements and making broad-reaching sentiments about it all. If he followed his whims too much, he could end up running into a brick wall eventually. Interesting, Ryu thought. Elise didn't want to interrupt. Ryu seemed lost in his thoughts, and from time to time, the air around him would shift oddly. Maybe I could put up guardrails in my inner matrix, but to what end? Do I even know or understand what I want my Tao to be at the end of the day? Did he know? He felt that he had a vague idea. If he was recreating an inner world, didn't this world need its laws? In that case, should his Tao become the law that encompassed this land, forging it into what commanded the seas and sealed the skies? That was the obvious path. But what did it mean to be the law of a world? His thoughts drifted toward the shrines and that of Shrine Mountain. After a long while, Ryu shook his head and looked up, meeting Elise's eyes. "And you aren't participating?" Elise smiled bitterly. "How can I? My talent isn't so great. I would just be going to die." She had no background. "But you're informed," Ryu said. Elise's heart skipped a beat. "Let's cut the formalities," Ryu said slowly. "The Fire Giant and Ice Queen weren't here by coincidence. You somehow managed to get them here. That also means that you knew of where they were even though they had no intention of setting foot into this city." A cold sweat began to gather on Elise's brows, but she forced herself to remain calm. Gathering information about the movement of such existences was a huge taboo. Let alone herself, even her father couldn't take on the responsibility for such a thing. It was likely that no one could. "I need to know the whereabouts of a specific person. I have no need to expose your secrets. I just want this." Elise pressed a hand to her beating chest. "I'm not sure that I can help you. Mei Tatsuya, will she be participating?" Ryu continued without a care. Those words were what Elise had to say. She still needed plausible deniability. Elise's eyes opened wide once again. Mei Tatsuya. That was a name that had been spread for many reasons. First, because Tao gods almost never took disciples, unless one counted the carryovers they had from their sovereign or lord days. Second, because demons mostly did not even have last names, but Mei had always referred to her as a Tatsuya instead of by the Dream Azura or Dream Wraith clans. And third, because she was simply too much of a rising star. In just a few years, she went from the World Sea realm to the perfect Sky God realm. It was a breakneck pace that was far too exaggerated. But shouldn't a genius picked up by a Tao god be at least this good? I really do not know, Elise said. May was too outstanding. There was a good chance that just by virtue of this, she didn't need to participate at all and could just directly get the benefits. If it could be said that Elise had no backing whatsoever, then May had all the backing in the world just by virtue of who her master was. There was a 50-50 chance of whether she would participate or not. Ryu nodded. With his Tao, it was easy to see that she was telling the truth. In that case, you should have an easy method of going to the gathering, correct? Elise took a breath and finally relaxed. It seemed that Ryu truly did not want to start up issues with her. Yes, I do. Good. Let me use it. Just speak out when it is prepared. A swirling portal appeared around Ryu and Selhira, who was still in his lap. Just as he was about to disappear, he heard Elise's voice. Young master. If it's not too much to ask, who is young mistress Mei Tatsuya to you? Ryu laughed. She's my wife. Elise's eyes opened wide, her heart practically beating out of her chest. She stood in silence for a long while after Ryu disappeared. At least in part. There still seemed to be a kernel of Ryu here, as though he was both present and not at the same time. She realized that this was an opportunity she had to grasp. Ryu gently placed Selhira down, and they both looked at a familiar giant flaming woman. The violet-skinned woman was standing by the rivers of embryonic chi, hesitating time and time again as though she both wanted to jump in and not at the same time. She was startled by their sudden appearance and looked toward them both at the same time. She bowed her head. What do you command? She spoke slowly, not used to these sorts of things. At the same time, Ryu could tell she clearly wanted to ask him why she wanted her but felt it was too rude given her status. Ryu smiled. Have you heard of summoning necromancers? Chapter 1723 Hraka. The flaming giant woman viscerally shook to these words. Fear flickered in her eyes and she looked at Ryu like she was looking at a monster. There were hardly any summoning necromancers left. Even the arcane mancer sect didn't dare to house them. In fact, the only openly summoning necromancers in the whole of the true martial world was in the Devouring Heaven sect. But that was an anomaly, and no one was even sure if this was true anymore considering how long it had been since this occurred. The only people with the skill to be summoning necromancers were on the 8th and 9th heavens, but that likewise meant that the demons they would rely upon would have to come from the 8th and 9th planes. How could the demon kings allow that? It would trigger an all-out war. Or, at the very least, the perpetrator would be cut down without prejudice. However, there was no one here to defend her. If Ryu was bringing it up, it meant that he didn't even care to think of releasing her. He was blatantly threatening her, and he didn't care how she felt about it. This was a huge blow to her gut, and she realized that in service of keeping her Tao heart intact by battling it out with Ryu, she had lost many other ways. Ryu chuckled. You don't need to be so reserved. In fact, this could help you out as well. Right now, you're far too weak to be a summon of mine. You would only hinder me, not help me. So what do you think that means? The giant woman trembled, but she didn't say anything. This sounded nice. But didn't that just mean that she would be relentlessly experimented on? What would happen to if Ryu went too far and she ended up dead? Who would seek justice for her? Go have a sip. Ryu pointed toward the river. The woman hesitated. She had wanted to do exactly that ever since she was brought in here. But now that Ryu had asked her to, she suddenly didn't want to anymore. But did her thoughts and opinions even matter in this situation? She took a breath and bent down, scooping up a handful and swallowing it down. Ryu watched this with a smile. In truth, she had wasted much of it. Embryonic chi wasn't like pills that lost effectiveness the more you had. Or rather, it didn't work through the same mechanism. When pills lost efficacy, it was because their medicinal properties didn't work anymore. When embryonic chi lost efficacy, it was because the target wasn't ready to take on its blessings. Embryonic chi worked by sensing what the heavens had in store for you and helping bring your body further along that path. However, more embryonic chi could only marginally help that process be sped along. Ultimately, you could still only take one step at a time. You had to take one step first before you could take a second. That was why Ryu only really ever gave out one drop at a time. When he was dual cultivating with his wives, he would use more, but that was for two purposes. First, he was squandering it for the sake of making his wives feel good. There was no doubt that most would moan when they first came into contact with embryonic qi, and the reason for that was because it had the capability of making one feel as though they were floating on a cloud. Ryu was just spoiling his women. The second reason was because they were improving faster during intercourse with him and could afford to take on more. To make a long story short, when embryonic qi entered the body, it only focused on one task at a time. It was usually best to wait until that task was finished and for more of the path forward to become clear before having another drop. This was obvious if you thought about it too. Most people had had their droplet of embryonic qi while they were in their most malleable state, that of gestation. Fully grown people weren't nearly so malleable, so the results were more stiff. It just didn't matter because Ryu had a nigh-endless supply. The giant woman's body trembled as she subconsciously released a moan as well. She couldn't stop herself in time, and before she understood what was happening, a large amount of impurities began to pool out of her. However, as these impurities leaked to the ground, they seemed to vanish, almost like no one could blaspheme Ryu's inner world. The woman's cultivation trembled, and she suddenly entered the middle true sky god realm without a hint of cultivation herself. Ryu clicked his tongue in slight annoyance and had no choice but to open his inner world up to the nether plane, allowing nether qi to roll in. If he didn't do so, she would fail her breakthrough and ruin her future. The woman's cultivation quickly stabilized. Not everyone was like Ryu, had needed weeks on end to complete a breakthrough, or else there would never be peace in the cultivation world. When her eyes opened, she looked toward Ryu in shock. Just what had she just drunk? If Ryu had a small droplet of it, that would be fine. But rivers? Why was it all so exaggerated? It didn't make any sense whatsoever. "What's your name?" Ryu asked. "Hraka." Ryu smiled. "Nice to meet you, Hraka. I'm not going to experiment on you, that would be a waste of my time. Your only job is to have a droplet a day or every couple days, whenever you feel that you'll make the strongest breakthrough. As for the rest, I still haven't figured it out because I haven't studied how to make a summoning contract in this world yet. But I will soon." Ryu smiled, and Hraka was even more confused. What was the catch? Chapter 1724 Hell on Earth. Ryu didn't explain. He just looked at Alolan with the same gaze. But there was indeed a catch, it was just that it wasn't nearly as bad as anything Alolan was thinking of. While Ryu was riding on Lucard's back to make it to this place, he realized something. There was actually great value in watching the evolution process of others. The problem with this was that Lucard was already near the pinnacle of the food chain. Even without Ryu's interference, there was truly a good chance that he could one day become the Dragon Emperor. It certainly wasn't a pipe dream by any stretch of the imagination, though it was somewhat unlikely. There was a reason that the Fire Dragon clan had ruled for so long, and there were plenty of dragons that were at least on par with Lucard. So while not impossible, it was still unlikely. Due to this, watching the embryonic qi slowly work on Lucard wasn't nearly the comprehension boost that Ryu thought it would be. But what if he observed a far lesser talent over a much longer period of time? Of course, observing trash would be equally a waste of time. No matter how much embryonic qi you had, if your base talent were all not even perfect grade, you could never reach the pinnacle. However, Hraka was perfect for several reasons. First, she was a variant of the fire giants. She had unique mutations that would be extremely interesting to observe. Second, she was already talented. Although she wasn't quite at the level of the genius tier, and certainly no match for the hero or monster tiers, she wasn't far off. And this meant she had a lot of potential for growth. Then what did Ryu really gain out of observing? It helped him to solidify his own path. Observing how the heavens tended to move others through and toward perfection would give him a window into heaven's secrets themselves. How could he turn such an opportunity down? As for the other catch, it wasn't a catch at all since Hraka was already aware. If she one day grew powerful enough, he would use her as a summoning. It was that simple, really. As for how the true nether plane would react, did it matter? Firstly, Hraka was a demon king, she was a lost descendant of the fire giants, sure. But the fact she was battling in the arena meant that she wasn't taken seriously by them at all. And secondly, since when did he do things based on how others would react? Alright, do you want to stay here or come with me? Ryu asked Selhira. I'll come with you, Selhira said. She didn't actually get to partake in the embryonic chi much, and she even seemed a bit put off by this. Ryu's gaze flickered when he noticed Selhira avoiding the embryonic chi. But for now, he chose to observe some more. He was sure that she had her own reasons. Since she wanted to come, they could go together. After a while, Elise had prepared and was ready to take them away. Funny enough, Ryu had done all of this to earn money to use a teleportation platform to Mei, only to not need to use the money he earned at all. But that much was fine. He preferred to use the nether crystals to study nether chi itself. Ryu had already seen some of the oddities of nether chi after his breakthrough, and he saw even more after he allowed it to enter his inner world. It was curious. Ethereal chi was able to help those with real chi see through the problems and flaws in their foundations, ultimately aiding them in breaking through. But what about nether chi? Could it do the same? Ryu didn't think so. Ethereal chi was like the mirror image of real chi, but nether chi wasn't the mirror image, it was the opposite. Studying it wouldn't help you along, it would instead hinder you. The former helped you see your path from a new perspective, but the latter completely erased your path. What was especially curious to Ryu was that nether chi was somehow still different from chaos chi at the same time. If he were to pinpoint what the difference was, it was the fact chaos chi had no structure it sought to destroy. Nether chi was seemingly like that on the surface, but there was a kernel hidden deep within it that allowed a chance at rebirth. Chaos chi was the antithesis of order, which encompassed all of ethereal, real, and nether chi. Nether chi was the antithesis of real chi only because it took an entirely different path. Real chi tended to build up, to create. Nether chi destroyed and raised so that sprouts might grow in its place. This was a very philosophical description of the two chis, and didn't really touch on anything tangible. But this was the vague feeling that Ryu got from it. As Ryu was lost in thought, the teleportation array had already activated, enveloping himself, Elise, her butler, Selhira, and Lucard. When their vision cleared, the environment could only be described as hell on earth. Though, wasn't that exactly what the nether plane was? The ground was barren and grayed. Rocky land stretched out for as far as the eyes could see. Dark purple clouds rumbled and arcs of black lightning struck mountain tops. Lining the sides of the road there were various shrubberies and vegetation, if you could even call them that. Most lacked budding flowers and greeneries, and even worse than that, they were blackening with pitch-black flames as though this world didn't allow life to exist at all. And if it did, it certainly wouldn't be comfortable. The nether chi in the air was so dense that it was suffocating. It felt like one was choking on smog every time they inhaled, and it quickly began to corrode Ryu's chi, causing his eyes to narrow. Chapter 1725 Scram. Ryu looked up. The feeling of the world around him was truly suffocating, but he felt that his body was slowly adjusting. He remembered that the first time he stepped into the nether plane back in Sacrum, the nether chi acted much like this. Back then he had been much weaker, so the effects were far more exaggerated. There was a great suppression that most faced in this world, especially when they didn't use nether chi themselves. Their arrival caught some attention immediately. It was impossible for this not to be the case. Lucard wasn't the type of existence that could be hidden, especially when he didn't want to be hidden in the first place. He stood tall and proud, his shimmering silver scales being practically the only light in the dreary atmosphere. There wasn't a single demon present that didn't look over with lightning-like gazes, their shock plainly measurable on their faces. Even if it wasn't for Lucard, the group was too conspicuous. Other than Elise and her butler, none of the others exuded any demonic aura. One seemed to be human, another seemed to be both human and not, and the last was a dragon. This sort of group composition didn't even make much logical sense. The demon kings aren't present yet, Ryu thought to himself. The teleportation platform that Elise used was actually quite a distance away from the actual gathering. It was just that such a distance didn't mean much to existences of this level, and even if it was an ant, they would at least give it a cursory glance in this sort of situation. The stakes were much too high. What they didn't expect was what they saw instead. "Let's go," Ryu said calmly. He held Selhira's hand and walked forward, his strides long. He pierced through the veil of nether chi with a calm cadence. An aura of chaos flickered around him. Arcs of dark gold lightning flashed, and the nether chi was fried to ash. He exuded a powerful aura from the very beginning. Elise was a very smart individual, and the words she spoke earlier were actually quite correct. Being too low-key would have the opposite effect. Plus, he was here to see his wife. Considering how popular she had gotten, he had no doubt that he would be forced to kill some ignorant fools very soon. It was best he draw a line right here and now. Although there were no actual demon kings present, at a single glance Ryu could tell that most present were at least descendants of them. This seemed to be the minimum requirement for even daring to show up. The group picked a mountain peak and staked out their land. Ryu's initial impulse was to pick one of the 9 main mountain peaks, but he was no longer the Ryu of the past. At the very least, he knew when to show some propriety when he should. Even so, many were shocked by the mountain peak he chose regardless. In the current situation, there were several mountains surrounding what looked like a valley from some angles and a pit to hell in others. It had to be remembered that the true nether plane was actually the inverse of the true martial world. You didn't go upwards to reach the 9th plane, you went downward. And whatever was below seemed to be even further down than even the 9th plane. In the foremost positions there were 9 vacant mountains. These mountains were struck by the black lightning descending from the skies the most often. Between these mountains and a small amount further back, there were much shorter mountains. The mountain that Ryu had picked was among a second tier of existence, and it was among a group of mountains just shorter than the 9 main peaks. It also happened to be the last one available. "When do you become such a coward?" Lucard snorted. Ryu yawned. If he was alone, he would stand where he should. But his father was right, he had been too selfish these days, especially in regard to his wives. If he chose one of the main mountains, he would get into a conflict with demon kings he couldn't even match up to right now, and then what would happen to the odds of his seeing his Mei again? Still, while he was willing to compromise, he wasn't willing to compromise much. At that moment, another teleportation formation lit up, but this time it was from a platform much closer to the core mountains. Suddenly, the lightning sparking in the skies grew more agitated, as though it wouldn't be satisfied until the entire sky was cracked and fissured. When the images of the approaching demons cleared, Ryu could sense a small air of trepidation coming from the surroundings. Ryu almost lazily looked over, and at that moment, a smile curled his lips. Interesting. The figures could only be said to be wreathed in black lightning. Somehow, they both seemed tangible and not at the same time. It was a sight that was hard to parse apart, until you understood even though they were humanoids, they fell firmly within the category of wraiths. They were ghosts that fed on the emotions of others, and these emotions seemed to fuel their black lightning. Ryu had never seen such demons personally before, but he had read of their descriptions. The Black Thunder Wraiths. In Sacrum, they were a race of demon princes. Their standing was quite exceptional. But what was interesting was that they had always had quite high standing in general. It could be said that amongst those beneath the demon kings, they were ranked first. And on top of that, they had many talents that could likely stand toe-to-toe with the demon kings. Right then, from an amorphous, vaguely humanoid blob of sparking black lightning, a young man took shape. His face was incredibly pale, but his eyes shone a bright golden hue. For a moment, his head seemed to be floating in a cloud of black lightning until a pair of legs manifested beneath it. His black lightning became like a cloak of energy, fluttering like a robe around him, while every other part of him seemed to become distinctly human. If not for the fact his face was far too pale to be natural, they could truthfully pass off a young man of exceptionally handsome stature. It was rare that Ryu met a man who could match him in the looks department. His ice jade crystal bone structure might not have been strong, but it had done wonders for his proportions and looks. Funny enough, it might not be an exaggeration at this point to say that this was the strongest ability of that bone structure. Even after his bone structure had changed, his body composition remained the same. But this young man was truly a looker, and his pale skin, rather than making him look unhealthy and sickly, gave him a demonic touch, almost like a black and white painting with just the slightest hints of color. The young man's golden eyes shifted slowly, scanning through the second-tier mountains one by one and quickly realizing that there were none left. Everyone thought that the next result was obvious. Didn't it only make sense for Ryu and the others to be targeted? They were clearly the group that was not like the rest. But the young man's thoughts weren't like this at all. It could be the reason Ryu said this was interesting was not because of their race, but because he had sensed something from this young man in particular. Scram! The young man spoke softly. His voice wasn't too deep and even could be considered a bit higher than average. But the strength behind it was undeniable. A race of skeletons with blackened bones and fluttering blue flames in their eye sockets were shocked. The older generation frowned and looked toward the young Black Thunder Wraith's elders. Were they really going to allow this? They were the descendants of the Skeleton Kings. In many ways, they were the second most powerful here after the appearance of the Black Thunder Wraiths. The young man hadn't picked the weakest. He had immediately picked on the strongest. His goal was obvious. Did these people think that his Black Thunder Wraith race could only pick on the weak? The moment these people saw them coming, they should have cleared a lane themselves. Not going. The young man spoke unhurriedly. When there was no response and a young man of the skeleton race was about to step forward, the Black Thunder Wraith youth suddenly vanished in a spark of black lightning. Bang! When he appeared again, a fair palm was being held out and the young skeleton that had stepped out was directly sent soaring off the mountain. The young Black Thunder Wraith stood amidst the skeletons without a care. He wasn't a match for the older generation, but did he need to be? The skies rumbled as sparks flew, the conflict coming to a head. Chapter 1726 Devour. Ryu smiled from start to finish. It was a bit of a surprising change, and he found this young man to be interesting. It was unfortunate that turning him into a summoning would cause more trouble than he was ready to deal with right now. Although the Black Thunder Wraiths weren't demon kings, they were still too powerful to ignore. And obviously, this young man was probably the best of their younger generation. The descendants of skeleton kings couldn't be underestimated. The skeleton races in general were quite difficult to do with because they didn't have any obvious weak points and they could cultivate their bodies a lot like how blacksmiths tempered treasures. Without having to worry about the frailty of flesh, one could imagine their strength. Yet, this young man had sent one of their best flying with a single palm and stood amongst their elders without a single care in the world. His temperament was honestly a lot like how Ryu had once been. Observing his temperament might help Ryu find out just how to take the next step in his cultivation. The Black Thunder Wraiths and Skeleton King descendants clashed heads, the atmosphere growing thicker and thicker with tension. It was simply impossible for the descendants to just casually leave because a junior said so. Where would they put their faces at that point? On top of that, they couldn't face off against Ryu, or else the dichotomy between their reaction and that of the Black Thunder Wraiths would be put on full display. Everyone knew that the Black Thunder Wraith genius hadn't taken action against Ryu because he disdained to bully the weak. If the Skeleton King descendants suddenly did exactly that, then they would lose their face once again. It was like they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only method forward seemed to be to fight it out with the Black Thunder Wraiths. Even if they lost, it would still be the far better outcome. For a moment, it looked like this was truly what was about to happen, until there was a sudden charming voice that floated through the hair. A woman with delicate pinkish-violet skin stepped forward. She had a pair of white horns that curled above her head. Rather than piercing toward the skies arrogantly, these horns curled back, looking almost like a pair of gorgeous braids at first. If usual horns were demonic, these were instead like precious ivory, smoothed and blemishless. "There is no need for such a battle," she said in a gentle voice. "The solution is simple." Her gaze turned toward Ryu and the others with a gentle smile. "Please take a step down. I didn't want to say anything earlier, but you've made a bit of a mistake. This mountain was actually reserved for another." Her smile was sweet and there was nothing wrong with her words. It seemed that she was trying to advise Ryu and the others out of kindness. Although they had Lucard with them, there were too many experts here. There were Dao sovereigns amongst their elders, and there were almost certainly Dao gods paying attention to the situation. Dragon or not, it was impossible in her opinion for Lucard to match up against even a Dao lord, let alone a sovereign or god. Plus, dragons were mythical creatures, true enough, but they were no more mystical than the demon kings. This wasn't the place for a dragon to flaunt their majesty. It could be said that the young violet-skinned woman was already being quite polite with her words, but she was actually completely ignored. Ryu swept a gaze over her. Lucard didn't even meet her gaze in the first place, and Selhira was too busy enjoying her husband's presence. The only two that seemed like ants on a frying pan were Elise and her butler, but Elise was smart enough to not speak. The calculation she made was quite simple. Ryu still had an inclination to protect her, but no one else here gave a damn about her. If she suddenly flipped sides, not only would she gain everyone's disdain, the other demon races wouldn't feel thankful. They would just think it was only natural that she lower herself to serve them. Even so, this didn't stop her from gritting her teeth so hard that she thought she might accidentally crack them. This was the most pressure she had been under in her entire life. The young woman was stunned. Could be said that this was the first time in her entire life that she had actually been directly ignored. She was a member of the Dream Devils. The name was familiar because it was only a minor difference in comparison to the Dream Azuras, and that was because the both of them were descendants of the Dream Wraiths. In fact, they were quite similar in a lot of ways. The difference was that the Dream Devils placed even more emphasis on the soul than the Dream Azuras did. Their bodies were relatively weak compared to other demons, or more specifically demon princes and demon kings, but with such a trade-off their mental realm abilities were almost impossible to match. It could be said that even though her standing amongst the demon kings was extremely low as a demon prince, she was still highly pursued. Those real geniuses couldn't take her as a main wife because those races were obsessed with keeping their bloodlines pure, but there was like not one hot-blooded young demon king who didn't want her as a concubine at the very least. Many were even willing to offer a second wife position. For her to be raised in such an environment, it could be said that she had never experienced rejection in her entire life. But Ryu's gaze was so wholly indifferent that it even left her with a cold shiver. In truth, she was far more interested in the dragon. She thought it might be quite unique to have even a dragon pursue her. So she was looking forward to Lucard's reaction, and she had somewhat ignored Ryu. What she didn't expect was that Lucard wouldn't even look at her, and even the human was indifferent. Ryu looked back toward his wife, speaking with her as thought the young woman hadn't said anything at all. Most had looked over after the young dream devil spoke. Her words held a lot of weight, especially to the younger generation. But even to the older, it could be said that her standing was close to being on par with the Black Thunder Wraith youth. The Black Thunder Wraiths were second only to the Demon Kings, but no one dared to underestimate the Dream Devils. They didn't fight often, but who didn't fear mental realm masters? There was a reason Sacrum had banned them. No one could have expected that while they were all willing to listen, Ryu didn't give them even a second look. Young Miss Wunakai is speaking to you. The sudden roar was so close to a real clap of thunder that many looked up before their eyes actually landed on the young man who had spoken. He was enormous, his skin rippling with a black steel color. He stood at 30 meters tall, and the pair of horns on his forehead made him reach as much as 35 meters into the air. This was no doubt a descendant of the fire giants, but they had lost the ability to control the fire element. Instead, they had progressed down a completely new path, reaching the pinnacle of body realm cultivation and having skin and bone tougher than even precious metals. He was, of course, one of Wunakai's pursuers, and unlike those Demon King young masters, he was willing to give her the position of first wife even to the dissatisfaction of his elders. He simply didn't care. This time, though, he didn't give Ryu a chance to ignore him. It was clear at a glance that while Ryu had looked at Wunakai, he wasn't going to give this youth even the chance. But just as he was about to charge, the main teleportation platforms suddenly began to light up one after another. The Wraith Knights, the Skeleton Kings, the Fire Giants, the Ice Queens, the Horned Devils, the Bone Serpents, the Shadows, the Ashtray Ants, the Dream Wraiths. One after another they appeared. Unlike the other races, though, only their younger generation appeared. The weakest were at the perfect Sky God realm, while the strongest were at the transcendent Sky God realm. The auras they exuded clamped down on everything around them. The young Black Thunder Wraith looked over with black lightning flickering in his golden eyes. His battle intent soared into the skies, and the black lightning high above seemed to be triggered by something, falling down onto the mountain peaks with even greater fervor. Killing intent flooded the region. At that moment, the bone serpents looked toward Lucard, a black of golden flames lighting up in their usually blank sockets. It looked as though they had just found a meal they wanted to devour at all costs. Chapter 1727 I Trust. Ryu noticed the change immediately and stifled a laugh. He had a guess as to why this was. The bone serpents had a history that was hard to parse based on historical record alone. But for them to form a skeleton empire that was outside the jurisdiction of the skeleton kings, one could imagine that their origins certainly were not simple. There were many potential legends that Sacrum had written down, and it was hard to tell which ones were true. But judging by their reaction to Lucard, Ryu had a pretty good idea now of which one held more weight. It had to be understood that beasts weren't just handed their talent. At least in the beginning they had to fight for their place much the same. This was how the war between the ancient beasts and the Fae started and ended in Sacrum as well. Back then, at least in Sacrum, and seemingly here as well, there were two main races vying for the position that dragons currently held. On the one side, there were the dragons, and on the other, there were the world serpents. World serpents were said to be impossibly massive creatures, monstrous existences with bodies where, upon maturity, they could wrap around entire worlds and constrict them to dust. These bone serpents weren't nearly so large, but even so, they dwarfed every other existence here, even the so-called fire giants. Obviously, in the war back then, the bone serpents lost, and that caused a deeply ingrained grudge to be passed down through the generations. However, it could be said that the bone serpents were existences that were also incredibly impressive. Even after their race was wiped out and sent to the nether planes to reincarnate into maybe another race entirely, their ancestors were so great and mighty that they were able to avoid the memory wipe of the dream wraiths, taking it upon themselves to form an entirely new race with hopes of one day wiping out the dragon race in the future. Of course, by the time Ryu reached this point in the story, the details were almost certainly fuzzy. For example, if all they did was avoid the memory wipe, how'd they become skeletons? It wasn't as though there weren't other demon kings with flesh and blood bodies. And also, how was it even possible to escape the memory wipe of the dream wraiths in the first place? And wasn't the implication that more than one of them had survived? Or else how did they copulate? There were a lot of questions the Ruin Master side of him was itching to answer. He wondered if he'd be able to learn more about it here. At that moment, Lucard sneered, a grin spreading across his face as he looked down at the bone serpents. He had been mostly silent until now, but as though he had been provoked, his eyes began to swirl with black holes and his chest puffed out. Roar! His maw opened and a whirlwind of furious space and void echoed from his throat. The sound waves seemed to layer into the world itself, resonating with reality and dwarfing the rumbling thunder above. In that moment, the hearts of many froze over. Until now, they had mostly been passively observing the dragon. Who among them wasn't a genius? Who among them didn't have pride of their own? They were shocked at the appearance of a dragon, but only because they had never personally seen one themselves. And now they suddenly understood the majesty of one. Lucard's roar made their blood run cold. Even amongst the Tao lords, that roar alone made them feel hints of danger. A mere omniscient sky god was actually enough to make them feel a small bit of pressure. Was this the mighty existence that was the dragon race? The bone serpents looked as though they had truly been provoked. The sound wave hit them in waves, but unfortunately for them, they hadn't expected a dragon to be here. The best members of their younger generation didn't have to participate in this matter unlike they did for the demon princes and below. Due to this, Ryu had already realized that Mei wasn't here, and he could only sigh in disappointment. But that didn't mean that this was a completely wasted trip. For one, this matter still seemed worth taking part in if for no other reason than he could probably hitch a ride with the other dream wraiths. He ignored the confrontation between Lucard and Bone Serpents, his eyes landing on the dream wraith. They were a group of absolutely gorgeous men and women. It was hard to describe them as anything different. The most beautiful woman Ryu had ever seen was Mei's master, and it seemed that the others, although nowhere near as perfect, lived up to at least small portions of that majesty. None of them looked at Ryu. Their attentions were entirely focused on Lucard, and that only made sense. At the moment, he seemed like the main character of the event. But they were also confused. This event didn't have any barriers and anyone who could make it here could participate. But Lucard was too old to do so. They could sense that at a single glance. Their senses were obviously quite exceptional. So why had Lucard done so? Did he not understand the rules? Or was there another reason? Ryu clasped his hands behind his back and his smile suddenly became bright. He felt like he was close to seeing his wife once again. Since the Dream Wraiths had teleported here using the formation, didn't it also mean that it was this formation they would use to return as well? All right, you're being too loud, Ryu said softly, giving Lucard a glance. He spoke lightly, but the space in the region constricted and Lucard's echoing roar was stifled. Lucard sent a glare over toward Ryu, but he ignored him. My name is Ryu Tatsuya, Ryu greeted. I trust that my wife is doing well? Chapter 1728 Jijiji. It was hard to tell how the world responded. The echoing of claps of the thunder was practically continuous. However, it was very easy to tell how everyone else reacted. First, they couldn't believe the audacity of a human to speak in this situation. But when they heard the name and saw that he was looking toward the Dream Wraiths, their eyes opened wide. In fact, even the Dream Wraiths, well known for their calm demeanors and unhurried spirits, were in a state of shell-shock. It could be said that there wasn't a single soul that wasn't observing Ryu at this point. Even Wunakai was taking several glances, but she was focused on both Ryu and Selhira. This man dared to have more than one woman? And his cultivation, just a true sky god? It felt like their worlds were flipping upside down. After their shock, the Dream Wraiths all frowned. Which of them didn't know how obsessed Mei was with this man? Most demons didn't even have last names, but Mei insisted on being called young Mistress Tatsuya. It was inescapable. Every time they called her name, they were reminded of the fact she had a husband. They had thought that this man might have 6 arms and 3 heads, but other than being handsome, he seemed completely ordinary in practically all other aspects. Because they were the Dream Wraiths, this was an especially poignant slap to the face. The Dream Wraith clan could be considered one of the only places in existence where Ryu's looks would actually be considered to be ordinary. Who cared if he was handsome? How many handsome men did they have? They could drown even the legendary world spirit in their spit with just one upchuck if they so wanted. Since when was handsomeness something they lacked in? Ryu observed their reactions with the same smile on his face. In fact, the angrier they felt, the happier he felt. Even so, he hadn't exposed himself like this for a petty reason. First, he needed to understand their thoughts. One way or another, he needed to use their teleportation platform back, and he wouldn't allow anything to stop him. So he needed to be prepared for whether they'd be hostile or not. Second, he didn't mind the pressure. Right now, one of his top priorities was gathering as much faith as possible for his inner world. Having his name resound throughout the 3 planes wasn't a bad idea. The angrier they were, the more chances he would have at crushing them in the future. And third, he wanted to know exactly which of them overestimated themselves. Pining after this wife was a capital offense that marked you for death, and he had already taken note of several people. If their reactions were so fierce here, then while he was away, how much did they pester his wife? How many times had they tried to wiggle their ways into her heart? Ryu might have matured, but he hadn't matured to that extent yet. His fists were already itching for blood. Gigi. A grating laughter roared out along with the sound of chattering bones. Nekroth, the strongest bone serpent junior that the Demon King race had brought forward, couldn't help himself. A mighty dragon traveling with ants and the mighty Dream Wraiths marrying their treasured pearl to a pile of dung. I've truly seen it all today. What a clown show. Ryu didn't even look over, as though he was still waiting for an answer. But beneath Nekroth's jeering, the disappointment and distaste of the Dream Wraiths only seemed to grow. Xylarath, a Dream Wraith genius, couldn't hold back anymore and snapped. It's not your place to ask such a question. He bore holes into Ryu as though he wanted to eat him alive. Ryu pursed his lips and nodded as though he had just concluded something interesting. His gaze shifted from Xylarath to the Tao Lord wraiths that had followed them in. Don't expect him to come out alive. Ryu raised a finger and pointed at Xylarath. Then his finger pointed elsewhere. Him. He pointed at Nekroth. Him, her, him. Don't expect any of them to return. I will personally kill them all. Ryu's smile faded and he looked down on the world indifferently. His sky-blue robes danced in the wind along with his sparkling white hair. There was a suffocating pressure in the air at the moment, one that made them feel as though the real dragon wasn't Lucard at all, but rather the human standing before them right this moment. The mountains began to rumble before anyone could respond. It seemed that the event was perfectly primed. Ryu took a step forward, but Selhira moved with him. Ryu frowned. Selhira was a bit weak for this matter, but quite frankly, the same could be said for him. He didn't really want to reject her, so in the end he thought it might be fine. With a swirl of his eyes, Elise and the others vanished. Countless hostile gazes landed on Ryu's body, but he was completely unbothered. The calm in his eyes was almost frightening. In that moment, the world that had seemed to revolve around the dragon had come to revolve around him instead. And it felt natural. The geniuses in the surroundings seemed to realize that it wasn't so easy to dismiss Ryu after all. If for no other reason, the arrogance of pointing out those on his kill list ahead of time was something even they had a hard time fathoming. It was clear in that instant that, at the very least, Ryu had the heart of a hero. And when he stepped into the air, walking on it as though it was flat land, their pupils constricted one after another. Standing there, high above even the Tao sovereigns present, he had done something that only the Tao gods of their clans were capable of. He didn't give them a single other glance as he vanished, entering the portal before anyone else. Chapter 1729 First, Lucard was left behind, standing proudly on the mountain peak without a single utterance. He stared down the bone serpents as though he was giddy for them to attack. Unlike Ryu, he knew the full story. Well, at least the full story with respect to Sacrum. But he had a feeling that overall, the situation wasn't much different elsewhere. What was more interesting to him was how the same thing could happen again and again across different worlds. It spoke to something more sinister almost, even if that underlying current was actually helping out his dragon race instead of the scale-less lizards. Lucard grinned. A toothy spread of sharp canines glistened in the darkness. Then, with a step, he launched himself into the air, vanishing into the clouds above. The Tao Lord and sovereigns that remained suddenly felt itchy, wanting to go after Lucard, but not being able to justify it just yet. They were supposed to stay behind and wait for this to play out. But the youths of the various demon races rushed into the portal after Ryu, many of them trembling with murderous intent. It felt like Ryu had humiliated most of them, and even those he hadn't pointed out wanted his head on a platter. The elders could only wait patiently. What no one noticed was that deep within the crowd, a familiar pair was standing. One was Ianger and the other was Empana. It seemed as though the latter was going to participate. He really does nothing by half measures, huh? It's a good thing he didn't notice us, or else I'm not sure how he'd react. Would he pull you into this mess? Ianger sneered. He definitely noticed us, that bastard is just acting like a saint for once. I think between now and when I saw him last he got dropped on his head. He might have a few things loose up there. What should I do? Empana asked. You're already over-leveled for this. You'll definitely be suppressed when it's your turn to go. Just do the bare minimum and cross that threshold. There's no need to waste time thinking about anything else. And you? Me? I'm gonna sit back and enjoy the show. I already set my betting odds. I'm coming out on top. Ianger laughed uproariously. Watching that idiot flail is going to be hilarious. I just know he was too arrogant to ask anyone for the rules, and that chick he brought along has no idea what's going on. Empana's lip twitched. He really didn't understand this relationship. On the one hand, he had personally seen Ianger argue to the point of blows with the odds setter to add Ryu's name. He had also seen him personally place down a ridiculous amount of nether crystals. But on the other hand, he seemed to be waiting for Ryu to suffer. So which one was it? Ryu appeared in a world no less dreary than the one he had just been in, but rather than being on solid ground, there was a dense black liquid beneath his feet that almost reminded him of his spiritual sea ever since he awakened to his perfect black buddy soul. However, unlike his spiritual sea, this one was emitting a perpetual foul odor, one that almost made him gag. It looked as though this sea wasn't naturally black, but rather had been tainted by rotting flesh and blood. In fact, maybe there had never been a normal sea at all, and what remained was a liquefied vat of gag-worthy organic matter. Ryu shook his head. His instinct was to shut off his nose, stop circulating blood and chi to the region and mute the effects, but he couldn't do that for now. Not until he was certain that it wouldn't be useful. Ianger was right. He really hadn't asked about any of the details, but that was mostly out of circumstance rather than negligence or arrogance, and Ianger certainly knew that. The main issue was that Elise knew too little, and even she didn't dare to use her information network to find out information about such an important thing. Even the geniuses that were participating only found out the official rules just a day ago. Ryu didn't really mind it, though, as far as he was concerned, so long as it was something reliant on fighting, killing, and comprehending. Even if he didn't know what was going on, he'd come out on top eventually. If he didn't give those fools at least this much handicap, where would the fun come from? That said, while Elise didn't know much, that didn't mean that she knew nothing. There were, at the very least, historical records about this place. This world was aptly known as the Rotten Sea. It was just as Ryu had speculated, and it was formed from the liquefied remains of all those that had entered. It could be said that this Black Sea was an amalgamation of all the bloodlines to ever exist on the ninth plane, and some felt even beyond as well. It was just that they were in a completely unrecognizable and indigestible form. Not only were they mixed with dozens of other bloodlines, within those dozens there were millions of variations within, some amplifying one another and some entirely canceling one another out. On top of that, there was an odd Tao in this region that seemed to force this bloodlines to enter a rotten state. Just breathing in the fumes for too long could make you sick and disrupt your chi, let alone trying to ingest it. If anyone had such a stupid idea, they would be poisoning their bodies in the worst of ways. According to Elise, although the details seemed to change over the years, the main point of all of this was the same: supremacy. The Rotten Sea could be suppressed, and the goal was to reach the end of it. Simple enough. Ryu looked over toward a certain direction. First, his wife.